Longhua Hengdian. Inside a cramped rented room. A series of chimes echoed in Chen Ping's mind. The system's mechanical voice announced that he had completed 30 out of 30 villainous extra roles, and that the novice gift pack, 1 month of life simulation as Dongxing's brother Wu Ya, had been issued, asking whether he wished to enter the life simulation instance immediately. Sitting on the bed, Chen Ping listened to the barrage of prompts as if they were heavenly music. He muttered inwardly that everyone said transmigrators were gifted systems, so why did it still demand a novice mission first? In his heart, he complained that a truly mature system should simply transfer astronomical sums at a word of command rather than making him toil away. Chen Ping only wanted to be a protagonist who could recklessly throw money around, not a so-called villain film king molded by the system. It was a pity things could not be as he wished, or it would have been a flawless victory. With a sigh, Chen Ping consoled himself that although his system was not a money-dispensing marvel compared with those that casually erased their hosts or forced them into crushing debt, it could still be called relatively conscientious. Worse than some, but far better than many. Now that the system had fully awakened, his month-long career as a background extra seemed to have finally borne fruit. Without hesitation, he chose to enter immediately. The Dongxing brother Wu Ya life simulation concluded, and the system urged him to play his next villain role as soon as possible, promising to grade his performance after the film wrapped and reward him according to his score. 3 seconds later, Chen Ping awakened from the simulation. The gentle, modest air that usually lingered on his face vanished, replaced by an expression steeped in brutality. His eyes gleamed with feral menace as if he could devour someone alive. After sitting silently on the bed for a long while, the savagery in his gaze slowly subsided, clarity returning to his pupils. He glanced at the time. Only 10 minutes had passed since the system had first activated. Subtracting the moments he had spent dazed, he concluded that although he had spent 30 days in brother Wu Ya's instance, time in the real world had remained frozen. To be fair, Haonan's girlfriend really is top-notch, he remarked, smacking his lips, as if savoring both memory and emotion. Climbing off the bed, he opened the fridge, fished out a watermelon, and brought a fruit knife down with a practiced motion. He split half to eat on the spot, perfectly recreating brother Wu Ya's iconic eating melon scene. Just then, the shrill ring of a phone cut through his leisurely afternoon. He glanced at the caller ID. It was Liu Yi, the group leader he often worked with. A native of Hengdian, Liu Yi had amassed an entire building through demolition compensation, renting it out to the future film emperors and empresses who flocked there to work as extras. Leveraging her resources, she had become a group leader responsible for supplying extras to production crews. Her parents ran a small fast food restaurant in Hengdian, providing boxed meals to crews and homestyle dishes to hungry extras solving their daily meals. It formed a neat little ecosystem. Money earned in Hengdian was spent in Hengdian, and not a cent was carried back home. The moment Chen Ping saw Liu Yi's number, he knew work had come knocking. He answered at once and called out sweetly, "Yiji." On the other end, Liu Yi's excited voice burst forth, telling him there was a job, a sizable role with more than a dozen lines of dialogue. "Wow, that really is a big part," he exclaimed. In his previous life in Hengdian, after all those years of bit parts, he had never landed a role with that many lines. He had not expected to reach such new heights within a month of transmigrating. Liu Yi added that the role came with conditions. The actor had to be handsome and skilled. In her mind, it was practically custom. She said he was the first person she had called. Chen Ping chuckled that he understood she held him in her heart, and that coincidentally, he held her in his. Caught off guard, Liu Yi instinctively responded before realizing what she had said. She clicked, her tongue snapped, that he was crazy and shameless. She told him the role required an audition and that she would drive over immediately to pick him up. He should tidy himself, apply some hair wax, and make himself presentable. Hanging up in a hurry, Liu Yi touched her slightly burning cheeks. She wondered what had gotten into Chen Ping today. Usually she was the one teasing him, yet now he dared to ride roughshod over her. Within a few minutes, Liu Yi had pulled up in front of his building. Chen Ping was already waiting downstairs. He opened the passenger door and slipped into the seat beside her. Seeing his crisp clothes and gleaming hairstyle, Liu Yi could not help sneaking a few extra glances. This kid. Why did he have to be so handsome for no reason at all? Her parents were forever nagging in her ear that if she did not find a partner soon, they would simply pair her up with the handsome young man renting a room in their building. It was not that Liu Yi had never entertained the idea, but whenever she remembered that she was nearly 10 years older than Chen Ping, her courage retreated. She thought ruefully that when she was born he had yet to arrive, and now that he was in his prime, she already felt old. Once in the car, Chen Ping glanced at her and clicked his tongue in admiration, joking that she must have eaten an elixir of youth. After 3 years, she was still as fresh and dewy as a little cabbage. Bewildered, Liu Yi reminded him they had seen each other only yesterday. He quipped that a single day apart felt like 3. A soft whimper escaped her as her cheeks flushed crimson. She pinched a bit of flesh at his waist, scolding him, half ashamed, half angry, for acting so outrageously. She reminded him that last time she had lain on his bed, he had been the one without the courage and had fled through the door. Chen Ping replied in a tone of mock regret that he had been too young and too restrained, asking if she would give him another chance. If not on the bed, then perhaps in the car. She snapped at him to get lost, shooting him a sultry side-eye, lips pressed tightly together. Her heart, however, fluttered wildly. How had the pure, innocent boy of yesterday turned into such a high-speed flirt overnight? She could never have imagined what Chen Ping had experienced in that single day. Brother Wu Ya, the foremost villain among Hong Kong street toughs, was no empty title. Chen Ping's rental was right beside Hengdian World Studios, so within minutes they arrived at the set where the audition would be held. Chen Ping glanced at a poster. Jiaodo 2, The King Returns. Jiaodo, also called Dragon, had clearly signaled a gangland film. He felt it was almost eerily fitting, as if fate itself were matching him with a role tailor-made for his new expertise. Lu Yi led him into the soundstage and into a small room reserved for auditions. Inside, a greasy, middle-aged man with a belly like a coiled intestine lounged arrogantly in a grand armchair. Lu Yi greeted him, cautiously addressing him as Director Chao and saying she had brought the person he wanted. The man's name was Chao Hui, the assistant director of Jiaodo 2, in charge of auditions. The instant he saw Lu Yi, his triangular eyes lit up with a lewd glint that he did nothing to conceal. He grinned and called her Xiao Lu, asking if she had thought over what he had mentioned previously. With her figure and looks, he said she fit the image of a supporting female role in another production he held perfectly. He claimed that if she wanted it, all it would take was a word from him. As he spoke, his gaze roamed unabashedly over her curvature. The implication went without saying. Within the industry's unspoken rules, men paid with money and women with their bodies for roles, while some men, of course, sought other paths altogether. Chao Hui's brazen stare made Lu Yi deeply uncomfortable. She unconsciously shifted to hide behind Chen Ping, forcing a smile, as she said she appreciated his offer and would consider it carefully, then suggested they first proceed with the audition and finalize the roles for this project. Hearing this, Chao Hui's face instantly darkened. In a mocking tone, he remarked that it seemed Miss Lu did not care to give him any face. She hurried to explain that she simply had not decided yet, urging him to start the audition and asking where the script was and which segment Chen Ping should prepare, stressing that Chen was an experienced actor with good looks who would surely meet his standards. Chao Hui let out a cold chuckle. Audition? What audition? He demanded, asking why, when the role was neither especially large nor small, he should give it to one of her people if she refused to show him respect. In truth, this role had always been a sweetener. He dangled a token benefit to let Lu Yi taste the bait and believe he had the power to elevate her to a supporting lead. As a mere assistant director, he could not possibly decide on a female supporting lead. He was merely drawing castles, and this trick of his had rarely failed in the past, so he had not expected to be rebuffed so completely by a small-time group lead. He fumed inwardly that Chao Hui also had pride. Since she dared embarrass him, she could forget about the role entirely. In his mind, he practically told her to eat dirt instead of getting the part. Seeing him turn hostile on the spot, Lu Yi nearly burst into tears. Not because of any great humiliation, but because the role she had carefully secured for Chen Ping now seemed lost because of her, and she felt she had dragged him down. Chao Hui felt his face had been thoroughly slapped. Turning his gaze to Chen Ping at her side, handsome and composed like an exiled immortal, he suddenly felt like a warty toad by comparison. His anger flared. With a wave of his hand, he issued a direct order to get out, saying the mere sight of the two of them infuriated him. Lu Yi opened her mouth, wanting to plead once more on Chen Ping's behalf. Before she could, Chen Ping, hands in his pockets, strode forward in long, unhurried steps. Without a word, he kicked the reclining Chao Hui clean off his chair, sending him sprawling. The scene before her left Lu Yi's mind momentarily blank. Even Chao Hui did not react at first. Only when waves of pain finally reached his brain did he let out a pig-like screech. Oh! Chen Ping snarled with a vicious grin as he squatted before Chao Hui, grabbing the few strands of hair remaining on his head and wrenching his face up toward his own. His right hand smacked rhythmically against Chao Hui's plump, rolling cheeks as he bared a row of gleaming white teeth, and in a gentle tone asked whether he had heard correctly that Chao Hui had just told him to get out. One glance into Chen Ping's eyes nearly made Chao Hui wet himself. Behind that radiant smile, Chen's gaze was ice. It was as if he did not see a human being before him, but a lamb waiting for slaughter. The same murderous aura he had once sensed from a Hong Kong gang dragon had now emanated from this young man. Back then at 18, he had stood by like a mere errand boy, not daring to breathe too loudly. The man he had faced then had been a true Hong Kong dragon, head a titan, who had carved a bloody path through the underworld. Yet this Chen Ping was just a nobody extra. Where had he cultivated such desolate, overbearing ferocity? One thing, however, was clear: if he gave even a slightly wrong answer, now next year's date would mark his death anniversary. Even the urine threatening to leak from his crotch seemed to retreat. Forcing a smile, he bowed his head to the extreme and addressed Chun as Ji, offering to kowtow to him on the spot. Chen Ping laughed, raising one hand to smooth his fringe as he burst into manic laughter. Playing with people's faces like this was far too entertaining. Watching Chao Hui's transformation from domineering tyrant to groveling cur at his feet in a heartbeat filled Chun with exquisite delight. Instinctively, Chen's hand moved to his lower back. Huh, where's my knife? He mused aloud. The words nearly sent Chao to an early grave. The urine he had forced back could no longer be contained, trickling down his pant leg onto the floor. If Chun had not still been gripping his hair, he would have dropped to the ground to bang his head against the floor 90 times in a single second, not stopping until he bled. Just as Chen Ping was scanning the room for a suitable tool, Lu Yi snapped out of her shock. She rushed forward, wrapping her arms around him from behind and crying out for him to stop. The soft, springy sensation brought his reason surging back to the forefront. He cursed inwardly. He was treating this place like an instant's dungeon. He cast another look at Chao Hui, who shrank his neck, crouching like a lapdog. The obsequious grin on his face suggested that if Chen asked him to lick his shoes, he would polish the soles clean without hesitation. Chen Ping, that's enough. Let's go back, all right? Lu Yi said gently. Not knowing how to end the scene himself, Chen seized on her words like a ladder down from the stage and promptly relented. He released Chow Huey's head, then face twisting in distaste wiped the hand that had clutched his hair repeatedly on the man's clothes. Chow did not dare breathe, too loudly terrified that any misstep might earn him another slap. Relieved to see Chen release him, Lu Yi also dared not ask why he had exploded with such fury today. She simply took his arm and tugged him toward the exit. As they neared the doorway, Chow Hui tried to shift his body, only to catch a glimpse of Chen Ping's fierce glance over his shoulder. He immediately flipped over and dropped to his knees with a loud smack, as if paying homage to an ancestor. His forehead struck the floor heavily as he kowtowed, as though sending off his own forefather. He had promised to kowtow to Lord Chun, and he would keep that promise. The resounding bow jolted Chen's thoughts back to more practical matters. He strode back to stand over Chow again. Chow's face contorted like twisted dough. Though he was terrified, he forced himself to squeeze out a smile uglier than a cry. Fawning to the extreme, he asked in a sycophantic tone whether the Lord had further instructions. Chen replied in a muffled growl that he should not grin at him like that. It was disgusting. At once Chow wiped the smile off his face, forcing himself into an expression of solemn seriousness. Chen did not bother with further niceties and asked bluntly where his role was. Chow dared not utter a single refusal. He hastily pulled out the script for Jiao 2. The king returns from his desk, pointing to a set of lines, and explaining that this was the role assigned to him. The trusted confidant of the Northern Hall's dragon head, with a pivotal scene where he took a bullet for his boss. Chow launched into an enthusiastic spiel about the character's importance, emphasizing his major scenes. Chun merely slanted a glance at him and warned coldly that if he uttered another useless word, he would tear his mouth apart. Chow immediately clamped a hand over his lips and even tightened his buttocks as if sealing every possible opening. Chen settled into the executive chair that had moments ago supported Chow's bulk, crossing one leg over the other as he leafed through the script. Chow hunched beside him, hands folded, face taut with nervousness like an imperial eunuch awaiting an edict. The story of Jiao 2 was not particularly complex, nor were the character relationships convoluted. It followed the Northern Hall's dragon head range as he faced relentless pressure from his former sworn brother Lu Jian. From initial forbearance and restraint, he was ultimately forced for the sake of his brothers and the code of the underworld to turn against his dearest friend. Gunfights, brawls, powder, and risque scenes. Every conceivable explosive element had been packed in. Yet as a script it still could not escape the label of cliché. The role they wanted Chen Ping to audition for was named to Chow, one of Ren's 5 tigers. Knowing full well that his boss wanted no involvement in the drug trade, he still let greed drive him to approach Lu Jian about a deal. The deal fell through, and he was instead captured and used by Lu Jian as leverage against Ren, ultimately dying in shame when he blocked a bullet for his boss. Chen clicked his tongue softly, snapping the script shut. The sound alone made Chow shudder, his already bowed back, bending. Thin. Far too thin, Chen remarked. Misunderstanding, Chow hurried to ask if he meant the script itself lacked pages, explaining nervously that this was only an outline, and that the full version was with the director beyond his reach. Chen snapped that he was not calling the script thin, but the character. Too shallow, too flimsy. Chow's attempt at flattery had backfired. He scrambled to recover, cautiously insisting that a Chow was a pivotal figure who bridged the turning points of the story. He argued that it was a Chow's death that finally pushed Ren to declare all-out war on Lu Jian. On paper that might be true, yet measured against his characterization, dialogue, and actions, A Chow's persona collapsed entirely. A traitor who secretly sought profits from a mortal enemy by selling drugs, suddenly dying for brotherhood and honor by taking a bullet. It was absurd. The scene was so jarringly contrived it felt as if the writer were grinding the audience's intelligence into the floor. A man vile enough to deal in powder for cash was hardly likely to awaken to conscience and stage a sudden redemption. Chen did not bother answering Chow's excuses. He simply shook his head lightly and said in a quiet voice that he was not satisfied. Chow panicked, protesting that such a substantial role still did not satisfy him, reminding him it was just below the leads and main villain in prominence. He grew more worked up as he spoke, his expression that of someone hating iron for not becoming steel, thinking that a lowly extra had no sense of opportunity at all. Chen's quiet him, and the lift of his sword-like brows brought a fresh wave of killing intent into the air, instantly dragging Chow back to the terror of moments earlier. Realizing he had overstepped, Chow clapped a hand over his mouth and dared not say another word. He even slapped his own cheeks twice in quick succession as an apology. Chen did not press the matter. He was not one to nurse overnight grudges. He preferred to settle scores on the spot. Flipping through the script again, Chen's fingers paused at another character's profile. Tapping the page, he remarked that this role was interesting, that he liked it. Chow craned his neck to see the name. The flesh on his face twitched violently as disbelief flared in his eyes. It seemed this lord had hit the mark by sheer instinct. His taste was razor sharp. The role Chen Ping had pointed to was named Huai, a white-haired thug who served as a lackey under the villain Lu Jian. If a Chow still retained a hint of a positive image, then Huai was pure malice, wicked to the point of near derangement. The role itself was not heavy in screen time. In the middle of the film, he would be hacked to death in a frenzy by Ren Ji's underlings and exit early. Yet for this small role, director Yin Zhenghua attached extraordinary importance. Although it had yet to be decided who would portray Huai, word had already gone out that the actor for this role would be personally vetted by the director himself. As assistant director Chow Hui could certainly make recommendations, but the final say still rested firmly in director Yen Jingwa's hands. Chow Hui had read Huai's lines and felt the man was downright insane, rotten to the core, as though pus oozed from his. Characters like this were utterly unlikable within a film crafted solely to draw the audience's hatred, and the screenwriter would arrange for him to die as miserably as possible. Actors who played such villains often ruined their rapport with audiences, yet this role still demanded a high level of acting. After all, the actor had never truly killed or committed arson or done every evil deed under the sun. To portray a frenzied, inhuman villain relying on imagination alone required real skill. Now seeing Chen Ping specifically request to play Huai, Chow Hui suddenly felt troubled. How could this lowly extra be so intent on making things difficult? Wearing a thoroughly troubled expression, he muttered, "Master, I can't make this decision." The director has to nod. Chen Ping, utterly unconcerned, replied, "Then just go and tell the director, say, I'm really fond of this role." That single sentence nearly choked Chow Hui, bringing him to the verge of tears. "Master, you think far too highly of me. Don't be fooled by the title of assistant director. Compared to the director, my status is like that of a mere henchman before a crime boss." Seeing Chow Hui's long face twisted into a mournful grimace, Chen Ping felt his stomach turn and slapped him hard across the cheek. "Go turn your head and cry somewhere else. Don't ruin my appetite." A muffled whimper escaped Chow Hui. Now truly shaken, he clutched his broad forehead and sobbed under his breath. Chen Ping showed not a trace of pity, his tone turned icy. "So can you get this done or not?" "Master, I really can't." "Then it's simple," Chen Ping said. "I'll kill you right now and disappear into the wind. Worst case, I turn myself in. Life in prison in exchange for your one little life. Worth it?" Chow Hui was dumbfounded. Who threatened someone's life so casually right off the bat? Was this man even human? Just for a role, he was talking about trading life for life. Yet he knew that although Chen Ping's words sounded like a joke, if he dared treat them as such, he would definitely be carried out horizontally. He no longer dared utter another refusal. Dropping to his knees in one clean, practiced motion that was almost heartbreaking to watch, he cowed out, "Master, I'll take you to the director for an audition right now." "Should have done that earlier," Chen Ping said, shrugging as he tossed away the white sheet of paper in his hand. The paper looked flimsy and light, yet its edge was razor sharp. With enough speed, it could slice through a man's throat. Brother Crow, as he styled himself, just so happened to be skilled in such a trick. Director's office for Ghetto Boss 2. Yen Zhengwa lit a cigarette and glanced at the progress bar for Ghetto Boss 2, which had already passed the halfway mark. The past month of shooting had gone fairly smoothly. The leads Zhou Xiaolong and Wang Xian were worthy veterans. Their performances flowed like quicksilver, smooth and seamless. However, due to limited budget, the supporting cast was uneven in quality. Each time he watched the footage and saw that gaggle of extras mumbling and muttering on screen, Yen Zhengwa felt his head ache. Rubbing at his throbbing temples, he was just about to sort out the upcoming scenes when a series of knocks interrupted his thoughts. He called out, "Displeased, come in." Chow Hui, Chen Ping, and Lu Yi entered one after another. With eyes lowered, Chow Hui greeted Yen Zhengwa deferentially. Lu Yi also greeted him nervously. "Hello, Director Yen." Only the handsome man with sword brows and starry eyes gave Yen Zhengwa a faint, indifferent glance. Arrogant, insolent. That was Yen Zhengwa's first impression of Chen Ping. Before Chow Hui could speak, Yen said, "Chow Hui, is this the actor you found for a Chow? I told you have full control over casting for that role." Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Chow Hui ventured carefully, "Director Yen, here's the situation. Originally, this brother was brought by the extra coordinator to audition for a Chow, but once I tested him, I found he's a dragon among men. His presence and looks are outstanding, and his acting is no less impressive. Compared to him, the other extras are mere fireflies daring to compete with the bright moon." His cascade of flattery nearly had him polishing Chen Ping's shoes, leaving Yen Zhengwa staring in stunned disbelief. Could it be that this young man before him had a terrifying background? Swallowing to moisten his throat, Chow Hui was about to add a few more compliments when Chen Ping cut him off with a light cough. "One quiet too much is as bad as too little," scared Chow Hui so much that the flattery on the tip of his tongue was forced back down into his stomach. Watching Chow Hui's reaction, Yen Zhengwa grew ever more puzzled. Even if this man was some rich second-generation playboy, there was no reason for Chow Hui to fear him this much. Seeing Chow Hui shrink into fearful silence, unsure what to say, Yen came to his rescue by asking, "So Chow Hui, in your opinion, which role in the film suits this young man? Surely not the big boss Gue Dong Rin Ji's superior." "Director, Yen, you really have a sense of humor." Chow Hui laughed nervously. "Just based on his age alone, he can't play old Gue Dong. I feel Huai fits him as if it were tailor-made. This brother's conditions are truly excellent. He's been doing background extra work in Hengdian for many years, a rare piece of uncut jade. In my hands, I wouldn't even know how to make full use of him. We still need you, Director Yen, to personally carve him. He's bound to become a great talent." To be fair, Chow Hui's ability to flatter far outstripped his competence in his actual job. With a single speech, he managed to please both Yen Zhengwa and Chen Ping. If he were transported back to the Ming dynasty and willing to part with a couple of pounds of flesh to enter the palace, he would at least rise to the rank of Grand Eunuch in the Office of Ceremonial Supervisors. Huai. Hearing the name, Yen Zhengwa looked Chow Hui over thoughtfully. He did not answer immediately. Instead, he shifted his gaze to Chen Ping, a half-smile playing at his lips. "Young man, tell me honestly, did Chow Hui recommend you for this role, or do you want it yourself?" Liu Yi tugged lightly at the hem of Chen Ping's pants, signaling him to be steady and cautious. Opportunities to face a director like this were something many extras might never encounter in their entire careers. Yet Chen Ping did not hesitate in the slightest and came on strong. Director, I'll put it in one sentence: comb every inch of Hengdian World Studios, and you won't find anyone more suited to this role than me. The moment he finished, Liu Yi behind him covered her face, speechless. Brother, if you're going to boast, at least show a little restraint. Yin Zhenghua was amused as well. Relighting a cigarette, he leaned back in his chair, crossing his legs and propping them on the desk. The arrogance of his posture clearly showed his displeasure at Chen Ping's wild claims. Liu Yi and Xiao Hui's hearts dropped in unison. This role was likely lost. Exhaling a thin stream of smoke, eyes half closed, Yin Zhenghua spoke with a half smile, his tone weighty. Let me give you a piece of advice, brother. Young people shouldn't be so hot-headed. To Xiao and Lu's ears, this was clearly a dismissal order directed at Chen Ping. Yet Chen Ping showed no intention of leaving. Instead, he began rubbing the top of his head over and over with his hand. Though his hair was long, he stroked it as if it were a close-cropped, buzz cut, savoring the prickling sensation of the strands. His features twisted gradually into a feral grimace. The corner of his eye slanted as he cast a sidelong glare, eyes dismissing all around him as an overbearing aura erupted from his entire being. Swaying slightly with each step, he drawled arrogantly, if a young man isn't hot-headed, is he still a young man? Chen Ping. Liu Yi felt her heart hanging on a thread and cried out in fright to stop him. Yet faced with this unrestrained, defiant Chen Ping, Yin Zhenghua showed not a hint of anger. The half-smile vanished from his face, replaced by an expression of open disdain. Holding his cigarette between two fingers, he pointed the glowing tip at Chen Ping and snapped impatiently, if you've got something to say it quickly. I don't have time to sit here listening to you brag all day. Liu Yi grew more and more confused. The director's earlier and current words seemed completely disconnected. Didn't he know exactly why Chen Ping was here? Beside her, however, Xiao Hui wore a puzzled look of another kind. The line sounded familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before. By now, Chen Ping had reached the desk before Yin Zhenghua. He brushed invisible dust from his sleeve. The vicious gloom on his face gradually eased, giving way to a smile that grew ever more unrestrained. Tilting his head, he leaned close to Yan's face and let out a wild, crooked laugh. He looked every bit the madman. Without waiting for Yan's permission, he plucked a cigarette from the director's pack, cackling again in that shrill, twisted way. Tongue thick, he drawled. Han Shundailao, my boss, has asked to meet you so many times. Why do you always read his messages and never reply? The bizarre, mismatched conversation between the two left Liu Yi completely bewildered. Was she getting old? She was about to interject and ask what on earth was going on when Xiao Hui grabbed her arm. Eyes shining with excitement, he whispered, "Shoot, don't interrupt. Director, Yin is giving him a scene to play." You mean they're auditioning? Liu asked. Xiao Hui nodded firmly. Those lines are from Huaihuai's first entrance as the white-haired psycho. I remember wondering how on earth anyone could act out the script's description of him. White-haired, crazy, and manic, arrogant, and wild. I never imagined this extra could bring him so vividly to life. Just seeing that swagger makes me want to smack him a few times myself. Playing Han Shun, Yin Zhenghua flicked his ash with disdain and glanced at Chen Ping. Pursing his lips, he sneered, "Get this. You lot run a Western pharmacy. That's something only the truly desperate do. I'm Tian Gongzi. Do I look like someone who's run out of options?" As Han Shun's tone grew harsher, the white-haired Huaihuai's laughter only became more brazen. Hands on his hips, he nearly tipped his head back to the ceiling as he laughed. Yet the louder Chen Ping laughed, the more terrified Liu Yi and Xiao Hui felt a chill crawling over their skin. Even Yin Jing was still in Han Shun's role, muttered to himself. The hysterical look on Chen Ping's face made it difficult to tell if the man was truly insane or just acting. Suddenly the laughter stopped dead. Out of the corner of his eye, Yin caught a flash of vicious light in Chen Ping's gaze, like the death summons of Yama himself. His bladder tightened, he nearly wet himself. He hastily raised his hand to halt things, shouting, "Cut, cut, cut." In the next instant, he realized Chen Ping's arm was raised high, clutching the steel pen from his desk, its sharp tip aimed right at him. Fortunately, he had called cut in time, otherwise he truly feared for his right hand. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead and putting distance between them, he asked with lingering fear, "If I hadn't yelled cut, were you really going to stab me?" Chen Ping set the pen down and even politely capped it. Smiling, he said, "Director Yin, you're joking. I'm a law-abiding citizen through and through. I would never do anything illegal." "You sure?" Yin lifted a brow full of doubt. Chen did not press the point. Instead, with a bright smile, he asked, "So, Director Yin, about this role?" With a smack of his palm on the desk, Yin declared with lofty bravado, "The white-haired role is yours. I've decided. Xiao Hui, coordinate everything with this young man. And lock in the actor for a chow immediately. We can't delay Han Chun's scene any longer." After giving his instructions, Yin rose from his chair, walked over to Chen Ping, and shook his hand. "Welcome to the crew, brother." After a few polite exchanges, Yin leaned in close to Chen's ear and quietly asked, "Brother, level with me. Have your hands ever been stained with blood?" "Heh." Chen forced a smile. "Director Yin, you're really humorous. I don't even dare slaughter a chicken, and you're asking if I've Good. Glad to hear it," Yin said, breathing a sigh of relief as a stone dropped from his heart. "Shall we take our young brother to register and give him a copy of the script? Pay him at the special supporting rate, 1,000 a day." Xiao answered and led Chen Ping and Liu Yi out of the office. Only after the door swung shut again did Yin collapse back into his chair. Reaching behind him, he felt the cold sweat plastering his back. That punk scared me half to death, he muttered. Yet the corners of his mouth could not help but lift. Inside, he was overjoyed. This time he had truly unearthed. On the other side, Chen Ping left Yan Xingguo's office. A chime echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the villain character, White-Haired Bad Guy Gang Leader 2, The King Rises. This is why Chen Ping must take on the role of White Hair. Aside from system tasks, this villain actor system also features a mall option, but its lottery button remains gray, requiring the film's box office to reach 100 million yuan to activate. Since Chen Ping had only played minor roles before, his accumulated box office was still at 0. In this Gang Leader 2, although he is not the male lead as White Hair, he is still considered one of the main actors, thus this film's box office can enter the lottery pool. Beside him, Chao Hui continued to nod and bow, fawning over him. Chen Ping waved his hand, indicating that it was unnecessary. They would all be colleagues from now on, and he could simply call him Xiao Chun when they met. Chao Hui was so frightened that his face turned pale, nearly collapsing to his knees again, cautiously saying, "Sir, that won't do. How about I call you by name in front of others, and behind your back I call you Chunyi?" This person was indeed interesting. Chen Ping chuckled, thinking that Chao Hui was quite a character. "All right, do as you please. Give me the script, and I'll head back. Call me if anything comes up." 3 days later, at Hengdian, the Gang Leader 2 crew booked the nightclub street in Hengdian. As night fell, the neon lights illuminated the street. Director Yin Zhengguo sat in his director's chair, his expression serious like a mountain king. Within the crew, Yin Zhengguo was known by the nickname Yin Mo, a testament to his severity in filmmaking. It is said that he once scolded a top-tier young actor to tears during a collaboration, after which his resources began to decline. Even this Gang Leader 2 did not secure resources from the mainland, as it was a small production from Xiangjiang, with most actors being seasoned veterans from there. The most famous among them was Zhou Xiaolong, known for his fierce reputation as a villain specialist who played the role of Chong Wei. At this moment, Zhou Xiaolong sat beside Yin Zhengguo, patting him on the shoulder, jokingly asking Zhengguo, "Did you tell me a few days ago that you found a good talent? Is he finally making his debut tonight?" Although Yin Zhengguo and Zhou Xiaolong shared a close friendship, calling each other father once filming began, Yin Zhengguo would no longer be jovial, calmly stating, "These past 3 days, I had him familiarize himself with the script and grasp the character's personality. If he truly possesses this talent, you might have to retire early." Zhou Xiaolong was curious to hear such high praise from Yin Zhengguo for a newcomer, asking, "Is this person really as extraordinary as you say? Whether he is suitable for the role of a villain, I am not sure, but when I tested a scene with him the other day, I was almost scared to death." Yin Zhengguo recounted this embarrassing moment with a deadpan expression, leaving Zhou Xiaolong stunned, wanting to laugh, but not knowing where to start. He grew increasingly curious about the good talent Yin Zhengguo mentioned. As the scene marker clapped down, this scene depicted Lu Jian of the Gang of Healthy Harmony, wanting to use the influence of the North City Gang leader Han Chun to open a Western pharmacy and sell medicine, but Han Chun repeatedly ignored Lu Jian's invitations. Thus, Lu Jian sent his trusted aides, the crew cut, A Biao, and the white-haired bad guy, to talk some sense into the North City Gang leader Han Chun. Under a wide-angle shot, a red BMW M6 sped in from a distance, opening the curtain for this scene. As the camera zoomed in, the red BMW M6 stopped in front of a chess and card room, which was Han Chun's territory. A handsome young man stepped out of the BMW. A Chao, one of the 5 tigers under the North City Gang leader Ren Gu, the character Chen Ping had previously faced. Upon getting out of the car, A Chao tossed the BMW key to a nearby doorman, casually throwing down a 20 yuan bill, saying fiercely, "Make sure to park it well, or I'll break your legs." He then sat in the doorman's position, waiting for the parking attendant to park the car and return the keys. This shot reveals a chaos, pretentious nature. Although he hardly had any money in his pocket, he insisted on driving a BMW and giving tips, foreshadowing later events where he would take Ren Gu to sell drugs. As a roar from an engine approached from afar, a Lamborghini Aventador, commonly known as a Big Bull, roared onto the scene, instantly overshadowing the earlier BMW M6 and capturing a chaos attention. 2 men stepped out of the Lamborghini. One had a crew cut and a stern expression, while the other had white hair, his neck adorned with Gothic tattoos, swaying, as if heavily intoxicated, stumbling toward the doorman position. The distinctive neurotic laughter of the white-haired bad guy. He tilted his head, his gaze never landing on it. He pulled out a stack of cash, throwing down 10 or so 100 yuan bills like they were scraps of paper. Tilting his head and glancing at the doorman, A Chao, he let out another signature cackle. Just like a chaos earlier instructions to the parking attendant, but the white-haired bad guy showed no hint of menace. Instead, he acted like a madman, shaking his head and laughing, saying, "Take good care of the car, or it'll break your legs." Arrogant, infinitely arrogant. With a character like the white-haired bad guy, he likely wouldn't survive more than 3 episodes in a drama. The plot initially designed for him to drop the parking fee and then follow Lu Jian's top henchman, A Biao, upstairs to reason with Han Chun. Just as the white-haired bad guy turned around, A Chao suddenly stood up and shoved him roughly. Crack! Yin Xingguo's voice calling for a stop rang out instantly. The sound was so loud that the entire crew was momentarily stunned. It was over. Yin Mo was furious and blood would surely flow. As expected, director Yin Xingguo, dressed in a director's vest, stormed over to A Chao's actor with boundless rage. The script rolled up into a ball, and he delivered a sharp reprimand, throwing away the old cunning. "Are you trying to die? What the hell did you push him for?" A Chao looked panicked and flustered, stammering, "I don't know why, but when I saw him like that, I just wanted to hit him." This remark amused everyone, even making it hard for Yin Zhenghua to stay angry. It must be said that Chen Ping truly portrayed the white-haired bad guy's arrogant and neurotic nature vividly. Even through the screen, one felt like giving him a couple of punches. A chaos, outrageous behavior instead indirectly proved Chen Ping's acting skills. Yin Zhenghua shot a fierce glare at a Chow, warning, "If you cause another NG, you're out of here." In the crew, the director's authority was unquestionable, akin to a supreme ruler. After all, even the smallest crew, including extras, would have at least 100 people. Without some authority, it would be impossible to manage the team. With Yin Zhenghua's stern command, no one dared to be lax. From the moment the scene marker clapped to when Yin Zhenghua called cut, it was a one-take success. The crew breathed a sigh of relief and then moved into the chess and card room to set up for the next scene. In front of the camera, Yin Zhenghua was still repeatedly reviewing the previous scene, a rare smile appearing on his face. Zhou Xiaolong also exclaimed in surprise, "Zhenghua, are you sure this person is an extra? He can't possibly be a veteran from Xinjiang. No one can walk with such an arrogant stride without at least 10 years of experience." Yin Zhenghua nodded affirmatively, then froze the frame on Chen Ping's exaggerated and neurotic smile. He said, "Compared to his ruthless stride, I prefer the way he laughs." Zhou Xiaolong carefully observed Chen Ping's smile, pondering his way of laughing is unique. It's difficult for an ordinary person. It's both wild and insane. It reminds me of someone whose laughter others can't replicate. Nearby, Yin Zhenghua nodded in agreement, indicating his concurrence. In the past, that esteemed man also rose from being an extra, and now in Xinjiang, he does not solely dominate, but stands alongside two other esteemed figures. While they chatted, the scene of the chess and card room with Han Chun had already concluded. The next scene required the appearance of Lu Jian, the main villain, played by Zhou Xiaolong. "Should we let you and Chen Ping rehearse a scene first? I worry you might be overshadowed by him." Yin Zhenghua rarely made it. Zhou Xiaolong tugged at his shirt collar. His previously carefree smile gradually turned serious as the collar stood upright, his gaze icy, exuding a murderous intent. In an instant, Zhou Xiaolong transformed from a humorous uncle to a ruthless underworld boss. He raised an eyebrow and disdainfully said, "Is there a need for that? Everyone knows Zhou Xiaolong is a specialist in playing villains, yet they often overlook his acting skills." Whitehair ruthlessly kicked the already beaten Han Chun up to the rooftop. He laughed uproariously as he beat him, and even the background actor following Whitehair felt a bit intimidated by his performance. This brother seemed less like he was acting, as he displayed an excitement on his face that can only be described with a modern term, more twisted than a pervert. On the rooftop, Lu Jian of the gang of Healthy Harmony had long been waiting. Dressed in a white suit with an Hermes scarf around his neck and slick-back hair, he looked impeccable. He wore a faint smile completely devoid of the violent aura typical of a gang leader, appearing rather scholarly, like a university professor. Whitehair kicked Han Chun down in front of Lu Jian. The actor portraying Han Chun was also an old veteran from Xinjiang, having spent a lifetime playing extras. With a square face and a robust physique, he certainly did not look like a good person. His character was foolish and straightforward, making him perfect for the role. Han Chun kicked down in front of Lu Jian, clutched his injured arm, his body trembling from the pain, cold sweat dripping, yet his face displayed a stubborn defiance. "I am the North City gang leader. Even if I'm beaten, I still have the spirit of a leader." His acting far surpassed that of a Chow from earlier. Outside the camera, Yin Zhenghua also nodding repeatedly. These seasoned actors are indeed easy to work with when it comes to actual filming. But does one rely solely on acting skills to succeed in the entertainment industry? Quite the opposite. Regardless of the era, acting is merely an embellishment. To make a name in the entertainment industry, appearance and the backing of capital are primary factors. With a face as unfortunate as Han Chun's and lacking any background, no matter how hard he acts, he will remain a third-rate actor. Not everyone can become Wang Baobao. Even someone like Zhou Xiaolong with top-tier looks in his youth and capital pushing him still fell short due to a stroke of bad luck. His shows became popular while he remained unnoticed. Ironically, as he reached middle age, he began to make a comeback, and recently his career has entered a new spring. In the past, Hong Kong films were booming, and these seasoned actors were busy, often working in 3 or 4 crews a day, managing quite well in such a precious land. However, currently Hong Kong films are weak with hardly any productions throughout the year. These seasoned actors out of work have resorted to driving taxis or working as dishwashers, barely scraping by. In terms of acting skills, none of these seasoned actors would struggle against the so-called traffic stars, yet those traffic stars earn more for a single film than Han Chun could in his entire career. Yin Zhenghua's disdain for those traffic stars is in fact a plea for fairness for these seasoned actors. Even if he doesn't have access to the best resources now, as long as he has a role, he will first seek out the veteran extras of Hong Kong, not for any other reason, but to ensure that future actors in the Dragon Kingdom's entertainment industry know what true acting is. The scene shifts back to the rooftop. Lu Jian completely disregarded Han Chun's bluster, gently clapping his hand. One of his subordinates produced a bag of US dollars and poured it out in front of Han Chun, forming a small hill. The meaning was clear. If Han Chun chose to cooperate with Jian Hiwi and let Lu Jian open a pharmacy on Han Chun's territory to sell Western medicine, all these green bills would belong to him. However, Han Chun stubbornly retorted, "Why would I need your drug money? You have no conscience, ba." Lu Jian's lips curled slightly, a hint of amusement gleaming in his eyes. Slap. Bai Mao immediately gave Han Chun a hard slap, distorting his face into a grimace as he leaned in closer, eyes wide like copper bells, grinning broadly. "Han Chun, you a gang leader talking about conscience here? Ha ha. Conscience your mother. A spinning kick sent Han Chun crashing to the ground. Then he looked towards his boss Lu Jian. Lu Jian pulled out a white handkerchief to wipe his mouth, maintaining his elegance as always. He then gave a thumbs up. Bai Mao immediately appeared as if he had lost his mother, his disappointment palpable, pouting and murmuring not fun. Then Lu Jian rotated his thumb 180 degrees, pointing straight down. Bai Mao's eyes suddenly lit up as if a drowning person had grasped the last straw, trembling with excitement. This rooftop scene involved a total of over a dozen people, both main actors and extras, primarily to set up Lu Jian's grand return after 3 years of hard training in the kiln. Han Chun was merely the stepping stone for Lu Jian's entrance. It must be said Zhou Xiaolong's acting skills are certainly underestimated by the public. In this scene alone, Zhou Xiaolong has already established much of Lu Jian's character. Beneath his cultured and humble exterior lies a ruthless and brutal nature. A sitting boss cannot afford to shout threats like a lackey. Likewise, Han Chun also effectively showcased his foolishness and straightforwardness. Though his acting is not explosive, it is decent. The only disruptor here is Bai Mao, played by Chen Ping. He turned what should have been Zhou Xiaolong's solo performance into a yet Yin Zhenghua did not blame Chen Ping for stealing the scene. Firstly, these were originally Chen Ping's lines. He delivered them perfectly, showcasing talent in the limited screen time. Secondly, Yin Zhenghua had always intended to carve out Bai Mao's character well. The current genre of Jianghu films is too cliched, with the head of the gang often appearing inscrutable and indifferent. The underlings are often depicted as passionate and willing to go to great lengths for their brothers. However, that is not the Jianghu Yin Zhenghua remembers. In the Jianghu, it is not so harmonious. It is often filled with the clang of swords and the violence of bloodshed. While there are cunning leaders, there are certainly many who are single-minded and quick to violence over minor disagreements. There are loyal subordinates, but there are also numerous who resort to unscrupulous means for money and advancement. Bai Mao, however, is more pure in his villainy. He acts out of sheer enjoyment of violence, not for money or fame, but simply for the satisfaction it brings him. Deep down, he is a scum who commits all kinds of atrocities, a brute. He doesn't involve himself in anything connected to Yin Zhenghua designed Bai Mao's character this way, but he also knows that actors capable of bringing his vision to life are virtually non-existent. Even if their fees are beyond his budget. Unexpectedly, after searching high and low, he effortlessly secured Chen Ping, who is known for his womanizing. Originally, Yin Zhenghua thought that Chen Ping could at most portray Bai Mao's madness and arrogance. Yet, even those aspects had already reached the level of a first-tier actor. To his surprise, Chen Ping's performance in this rooftop scene brought him immense joy. From the moment he saw Lu Jian giving a thumbs up, thinking he would let Han Chun go, to witnessing Lu Jian flip his thumb to signal Han Chun's death sentence, the subtle reactions were thrilling. Yin Zhenghua regretted not having set up 10 cameras around Chen Ping to capture every expression, demeanor, gaze, and action so he could edit them later. He could only urge the cameraman to get close-ups. Meanwhile, Zhou Xiaolong, who was playing Lu Jian opposite Chen Ping, was also stunned by the bloodthirsty vibe Chen Ping presented. Yin Zhenghua thought, is this really an extra from Hengdian? If the extras there all had this kind of acting skill, would there still be any food left for the so-called veteran actors? Just the way Chen Ping licked his lips and revealed a hint of a sinister smile when he saw Lu Jian's reverse thumbs up was enough for Yin Zhenghua to believe he was an outlaw with dozens of lives on his hands. Yin Zhenghua didn't call cut. The rooftop scene continued. Bai Mao directly wrapped his arms around Han Chun's neck, dragging him to the edge of the rooftop like a dead dog. At this moment, Han Chun was struggling desperately, shouting angrily. However, the more he resisted, the more excited Bai Mao became, his sadistic laughter growing sharper. He pushed Han Chun's half-body over the edge of the rooftop. Then he leaned down, his forehead pressed against Han Chun's, eyes wide as saucers. Yin Zhenghua saw this scene and immediately understood Chen Ping's intention. He shouted, get close-ups quick. Capture the expressions of Bai Mao and Han Chun. The contrast between their expressions would elevate Bai Mao's character's brutality, bringing the scene to a perfect conclusion. Brilliant. Yin Zhenghua couldn't help but exclaim. Hey, this Chen Ping is truly a talent. Unfortunately, Han Chun failed to grasp the essence of Chen Ping's performance, his face still filled with righteous indignation, completely devoid of the fear and panic expected before his death. Thus, the contrast between their expressions was significantly diminished. Hey, an extra is still just an extra. Meanwhile, Chen Ping pushed Han Chun down, and below was a hidden platform, and Han Chun merely flipped over and landed safe. As Chen Ping pushed Han Chun, he stepped on the edge of the rooftop, slightly tilted his body, and placed his hand near his ear like a megaphone, as if listening to Han Chun's screams during the fall. About 3 seconds later, Chen Ping's excitement reached its peak. He made a fireworks explosion gesture with his hands, then his body trembled slightly, a look of bland emptiness appearing on his face. This shudder was a feeling all men. The process of Han Chun's fall would surely be enhanced in post-production, including Han Chun's screams and the dull thud of. But here Chen Ping's performance was entirely without props, thoroughly resembling a neurotic. Cut. Yin Zhenghua's booming voice rang out. The rooftop scene finally came to a close. Everyone on set let out a sigh of relief, stretching their limbs, as they had all been frightened by Bai Mao's craziness. Fearing that Chen Ping might suddenly act out and truly throw Han Chun down, showcasing the intensity of his murderous intent. Yin Zhenghua and Zhou Xiaolong were the first to rush to Chen Ping's side. Yin Zhenghua handed out cigarettes to both men, and the three began to smoke together on the rooftop. Yin Zhenghua asked Chen Ping, your addition to the final scene was impressive. You really brought Bai Mao to life. Director, Yin, you're overpraising me. I was just thinking about how Bai Mao would act after pushing Han Shun down. Just some random thoughts wasting your film director, Yin. What nonsense. You can literally say it was a stroke of genius. By the way, there's one thing I don't understand. How did you express your inner satisfaction just 2 or 3 seconds after pushing? While speaking, Yin Zhenghua gestured the shutter again, mimicking it perfectly, causing all three to share a hearty laugh. After finishing the rooftop sequence, it was already 2 in the morning. The crew began packing up. Today's shoot was finally wrapped. Chen Ping bade Yin Zhenghua farewell and walked out of the set alone. Not far from the nightclub street, he noticed a familiar mini car parked at the curb. Isn't that Lu Yi's car? Why is she still in Hengdian so late? Out to enjoy the night view. Chen Ping glanced into the vehicle. Lu Yi looked back toward the street. Their eyes met in the night air. Lu Yi quickly turned her head. Chen Ping hurried forward. Inside the car, she writhed and fidgeted like a plump white grub. The window was lowered halfway, leaving a gap. Chen Ping approached and tapped the glass. It eased down further to reveal Lu Yi's face, slightly flushed. What are you doing here? Lu Yi stammered, then pointed at the pitch-black sky. I'm out admiring. That excuse was thin. Chen Ping did not call out her little lie. Instead, he opened the passenger door and slid. Lu Yi, slightly annoyed, protested. Who said you could get in? Women, your name might as well be saying one thing and meaning another. Chen Ping smiled. Weren't you here to give me a ride? If I don't get in, wouldn't I be wasting your kindness, Yi? Who said I was giving you a ride? Lu Yi mumbled defensively. My mistake, Chen Ping said, unfastening his seatbelt and preparing to get out. Before the belt could retract, Lu Yi grabbed his arm in a fluster. Dropping you off on the way isn't a problem. Seeing the teasing smile on Chen Ping's face, Lu Yi realized she had been toyed with and scolded. I just came to enjoy the night view, and you roped me into being your driver. Thank you for the trouble, Yi, Chen Ping teased. It's not trouble, it's my fate. Lu Yi pouted, then with a hint of triumph at the corner of her mouth started the car. That slight upward curl betrayed the truth of her heart. Lu Yi knew she liked Chen Ping in the past. She would never have driven late at night to pick him up like this. How was this different from a direct confession? After that day, when she had driven him to an audition, Chen Ping's words replayed in her mind without end. He had said, I have feelings for you too. A day apart feels like 3 autumns. If the bed won't do, the car will. He spoke casually, but she listened with intent. Lu Yi wondered if Chen Ping's sudden boldness was a hint, combined with his previously reserved nature, shy earnest. She suspected he was waiting for her response. Once she decoded that kernel of meaning, Lu Yi hardly slept for days like an enamored schoolgirl. Afraid he wouldn't come, afraid he might overstep. Tonight she could bear it no longer. Taking advantage of Chen Ping's day off from filming, she drove and waited for him until this was as obvious a signal as a sister could give. If he still did not understand her, she warned him in jest that she'd lift his scalp if he did not make a move. How did the shoot go today? Setting aside romance, Lu Yi worried primarily about Chen Ping's career. She feared that if he flopped, this big role had be crushed. Chen Ping rested one arm on the windowsill, his chin propped on his palm. Silver hair fluttered in the night breeze. That side profile, so devastatingly handsome, nearly sent Lu Yi careening off the road. You said earlier the car would do right. While Lu Yi's mind wandered, Chen Ping replied softly, acting isn't hard. Lu Yi nearly choked on his casual remark. Was all her attentive concern simply to let him show off? Although Lu Yi drove very slowly, the distance from the film city to Chen Ping's rented room was short. Like Zhu Beiji biting into a ginseng fruit, there was hardly time to savor before they arrived. After Chen Ping thanked her, he opened the door to get out. Lu Yi's face fell. Couldn't he at least invite her upstairs for a cup of hot tea? No hot tea. A glass of warm water would do. Did her throat not burn after driving so long? As she sulked, Chen Ping, who had almost climbed the stairwell, turned back. He stooped slightly, looking contrite. Sis, I'm a bit hungry. Is your restaurant still open? It's nearly 3 in the morning. Our diner closed long ago, she replied. Oh, well, Chen Ping rubbed his rumbling belly and suggested, I have some leftover rice. Could you help me make an egg fried rice? You. Lu Yi stammered, then stepped out and slammed the car door. Chen Ping, I must have owed you in another life. Although the result was what she had expected, the process felt utterly different. Who invites a woman upstairs merely to have her cook? Chen Ping relied on his handsome face to act with such abandon. Lu Yi accompanied him into the cramped rented room. When the door shut, her ears felt aflame. She had been to Chen Ping's room before, but never with this fluttering small Dorinthicate. There had even been a time when she perched on his bed and struck a teasing pose to provoke him. Tonight, she dared not be so. He seemed like a different man. Before him, she felt like a helpless lamb. She must not play with fire and be burned. Yet part of her hoped he would be bolder. Even a little roughness might not be unwelcome. If you don't try, how will you know whether I want? Even if I say no at first, you could persist a little. The saying goes, women don't love men who are overly good. It is indeed an eternal adage. She glanced about Chen Ping's modest apartment. Small though it was tidy. Far from spotless, yet pleasing to someone with mild fastidiousness. This was better than before. Opening the fridge, she found half a basin of leftover rice. It smelled fresh enough, not kept. She fetched 2 eggs and brought the rice to the kitchenette. A single induction cooker and a few condiments lined up beside. Being an extra in Hengdian certainly wasn't as lucrative as outsiders imagined. It could be rather meager. A full day's work as an extra might earn only 100 or 2 at most. And rents near Hengdian, driven by demand, were absurdly high. After paying rent, Chen Ping's money was tight. On the rare occasions he treated himself at Lu Yi's restaurant, he would dare to order only one dish and a bowl of rice. Splurging on a cheap drink felt extravagant. Mostly he cooked plain rice at home, fried an egg mixed in some spicy sauce, and made do. Lu Yi tied back her long hair, donned an apron with practiced ease, and heated the oil. True to her background, whether or not the food would be exquisite, her chef's bearing was flawless. Chen Ping reclined on the bed, propping his head, watching her quietly. Tonight Lu Yi wore a pale blue dress that traced her curves with exquisite precision. A woman of this age knows well where her strengths lie. Her generous hips, accentuated by the fitted skirt, were breathtaking. Above them, a narrow, delicate waist. Only a man seasoned by experience could truly appreciate such charm. If Chen Ping had earlier killed with his profile, now Lu Yi, tending the simple dinner, drew envy with just her silhouette. When she tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, the grace of that motion could be called peerless. Chen Ping privately dubbed her his blue-clad goddess. Lu Yi set the freshly made egg-fried rice on the table, thoughtfully ladled a bowl of pickled vegetable soup for Chen Ping, and placed clean chopsticks across the bowl. She called playfully from the bed, "Dinner's ready." Seeing Chen Ping snatch at his chopsticks, she tapped his large hand and pointed toward the bathroom. "Wash your hands first, then eat." Chen Ping complied, restraining himself, washed quickly, and then ate ravenously. Watching him devour the meal, a gentle smile spread across Lu Yi's face, her eyes full of tenderness. Seeing him eat seemed the purest joy in the world. "Yi, your cooking is perfect." Chen Ping praised, shoveling food and giving her a hearty thumbs up. "Humph." Lu Yi responded with a coquettish pout. She replied with pride, "Didn't she know the old adage that to capture a man's heart you must first capture his stomach? He's nearly licking the plate clean. Does that mean he'll expect me to cook for him forever? Asking such an outrageous thing, he should beg." And perhaps I would reluctantly agree. As she teased him, Chen Ping polished off the rice, downed half a bottle of soda in one gulp, and belched contentedly. "You filthy thing." Lu Yi scolded, but her eyes shone with warmth. She cleared the dishes and straightened the room. Then, finding no excuse to linger, she said her goodbyes. At the doorway she hesitated, and finally, she heard Chen Ping call after her. "Yi, why don't you stay tonight?" She was mortified. Such bluntness. She only wanted a glass of water, not to be Chen Ping, you're awful. Lu Yi stamped her foot, blushing, and hurried downstairs. Once inside her car, her little heart still pounded wildly. Left alone in the apartment, Chen Ping was baffled. The mood had swelled to the brink. By all logic, it should have come to fruition. Why had she suddenly fled? Perhaps he had been not blunt enough. Next time he thought he might say plainly, "Yi, I want to sleep with you." The old Chen Ping would never have dared to think of touching Lu Yi, call it shyness or restrained passion. But the new Chen Ping was audacious, and after Wu Yi's simulated experiences, he had grown more open about such matters. Wu Yi's methods, however, had given him only a surface understanding of women's feelings. Wu Yi either chased after women or used force, never considering their emotions. Now Lu Yi played coy while inviting him on, and Chen Ping was utterly bewildered, sunk in deep thought. Over the next few days they met several times. In public, Lu Yi was shy and unwilling to mention that night's happenings. Chen Ping brooded, and combined with his male pride, he felt that having made his intentions clear, if she rejected him, he had no reason to keep pursuing her. Bit by bit their relationship grew more distant than before. Meanwhile, filming for Jiao 2 progressed smoothly. In Yan Zhengguo's eyes, Chen Ping seemed increasingly admirable, like a son-in-law winning over his future mother-in-law. If Chen Ping did not look fierce on and off-camera, rumors about him on set would already have spread like wildfire. Calling someone brought in with backing was flattering. What they feared was the whisper that he brought his behind in. With Chen Ping's temper, head teach the gossip-mongers a lesson. Tonight the Jiao 2 crew returned to the nightclub street. Last time it was a chess parlor, tonight it was a KTV. They were filming a scene whereby Mao staggers out of the KTV after partying, only to be cut down by Rin Guest's men. This would be Bai Mao's final scene. Under normal circumstances it might take 2 nights to shoot, but Chen Ping's performance as Bai Mao was so natural it rarely required warm-up. Most takes were clean. Occasional NGs came when other actors blundered, but where 2 weeks of shooting had been expected, Chen Ping nearly wrapped his day rate payment. Yan Zhengguo was a little embarrassed by the bargain. From time to time, he praised Chen Ping to the extras as a model of professionalism. "Acting, learn from Chen Ge," he would say. The extras could only swallow their frustration. Chen Ping's aura was lethal. Even a passing dog might earn a slap from him. He seemed like a killer reborn. Could they catch up to that by trying harder? The KTV, Honglongguan, had Bai Mao in a private room with 6 or 7 henchmen singing to the tune of the world's finest. He sang as if life depended on it. As expected, women were not lacking. But the princess beside Bai Mao looked uneasy. Though scantily clad, she stiffened whenever he wrapped an arm around her. She kept her right hand between them, trying to keep some space, like a novice brought in for business for the first time. Some bosses really had a taste for innocence. Yet this was acting. The girl needed no technique, only to display exuberance. Through the monitor, Yan Zhengguo spotted the problem and called a halt. He named the girl directly. "Hey, the woman with Chen Ping, stop standing there like a log. Be sultry, be wild. Stick to him, gyrate." As he spoke, he mimed a pole dance in an almost indecent way that made the room wince. Chen Ping watched Yan Zhengguo's lewd motions, then glanced at the girl beside him. It was the first time he had really looked her over. What he saw surprised him. Even with smoky makeup and clothes at odds with her temperament, she struck him as stunning. She brought to mind the school beauty he had once admired from afar. untouchable, intoxicating. Her face was like a soft dumpling with a hint of baby fat, full of youthful collagen like a shelled egg, flawless. Her jet dark eyes seemed to hold a sky of stars glinting with unshed tears that stirred every man's protective instinct. In school she would have been every boy's dream. Physically, she could not rival Lu Yi's commanding presence, but she was slender and graceful, surpassing many peers by elegance alone. If Lu Yi inspired ardent devotion in youthful admirers, this girl's plaintive purity was a different kind of weapon, devastating to middle-aged men. With her mouth trembling, nose wrinkling, and tears about to spill, which middle-aged man could resist? Yin Jinghua, had he scrutinized her more closely, might have softened his barbs. Seeing her on the verge of tears, Chen Ping handed her a tissue and asked, "First time as an extra?" The girl fought back, tears sniffling. She nodded and hiccuped a little. Her endearing display made Chen Ping smile, which in turn made her feel even more wah. Chen Ping handed her a few more tissues and, curiosity getting the better of him, asked, "What's your name? You look young, just graduated. What brought you to Hengdian to work as an extra?" "I am Yang Tianjin. I graduated from vocational school last year. I worked as a restaurant server, but customers groped me. When I complained to the manager, she laughed. I couldn't stand it, so I quit. A classmate told me you can earn a lot as a star, and this place is the only chance ordinary people have to become stars." Another dreamer aiming for stardom. How much she resembled his younger self. Chen Ping did not mock her as naive. He understood the hunger that drove her. But she didn't even understand the basics of the entertainment world. Diving in so headlong could drown her if fortune didn't. Given her delicate looks among Hengdian's wolves, she might be devoured before she knew it, left without a trace. No wonder Qiao Hui had leered at her as soon as she joined the crew. That old dog had designs. Yin Jinghua scolded Qiao Hui, but was about to call for another slate when Chen Ping signaled to pause. Yin Jinghua, puzzled, asked Chen Ping if the girl's presence had thrown him off and offered to replace her. Chen Ping waved him off and smiled. "Yin Gu, give me a chance to act with her. It's her first time as an extra. She has what? First time as an extra? Damn, it was Qiao Hui who put a rookie in such an important scene. That fool must be out of his mind." Seeing Yin Jinghua about to lose his temper, Chen Ping quickly grabbed his arm and explained quietly, "It's not his fault. I arranged for her. She's a distant relative of mine." "A distant relative?" Yin Jinghua muttered, glancing at Yang Tianjin, then at the alluring woman who had been at Chen Ping's side. He understood in an instant. Of course, men. He remembered his own youth. Patting Chen Ping on the shoulder, he offered sober advice. "A graceful lady is an excellent match, but beware of stepping onto two boats. In this industry that is taboo, you're a nugget of gold. Let it shine, don't let a woman ruin you." This, Chen Ping revealed, a helpless smile. Although he did not appear to be a good person, he was still quite innocent when it came to relationships between men and women, at least at this stage. Fried noodles, at least give me some noodles to fry. Even a clever housewife cannot cook without rice. Moreover, his audition with Yang Tianjin was not driven by lust or a misguided desire to save her the lost little lamb. It was purely because a good horse needs a good saddle. Given by Mao's status, the women around him naturally had to be more beautiful than his subordinates. If he were to be paired with a big tank, the audience would be taken out of the scene. One could say Yang Tianjin was a perfect vase, contrasting by Mao's arrogant and domineering personality. Under Yin Jinghua's ambiguous gaze of "I understand," Chen Ping returned to Yang Tianjin's side. Without any unnecessary small talk, he got straight to the point. "Give me one word, can this play still be performed?" "It can be performed, he'll teach you how to act. If not." Chen Ping pointed to the door of the private room, his tone cold. "The door is over there." Yang Tianjin looked at the golden door with a complex expression. This multiple-choice question was not complicated. Should she leave and go to the restaurant to serve plates? Or should she, like her good girlfriend, go to a KTV and be a princess? After glancing at the door, Yang Tianjin's gaze showed no hesitation as she returned to Chen Ping, biting her lip and saying, "Brother, can you teach me how to act? I don't even know how to act myself. I rely on my true self to perform. What can I teach you?" Chen Ping thought to himself, but since he had just made such a bold claim, he couldn't slap himself in the face now. He then showed a kindly, approachable expression and led Yang Tianjin toward the restroom inside the private room, saying, "It's too noisy outside. Let's practice inside. He even goes so far as to teach me how to act in such a place. How kind he is." I'm touched to the core. Yang Tianjin felt a wave of emotion, thinking that Chen Ge's image was gradually becoming more majestic in her heart. Little did she know, while she regarded him as a life mentor, he merely saw her as a saddle. The two entered the restroom, and as the door closed, they completely disappeared from everyone's sight. Initially, everyone was puzzled. Moments later, someone suddenly said, "In such business settings, when a guest takes a princess to the restroom, everyone should know what it represents." "Oh." Everyone exchanged knowing glances and burst into teasing laughter. Rumor has it that Chen Gu couldn't resist and turned the act into reality, taking the actress playing the KTV princess into the restroom. If this had happened to anyone else, everyone would have found it absurd. But with Chen Ping, they even thought it was somewhat superfluous for him. They didn't form a wall of people. Instead, Chen Ping directly pinned Yang Tianjin down on the sofa, which showed his shyness and reluctance to face the situation. This demonstrated Chen Ping's notorious reputation on the set of Jiao Tu 2. In the restroom, the two were unaware of how their performance lesson was being transformed into a scandalous story outside. Chen Ping was seriously teaching Yang Tianjin how to display feminine charm. "You need to soften your body." Chen Ping demonstrated a captivating pose with quite a bold display that made Yang Tianjin. Yang Tianjin tried to mimic him several times, but it wasn't much better than before, and she was almost in tears. Chen Gu, I've never even been in a relationship. Ooh, I really don't know how to seduce you. Chen Ping slapped his forehead and sighed, thinking, do you really need to say that? Even if you said you just returned from surgery in Thailand and haven't adapted to this girl's body, I would believe you. If it weren't for his inability to use a spatial technique, Chen Ping would have wanted Yang Tianjin to undress and switch places with him. Brother, moi, do you have any alcohol here? Yang Tianjin asked cautiously. What do you need alcohol for? I heard from my classmates that when I drink I become very bold and can do anything. At my graduation party, I drank a bottle of beer and pinned a girl down on the ground to kiss her. Chen Ping's eyes lit up upon hearing this, as it is said that alcohol can embolden the timid. Perhaps it could work. He immediately opened the restroom door and shouted outside, is there any alcohol? Bring me a bottle. The people outside heard and collectively gasped, Chen Gu has such refined tastes. To enhance the mood with alcohol. In a rush, they scoured the nightclub street and finally found a bottle of white liquor and hurriedly delivered it inside. It was unclear whether Chen Ping was too eager or if he was just in high spirits, but he didn't seem to care about being discreet. This time the restroom door was left slightly ajar, allowing their conversation to be heard from inside. Chen Ping, how do you feel now? Yang Tianjin, my throat is burning and it's a bit irritating. Take a few more sips to get used to it. Inside the restroom, Chen Ping's anxious voice came through. How about now? Have you gotten into the mood? If you have, let's continue. Everyone was too embarrassed to listen. Chen Gu, you might want to avoid being too obvious. Saying this, they kindly helped Chen Ping close the door. In less than 2 minutes, Chen Ping burst out of the door. Everyone was astonished. They never expected that Chen Gu was such. Upon closer inspection, Yang Tianjin was leaning all over Chen Ping like a little pig rooting through cabbage, her small lips peppering his face and neck with kisses. Chen Ping swiftly carried Yang Tianjin back to the sofa and shouted to Yan Jinghua, Director Yan, let's start filming again. Aim for a one-take shot. Action. This time Yang Tianjin truly showcased the enchanting demeanor of a woman to the fullest. Even Yan Jinghua watching the screen felt a twinge of worry that this scene might not pass the review. While they were busy filming the vibrant KTV scene outside the KTV, Yan Jinghua had already set up the exterior shots and called in several water trucks to create a stormy atmosphere. Cut. Transition to the next scene. With a command from Yan Jinghua, Bai Mao staggered with Yang Tianjin, the delinquent, as they exited the KTV. With dazed eyes, completely unfocused, walking unsteadily, and stumbling, they resembled a puddle of walking mud. This deeply engaging performance made Yan Jinghua suspect that Chen Ping had actually consumed real drugs in the KTV. Outside the KTV, rain poured down like a waterfall. A subordinate was about to hold an umbrella for Bai Mao when he was kicked to the ground by Bai Mao, who laughed maniacally. Huh. While laughing, he opened his mouth wide, drinking the rainwater in large gulps, vividly depicting Bai Mao's madness. Perhaps it was the cold night rain, as everyone present suddenly shivered. Just as Bai Mao was dancing alone in the rain, a synchronized sound of footsteps came from a distance. Bai Mao unconsciously turned to look in the direction of the footsteps. The rain and night formed a seamless line. He heard the steps, but saw no one. At that moment, Bai Mao, who was already tipsy to the point of losing his senses, thought he was hearing things and looked around, until a group of figures in white raincoats suddenly emerged from the dark rain curtain. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of knives being drawn in unison. Kill. The leader was Qing, the top warrior under Bei Guanren. Today he was here to avenge his brother, A Chao, who was brutally shot to death by Bai Mao. Behind Qing, several of Ren's most capable underlings also appeared, and behind them dozens of their henchmen charged forward. Today was destined to be Bai Mao's day of death. Upon seeing the mass of people wielding knives charging toward them, Bai Mao and his group finally reacted and drew their own weapons to confront them. Believing firmly in the philosophy of being fast with a gun beyond 7 steps and accurate and quick within 7 steps, Bai Mao dove into his big cow and pulled out his handgun. Before he could chamber a bullet, A Qing, who charged in first, executed a jump slash. The knife severed his right hand, holding the gun in one clean stroke. A heart-wrenching wail echoed, filled with sorrow. A Qing severed one of the white-haired man's hands with a single strike, a sense of vengeance flickering across his face. The close-up shot followed suit. In the heavy rain, A Qing wiped the rain off his face, wearing a fierce expression. The blade in his hand pointed directly at the white-haired man as he growled, "This strike is for my brother A Chao." As he uttered these words, despite A Qing gritting his teeth and contorting his face to convey his fury, it still fell short in the eyes of Yan Jinghua. His acting seemed superficial, with a hint of exaggeration in his expressions. The ferocity appeared staged, while the deeper, darker side of A Qing remained entirely absent. In Yan Jinghua's design, A Qing was the third male lead, aside from the 2 gang leaders Ren Gu and Lu Jian, destined to become the next leader. If there was a sequel, A Qing would undoubtedly be the protagonist. The character of A Qing cannot simply be summarized by his loyalty to the Brotherhood and ruthless methods. Beneath this surface layer lies A Qing's decisiveness and coldness. To rise to power, he wouldn't hesitate to abandon his boss Guidong, allowing him to die right before his eyes without offering the heart medication that was just within reach. As for A Chaos death, A Qing should feel not only grief, but but also a hint of relief, grateful that he now faced one less competitor for the leadership position. Thus, at this moment facing the white-haired man, awakens should feel both anger and gratitude. Angry that the white-haired man killed his brother and thankful that he had removed a significant obstacle from his path. However, Yin Zhenghua knew that the actor portraying awakens was already giving it his all. Acting, after all, is something that relies heavily on talent. Not every villain can be as good as Chen Ping. Awakens continued to forcefully act fierce, enjoying the spotlight of being the focal character. At this moment, the shouts and chaos from the surrounding henchmen served as his background music. As the investors' chosen third male lead, awakens knew that as long as Gang Leader 2 was released, even if it didn't become a massive hit, as long as it broke, even Gang Leader 3 would surely be on the agenda. And he was guaranteed to be the first male lead in Gang Leader 3. In recent days, Yin Zhenghua's fondness for Chen Ping was evident to anyone in the crew who wasn't blind. It was often said, what if this scene were played by Chen Ping instead? Especially directed at him, the third male lead in the crew. That old fool has lost his mind. The investors are your true fathers. Oh, what use is good acting? You are just a glorified extra. Yet in the crew, awakens dared not lose his temper at Yin Zhenghua. He intended to direct his anger at Chen Ping, but upon seeing Chen Ping's fierce countenance, he immediately cowered. He wondered where that old fool, Yin Zhenghua, had found such an extra emanating an aura of bloodthirst. No one could act that fiercely without at least 10 lives. Perhaps he was just released from prison. After finishing this scene, he would have to return to jail. My life is far more precious than yours, you death row inmate. There's no need to stoop to your level. As awakens consoled himself, he forcibly suppressed his resentment towards Chen Ping. Tonight, he planned to unload all the grievances he had endured in recent days onto Chen Ping during this wrap-up scene. Awakens prepared to switch to a real prop, and when he chased down the white-haired man, he would go all out, striking as hard. Aren't you the acting type? Then it's only natural for me to be more forceful. It's all for a more realistic portrayal. Claiming to uphold justice, yet committing acts of violence and pillage. With this thought, a glimmer of delight appeared in awakens' eyes and the corners of his mouth curled up in a smile that was hard to suppress. How did this blockhead suddenly get wise? Before the big screen, Yin Zhenghua was still astonished. Yet awakens took the lead, raising his mountain knife and swinging it towards the white-haired man. Clang! This strike landed solidly. Although the knife in awakens' hand was merely a prop, under his full swing it felt as if a wooden rod had struck Chen Ping's chest. The tremendous force made Chen Ping stagger back 3 steps, nearly failing to catch his breath. After the intense pain, what followed was the white-haired man's maniacal laughter. Ha ha! Ha ha! Everyone present was bewildered, all turning to look at Yin Zhenghua. Director, this guy isn't following the script. According to the script, at this point the white-haired man should have been knocked down by awakens dodging desperately. Yin Zhenghua was equally perplexed. Could this kid be planning to surprise him? On-site improvisation, spontaneous performance. Filled with expectations and boundless tolerance for Chen Ping in light of Chen Ping's complete disregard for the script, Yin Zhenghua surprisingly did not call cut, instead handing over the scene's direction entirely to Chen Ping. WTF. Awakens wore a face full of confusion, staring incredulously at Yin Zhenghua, wondering how this was even possible. Were you perhaps enchanted by Chen Ping? However, since the director didn't call cut, the entire crew had no choice but to continue with the scene, even if it had derailed. Everyone braced themselves and continued shooting, with all close-up shots inadvertently focusing on the maniacally laughing Chen Ping. Though they completely misunderstood Chen Ping's actions, they were nonetheless deeply impressed. After a round of laughter, the white-haired man suddenly turned to awakens, who was brandishing the mountain knife. Just a glance was enough to completely stun awakens. That sinister gaze sent chills down awakens' spine, as if he were a prey being eyed by a hungry wolf in the desert, expecting the wolf to pounce and tear his throat out with its sharp teeth, ripping him to shreds with its claws. Gulp! Awakens swallowed hard, managing to force a smile that was even more grotesque than crying, saying weakly, "Brother, bad. You wouldn't want to fight back, would you? This is your wrap-up scene. Are you really trying to reverse fate?" In response to awakens' question, the white-haired man, in the next moment, he raised his leg high and kicked awakens away. The once warm and sunny smile instantly twisted into a menacing scowl radiating murder. Damn it. In the streets of the South and North cities, find out who is the boss. It's always been my East Star Crow doing the killing. You a puny little brat think you can take me on? I'll dig up your ancestors' graves. This is what a world-shaking demon looks like. The current white-haired man is a terrifying force that descends from the heavens. Not satisfied with having kicked awakens, the demon white-haired man turned to the henchmen fighting in the rain and shouted, "TMD, did I not feed you enough? You can't even muster the strength to take down one person. I make more noise when I deal with women than you. Take down these little pups. Anyone who holds back will have their heads twisted off by me." With that, he picked up awakens' dropped mountain knife, leading the charge, swinging towards awakens. Under the leadership of the white-haired brother, the previously struggling henchmen seemed to be energized, howling as they charged back at awakens' gang. The situation shifted dramatically. Awakens was chased by the white-haired man, fleeing with his hands over his head. If it weren't for the fact that the weapon in the white-haired man's hand was just a prop, awakens would have already been knocked down and turned into mush. Cut. Yin Zhenghua's voice finally rang out. Hearing the director shout cut, the crew, who had been on the verge of a breakdown and unable to capture the scene, finally breathed a sigh of relief. As for Chen Ping, who had been chasing after a Qing with a knife, he also felt as if he had just awakened from a dream. Damn it. The essence of the Crow brother has taken over. The scene just now was too familiar, a rainy night and knife slaughter. It unconsciously brought Chen Ping back to the past, when Crow brothers simulated his life. With Crow brothers' temper, could he endure this humiliation? If he didn't turn you into minced meat on the spot, you could consider him merciful today. Yan Jinghua, who was determined to end the farce, hurried over to where the instigator Chen Ping was. Just when everyone thought that the wrath of the Yama would leave millions dead, Yan Jinghua asked with concern how Chen Ping was. Is there anywhere you feel uncomfortable? He didn't spare a glance at a Qing who was lying on the ground, crying for his mother. It was as if Chen Ping had slapped a Qing with a big hit, and instead, Yan Jinghua asked the Qing whether the rebound from his face had hurt Chen Ping. This was not just favoritism, it was like the referee had jumped into the match. It was absolutely ridiculous. Everyone on set was left dumbfounded. Even Chen Ping felt embarrassed, scratching his head thinking of explaining his earlier loss of composure. Director Yanai. He only managed to say 3 words before being interrupted by Yan Jinghua. Understanding Wang wore an expression of profound insight, saying, Chen Ping, don't feel guilty. I understand you were too deep into the character. You really thought of yourself as a white-haired character, and in the face of life and death, you didn't want to be captured. Your fate is yours and not determined by heaven. That last performance was truly shocking, if only it had followed the script. This time, even Chen Ping felt a bit embarrassed. Agul, why are you learning from a Hui? If you keep praising me like this, you'll get a big head. Come on, let's do another take. Yan Jinghua clapped his hands for the crew to lift their spirits. The storm had settled. What just happened could only be considered a minor episode. All groups, take your positions, prepare. Yan Jinghua began to direct with a loudspeaker. The entire crew immediately. Only one person had made a mistake. The script supervisor reported to Yan Jinghua. Director, Yan, the actor for a Qing Li Fei, cried, and went back to the hotel. He said he wouldn't shoot this film anymore, stating that others' films cost money while yours cost lives. What? He is the main actor today, and you're telling me he ran away? Yan Jinghua exploded in anger. Get him back here. Either shoot or get lost. The script supervisor looked at Yan Jinghua awkwardly. Director, Yan, I don't think Li Fei will be coming back today. I'm not exaggerating, just look at Chen Ping's earlier state. I was shivering just watching from the side. Not to mention Li Fei, who was chased by Chen Ping. You should have seen his panicked expression, crying for his mother. This. Yan Jinghua's face showed a hint of displeasure. Is it really Chen Ping's fault? He got scared and cried. I have to say, today's new generation of actors are too delicate. Not to mention back in the late last century, when movie special effects weren't as advanced as today, to pursue cinematic effects, famous stars did all their own stunts without using body doubles. Getting bruises and broken bones was commonplace. Not to mention that group of stunt actors, they truly put their lives on the line. The money they earned was not even a fraction of. You cried out for help after being hit twice with a prop knife. What would they have done when crashing cars? Yan Jinghua waved his hand, indicating that he understood. So are we filming the final scene for the white-haired character tonight? The script supervisor asked. Yes, of course. Yan Jinghua replied. We already captured a Qing's close-up earlier. Now we just need to film a Ruan and the other subordinates attacking the white-haired character. But in the script, a Qing scene is the main highlight. Hee. Yan Jinghua sneered. Give him a chance, and he can't handle it. I can't help it. Tell him that if he wants to come back tomorrow, he can, but if he doesn't, that's fine too. We'll go by the contract. Whatever compensation is due, he won't get a penny less. With that, the script supervisor replied understood and went down to arrange related matters. Scene 73, Act 8, Action. The revenge scene in the rain was proceeding in an orderly manner. This was the final scene for the white-haired character and also his demise. After having his arm chopped off by a Qing, the white-haired character understood that he would find no escape tonight. He also knew that he had committed too many wrongdoings, and this outcome was something he had long anticipated, merely a matter of time. After being stabbed multiple times and finally pierced in the chest by the fat guy, the white-haired character's face, once arrogant and cruel, surprisingly revealed a hint of relief. He grasped the fat guy's right hand, holding the knife not in a desperate last-ditch effort, but rather he pulled his hand further in. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, mixing with the rain and fading away, eventually dripping onto the ground. The white-haired character smiled, but this time the smile was exceptionally gentle and restrained. He opened his mouth, but only coughed up some blood, unable to utter a single word. But from the shape of his lips, it seemed he was trying to say thank you. Thank you to the fat guy for granting him a release. In this life, he was destined to be a villain with a heart full of sins, with nothing worthy of sympathy. This restrained smile and the unspoken thank you completely elevated the character of the white-haired man. Cut. Yan Jinghua's voice resonated powerfully, echoing through the rainy night. The tense nerves of everyone finally relaxed in that instant, and many even collapsed onto the ground exhausted. If one looked closely, a hint of tears glistened in the corners of Yan Jinghua's eyes. It wasn't easy. In his mind, the white-haired character had truly been brought to life by Chen Ping. Chen Ping's performance of the white-haired character's arrogance and madness was thoroughly captivating, embodying both spirit and essence. The most precious thing was that even the fleeting kindness and warmth in the white-haired character's heart before his death were perfectly captured by Chen Ping. If the white-haired character's evil was strange and indulgent, and arrogance that made even dogs too afraid to bark, then his goodness was restrained and implicit, an unattainable disappointment, a regret of gaining and then losing. Chen Ping. Yin Zhenghua ran over and gave Chen Ping a fierce hug, his voice choked with emotion. Only you understand me. Only you understand me. Chen Ping expressed that he was not the one who truly understood him, he was merely playing himself. As the commotion faded, the crew began to pack up. Chen Ping's final scene had also ended perfectly. Chen Ping and all scenes for Corner 2 will have wrapped up as well, so you must come for the wrap party for a drink. Yin Zhenghua smiled brightly like a sunflower. It was evident that Yin Zhenghua truly admired Chen Ping. Chen Ping nodded, indicating he would definitely come. The two exchanged pleasantries for a few moments, and finally, under Yin Zhenghua's reluctant gaze, Chen Ping stood up to bid farewell. As Chen Ping was about to leave, Yin Zhenghua got up to see him off. Just as he was about to exit the crew area, a staff member called out, "Brother Ping, what are we going to do about that girl?" Chen Ping followed the direction of the person's finger and saw that it was Yang Tianjin. At this moment, she was drunk and sleeping on the table. "What can I do? Am I supposed to carry her back?" "Young man, your question is quite amusing. This woman doesn't even bother to leave an emergency contact while playing an extra." The crowd truly did not know how to settle Yang Tianjin, and ultimately the responsibility naturally fell upon Chen Ping, the one who had drunkenly led her to this state. Under the envious gazes of everyone in the crew, Chen Ping carried Yang Tianjin out of the nightclub. Before leaving, Yin Zhenghua patted Chen Ping on the shoulder meaningfully and reminded him, "Young man, exercise some restraint tonight. Old man, you think everyone is like you, having a heart, but lacking strength. Is the title of Electric Little Motor just for show?" "No, Brother Zhenghua, let me explain. I'm just taking her home to sleep, nothing else." Unfortunately, after giving his advice, Yin Zhenghua left gracefully, leaving Chen Ping alone, feeling disheveled in the wind. He felt like the yellow mud in his pants, neither shit nor anything else. Women are indeed troublesome. The more beautiful they are, the more trouble they bring. Chen Ping walked through the film city with Yang Tianjin on his back, and this girl was still restless, twisting and turning. Her drinking manners were extremely poor. Fortunately, it wasn't long before Chen Ping spotted a taxi. He tossed Yang Tianjin into the back seat and told the driver the address of his rental apartment, then they sped off. Normally, after night shifts, Chen Ping would never be so extravagant. He usually rode a shared bicycle back. He didn't earn much and expenses in Hengdian were high, so every little bit saved counted. Today was indeed a splurge, all thanks to this woman. After finally getting Yang Tianjin home, Chen Ping hadn't even had time to wash his face when he received a text message about a bank transfer. It was from Yin Zhenghua, a total of 2,000 yuan. Yin Zhenghua had given Chen Ping a great pay rate of 1,000 yuan per scene, and since Chen Ping had shot for 10 days, he should have received a total of 1,000 yuan. "Brother Yin, did you calculate my salary wrong? I only shot for 10 days. Take it." "Brother Chen, to be honest, my brother has limited funding for this film and really can't offer a high salary. With your talent, not to mention doubling it, even offering 1 million wouldn't be feasible. This time consider it a favor owed to you. Your next project, I'll give you a big contract guaranteeing you the second male lead." Yin Zhenghua was indeed righteous, not only doubling Chen Ping's salary, but also promising him a future project. Just this promise was worth more than 1 million. It's clear that he sees potential in Chen Ping and wants to support him. In fact, directors and actors complement each other. Some actors are just suited to perform in a particular director's films. Similarly, certain directors' films suit specific actors. It's not unheard of in the entertainment industry for conflicts between directors and lead to a dramatic drop in popularity for both. One could say they rise and fall together. The reason Yin Zhenghua valued Chen Ping so highly was naturally due to his potential. Whether he could become Yan's go-to leading man depended on the market response to Jiao Tu. Not only does the film need to be a hit, but Chen Ping's character, the white-haired one, must outshine the lead to capture the largest share of the film's popularity. Only then could Chen Ping truly soar. Generally, the odds of such success are akin to winning a lottery jackpot. However, having witnessed Chen Ping's acting, Yin Zhenghua had a clear understanding of his talent. Instead of Chen Ping's fame skyrocketing due to Jiao Tu, it is more likely that the film will become a hit because of the character he portrays. But ultimately, man proposes and heaven disposes. Whether Jiao Tu succeeds still depends on fate. Sometimes when a film suddenly becomes popular, everyone involved, directors, leads, planners, producers, investors, are left in a daze. It feels as if the heavens have chosen to shower you with money, making it impossible to earn less. Yin Zhenghua also wants to experience such a rain of money. Even if the worst outcome occurs and the film doesn't succeed and Chen Ping's character fails to gain popularity, then Yin Zhenghua would only lose 1,000 yuan. Given Chen Ping's talent, he will surely carve a niche for himself in the entertainment industry sooner or later. At the very least, he would be a reliable antagonist akin to Zhou Xiaolong, securing a place among the second and third-tier actors in the country. Spending 1,000 yuan to secure a favor from a second-tier actor is a deal that no one would pass up. In the end, it boils down to one thing: words are laden with brotherhood, but I see only business. Having been in the entertainment industry for nearly 30 years, if Yin Zhenghua were truly viewed as a naive youth, that would be underestimating him. With Yin Zhenghua saying this, if Chen Ping were to refuse again, it would be too ungrateful. After thanking him, he accepted Yin Zhenghua's bank transfer. Yin Zhenghua did not linger, knowing that Chen Ping had important matters to attend to. Perhaps he was already preparing to draw his gun and mount his horse. In the rental apartment, after ending the conversation with Yin Zhenghua, Chen Ping was faced with a dilemma. Looking at Yang Tianjin on the bed, her delicate shoulders exposed her skin fairer than snow. It would be a lie to say he wasn't moved. However, the biggest difference between him and Brother Crow is that he still has his principles. This young girl had never even been in a relationship. If her first experience was so unclear and muddled, he could easily blame Yang Tianjin for seducing him, washing his hands of all responsibility. But one must not act like a beast. For the sake of a moment of impulse, he shouldn't abandon his principles. Chen Ping rushed into the bathroom and took a cold shower, fiercely suppressing his desires. Looking back at Yang Tianjin on the bed, he couldn't help but frown. This girl's clothes were already soaked from the rain during that chase scene. If she slept in such wet clothes, she would surely catch a cold. Yet he couldn't bring himself to help her undress. If first he was afraid he wouldn't be able to control himself, and second it was certain that he wouldn't be able to control himself. After thinking for a while, Chen Ping dialed Lu Yi's number. When Lu Yi saw Chen Ping's call, after feeling delighted, she was also filled with infinite grievances. Pouting her little lips, she forced herself to calm down and said, "Hello. Chen Ping, what's the matter calling me so late?" In the next moment, Chen Ping's words completely shattered Lu Yi's composure. "Hey, Sister Yi, can you come to my room?" Lu Yi immediately turned bright red and shouted, "Chen Ping, are you crazy? It's already midnight. What do you want me to— What else could it be? Chen Ping, you just want to take advantage of me, bullying me, because you know I have even the slightest bit of affection." Chen Ping glanced at Yang Tianjin on the bed. It was hard to speak up about this matter. After all, he couldn't exactly say he wanted Lu Yi to come over in the middle of the night to help a girl undress. Knowing Lu Yi's personality, she would definitely want to dig deeper, practically wanting to unearth Yang Tianjin's entire ancestry. He thus fabricated a half-truth, saying, "It's a bit urgent, I can't handle this without you. Sister Yi, hurry over. My phone is about to die, I'll hang up now. I'll wait for you in my room. If you don't come tonight, After saying that, he hung up the phone. Listening to the tone on the line, Lu Yi's mind went blank. The words Chen Ping had just said kept replaying in her mind. "I can't handle this without you. If you want to call someone else to do it, I definitely won't agree. If you don't come, I won't sleep tonight. I'm afraid that if I come over, you really won't sleep tonight." Oh. Lu Yi's originally snow-white skin gradually turned a shade of pink as her imagination ran wild. "Though I say I dislike you, I've spent half an hour getting ready." Lu Yi hummed a little tune while picking clothes from her dazzling wardrobe. "Will this tank top be too revealing? I'm worried Chen Ping might act impulsively. Although these jeans fit my figure perfectly, they're too tight. Won't they be hard to take off?" "Ugh, Lu Yi, you little flirt." In the end, Lu Yi chose a purple tank dress, paired it with a pair of black high-heeled sandals, matched it with a forest green Gucci lambskin handbag, sprayed a bit of Chanel No. 3 perfume, and applied a striking Lancome lipstick. By the time Lu Yi knocked on Chen Ping's door, an hour had already passed. Upon seeing him, the originally powerful and queenly Lu Yi suddenly turned bashful, like a little white rabbit caught by a big bad wolf. Lowering her head shyly, she said, "What is it? I was already in bed. Is there something urgent that only I can handle?" I rushed over without even tidying up. Chen Ping looked Lu Yi up and down, unhesitatingly exposing her lie. "Sister Yi, with the way you're dressed, how can you say you haven't tidied up? Didn't you feel any guilt while lying?" Caught off guard, Lu Yi's face turned as red as a monkey's bottom, and she angrily retorted, "I just didn't tidy up. I always sleep like this at home." Lu Yi grew more and more aggrieved. "You silly big pig, after dressing up for so long, who do you think I dressed for? Isn't it just for you?" Immediately she felt sad and was about to turn away, but Chen Ping grabbed her wrist. He said with a hum, "Sister Yi, I need to criticize you for a moment. Given how beautiful you look, without even tidying up, if you were to really dress up, words from the mortal realm wouldn't even suffice to describe your beauty. You have to leave some room for other women in the world." Lu Yi burst into laughter, realizing that all the build-up was just this strategy of retreating to advance, seemingly belittling, yet actually praising, was indeed a clever move by Chen Ping. Lu Yi, who had just been angry, suddenly became bashful again. Lowering her head, her fingers intertwined, even her 10 delicate toes curled up, shyly biting her lips. "How annoying. I won't listen to your nonsense. When a woman says no, it means she wants you to try harder. When I say I won't listen, I'm reminding you to quickly shower me with praise." Chen Ping, however, changed his tone and said, "Sister Yi, you shouldn't go out next time. What are you afraid of?" Lu Yi, confused by Chen Ping's words, lifted her head curiously and asked. Chen Ping sighed. "Firstly, I'm afraid that when you go out, other women might become jealous and harm you. Secondly, I'm afraid that other men will take a liking to you, and they'll get jealous." Lu Yi felt her blood rush to her head, her face flushed with embarrassment, and even the air she breathed was filled with the sweet and sour taste of love. Stamping her foot shyly, she said, "Stop it. I won't listen. Seeing her expression, Chen Ping guessed that Lu Yi would likely not refuse his request now. "Phew, it's really exhausting to please a woman." He immediately said, "Sister Yi, I want to ask you to do me a favor." Chen Ping's ulterior motives were finally revealed. At this moment, Lu Yi was completely overwhelmed by her feelings of love. Even though it was her first time, and the room was nothing like the sea view suite filled with rose petals from her dreams, Lu Yi no longer cared. She was ready to embrace Chen Ping, mentally and physically. Even if Chen Ping was a scumbag, she accepted her fate. To be honest, it felt like she was an old cow eating young grass. Not daring to look at Chen Ping, she pushed him towards the bathroom and shyly said, "You should go take a shower first." "Take a shower? I've already taken one," Chen Ping remarked, puzzled. "Oh, so well prepared." Lu Yi, feeling nervous, closed her eyes tightly, her eyelashes trembling slightly, and said, "Then, I'll go wash up." "Are you going to wash up too? That's unnecessary." "No, even though I washed at home, I just went to the bathroom." Lu Yi's voice grew softer. You idiot, get out of the way. As she spoke, Lu Yi dashed towards the bathroom, afraid that if she took any longer, she would faint from embarrassment. Just then a retching sound interrupted Lu Yi's advance. She glanced at Chen Ping, who seemed perfectly fine. Then she followed the sound to take a look at the bed. She saw a woman lying on Chen Ping's bed, disheveled and with her shoulders exposed. It was a sight too unbearable to look at. Lu Yi's mind went blank instantly. She completely could not understand why a woman would appear half-naked on Chen Ping's bed so late at night. Her eyes, as beautiful as peach blossoms, instantly filled with tears, and she covered her mouth sobbing. Chen Ping, did you call me here just to show me how you and another woman are being affectionate? No. Chen Ping was utterly confused. I really called you here because there's an urgent matter. You already have this vixen, why did you call me over? Are you asking me to join your little group? Do you think I Lu Yi am that cheap in your eye? No, I called you to help her take off her clothes. Lu Yi let out a scream. Can't you have a little self-respect? You've already done that with her, do you still need me to help you take off her clothes? Don't you have hands? Or do you think my help will satisfy your perverse fetish? No, Sister Yi, it's a matter of principle between men and women. She just got caught in the rain while filming and her clothes are soaked. If she wears them to sleep, she might catch a cold. If I take them off, how will I explain it tomorrow? A pure young girl's reputation would be ruined if it got out. After hearing Chen Ping's lengthy explanation, Lu Yi calmed down a bit. She pointed at Yang Tianjin on the bed and asked, Are you saying you haven't done anything with her? Of course not. If we had done anything, would I still call you? Lu Yi's eyes widened, a murderous aura evident. Hiss. More vicious than a white-haired beast. Lu Yi checked Yang Tianjin's clothes and found that, as Chen Ping said, there had been no substantial progress between them. The disheveled clothes must have been caused by the girl herself. After Chen Ping explained the entire situation, Lu Yi looked utterly incredulous. Chen Ping, did you call me over in the middle of the night just to help this girl take off her clothes? Yes. Otherwise, why would I call you over? Lu Yi felt like 100 exclamation marks were omitted here. I spent an hour dressing up just to come to your place and help take off a piece of clothing from a girl on your bed. If it weren't illegal to kill, I would have chopped you, Chen Ping, into minced meat. Lu Yi rolled her eyes at Chen Ping with great disdain. Her expression resembled that of a woman scorned in a secluded chamber. A glance at Yang Tianjin on the bed revealed her strikingly handsome features. As one of the prominent figures in Hengdian, Lu Yi had encountered many top actresses, yet this young girl was not inferior to the most popular young flowers in terms of beauty. What was even more precious was the youthful innocence in her demeanor, a quality that ordinary actresses failed to portray. This made Lu Yi increasingly doubt that Chen Ping was indeed a man. Inside the room, two women were rare beauties, their figures contrasting in voluptuousness and slenderness. One was inebriated and unconscious, while the other willingly offered her embrace. Can you really endure this? Chen Ping, you are so noble. You truly are remarkable. Not far away, Chen Ping silently lamented having resisted temptation, sending away the enticing feast that was almost within his grasp, only to find himself in a situation where he was neither here nor there. Looking at Lu Yi's expression, it was clear she had noted his actions in her little notebook. Oh, being the good guy is so... Lu Yi reached out to check Yang Tianjin's forehead, which felt slightly warm. The black spaghetti strap she wore seemed drenched as if it had been soaked in water. Wearing something so wet after a night, it would be strange if she didn't catch a fever. Chen Ping had a hard time having to guard such a beauty without losing control, and now she even asked him to help her change clothes. Even the ancient Lu Xiaohui could not have compared. With this thought, Lu Yi's previous frustration vanished, and she developed a new understanding of Chen Ping's character. He was a man worthy of lifelong trust. Chen Ping watched as Lu Yi on the bed initially gazed at him with a resentful look, but soon stole a shy glance, lowering her head in a charming display. Chen Ping was utterly confused. Woman, where is your shyness? I truly cannot grasp it. Lu Yi undid the two straps of Yang Tianjin's top, noticing Chen Ping still frozen. Beside her, she teased Chen Ping, is this girl's skin fair or not? Fair, really fair. Chen Ping swallowed hard, feeling parched. A sense of danger. Chen Ping immediately felt alert, knowing, without looking, that those fox-like, enchanting eyes could tear him to shreds. With an awkward smile, he quickly fabricated a lie. My mouth is a bit dry. I'm going to the bathroom to get some water. He then walked into the bathroom. Lu Yi, who had been frowning on the bed, couldn't hold her composure upon hearing Chen Ping say he was going to the bathroom for a drink. She chuckled lightly and said, it's not like I'm not letting you see, it's just that I won't let you see other women. After removing Yang Tianjin's black strap, Lu Yi lifted her, resting her chin on her shoulder while her hands slipped under her armpits. Expertly locating the row of metal clasps, she pinched with her fingers, and with a click the undergarment fell away. After all, women understand women. For an average novice, just unfastening this would take 2 minutes. Brothers, how long did it take you the first time you dealt with this? As Lu Yi attempted to remove Yang Tianjin's panties, the latter suddenly struggled violently. She must have sensed the danger, instinctively resisting with a kick that sent Lu Yi tumbling. With a loud thud, Chen Ping rushed out of the bathroom. Seeing Lu Yi sprawled on the floor, he quickly went over and picked her up, his face filled with concern. Does it hurt? Are you injured? I'm fine. Lu Yi rubbed her arm. She had just bumped it with no skin broken. She should be alright. How did you fall off the bed? Was it that woman who was unruly? Chen Ping complained somewhat as he turned around, his eyes widening upon seeing the scene on the bed. This could not even be described as a fleeting glimpse of spring, it was nothing short of unreserved. Seeing Chen Ping standing there in shock, Lu Yi was puzzled until she followed his gaze. What a majestic sight. She suddenly leaped onto Chen Ping, covering his eyes with her hands, and shrieked, "Chen Ping, don't look. You'll get needle eyes. This scenery, even if my eyes rotted, I'd have to admire it a second time." Unfortunately, it was not allowed. Lu Yi pulled Chen Ping's head down and stuffed him back into the bathroom. In the bathroom, Chen Ping could only hear a rustling sound. He didn't know how long it had been when Lu Yi's voice came from, "Okay, Chen Ping, you can come out now." When Chen Ping stepped out, he saw Yang Tianjin already wrapped tightly in a blanket. Forget about a glimpse of spring. If it weren't for fear of Yang Tianjin suffocating, Lu Yi would have tucked her head under the covers. Seeing Chen Ping pouting, Lu Yi bore a triumphant look like a little fox whose scheme had succeeded. She took all the blankets. "What will I cover with tonight?" Chen Ping exclaimed in frustration. "Here, you can sleep on the floor." "Why should I? This bed is so big it can fit 2 people. Is there no sense of justice? Is there no law? Can't I even sleep in my—" Lu Yi smiled mischievously, starting to take off her earrings, grinning. "Chen Ping, do you really think I will go back tonight? If I leave tonight, I guarantee that as soon as I step out the door, Chen Ping will dive into the blanket. Would I give you that chance?" After removing her earrings, Lu Yi, under Chen Ping's astonished gaze, lifted a corner of the blanket and quickly crawled in. Finally, she poked her little head out and commanded Chen Ping, "Turn off the light. I'm going to sleep." With a click, the light went out. In the darkness, Lu Yi felt a sudden movement of footsteps. In the quiet night, the man's breathing was exceptionally clear. Finally, Lu Yi felt a corner of the blanket being lifted and a cold breeze rushed in, nearly scaring her out of her wits. She lowered her voice and shouted, "Chen Ping, are you out of your mind?" A lazy voice from the man replied, "This is my bed. If you want to sleep on the floor, go ahead." "Are you crazy? That girl is wearing nothing. But there's still you in between. I can't just reach for things from afar, can I? That's still not okay. What if your beastly nature erupts?" Lu Yi said, both shy and flustered. "If I truly lose control, do you think you two would still be able to talk?" As he spoke, Chen Ping had already forced his way in, his body pressed tightly against Lu Yi. She pushed him twice but couldn't budge. At first, she hugged her arms tightly, as stiff as a piece of wood. Not long after, Lu Yi heard Chen Ping snoring like a pig beside her. It was evident that this concluding scene had exhausted Chen Ping. Such an alluring scene, and yet he fell asleep just like that. After quietly listening to him snore for 10 minutes, Lu Yi confirmed that Chen Ping was truly asleep. At this moment, she began to move her body cautiously. With 3 people squeezed onto one bed, it was indeed a close contact. The man's warmth was intense, though every time Lu Yi touched Chen Ping, it felt like she was touching a flame. In a daze, Lu Yi also drifted off to sleep. The next morning, Yang Tianjin gradually woke up holding her head. Although she had only taken a few sips of white wine yesterday, it had completely knocked her out as she looked around. "Where am I? Why does it feel so chilly and empty?" Glancing to the side, she saw a bare-chested man with a woman of exquisite temperament and stunning beauty lying on top of him. "Is this Brother Chen from last night?" Looking at herself, she let out a sharp scream, startling the two entwined figure. Chen Ping squinted his eyes groggily, surveying his surroundings, clearly awake in body, but still asleep in spirit. He thought he heard a rooster crowing. He grabbed a pillow to cover his ears and went back to sleep. As for Lu Yi, who was sprawled on Chen Ping, reluctant to separate from him, she suddenly woke up after a brief moment of confusion. "Oh no, this misunderstanding has escalated." She hurriedly explained, "Sister, it's not what you think. Brother Chen didn't do anything bad to you last night." "Ew, I was watching." "Yes, you were watching. You saw Brother Chen do something bad to me." Seeing Yang Tianjin's face filled with despair, Lu Yi panicked, noticing that Chen Ping was still sleeping, which made her furious. She slapped Chen Ping's buttocks angrily and shouted, "Chen Ping, you need to explain this to her." Chen Ping's eyes opened halfway, and he was gradually waking up. The 2 women eagerly awaited Chen Ping's explanation while he leisurely got out of bed. The 2 women were blushing. As Chen Ping got dressed, he said, "I suggest you both tidy up your clothes first, and then we can have a good chat." "Oh!" The 2 women screamed in unison. Yang Tianjin was open and upright, needing no further explanation. Lu Yi had also come over in a tank top, and after a night of sleep, her clothes were disheveled. It was particularly tempting. While the 2 women hurriedly arranged their clothing, Chen Ping feasted his eyes. The following explanations didn't take much effort. Chen Ping simply recounted everything that had happened the previous night. After some thought, Yang Tianjin's face flushed, and she actually apologized to Chen Ping for causing him trouble. This girl was so naive that even Lu Yi felt pity for her. Chen Ping, however, seriously doubted how Yang Tianjin had grown up with her level of intelligence. In truth, Yang Tianjin had a scale in her heart. She was already grateful for Brother Chen's help last night, and subconsciously believed that her brother Chen was a gentleman. Moreover, although she had never experienced it herself, she had seen it happen. Being in a vocational school, she had heard enough from her dorm mates about this aspect. She knew that the feeling after the first time would definitely not be as easy as it was now. Now, with a reasonable explanation, could she really insist that Chen Ping had violated her and extorted him? Such a morally bankrupt act was something Yang Tianjin could not bring herself to do. As for Chen Ping's I feast, Yang Tianjin could only silently suffer, swallowing her grievances. She could only comfort herself, at least she had seen Chen Ping's upper body, so it was fair. Having resolved the misunderstanding, the 3 fell into silence, but Chen Ping recalled the important matter. "Yang Tianjin, that dress is from the crew. Director Yin instructed me yesterday to return it." Also, I'll settle the extra pay for the extras from yesterday for you. Okay, I'll go over right now, Yang Tianjin said as she got up to leave. Lu Yi quickly stood up and said, Tianjin, let me drive. The sun outside is harsh, don't get sunburned. By the way, Tianjin, what brand of lotion are you using? Your skin is as smooth. Sister Yi, don't tease me. Your skin is even better, fair and tender. Once women start talking about skincare, the conversation flows endlessly. The atmosphere quickly warmed up. Upon opening Chen Ping's door, Yang Tianjin exclaimed in surprise, no way. Brother, I live right across the hall. This dramatic scene added to the topic between the two women. Tianjin, so you are the new My mom praised you in the shop, saying the new girl is as beautiful as a fairy. I didn't expect we would meet like this. The two women chattered away while Chen Ping followed behind them, yawning continuously. Last night, he felt like there was a rock pressing on his chest, and his feet were entangled by a water snake, which kept him from getting a good night's sleep. After accompanying Yang Tianjin to return the dress, and having lunch at Lu Yi's family's small restaurant, Chen Ping said he was going back to take a nap. Meanwhile, Lu Yi volunteered to show Yang Tianjin around the film city and see if any crews were looking for female extras to give her some opportunities. Before the three parted ways, Yang Tianjin waved goodbye to Chen Ping with an innocent smile. Brother Chen Ping, please continue to guide me in acting in the future. Her words made Lu Yi's heart race. Could it be that she was letting a wolf into the house? She had heard that today's young girls were not to be underestimated and their tea art was exceptionally skilled. Days passed quietly. Under Yin Xingguo's management, the concluding scenes of Jiao Tu were proceeding in an even Qing, who had been frightened to tears by Chen Ping a few days ago after being scolded by the investors, obediently canceled her flight and returned to the crew. The filming continued as usual. However, Yin Xinghua had already announced that this actor would never be allowed to return after this. After finishing a day's shoot, Yin Xinghua checked the progress, and if all went well, they could wrap up as early as tomorrow. Seeing the film nearing completion, Yin Xinghua felt a bit reluctant. As a director, one could only make a dozen or 20 films in a lifetime, with only a couple standing out. Given his current age, each film was precious. While lamenting how time hastens aging, Yin Xinghua couldn't help but think of the extraordinary extra Chen Ping. The older one gets, the more one cherishes talent, and this saying holds true. He truly wanted to promote Chen Ping, but now that his new film was barely at the wrap stage, he had no idea where the next one would come from. He could afford to wait, but Chen Ping could not. Chen Ping wasn't old, but he wasn't young either. Although he hadn't yet achieved results or won awards, he should be accumulating popularity through a few good works at this time. Broad vision and focused effort, profound accumulation and subtle emergence. Yin Xinghua opened WeChat, preparing to shamelessly ask his old friends if they had any suitable roles. Just as he opened his friend's circle and swiped a couple of times, he saw a post about a lead role. The poster was Zhang Huan, who had once worked under him as an assistant director for a while. Later, Yin Xinghua recommended him to the prestigious Shengshi Media of the 4 major entertainment companies in Longhua, and he had made a name for himself in the past 2 years, even becoming a director. Ding ding ding. A phone rang. Chen Ping picked up the phone, and it was indeed Yin Xinghua calling. Hello, brother Yin, it's so late. Unless you're inviting me out for drinks, I'm not going anywhere. The other end of the line let out a playful curse. You're always under a woman's skirt. Get ready, I'm coming to pick you up now. At this hour, you're coming to pick me up. Where are we going? To Xiangqing Film City for an audition. A silent night. A black Audi A6 is cruising on the highway from Hengdian to Xiangqing. The two film cities are located in the same province, but they are at opposite ends, requiring a 3-hour drive, even on the highway. Naturally, sitting in the A6 are Chen Ping and Yin Xinghua. After picking up Chen Ping, Yin Xinghua, under the pretext of respecting elders and loving the young, handed the steering wheel to Chen Ping and comfortably reclined in the passenger seat. Chen Ping couldn't help but feel amused and exasperated at Yin Xinghua, this disrespectful old fellow. Yinggu, what kind of play is this? Why do we have to rush over for a rehearsal at this late hour? Tomorrow I have to shoot the finishing scene for Jiao Tu, and I can't spare the time. I called Zhang Huan, and it turns out he is in Xiangqing tonight, and has time, so I thought I should seize the opportunity to finalize the role. If we go late, I'm afraid you won't even get a hot meal. Yin Xinghua had become increasingly unruly with age. But Chen Ping also understood that only true friends could be so sharp-tongued, those who only exchanged pleasantries were merely acquaintances. Chen Ping rolled his eyes at Yin Xinghua, and asked, you really think this movie is that good? Yin Xinghua nodded. I haven't read the script yet, but I've discussed it with Zhang Huan over the phone. It's set against a contemporary backdrop featuring 2 brothers from the same school, one adept at boxing, the other skilled in leg techniques. The elder brother descends the mountain intending to bring honor to their sect by challenging various martial artists, only to find that martial arts have fallen out of favor in society. Thus, he joins the police force to eliminate evil and support the weak. The younger brother also becomes highly skilled and faces the elder brother's past experiences after descending the mountain. However, he is a martial arts fanatic. He forces the leaders of various sects who have long since retreated from the martial arts world to fight against him. Each move is lethal. The tragic deaths of the sect leaders cause a stir in the police force. In the end, it culminates in a confrontation between the 2 brothers representing good and evil. After hearing Yin Xingguo's brief synopsis, Chen Ping pondered, am I playing the elder brother this time? Goodness, Chen Ping, you truly are like a toad yawning. Thinking too highly of yourself, jumping straight to the lead role. He couldn't help but laugh, while scolding, although Zhang Huan may not be very famous, he has at least directed independently. In a legitimate theatrical movie, can you even land the lead role? He continued, moreover, with your rough demeanor, if you play a police officer, it must be as an undercover from the opposing side. You might be a bit off for the righteous role. This time I'm setting you up for the character of the younger brother. A villain right up your alley. The first antagonist with a chance to shine. Yan Xingguo's genuine concern for Chen Ping was evident, and Chen Ping knew this in his heart. However, he thought it best to keep his gratitude to himself, as expressing it would sound overly polite. After a 3-hour arduous journey, the two finally arrived at the 5-star hotel where Zhang Huan was staying, the Junlan Hotel. After parking the car, Yan Zhenghua called Zhang Huan. Hello. Huan, I've arrived, and am at the Junlan Hotel lobby right now. On the other end, Zhang Huan's astonished exclamation was clear. Yan Gu, you really came. I thought. Upon hearing this, Yan Zhenghua immediately furrowed his brow and replied unhappily, after all this time you still don't understand me. When have I ever joked with you? I said I would bring someone over for the audition tonight, and I definitely would. Where are you? Zhang Huan quickly apologized from the other end. Yan Gu, please wait in the hotel lobby for a moment. I have something to attend to, just give me a few minutes and I'll handle it. Accompanied by sounds of movement, it seemed Yan Xingguo's call had interrupted Zhang Huan's leisure time. Without waiting for Zhang Huan to finish, Yan Zhenghua hung up the phone, his face clouded with displeasure. Zhang Huan's behavior clearly indicated that he did not take Yan Zhenghua seriously. Yan Zhenghua had just boasted to Chen Ping, and now he felt he had lost face completely. If it weren't for his lingering hope for the role, given his temperament, he would have left in a huff. Chen Ping remained silent, observing and listening to everything. They waited in the hotel lobby for a full 20 minutes. Finally, the main guest arrived, moving slowly towards them, resembling Chao Hui in demeanor and attire, dressed in luxurious silk pajamas and wearing disposable hotel slippers. Oh, Yan Laoj, sorry to keep you waiting. Being in such good health is also a burden. Zhang Huan approached with an apology, but his smug expression and flippant demeanor made it uncomfortable. It should be noted that it had been 20 minutes since Yan Zhenghua finished his call. If Zhang Huan truly respected Yan Zhenghua, or even considered him a friend, he wouldn't have kept him waiting like this. Chen Ping began to wonder if there was some unresolved conflict between Yan Zhenghua and Zhang Huan, as it seemed like Zhang Huan was deliberately humiliating Yan Zhenghua. Yan Zhenghua wore a long face and did not accept Zhang Huan's insincere apology. He got straight to the point, saying, Zhang Huan, are we still holding auditions for that role? Of course, why wouldn't we? Zhang Huan exaggeratedly responded, then burst into laughter. Yan Gu, look at you, still so impatient. It's been so long since we last met, let's sit down, have some tea, and catch up, he said, settling into a sofa in the hotel lobby lounge, inviting the two to take a seat as well. As for the tea, naturally there was none. He called the hotel staff to bring 2 cups of mineral water in disposable cups and placed them in front of them. Seeing Yan Zhenghua seated, Zhang Huan casually propped his feet up on the coffee table, lit a cigarette, and confidently remarked, Yan Gu, remember back in the crew when you often told me that fortune turns and mountains and waters meet? I didn't believe it back then, but today I do. Hey, in the past, I was the one trailing behind you, flattering you and serving. Now you're here to ask me for a role. This fortune-telling stuff really holds true. Zhang Huan's attitude was overtly mocking, making it clear to anyone that he was making things uncomfortable for Yan Zhenghua. Yan Xingguo's eyes narrowed, and he coldly asked Zhang Huan, what do you mean by that? Haven't I treated you well in the crew? Have you forgotten who recommended you to Dingxing Entertainment? To put it bluntly, without my paving the way, you wouldn't have achieved what you have today. Heh. You treated me well in the crew. Have you forgotten how you scolded me back then? I ruined a scene due to a mistake, and you slapped me. I remember each and every one of those incidents. Yan Zhenghua looked astonished, saying, Zhang Huan, you're still holding a grudge because I scolded you a few times and slapped you once. You can't make a jade without being carved. That scene cost the entire crew a great deal of effort. If I hadn't slapped you, the whole crew would have been talking behind your back. Besides, as your master, I am your benefactor. Heaven, earth, monarch, parent, teacher. Once a teacher, always a father. Is it not permissible for a master to slap you once? No way. Zhang Huan shouted angrily, his expression gradually turning ferocious. Screw the heaven, earth, monarch, parent, and teacher. My parents never hit me growing up. Who do you think you are? Yan Zhenghua, you deserve it. Do you know how happy I was when I got resources? I entered Dingxing, became an independent director, and have waited for today. Waited for this day when you would come to me for a role. Lying back in his seat, Zhang Huan mockingly said, Yan Zhenghua, you are getting old and past your prime. The role you want, I've already chosen someone else. However, I still need a script supervisor in my crew. Are you interested in coming over? I can give you a backdoor, no need for an audition. Zhang Huan laughed recklessly. After 4 years in Dingxing, he had flattered and toiled for 4 years, finally earning this opportunity to direct independently. To his surprise, good things come in pairs. The person he despised the most back then, Yan Zhenghua, actually came to ask him for a role. Did he think he was still the popular director Yan? Did you take me for your little brother? Asking for a role right off the bat, does your old face even match? Yan Zhenghua was furious and speechless at Zhang Huan's endless mockery, his face flushed, feeling a strange pain in his chest as he looked at his once favorite student in disbelief. Zhang Huan, however, showed no mercy, growing even more audacious. Brother Yan, given my current status, it's no disgrace for you to be my script supervisor. Before Yan Zhenghua could speak, another voice chimed in, I'd say screw you. A glass of water was thrown directly onto Zhang Huan, soaking him completely. Zhang Huan, suddenly splashed with hot water, completely lost his temper after a brief moment of confusion. Ever since he was slapped by the old man, Yan Zhenghua, no one had ever humiliated him to this extent. You little rascal, are you tired of living? He rose in anger and pushed Chen Ping hard. Chen Ping stumbled, cried out, and fell to the ground, rolling over once. Seeing Chen Ping's exaggerated performance, Zhang Huan couldn't help but wonder when he had become so strong. The sea dog pill he took earlier didn't have such a great effect but only extended his stamina by half, lasting 3 minutes. Could it be that the effects of the sea dog pill only kicked in now? Just as Zhang Huan was puzzled, the fallen Chen Ping let out a sinister smile. That smile was chilling, making Zhang Huan feel as if he were being stared at by a king cobra, sending goosebumps all over. Pointing at Chen Ping, he shouted in a fierce yet timid tone, "What? What do you want to do?" Chen Ping scoffed, showing no interest in answering Zhang Huan's foolish question. With a sudden burst of movement, he used the dragon capturing hand to grab Zhang Huan's head and slammed it against the back of a nearby chair. A loud crash echoed. A trickle of crimson blood slowly slid down from Zhang Huan's forehead, instantly splitting his brow. Precise and ruthless, Chen Ping's strike was incredibly smooth, like flowing water. One could only wonder how many people's brows he had split to master such skill. From the moment Chen Ping splashed water to the instant he cracked Zhang Huan's skull, it all happened in the blink of an eye. Not only was Zhang Huan dumbfounded, but even Yin Zhenghua beside him wore a blank expression. "I brought you here for an audition and you just cracked the director's head open. I told you that your portrayal of the white-haired character was arrogant and overbearing, yet it seems you were merely holding back in the play while being even more ruthless outside of it." Chen Ping's sudden outburst not only stunned Yin Zhenghua, but also intimidated the previously arrogant Zhang Huan. A sharp pain shot from his brow to his brain, nearly causing Zhang Huan to faint. Wiping his hand across his face, he found it covered in blood, making his legs tremble as he thought he would die here today. Panicking, he began to speak incoherently. "Call the police, I want to report you for assault." His voice quivered with a hint of crying. "Hurry and call 120. I need to go to the hospital, I'm feeling dizzy." Seeing this, Chen Ping stepped forward with a sinister smile, looking down at the terrified Zhang Huan. Yin Zhenghua, fearing the situation would escalate, quickly grabbed Chen Ping's arm and urged, "Chen Ping, don't make this worse." Chen Ping patted Yin Zhenghua's arm, maintaining his smile, and casually replied, "Brother, Yin, I know my limits. Don't worry." He then took out his phone, dialed 3 numbers, and pushed the phone towards Zhang Huan. "Here, I've dialed the police for you. You call." Zhang Huan grabbed the phone, about to press the call button, but glanced at Chen Ping suspiciously. "Are you really so kind? You push me forward and I'll hit you from behind. When the police arrive, we can only claim mutual assault. Each will get 50 lashes, and we'll be detained together for 7 days. As a nobody, going in would be a normal occurrence for me. Director Zhang, I bet you've never tasted the food in a detention center, right? Let's share a meal. Although it's simple, it certainly doesn't taste bad." Chen Ping's words pierced Zhang Huan's heart like a sharp knife. Right? This kid is clearly a scoundrel. Going to the detention center would be like going home for him. He had just obtained independent directing rights and was a promising newcomer supported by Dingsheng Entertainment. With his talent, he could potentially leave a significant mark in the history of directors in the Dragon Nation. If he were to end up in jail because of a fight, everything would be ruined. Someone like him, a rising star, couldn't afford to have even the slightest negative news. Especially with such intense competition within Dingsheng Entertainment, how many people were eyeing the resources for his project? Many were prepared to watch him fail from behind the scenes. These people were like leeches. If there was even the slightest disturbance, they would drain him dry. The more Zhang Huan thought about it, the more terrified he became. His legs weakened, and his entire back was drenched in cold. Meanwhile, a waiter from Junlan Hotel heard the commotion and came over to check the situation. Upon seeing Zhang Huan kneeling on the ground covered in blood, she nearly screamed, covering her mouth in panic. "Director Zhang, what happened to you? They'll help you, call 120 right now." Saying this, the waiter immediately took out her phone to dial the emergency number, but a loud shout interrupted her. "Don't call." A sudden thunderous voice startled the waiter, making her tremble and drop her phone on the ground. After stopping the waiter from calling the police, Zhang Huan continued, "We are just playing around. You misunderstood." Although Zhang Huan appeared to be explaining to the waiter, his gaze never fell on her. His flattering demeanor was entirely directed at the villain Chen Ping, who had beaten him to a pulp. "Hey, you seem like..." The waiter shivered in disgust and quickly left the resting area. After dismissing the onlookers, Zhang Huan's smile grew increasingly respectful. He spoke with a slightly restrained tone, "Sir, it's better to resolve enmity than to create it. Why don't we downplay today's incident? What do you think?" "Huh? What happened to your arrogance just now? You cowered so quickly." Chen Ping returned to his seat, reclining back and propping his legs up, mirroring Zhang Huan's earlier posture. However, Chen Ping now appeared even more arrogant and unrestrained, exuding the aura of a powerful figure. Chen Ping did not take Zhang Huan's words as if speaking to himself. "Director Zhang, you look all sweaty. It seems that the earlier exercise took a lot out of you. The female lead is probably still in your room, right? I wonder if she's the lead or the second female. And I also wonder if the little reporters are off work yet. Moreover, I wonder if Dingsheng Company allows directors to exercise with actresses from the crew." Chen Ping's 3 probing questions were like 3 incantations, tightly locking Zhang Huan's lifeline. Each question was a soul-searching inquiry. Not only was he killing, but he was also targeting the heart. Originally, Zhang Huan had planned to swallow this beating and let it go. Yet seeing the posture of this young man, it seemed he was intent on going down with him. No, he's a nobody. If things escalated, only he would suffer. Faced with Chen Ping's soul-searching questions, Zhang Huan could no longer hold on. His psychological defenses crumbled, and his hypocritical smile transformed into rage as he nearly gritted his teeth and shouted, "Little rascal, I advise you not to overstep your bounds. Leave some leeway for others, and we can meet again in the future." "That's a line for others, what does it have to do with you?" Yin Zhenghua beside him could hardly contain his laughter. "Chen Ping, you've taken all the bamboo shoots from the mountain." After a moment of confusion, Zhang Huan realized that Chen Ping was insulting him. He almost lost control and muttered, "You." After saying 3 words, he suddenly remembered that his future was entirely in the other person's hands and quickly swallowed the rest. Chen Ping looked at this anxious and frantic stray dog with a half-smile. He felt a surge of emotions in the game. "I had no choices. Now that I want to be a good person, why must you force me?" Chen Ping waved to Zhang Huan, who, seeing a turn of events, immediately wore a respectful expression and listened attentively to Chen Ping's instructions. "Come here, bow to Director Yin and apologize. Then we can consider it even." Upon hearing this, Zhang Huan felt an overwhelming sense of indignation. "Clearly, I was the one who got beaten, and now I have to apologize. You are simply too much. Don't want to bow?" Chen Ping raised an eyebrow, picked up his phone, and pressed the call button, the 3-digit number still displayed on the screen. Beep. Before the call could connect, Zhang Huan lunged forward like a vicious dog, snatching the phone and frantically hanging up. Cold sweat covered his forehead as he looked terrified, angrily exclaiming, "Have you lost your mind? If the call goes through, the police will definitely come, and we will both end up in trouble." "Do I care?" Chen Ping scoffed, retorting. "Exactly. He doesn't care about spending a few days in jail. All along, the only one afraid of escalating the situation is Zhang Huan himself." From the moment he pushed Chen Ping, Zhang Huan had already walked into a dead end. He was the fish on the chopping block. Realizing the crux of the matter, Zhang Huan understood that his future tonight lay entirely in the hands of that young man. Only by pleasing him do I stand a chance of survival. Without hesitation, he bent his knees and knelt down, giving a, "It's not for me, it's to apologize to Brother Yin." Zhang Huan nearly ground his silver teeth into dust, adjusting his direction and bowing to Yin Zhenghua. "Director Yin, I am truly sorry. Oh, I acted rashly and offended you. You are magnanimous, please don't take it to heart. Since you've bowed, how about putting on a little show of sincerity with a couple of slaps to your face?" Chen Ping was nothing short of a troublemaker, relentlessly attacking Zhang Huan's sore spots. With tears welling in his eyes, Zhang Huan shakily raised his hand, closed his eyes, and gritted his teeth. He was about to slap himself hard to apologize to Yin Zhenghua when a strong hand seized his wrist. A long sigh, Huan, that's enough." Zhang Huan opened his eyes, looking incredulously at Yin Zhenghua, whose face showed signs of age, but whose gaze remained as resolute as ever. "Huan, I want to say I'm sorry. I didn't realize that slap would have such a significant impact on you." Yin Zhenghua stood up and, having said that, he pulled along the ever-excited Chen Ping and quickly left the Junlan Hotel. Zhang Huan was left watching Yin Zhenghua's retreating figure, his lips trembling, wanting to speak, but unable to utter a single word. All the words he wanted to say turned into a respectful bow. Tears streaming down his face, he cried, "Teacher, Yin, I was wrong. Huan was wrong." On the way back to Hengdian, Chen Ping was still driving. After this night, Yin Zhenghua seemed to have aged several years, his spirit somewhat diminished. "Chen Ping, do you think I've failed as a person?" Yin Zhenghua unexpectedly posed a question. Chen Ping smiled faintly, as if he had anticipated Yin Zhenghua's inquiry. "To honor one's parents, to cherish one's children, and to love one's wife. If one can achieve these 3, then I believe that person has lived without regret to heaven and earth. As for the idle gossip of others, I'm sorry, but does it concern you?" Chen Ping's words were always so sharp, his coarse language could cut straight to the essence of the problem. Yin Zhenghua couldn't help but chuckle. Chen Ping lit a cigarette for Yin Zhenghua, and the two of them indulged in the smoke. Chen Ping patted Yin Zhenghua's shoulder, and in the manner of an elder earnestly instructed in life. "The most important thing is to be happy. You young brat with barely any hair on your head dare to teach me about life's principles." Yin Zhenghua laughed and scolded the gloom in his heart, evaporating in an instant. From that moment on, in Yin Zhenghua's heart, Chen Ping transformed from a promising young man into a trustworthy companion across generations. The next day, the corner 2 wrapped up smoothly. At the wrap party, Yin Zhenghua believed Chen Ping's words that he had found a century-old establishment in Hengdian, but in reality, it was just a small, fly-infested restaurant belonging to Liu Yi. Given the environment, Yin Zhenghua was 100% skeptical that Chen Ping hadn't taken a kickback. Fortunately, despite its size, Liu Yi's restaurant served truly delicious food. Seated at the head of the table was Yin Zhenghua, while the 2 main actors of the corner 2, Zhou Xiaolong, and another veteran from Hong Kong, flanked him on either side. Next in line was Chen Ping. According to the rules, Chen Ping, who played the role of the white-haired character, should not have been seated at the main table, but he not only sat down, but occupied the 4th seat of honor. This clearly indicated Yin Zhenghua's fondness for him. Even Yang Tianjin, who had only appeared in one scene, was invited, signifying that one person's rise could elevate the whole flock. At this wrap party, all guests were in high spirits. Chen Ping single-handedly outdrank 5 Hong Kong actors, including Yin Zhenghua and Zhou Xiaolong. From then on, Zhou Xiaolong never mentioned the words drinking capacity in front of Chen Ping again. Before they even started drinking, he often said, "Chen Ping, let's agree beforehand to keep it moderate this time." This wrap party lasted until midnight, and eventually everyone returned home, each looking for their own family. Yang Tianjin, who hadn't drunk, naturally took on the responsibility of escorting Chen Ping home since they were neighbors. Supporting Chen Ping, the two walked down the empty street. Though it was called support, it was merely a casual hold. Chen Ping was in good spirits, slightly unsteady on his feet, but he did not make any drunken antics that would be embarrassing. Louis' restaurant was not far from the rental house, just a 7 to 8 minute walk, and they arrived shortly. Chen Ping took out the key to the door from his pocket, opened the door to the rental unit, and headed straight for his bed. He dove into the covers without even taking off his shoes. Seeing Chen Ping snuggled into bed, he soon fell into a deep slumber. Yang Tianjin let out a sigh of relief, mission accomplished, and was about to turn to leave. Unexpectedly, a sound of footsteps echoed outside. Following that were 3 gentle knocks on the door accompanied by Lu. "Hey, Xiao Tian, are you in there?" Yang Tianjin was startled upon hearing Lu Yi's voice. Why is he? She wouldn't misunderstand that with Chen Ping, would she? Glancing at the peacefully sleeping Chen Ping, she was relieved that she hadn't done anything unnecessary, worried that he might be uncomfortable. Otherwise, it would be like mud in the pants. Either way, it would be a mess. Outside, Lu Yi continued to knock. "Xiao Tian, are you in there?" "Open the door." "Coming." "Yi." Yang Tianjin replied, jogging over to open the door. Lu Yi, who appeared somewhat impatient outside, looked at Yang Tianjin with suspicion and asked, "Xiao Tian, what are you doing in there? Why is it taking so long to open the door?" "Nothing. I just went to the bathroom. That's why it took a bit longer," Yang Tianjin reluctantly fibbed. Lu Yi let out an "oh," but her body gracefully slipped past Yang Tianjin like a red carp, directly entering the room. Upon entering, she saw Chen Ping sleeping soundly with soft snores escaping. "This big pig's trotter," Lu Yi spat out in mock annoyance. Though her words were harsh, the tenderness in her eyes seemed about to overflow. Sister Yi truly had a sharp tongue, but a soft heart. She clearly cared for Chen Ping, yet always seemed to be at odds with him. This must be what it means to be contradictory. Having just entered society, Yang Tianjin, with little social experience, could only explain this phenomenon with her somewhat ambiguous perspective. As Lu Yi gently tucked the blanket around Chen Ping, she smiled and scolded, "If you can't drink, then don't. Look at you sleeping like a dead pig, making Tianjin see a joke." Yang Tianjin was stunned, her mouth agape in surprise as she exclaimed, "Sister Yi, are you and Chen Ping a couple?" Lu Yi was caught off guard by Yang Tianjin's question. Immediately, her beautiful peach blossom eyes dimmed. Shaking her head, she said, "No, it's not. Actually, I can tell that you like Chen Ping, right?" Yang Tianjin asserted confidently. "Am I that obvious?" Lu Yi's face flushed with embarrassment, and she did not deny it. The lack of denial was in itself an affirmation. Realizing she had seen through Yi's deep feelings for Chen Ping, Yang Tianjin couldn't help but feel a bit proud of her keen perception. At that moment, she felt empathetic and said, "Then why don't you confess to Chen Ping?" I'm afraid he might reject." Lu Yi no longer concealed her feelings and poured her heart out. Yang Tianjin brought over a chair, and Lu Yi sat at the head of Chen Ping's bed. It seemed the two girls were ready for a heart-to-heart, sharing secrets and deepening their sisterly bond. Yang Tianjin moved the chair beside Lu Yi, eager, as if the emperor was not in a hurry, but the eunuchs were. Love needs to be expressed boldly. Chen Ping seems like the type of ironclad man. If you don't say it, he might never understand your feelings. Really? Lu Yi turned to glance at Chen Ping, who was indeed handsome. If they were together in the future, even if he made her angry just based on his looks, she would have to punish herself with 3 cups. Of course it's true. TV dramas always portray it this way, Yang Tianjin affirmed. Her words amused Lu Yi, realizing that her experience came solely from television dramas. The night was deep, yet the two girls were engrossed in their conversation. The topic naturally revolved around Chen Ping, with Lu Yi doing most of the talking while Yang Tianjin listened. She reminisced about when Chen Ping first arrived in Hengdian, a pure-hearted young man who would blush easily. Now he had become quite the seasoned player, and she didn't know what had happened in recent days, but his personality had changed drastically, shedding his former innocence for a more arrogant and overbearing demeanor. Yet Lu Yi was increasingly enamored with Chen Ping. Women inherently possess a stronger psychological tendency. A man being a bit domineering is not necessarily a bad thing. A melodious voice reminiscent of celestial music echoed. It was the long-lost system. After days of silence, Chen Ping thought the system had vanished. Congratulations to the host for completing the villain role, white-haired bad guy. Score 73 points, a modest achievement. Reward villain Feng Yuxiu from a solo martial world deep life simulation for 3 months. Another life simulation. Can it come with some cash checks or a Lamborghini? If all else fails, I could use a beauty scheme to test my little comrade. Chen Ping thought to himself, glancing at the antagonist of this life simulation. Feng Yuxiu, a true martial arts fanatic. This punch not only determined the victor, but also decided life and death. Just as Chen Ping was about to enter the life simulation of Feng Yuxiu, he was interrupted by the ringing of a phone. Upon seeing the incoming call, it was surprisingly Zhou Xiaolong. He answered the call, calling out, "Brother Long." On the other end, Zhou Xiaolong's voice was filled with trepidation. "Ah Ping, how many times have I told you? There is only one Brother Long in Xianjiang. Calling me that will get you killed." Huh. Chen Ping naturally knew who Brother Long in Xianjiang was, but Zhou Xiaolong's reaction when he called him Brother Long was too amusing, prompting Chen Ping to play a prank on him. After being teased by Chen Ping, Zhou Xiaolong was also unwilling to back down, ambiguously saying, "Ah Ping, does your waist feel sore today after getting out of bed?" Everyone knew it was Yang Tianjin who sent Chen Ping home. That line about a sore waist was lethal. After exchanging barbs, they finally opened up the conversation. "Ah Ping, Corner 2 has wrapped up. What are your plans next?" "I'll take on some small roles to hone my acting skills." Chen Ping replied honestly. With your current acting skills, taking small roles has no significance. You should aim higher. Chen Ping naturally didn't want to take small roles, but to play the white-haired character he had resorted to extreme measures. He couldn't go to various film crews at Hengdian with a knife every time to ask for roles. Zhou Xiaolong was well aware of Chen Ping's awkward situation and was straightforward, saying, Zhenghua and I are heading back to Xiangjia. Zhenghua needs to edit the film, he definitely won't have time to take you along. However, I have a role available, do you want to give it a try? What role? Is it another villain? Yes. The film is titled Fuse, and it's an action film. The role available is called Tony, the younger brother of my character. Tony, why does that sound like a hairdresser? Chen Ping muttered. Zhou Xiaolong ignored Chen Ping's complaint and with a hint of concern said, this film is an action movie. The director comes from an action star background and has high demands for fight scenes. Ping, how are your skills? Have you ever practiced martial arts at places like Shaolin or Wudong? Practice martial arts. Never practiced. Chen Ping shook his head. I see. Zhou Xiaolong's voice on the other end was filled with sympathy. Then auditioning might be a bit challenging for you. I'll plead with the director to let you undergo some intense training with me. You should be more than capable of handling typical fight scenes. Zhou Xiaolong was now a professional villain, but he originally debuted as an action star. Moreover, Zhou Xiaolong's martial arts skills were definitely not to be underestimated. In fact, his real abilities were ranked ahead of that brother Long in the Xiangjiang entertainment industry. Hearing Zhou Xiaolong emphasize martial arts repeatedly, Chen Ping suddenly had a realization. It seemed that this life simulation was indeed about a martial arts fanatic. He immediately replied, Brother Zhou, I'll be frank with you, I am actually the last overlord of the Jianghu. Get lost. Zhou Xiaolong laughed and scolded, if you try you might fail. But if you don't try, it's guaranteed failure. Come back to Xiangjiang with me, and I'll take you to audition for the role of Tony. Are you willing? What is this? The protagonist's aura has been bestowed upon me. At this moment, Zhou Xiaolong felt like the elder in a novel delivering secret techniques and treasures to the protagonist. Chen Ping hurriedly agreed. All right, I'll buy you a plane ticket. There's a flight this afternoon directly to Xiangjiang. Say goodbye to your little girlfriend. There's still time, and if you have the energy, you can still get in some exercise. Choosing friends poorly. Yin Zhenghua is a lecher, and Zhou Xiaolong, who usually seems refined and amiable, unexpectedly shares the same ilk as that old guy. In the entire Corner 2 crew, he had the best relationship with these two, which speaks volumes about Chen Ping's character. For words, birds of a feather flock together. 8 words, proximity to vermilion makes one red, proximity to ink makes one black. After hanging up Zhou Xiaolong's call, Chen Ping did not delay any longer and promptly entered the life simulation of a solo martial world, Feng Yuxiu's life. When Chen Ping opened his eyes again, he found himself in an attic, the room exuding a musty odor. Before he could gather his thoughts, he saw a gentle and tender woman sitting in a recliner, gazing at him affectionately. Feng, it's time to practice martial arts. At Hengdian Film City Airport, Yin Zhenghua, Zhou Xiaolong, and Chen Ping boarded the flight to Hong Kong. Yin Zhenghua and Zhou Xiaolong were visibly excited upon Chen Ping's arrival, yet Chen Ping's response was rather cold. After asking a few times with no reply, the two decided not to make things awkward for themselves. They assumed Chen Ping was in a bad mood due to a quarrel with his girlfriend over coming to Hong Kong with them. The two felt somewhat guilty, thinking they had disturbed a couple. Little did they know that while they had merely dozed off for Chen Ping, it had been a full 3 months. During these 3 months, Chen Ping's sole focus from dawn till dusk was practicing martial arts. As the saying goes in Peking opera, one must be mad to survive. His dedication to martial arts could be described as utterly insane. Born with unequal lengths of legs, he nonetheless trained himself to become the world's best, enduring hardships far beyond those of an average person. As the plane pierced through the azure sky and vast sea, Chen Ping felt a buzzing in his ears. With altitude, sharp pains surged through his eardrums. However, this slight pain had no effect on Chen Ping at that moment. In fact, the mild discomfort only heightened his exhilaration. Practicing martial arts involved cultivating inner energy and refining one's muscles and skin. His training aimed to develop formidable martial skills and enhance his resistance to blows. Every 3 days, he would apply sea salt all over his body. The coarse sea salt applied repeatedly left numerous lacerations across his body. Chen Ping gradually honed his physique through this almost self-destructive training method. He pushed every aspect of his training to the limit. Throughout these 3 months, Chen Ping truly understood what it meant to experience bone-deep pain. This was not a one-time ordeal, but a daily struggle. Besides being mad, Chen Ping found no words to describe the person he had become. As he blinked, the plane had already landed. Chen Ping politely declined the warm invitation from Yin and Zhou to visit their homes, stating he simply wanted to walk around the streets of Hong Kong to clear his mind. Watching Chen Ping's figure gradually fade into the distance, the two sensed a feeling of desolation and loneliness. Had they misjudged Chen Ping? This kid seemed to be a hopeless romantic, still affected by his breakup with his girlfriend. In any case, they were increasingly baffled by Chen Ping. It was as if multiple personalities were intertwined within him. After bidding farewell to Zhou and Yin, Chen Ping confidently boarded the circular bus. Passing through Causeway Bay, he thought of Haonan. As he went through Tsim Sha Sui, he recalled the scene of a crow attacking someone there. Finally, he disembarked at Victoria Harbor. Chen Ping remembered how Feng Yuxiu had promised to bring his wife Xin Shui to Victoria Harbor to enjoy the sea breeze. He wondered if Xin Shui had seen it. Sitting at the harbor, Chen Ping gazed at the calm waters, staring at it for an entire night. The next day, Zhou Xiaolong called to take him to audition for a role. When he heard Chen Ping was at Victoria Harbor, Zhou Xiaolong was slightly taken aback, unable to comprehend what Chen Ping was doing there. However, the audition was urgent, and there was no time for further thought. After picking up Chen Ping, they headed to Hong Kong Film City for the detonator production. After getting out of the car, Zhou Xiaolong noticed Chen Ping was still in the same clothes as yesterday, his eyes bloodshot, looking as if he hadn't slept all night. He furrowed his brow and asked, Ping, where did you sleep last night? I didn't sleep, Chen Ping replied with a hoarse voice. I just enjoyed the sea breeze all night. Zhou Xiaolong was astonished, wondering which part of Chen Ping had gone wrong. Why play the gloomy artist without any reason? As they chatted, they had already arrived in front of the director's office. Zhou Xiaolong patted Chen Ping on the shoulder, encouraging him, Ping, don't be nervous during the audition. With your acting skills, you will definitely pass. After saying this, he knocked on the office door. Come in. They pushed the door open and entered. Zhou Xiaolong scanned the room, but did not see the director Yi Wei. Instead, Zhao Zidane, the lead actor of Detonator, sat alone in the boss chair. Behind him stood 3 muscular men looking like bodyguards. What about the audition? How can we proceed if the director is not here? Zhou Xiaolong asked, perplexed. Where is Director Yi? Not here yet. Zhao Zidane shook his head and smiled. Xiaolong, for this scene, Director Yi asked me to audition. You're here to audition. Zhou Xiaolong frowned slightly at Zhao Zidane, who lounged in the boss chair. The role of Tony was originally supposed to be his, but later Lu Wei, who played the elder brother Zha Gu, withdrew from the Detonator production due to scheduling conflicts. He had stepped in to replace Lu Wei's role, portraying the eldest brother among the 3 villainous siblings. The role of Tony had thus become vacant, which is why he had hurriedly called Chen Ping over for the audition, fearing that someone else might. Now that director Yi Wei had asked Zhao Zidane to audition instead, the implication was already very clear, that Zhao Zidane also coveted this role. Zhao Zidane knew that with Zhou Xiaolong's life experience, he must have guessed director Yi's intentions. Thus, he no longer played coy and directly stated, Xiaolong, to be honest, my brothers from the Zhao family want to challenge the role of Tony as well. Then why didn't director Yi directly refuse me over the phone? I brought someone all the way from Hengdian only to be told at the audition that the role is already reserved. Where do you want me to put my face? Zhou Xiaolong, usually elegant and humble, rarely showed displeasure, but his tone was quite unhappy, clearly angered. Zhao Zidane poured Zhou Xiaolong a cup of tea and pushed it towards him as an apology. Calm down. I admit this is my fault. I informed director Yi too late. Director Yi has already promised to give your person a chance, and he didn't want to go back on his word. That's why he asked me to come today to have this young brother audition. You, Zhao Zidane, are the lead actor of the film, and your Zhao family group is the martial arts team for the film. If you say you want the role of Tony, how can Yi Wei not give you face? However, while saying this, the reality cannot be ignored. Today, Yi Wei still asked me to bring someone over for the audition, yet upon arriving at the set, he vanished. This behavior was truly unprincipled. Zhou Xiaolong's resentment lingered. He didn't even drink the tea that Zhao Zidane had pushed in front of him. Slamming the table, he stood up in anger. I'm not auditioning for this role anymore. Please tell director Yi that I won't be acting in this film anymore. I'll let him find someone better. Farewell. The investment for Detonator was close to 100 million, making it one of the top films in Hong Kong in recent years. Moreover, Yi Wei held great prestige in Hong Kong's directing circle with many disciples. Zhao Zidane, on the other hand, was subtly trending towards becoming the top martial star in Hong Kong, and even Long Nation after the 2 major kung fu giants gradually retreated behind the scenes. Yet Zhou Xiaolong was willing to offend 3 major forces for the sake of Chen Ping, a mere extra he had only interacted with for a week in Hengdian, and stormed out in anger. Brother Xiaolong is a true friend, willing to go to great lengths for a cause. As Zhou Xiaolong was about to leave, Zhao Zidane hurriedly called out to him. Brother Xiaolong, don't be in such a rush. I haven't finished my words yet. Director Yi's intention is not to avoid auditions. He simply asked me to audition on his behalf. Zhou Xiaolong had a look of indignation, fully aware that Zhao Zidane was arranging for someone to come in, yet still called Zhao Zidane to audition. How could he not understand the underlying meaning? Though it's called an audition, it's merely a formality. Although Yi Wei's intentions aligned with Zhou Xiaolong's understanding, both Yi Wei and Zhao Zidane are notable figures in Xiangjiang, prideful individuals. Moreover, with Zhou Xiaolong's connections, the situation cannot be made too awkward. Zhao Zidane immediately said, Brother Xiaolong, director Yi is indeed busy today and cannot spare the time. So he entrusted me to audition instead. This audition is simple. You know that Fuses is an action film with little drama, so we will focus solely on the action scenes this time. Let's settle it in a man's way. Zhou Xiaolong sneered. Zhao Zidane, you don't need such grandiloquent excuses to brush me off. When it comes to martial arts, the brothers of the Zhao family are all seasoned fighters, having worked as martial artists for many years. How could my little brother possibly stand a chance against your Zhao family? Hearing this, Zhao Zidane shrugged his hands with a hint of scorn and said, Xiaolong, if that won't work, how about directly letting your friend who brought you Tony take the role instead? Why bother with auditions? Zhou Xiaolong, mocked by Zhao Zidane, could not contain his temper and was about to retort when he felt a tap on his shoulder from Chen Ping behind him. Brother Zhou, I've taken on this action scene. Zhou Xiaolong turned to see Chen Ping slightly hunched over, his eyes cold and devoid of emotion, as if he were a ruthless killing machine. He was a stark contrast to the previous Chen Ping, sending a chill down Zhou Xiaolong's spine. Nevertheless, he kindly advised, Chen Ping, I know you fought a lot on the streets before. But that street fighting style can't compare to real martial arts. You might not even be able to take one of their heavy punches. Before Chen Ping could respond, Zhao Zidane had already eagerly agreed, beaming. Little brother, you have great courage, truly amazing. Xiaoma, you wanted to roll right. Step out and spar with this little brother. If you win, Tony's role is yours. Before Zhao Zidane finished speaking, a burly man who had been standing behind him rushed out and cupped his fists, saying, Thank you, Zidane, for your support. I will never forget your great kindness. Tonight I will host a banquet at Chunfeng Building and must toast you 3 big cups. Well, they hadn't even fought yet, and the celebration banquet was already arranged. Truly, they didn't see Chen Ping as a person. Now that the situation was set, Zhou Xiaolong could no longer refuse and could only clasp his fists and say to the burly man, Please take it easy on this brother. Clearly, even Zhou Xiaolong had little hope for this duel. The name of a person is like the shadow of a tree. The Zhao family could not have built their reputation in Xianjiang merely by boasting. Each of Zhao Zidane's brothers possesses real skills, especially this Ma Li, whom even he had heard of. His Xingyi Quan had reached a level where he could open a school to teach. In this duel, if Chen Ping could just walk away, that would be a victory. Zhou Xiaolong sighed softly, unable to bear to look further. Ma Li stepped into the center of the room, taking a step with his left foot and positioning his right hand in a slicing posture. A standard beginning for Xingyi Quan. From merely observing Ma Li's stable stance and clear breathing, one could tell the legends of the martial world were not exact. Yet Chen Ping seemed to be half asleep, his eyes hazy. After looking around, he finally asked, Aren't we signing a death contract? As soon as the words were out, the room erupted in an uproar. After a moment of silence, Zhao Zidane burst into laughter, wiping tears from the corners of his eyes. Little brother, have you watched too many movies? Where would the death contract come from here? Chen Ping replied blankly, What if I accidentally kill him? Zhao Zidane and his group laughed again, wiping their tears and saying, Molly, did you hear that? This little brother said he won't. Molly was also stirred with a hint of anger from Chen Ping's words, grinning viciously and stating coldly, I aim to break both his arms with 3 punches, then I want to see what he uses to kill me. Zhao Zidane's smile faded, and with a hint of pity he said, Little Ma, that's too cruel. Not very good. After a moment's thought, he smiled brightly. Just break 1 arm, okay? Be a little courteous. All right. Molly whistled to the sky, a fierce glint in his eyes. His towering frame charged at Chen Ping like a wild bull, right hand raised high, aiming straight for Chen Ping's right shoulder, intending to sever Chen Ping's right arm with a slicing blow. The outcome was already determined. Zhao Zidane and his crew all displayed disdain on their faces. Ma Li's slicing strikes were known for their overwhelming force. If he charged in, even Zhao Zidane would have to avoid the edge of his blade. However, facing Ma Li's full-powered strike, Chen Ping did not flinch or evade. Zhou Xiaolong was so startled he felt his heart leap, unable to help but shout. Chen Ping quickly dodged. You can't withstand this slicing blow. Yet at that moment Chen Ping appeared as if he had been stunned, showing no signs of movement. Only when Ma Li's strike was overhead, roaring through the air with the might of a mountain, did Chen Ping's gaze suddenly shift. His left hand instantly transformed into a claw, reaching for Ma Li's throat. This eagle claw was both urgent. Only then did everyone realize Chen Ping's intention. This was clearly a life-or-death tactic. He would rather have his arms severed by Ma Li than to crush Ma Li's throat. Zhao Zidane was drenched in cold sweat. Chen Ping's words about the death contract echoed in his mind. He thought Chen Ping was a madman, only to discover he truly was one. It was just an audition, yet you are genuinely resorting to lethal force. However, Ma Li was no ordinary street thug. He was a trained martial artist, and his reflexes were incredibly swift. He hurriedly withdrew his hands and evaded to the side, narrowly dodging Chen Ping's lethal strike. Yet his throat still burned with pain, and upon touching his neck he found it stained with a hint of red. Though that claw did not crush his throat, it still managed to tear away a few strands of flesh. At this moment Chen Ping had entered a state of oblivion, his mind filled with the image of Feng Yuxiu. To become the world's strongest, Feng Yuxiu had thrown countless punches. It was all about being faster than the opponent by that split second, and that moment was the line between life and death. Having lost his first strike, Ma Li faced total defeat. Chen Ping's fists and legs poured down like a torrential rain, bringing forth the might of thunder and lightning. Clearly Chen Ping's punches felt weak and his legs lacked power. He hardly resembled a trained fighter. Yet Ma Li could not escape Chen Ping's strikes. It was as if Chen Ping could foresee the future, allowing his punches and kicks to reach their target before Ma Li could evade. There was no way to avoid it, no way to dodge it. Even if an ant shook a tree under 1,000,000 punches, the tree would come crashing down. How much more? So though Chen Ping's punches were weak, Ma Li was not made of iron. After taking an unknown number of punches and kicks, Ma Li could barely stand his body, swaying unsteadily, his face bruised and swollen, looking utterly terrifying. Chen Ping's fist struck directly at Ma Li's temple. If this heavy punch landed, Ma Li would suffer severe brain damage at best, or die on the spot at worst. Even though Ma Li was already unable to fight back, he still resorted to such lethal measures. Are you still human, Chen Ping? Zhao Zidane was terrified beyond belief. In a state of panic, he failed to act immediately to intervene. By the time Zhao Zidane thought to act, it was already too late. Zhao Zidane lamented, holding his head in frustration. A wave of regret surged within him. Had he known the young man Zhou Xiaolong brought back possessed such skills, he would have kicked him out without a second thought. He initially thought this match was a sure thing, preserving Ma Li's dignity while avoiding any gossip. Unexpectedly, the situation had completely spiraled out of his control. At this critical moment, a dark shadow lunged forth like a fierce tiger, swift as lightning. With a powerful leap, it sent Chen Ping flying. This gave Ma Li a fortunate chance to survive. The downed Chen Ping, however, wore a cold expression, his gaze fixed only on the unconscious Ma Li lying on the ground. He clenched his right fist and stood up once more. Zhou Xiaolong quickly jumped and grabbed Chen Ping's legs, temporarily halting his advance. He then shouted frantically at the terrified Zhao Zidane and his group. "Zhao Zidane, what the hell are you dawdling for? Quick, save him." It was only then that Zhao Zidane snapped out of his daze and hurriedly directed the Zhao clan brothers to drag the already unconscious Ma Li away from Chen Ping's attack range. The group hastily carried Ma Li out of the director's office and rushed towards the hospital. As the last to leave, Zhao Zidane cast one last lingering glance at Chen Ping. The man's predatory gaze and emotionless face, reminiscent of a demonic king from hell, were deeply etched in Zhao Zidane's mind. Perhaps out of respect for the strong, or perhaps due to the openness that comes with losing a bet, Zhao Zidane remembered to close the door for the two inside. "Chen Ping, Chen Ping," Zhou Xiaolong desperately called out to the man who resembled a beast trying to awaken. However, at the moment Zhao Zidane closed the door, the man who had been struggling to break free from Zhou Xiaolong's restraint suddenly fell silent. "Dragon brother, lend me a smoke." This completely left Zhou Xiaolong at a loss. "What the hell?" Zhou Xiaolong was both angry and amused, punching Chen Ping in the chest. "I genuinely thought you had gone insane." Cursing aside, he still took out a cigarette and lit it for Chen Ping. Chen Ping inhaled deeply and exhaled a series of smoke rings, playfully poking through each one with his fingers. Although he wasn't facing Zhou Xiaolong, Chen Ping knew that Zhou Xiaolong was currently filled with questions. Without waiting for Zhou Xiaolong to ask, he answered himself. "Just now I truly wanted to kill that guy named Ma Li. I figured that out, so I had to stop you. Otherwise your life would be ruined," Zhou Xiaolong said with a mix of pride and fear. "By the way, where did you learn those skills?" Chen Ping rolled his eyes at him. "I told you I am the last boss of the martial world, but you just wouldn't believe it." Zhou Xiaolong's face turned a deep shade of crimson, as if he had swallowed something unpleasant. He shouted, "In that situation, I certainly thought you were just bragging. Who would have thought your martial skills were genuinely this formidable?" Chen Ping looked dejected, letting out a long sigh. "Sigh, I intended to interact with you as an ordinary person, but it unexpectedly led to estrangement. Forget it, I won't pretend anymore. I'm laying my cards on the table." Before Chen Ping could finish, Zhou Xiaolong laughed and punched him. "Go to hell. The moment I saw you, I knew you weren't an ordinary person. You looked like a fierce demon that had just escaped from prison. Today I've truly witnessed that you dare to kill." Chen Ping was filled with righteous indignation, his expression animated. "Hey, don't slander me. Be careful, or I'll sue you for defamation." Faced with Chen Ping's unruly demeanor, Zhou Xiaolong was speechless, utterly helpless, yet he knew that Chen Ping from his memories had returned. No longer engaging in a battle of wits with Chen Ping, he took out his phone and dialed a number. "Hello, Director Yi. Oh, it's Along. Sorry. Along, I was delayed by something earlier, which is why I asked Zidane to help me test the scene. Zidane is also an experienced actor. There shouldn't have been any mistakes during the test, right?" Yi Wei was quick-witted, managing to clear himself of any blame in just a few sentences, while subtly probing Zhou Xiaolong. As for the outcome of the test, there could be no surprises. He was well aware of Ma Li's strength, which ranked among the top in the entire Hong Kong martial arts community. No mistakes. Ma Li should be on his way to the hospital now, Zhou Xiaolong replied nonchalantly. "What?" Yi Wei's voice rose by 3 degrees. "Ma Li hospitalized your friend. Such a ruthless move. I will definitely teach him a lesson when I return. This is outrageous. No, he was taken to the hospital while lying down. My little brother is fine and is currently waiting in your office for you to return and sign the contract." "Director Yi." There was a long silence on the other end of the line, followed by Yi Wei's incredulous voice. "What? The friend you brought for the audition knocked Ma Li into the hospital? Along, you aren't joking with me, are you?" "Director Yi, you must be joking. If you don't believe me, you can call Zidane and ask. Wait for me a moment." After saying that, Yi Wei hung up. 5 minutes later, Yi Wei called back, saying only one sentence. "Along, please wait with your friend for a moment. I will be there shortly." About half an hour later, Yi Wei arrived at his office, greeted Zhou Xiaolong, and then focused all his attention on Chen Ping. Seeing Chen Ping's well-proportioned but not particularly strong physique, he couldn't help but marvel. Could this guy really defeat Ma Li? Yi Wei, having verified with both parties, still found it hard to believe, but the facts forced him to accept. "Hello, I am Yi Wei, the director of Fuse." Yi Wei extended his hand first. Chen Ping shook hands with Yi Wei confidently and replied, "Hello, Director Yi. I am Chen Ping, here to audition for the role of Tony." "No need to audition anymore. Losing is losing, winning is winning. The role of Tony is yours as Zidane won't Yi Wei's promise came exceptionally quickly. People like him who had a certain status were particularly concerned about their image. Once was enough for him to embarrass himself. If he did it again, he would be mocked for life in the Hong Kong entertainment industry. He signed the acting contract with Chen Ping on the spot. The remuneration was 4,000. One must say the pay in Hong Kong is indeed quite low. This 4,000 was even after Zhou Xiaolong negotiated the price. 3 days later, Chen Ping officially joined the crew of the Fuse. The film's plot follows the typical Hong Kong kung fu movie style, focusing heavily on action scenes while being relatively weak in dramatic elements. It is wrapped in the guise of a Copandraber film. The main conflict revolves around the police officer Ma Jun, played by Zhao Zidan, who faces off against the notorious Moon South Gang brothers Jia Tony, and who ultimately bringing them to justice. Intertwined is a subplot featuring the police officer Hua Sheng, who graduated from the police academy the same year as Ma Jun and goes undercover in the Moon South Gang, gathering evidence against the brothers and ultimately apprehending them alongside Ma Jun. The romantic entanglement between Hua Sheng and his girlfriend is one of the few dramatic elements in the fuse. It is evident from the plot that the romantic storyline is nearly non-existent. The focus is directly on the appeal of physical confrontations between men, the impact of their bodies colliding. The concept of violent aesthetics is taken to the extreme. At El Bar, dazzling lights, loud DJ sounds, countless handsome men and beautiful women dancing wildly on the dance floor. With a shout of action from Yue, the scene of the Moon South Gang brothers officially starts filming. The camera first captures the eldest brother Jia Gu, played by Zhou Xiaolong, dancing closely with a dancer in the club. Zhou Xiaolong, who plays Jia Gu, sports a buzz cut and has a scruffy beard. Although he wears expensive clothes, his shirt is unbuttoned at two places, revealing his well-defined chest muscles. One hand holds a bottle of wine, while the other grips a cigar as he gropes the dancer in rhythm with the music. Sleazy, vulgar, arrogant, and debauched. All the labels of a villain can be applied to Jia Gu. He stands in stark contrast to the calm character Lu Jian from Jiao Tu, showcasing Zhou Xiaolong, the third brother A, who is played by Shi Yuneng, who trained at Shaolin for 18 years and has now established himself within the Hong Kong kung fu scene under Zhao Zidan. Not widely known, but steadily making progress. His introduction occurs in the bar's restroom, where he accidentally drops his phone into the toilet while urinating. Due to the small toilet opening, A, who can't reach in. After several unsuccessful attempts, he punches the toilet to break it, finally retrieving his phone. I must say, A Hu's introduction scene is iconic. In just 30 seconds, his character is vividly portrayed. Muscular and simple-minded, this self-destructive punch starkly reveals his brutal nature. If he can be so ruthless with himself, the same goes for his enemies. After filming the scenes for the eldest and third brothers, Yue turns the camera towards the most luxurious booth in El Bar. The booth is filled with beautiful women, laughter, and flirtation. However, Yue's first shot isn't on the second brother Tony, but on the undercover Hua Sheng. The actor playing Hua Sheng, Mo Yiming, is also from the mainland like Chen Ping. Compared to Chen Ping's obscurity, Mo Yiming has a notable presence in the mainland entertainment industry. He and the actress playing Hua Sheng's girlfriend Xiu Tifanyi are both rising stars from the mainland. With Weibo followers numbering in the hundreds of thousands, both are considered nearly second-tier stars. The Hong Kong film industry is notoriously exclusive. Chen Ping only got an audition opportunity thanks to Zhou Xiaolong's recommendation. Out of respect, Yue hands over the decision-making authority for the audition to Zhao Zidan. Zhao Zidan, in a show of cleverness, established a winner-takes-all rule for the action scenes. By a twist of fate, Chen Ping landed the role of Tony, the villainous second male lead. In contrast to Chen Ping, Mo Yiming and Fan Ye's entry into the group was purely due to capital influence. After all, both are signed with Starshine Entertainment, one of the 4 major entertainment companies in Long Country. Yue has great ambitions. The Hong Kong film market is still too small, and the mainland is a vast blue ocean. He aims to make a splash in the mainland film market with the fuse. To achieve this, he agreed to let Starshine Entertainment include 2 popular stars in the cast to gain influence in the mainland film market. Moreover, while Mo Yiming and Fan Ye may not be famous in Hong Kong, they have a certain influence in the mainland, which can attract a significant audience. This resource exchange can be considered a win-win situation. Even if Mo Yiming, a pretty boy, doesn't catch Yue, he tolerates it for the sake of box office. Now seeing Mo Yiming's Hua Sheng in front of the camera surrounded by women, his hands roaming freely, Yue can hardly bear to watch. He shouted, "Cut. Yiming, you're an undercover cop, not a real thug. Show a little restraint." "Okay." Hearing Yue's reminder, Mo Yiming felt a bit wronged, "But I'm playing a thug. Aren't thugs supposed to act like this?" Yue was nearly driven to frustration. "I'm asking you to portray a thug, not a pervert. Your previous demeanor looked no different from a breeding pig. Yiming, remember your police identity. Such explicit performance could tarnish the image of that profession, and it might not. The higher-ups might even ask me to delete your entire scenes." Upon hearing this, Mo Yiming immediately panicked. He had endured pain for this role and could only sleep on his stomach for the past few days. If his role gets cut, his suffering would be in vain. He nodded eagerly. "Director, can I just hug her? That should be okay, right?" This Mo Yiming is someone who refuses to listen when spoken to nicely, but becomes meek as soon as he's threatened. In a word, pathetic. The camera pans to another end of the booth where an old Hong Kong actor Chen Guochen sits. Like Zhou Xiaolong, he is also known for playing villains. His most famous role was as master brother of the waterless stream. One wonders if it's due to his narrow acting path, or just bad. Although his acting is commendable, and he bears a striking resemblance to one of Hong Kong's 4 heavenly kings, the handsome Ming Tian Wang, Chen Guochen just cannot catch a break. Compared to him, another old Hong Kong actor who shares similar appearance with the 4 heavenly kings, Zhang Tian Wang, has now won the Golden Horse Best Actor Award. One can only lament the whims of fate. Chen Guochen plays the role of Shan Gu, a crime lord on par with the Moon South Gang, whose main business is drug dealing. Today he was invited by Tony to discuss helping him with merchandise sales. The camera cuts to a wine glass in front of Shan Gu with a stream of red wine slowly cascading down the rim. The camera rises following the wine glass, the wine bottle, and the hand holding it coming to rest on a man with slicked back hair. He has a strikingly handsome face complemented by a warm and humble smile. In stark contrast to the dazzling, chaotic world around him, he is none other than Tony, the second in command of the Moons. As the largest drug dealer in Xiangjiang, Shan Gu took the red wine poured by Tony, lightly swirling the glass, the wine flowing like waves within the cup. Shan Gu was not in a hurry to drink this glass of wine, but instead smiled and asked Tony, "You know, I have a vast business with numerous channels accessible by land, sea, and air. Why should I ask you to help me transport the goods?" Tony, played by Chen Ping, wore an expression of calm indifference devoid of the arrogance he displayed as the character by Mao, embodying the demeanor of Lu Jian from He Jian Hui, refined, composed, and exuding the aura of a formidable leader unmoved by a collapsing mountain. This was a new attempt for Chen Ping. Over the past few days he had been studying the script and mimicking every movement of Zhou Xiaolong in the play. As a similarly kind-faced yet ruthless figure, Chen Ping found Tony and Lu Jian to be remarkably similar. In the face of Shan Gu's doubt, Tony remained calm, fingers interlocked, radiating confidence without a hint of subservience. It seemed as if he were the one leading the negotiation, fully aware of how to impress Shan Gu, which was through profit. It is said that rewards are proportional to risks. Drug dealers like Shan Gu engage in a business as dangerous as licking blood from a knife's edge. One misstep could mean not only losing the goods, but risking life itself. Thus, Shan Gu chose relatively conservative transport channels, minimizing risks, but correspondingly the fees charged by the transportation party were higher, with a 50-50 split considered a fair price. Tony leaned closer to Shan Gu, smiling, his gaze fixed intently on the largest drug dealer in Xiangjiang, speaking in a measured tone. "Shan Gu, this batch of goods is to be transported to Nangua. We three brothers are locals of Nangua. Who in the entire Xiangjiang route knows it better than us?" Moreover, Tony paused, observing Shan Gu's eager expression before continuing, "And as for the transportation fee, Shan Gu, you can decide, as long as it doesn't put us three brothers at a loss." Upon hearing Tony's words, Shan Gu's thoughts immediately began to waver, as Tony said no one was more suitable for transporting goods to Nangua than the three brothers. Even though their reputation on the streets was far from good, who was Shan Gu to be trifled with? Fortune lies in risk. Gritting his teeth, he retorted fiercely, "I want a profit split of 70-30, you 3 to my 7. Tony shook his head, "No. No." Shan Gu frowned, displeased. "At most I can give you half of that, Tony. Don't be too greedy." Tony grinned widely, raising his glass of red wine. "Shan Gu, saying 2% is enough for us. Let's be friends. In the future in Xiangjiang, we three brothers will need your care." Upon hearing that it was only 2%, Shan Gu thought, "You, Tony, must really be out of your mind." He excitedly clinked glasses with Tony and downed it in one gulp. Unbeknownst to him, while he was focused on the interest offered, Tony was eyeing his principal. This nearly 5-minute negotiation scene was shot in one continuous take, with no NGs at all. Especially Chen Ping, who surprised Yue immensely. It's worth noting that the complexity of the character Tony was greater than that of the eldest and the youngest brothers combined. Zha Gu only needed to portray his arrogance. Hu merely had to showcase his ruthlessness. Meanwhile, as the strategist among the three brothers, Tony had high demands for the actor. Had this film not focused on action scenes with lower acting demands, Yue would never have considered casting Chen Ping as Tony. Unexpectedly, this turned out to be a pleasant surprise. In Chen Ping's recent performance, his restrained expressions continuously revealed a regal confidence. With the entire negotiation under his control, even veteran actor Chen Guochuan inadvertently following Chen Ping's lead throughout. In this segment, the veteran actor was completely outshone by Chen Ping. Particularly after their glasses clinked, the disdain in Chen Ping's eyes revealed to the audience that this deal was secured by Tony, and Shan Gu was merely a big fool. If Chen Ping's action skills were truly as good as Zhou Xiaolong and Zhao Zidan claimed, Yue felt head-struck gold this time. Comparing him to Mo Yiming, who could only fumble about, Yue found the difference as vast as heaven and earth. Is the entertainment environment in the mainland really this terrible? Talented actors like Chen Ping remain obscure, while superficial actors like Mo Yiming, who only possesses a pretty face, are thriving. No, even if it's just based on looks, Mo Yiming is no match for Chen Ping. With those sword-like brows and starry eyes, Mo Yiming is only fit to be a servant to Chen Ping. Perhaps Chen Ping just lacked a bit of luck and capital support. Young man, sometimes you have to sacrifice a bit of your appearance. As the director called cut, this scene came to an end. The crew immediately began setting up the next scene. Zhou Xiaolong, who played Zha Gu, was sitting next to Chen Ping. Seeing the scene wrap up, he squeezed over to Chen Ping, teasing, "Wow, Chen Ping, it's only been a few days, and your acting has improved." Chen Ping rarely responded humbly, "Brother, Zhou, acting still depends on you, just flailing about." At this moment, Chen Guochun, who had been acting alongside Chen Ping, joined their conversation, laughing, "Brother, Zhou, do you know this young?" "Yes. I met him while acting in the mainland back, then he played my younger brother, and now he plays my second brother. This kid has formed a rivalry with my brother." Faced with Zhou Xiaolong's teasing, Chen Ping felt a bit helpless, primarily because it was true of both of his recent films featured him as the younger brother. After laughing, Chen Guochun praised, "Young brother, your acting is truly commendable. Just now I felt like a powerful mob boss selling powder. Unknowingly, I was drawn into your performance. You gave me the impression that you have genuinely dealt in that business, and on a large..." How coincidental. Zhou Xiaolong felt the same, always thinking Chen Ping was a notorious criminal with numerous murders on his hands. Chen Ping found it somewhat amusing and exasperating that such realistic acting could be problematic. He merely recalled the scene of the crow selling goods. Who would have thought had been misunderstood by Chen Guochen so quickly? Chen Guochen looked at Chen Ping, pondering actors who can draw me into the drama like you are rare. I remember when I shot King of Destruction with Xing Yi. Brother Zhou, you know Xing Yi's charisma. I was supposed to be an utterly villainous character, but he led me astray. Zhou Xiaolong naturally understood the charisma of Xing Yi. He was still often called Chong Wei. Among the roles he was most satisfied with in the underworld, the best scenes were all with Chen Ping. This kid seemed to possess an innate charm that would bring out the very essence of a villain. While the three were conversing, the next scene was already set up. In this upcoming scene, all three would only play supporting roles. What awaited was the entrance of the protagonist Zhao Zidane along with the undercover Huaxing, intentionally conflicting with Zhao Zidane to gain the trust of the three brothers from the Moon South gang. With the director's shout of action, Zhao Zidane, who had been waiting in the bar corridor, burst in with a group of police officers. With a furious shout, "Police, check the ID." The three brothers known as the Scoundrels remained arrogant, while Tony casually took a sip of his drink, inadvertently casting his gaze over to Huaxing beside him. They were just drinking here. What did it matter if the police checked IDs? Sir, we are law-abiding citizens. Zhao Zidane headed straight for the VIP table of the Scoundrels, his sharp gaze sweeping over everyone. The three brothers wore mocking expressions, but Shan Gu, as a drug dealer, had a natural fear of the police and dared not meet Zhao Zidane's gaze. Zhao Zidane, playing the police officer Ma Jun, coldly scanned the people sitting at the VIP table, repeating, "Police, check the ID." The three brothers remained indifferent. However, their little brother Huaxing was the first to jump out, swaggering over to Zhao Zidane while holding a bottle of wine. Raising the bottle high, he poured an entire bottle of red wine over Ma Jun's head, and after pouring it, he grinned and wiped Ma Jun's face, repeatedly apologizing. Ma Jun was infamous for his fiery temper in the police force, although he knew Huaxing's undercover identity. Tonight's scene was specifically for Huaxing. The purpose was to gain the trust of the three brothers from the Moon South gang. The harder he hit him, the more concealed Huaxing's undercover identity would be. Without holding back, he swiftly slapped Huaxing across the face. The sound of the slap was loud, stunning Huaxing, who stood bewildered for a full 30 seconds. "Ka ka ka." Yi Wei shouted cut 3 times in a row, clearly showing his dissatisfaction as he rushed forward, pointing at the mainland actor Mo Yiming, who was portraying Huaxing, saying, "Mo Yiming, what are you dazing out for? Fight back. If you don't fight back, how will Zidane start?" At this moment, Mo Yiming finally reacted, covering his stinging right cheek, and with a touch of grievance shouted at Yi Wei, "Director, he actually hit me for real. He really slapped me." He even added a hint of a sob. At first glance, his eyes were indeed red. Yi Wei was utterly speechless, and instead of being angry, laughed, and said, "If he didn't hit you for real, how could there be a handprint? How could there be a sound of a slap?" Mo Yiming complained, "Isn't this the job of the makeup artist or the voice actor? If it's really impossible, just use post-production to give me a PS job. This is how I film in the mainland. I can get you some spicy food next door." Yi Wei cursed inwardly and coldly replied, "Sorry, this is Hong Kong. Our budget isn't that sufficient, and we don't have that much logistics for special effects." He then ignored the pitiful-looking Mo Yiming, turned around, and yelled at the staff, "Do it again." This shout startled Mo Yiming, who no longer dared to argue back with Yi Wei. He could only bite his lip and return to his original seat, waiting for the scene to start. Scene 3, Take 2, action. Zhao Zidane charged in again, the same storyline. With a loud slap, the handprint on Mo Yiming's face became even clearer. It was like a mute eating bitter gourd, self-inflicted suffering. After being slapped twice, Mo Yiming immediately threw a straight punch aimed at Zhao Zidane's face. Zhao Zidane ducked, avoiding Mo Yiming's straightforward punch, and with a swift movement executed a shoulder throw, flipping Mo Yiming onto the ground. Before Mo Yiming could react, Zhao Zidane seized his wrist and executed a flying armbar, sweeping him down like a gale scattering leaves. Under the immense pain the wine Mo Yiming had just swallowed spewed out, he shouted loudly, "Murder! Murder! I can't believe it." Behind the screen, Yi Wei completely broke down, cursing as he rushed towards Mo Yiming. A perfectly good scene was ruined by his last shout. "Mo Yiming, what the hell is going on with you? If you can shoot, shoot. If not, get lost." At this moment, Mo Yiming had already broken free from his restraints, his face pale, crying with a mix of snot and tears, "Director, you just now Zidane used a leg lock on my throat. I couldn't breathe. If I hadn't shouted, I was truly afraid I would die at his hands. With such a dangerous shot, don't you arrange a stunt double?" Dangerous? Yi Wei doubted whether Mo Yiming had read the script. This scene was already the lightest action scene in the entire play. If a flying armbar could be fatal, then what about the following scenes? Dismemberment or slow slicing to death? Yi Wei found it somewhat absurd and said, "Mo Yiming, filming in the mainland, do you really need a stunt double for such a minor action scene?" "Of course. My entire body is insured. Oh, what if my hands or face get scratched?" Mo Yiming replied with a proud expression. He was completely shameless yet proud. Hearing this, Yi Wei shook his head repeatedly, seemingly both lamenting and mocking. No wonder the mainland's productions are all so poor. From top to bottom, there isn't a single professional among the actors or directors. Upon hearing this, all the mainland actors and staff felt a burning shame on their faces. They clearly wanted to refute, but Mo Yiming's previous words and actions left them without the courage to retort. As a female actress from the same company as Mo Yiming fan felt particularly embarrassed Mo Yiming, had single-handedly lowered the standard of the entire mainland entertainment industry, making her feel that being associated with someone like him in the second tier was a disgrace. As everyone fell silent, one person stood up and passionately spoke. Director Yi, I believe what you said is incorrect. The voice belonged to Chen Ping. Yi Wei frowned upon seeing Chen Ping stand up. To be honest, while Chen Ping's performance had indeed amazed him earlier, at this moment, due to Mo Yiming, he felt a deep-seated resentment, extending even to Chen Ping. He retorted, did I say something wrong? Chen Ping countered, Director Yi, it is utterly unacceptable to generalize. From what I observed while running extra roles in Hengdian, the dedication of the extras there is hardly inferior to that of Hong Kong. Moreover, you claim that there is nothing commendable about mainland films from directors to actors. If that's the case, why are there so few Hong Kong films on the annual box office charts? You say mainland films are terrible, but if the box office of your Hong Kong films is still outdone by mainland films, doesn't that imply that Hong Kong films are even worse? Chen Ping's words were pointed, yet offered Yi Wei a chance to save face. In truth, Yi Wei regretted his words the moment they left his mouth. The scope of his attack was too broad. Given the current weakness of the Hong Kong film market, he was relying on the mainland market for profit from his film Fire line. If what he said today were to reach the internet, whether his film Fire line would even make it to the big screen would be in question. Seeing Yi Wei's expression akin to constipation, Chen Ping understood that Yi Wei was in a bind. Retracting his words would be tantamount to slapping his own face. He then added, of course, I personally do despise certain actors from the bottom of my heart. They fear pain, they fear exhaustion, acting like a bunch of sissies. The reputation of the mainland entertainment industry is tarnished by such rotten apples. Mo Yiming said, Chen Ping, just report my ID directly. Upon hearing Chen Ping's words, Yi Wei instantly realized that Chen Ping was providing him an escape route. He immediately echoed, yes, yes. I meant that the professionalism of certain directors and actors could certainly be improved. Mo Yiming, don't look at Chen Ping, I'm talking about you. You should learn what acting truly means from Chen Ping. Mo Yiming looked bewildered and astonished. Director Yi, are you kidding? He just said he is merely an extra in Hengdian. You want me to learn acting from a mere extra? Does he even qualify? Yi Wei's gaze turned icy. Mo Yiming, mind your words. In the drama, you were just Chen Ping's underling. Think carefully about why I gave the role of Tony to Chen Ping instead of you. Regarding Mo Yiming's disdain, Chen Ping showed no signs of displeasure. Instead, he wore a friendly smile, patting Mo Yiming's shoulder, saying, brother, I remember we have a fight scene at the end. I will definitely seek your guidance then. Mo Yiming scoffed dismissively, what about a fight scene? Do you think you can nearly kill me like Brother Zidan did? Yi Wei, Zhou Xiaolong, and Zhao Zidane all cast pitying glances at Mo Yiming. Zhao Zidane merely patted his shoulder and sighed, little brother, given Chen Ping's skills, I wouldn't dare say I'd defeat him. You. Good luck on your journey. Oh. Even Brother Zidan is willing to concede. Chen Ping's strength is indeed terrifying. Mo Yiming immediately broke into a cold sweat, his face turning pale. Should I just admit defeat later? I hope this esteemed gentleman goes easy on me. Due to Mo Yiming's series of blunders, they finished work 2 hours later than usual. Everyone looked at Mo Yiming with disapproval. As for the latter, upon hearing Yi Wei call for the end of the workday, he immediately summoned his manager to experience the vibrant nightlife of Hong Kong. The crew of Fireline consisted of people from both Hong Kong and the mainland. Those from Hong Kong like Zhao Zidane and Zhou Xiaolong returned to their homes and families after finishing work. As for mainland actors like Fan Yi and Mo Yiming, Yi Wei booked a nearby hotel specifically for accommodation. As a crucial antagonist in Fireline, Chen Ping naturally received a separate room, and it was a private room, which was quite with all meals provided, and a pay of 4,000. Chen Ping's life was becoming increasingly prosperous. As he left the set, Chen Ping intended to walk back to the hotel. However, he noticed someone keeping pace with him quickly walking up to him. The person confidently extended a hand and introduced themselves. Hello, I am Fan Yi the Fan from Fanjin Juju. Fan Yi is a second-tier actress from the mainland. In her early career, she primarily focused on television dramas, but while the shows were popular, she did not gain fame. Later, she shifted to films and had once starred in a leading role, but failed to attract box office success, facing criticism for her acting skills. Although she debuted early after years of struggle in the entertainment industry, she remains in the second tier. It is worth noting that the 2 actresses who debuted alongside her have now become prominent stars. Originally, the female supporting role in Fireline was assigned to another young actress, but Fan Yi proactively requested. To be honest, this female role does not have much screen time and is quite superficial, making it a dispensable character in Fireline. It does not match Fan Yi's status well. The company felt it was somewhat of a waste of talent, but Fan Yi insisted, and there was no other option but to send her and Mo Yiming to Hong Kong. Chen Ping. Hello. Miss Fan, I have long admired your name, and it resonates like thunder. Chen Ping politely shook hands with Fan Yi and complimented, your skin is as smooth as fine jade, flawless. In terms of looks, Fan Yi is quite impressive. In fact, among the entire entertainment industry, her beauty could rank. It can be said that without her stunning face, Fan Yi's otherwise mediocre acting would have long been lost among the crowd in such a fiercely competitive industry. This was the first time Chen Ping saw a woman who could overshadow Lu Yi in the real world. In terms of both figure and appearance, Lu Yi fell slightly short. Chen Ping's gaze wandered over Fan Yi unabashedly and boldly. Fan Yi pouted her cherry-like lips, slightly angered. I just heard Mr. Chen's grand discourse and thought you must be a person of great talent. I didn't expect Mr. Chen to be just like any other man. Faced with Fan Yes' discontent, Chen Ping chuckled, withdrew his gaze, and said nonchalantly, I was merely appreciating a masterpiece crafted by the hands of God. This is a matter of great elegance. How can it be so vulgar when it comes from your lips, my dear? Hiss. This guy's skin is thicker than a city wall. Fan Yi, somewhat speechless, replied, while Mr. Chen's gaze isn't that ruthless, is it? As if you want to tear off someone's clothes. Hey, how did you know I want to explore the essence of the artwork? It is said that 1,000 gold pieces are easy to acquire, but a kindred spirit is hard to find. Miss Fan would surely not reject the pursuit of a high-minded gentleman for an artwork. Fan Yi was rendered speechless. She had seen shameless men, but never one as shameless as this. Gritting her teeth, she spat out 2 words, go die. All right. Chen Ping nodded, sidestepping Fan Yi, and strode forward. This action greatly surprised Fan Yi. After a moment of daze, Fan Yi attempted to call Chen Ping back, only to find he had already walked far away. Gazing at the man's tall figure, a hint of confusion flickered in Fan Yi's eyes. When she thought Chen Ping was here to make connections due to his impressive background, his response was instead carefree and unruly. When she considered him a playboy, a scoundrel, he could turn around and leave without hesitation. Chen Ping felt to Fan Yi like a spring breeze that brushed against her cheek, but did not linger, instead chasing after them. Having navigated the entertainment industry for many years, Fan Yi had encountered numerous colorful men from all walks of life, but she had never met anyone as eccentric and elusive as Chen Ping. A mere extra in Hengdian, a man who hadn't made a splash in the mainland entertainment industry, had landed a villain role that even one of the 4 major entertainment companies in Longhua, Xinghua Entertainment, could not secure. Chen Ping undoubtedly had capital backing him. Moreover, Fan Yi observed Chen Ping's scene with Brother Shan and found that the veteran actor from Xiangjiang was overshadowed in his presence, with the entire performance under Chen Ping's control. This made Fan Yi feel increasingly uneasy. His acting skills were certainly from a formal background. If he was not well known domestically, he must have studied abroad. Combined with Chen Ping's distinct aura and exceptional looks, the image of a wealthy young master who studied abroad, honed his acting skills as an extra in Hengdian, and worked hard began to take shape in Fan Yi's mind. One must admit, a woman's ability to imagine is truly terrifying. If Chen Ping did not know exactly how much weight his family had after hearing Fan Yi's analysis, he might even return home to inherit a 100 billion family fortune. After a simple meal of Longjiang pig trotter rice, by the time Chen Ping finished his shower and lay down, it was already late at night. He opened his phone and WeChat was buzzing with notifications. It was Lu Yi, the tiger woman, who had sent over a dozen photos. All of them featured black stockings. In particular, this fishnet outfit deserved special criticism. Chen Ping noticed that ever since he left Hengdian, Lu Yi had become increasingly outrageous, sending him photos of black stockings every night. Or simply her bare feet, right in his face. Was she training his arm strength? Lu Yi, what do you mean by this? In less than 3 seconds, Lu Yi replied, I'm afraid you will be out seeking flowers and will lose interest in the common women once you see my conditions. Isn't that just degrading? You're like a sparrow pecking at a bull's rear. Indeed impressive. What good are just photos? Why not turn on the video? Fine, let's do it. Sister is currently wearing a lace nightgown. I'm afraid you might bleed from your nose after seeing it. Ding ding ding. After a series of video call notifications, the two connected via video. Just as Lu Yi said, she was wearing a purple lace nightgown, and under the dim yellow lights, it was hazy and alluring, igniting passion. Chen Ping, having just showered, had his hair still wet and was only wrapped in a towel, revealing his 8-pack abs. Lu Yi's face turned red in an instant, covering her eyes and screaming, Chen Ping, why aren't you wearing clothes? You're a pervert. Sister Yi, anyway, we will end up undressing eventually. There's no need to hide our relationship. Let's just be honest. Lu Yi looked panicked, shaking her head repeatedly and saying, Chen Ping, don't mess around. Seeing Chen Ping actually start to unbutton his towel, Lu Yi turned pale with fright and hurriedly covered her eyes. With a swish, the towel was completely thrown off by Chen Ping. On the screen, Lu Yi's eyes were wide open and her fingers were spaced apart enough to fit a whole Mount Everest. Underneath Chen Ping's towel was a pair of square shorts, neat and tidy. The blush on Lu Yi's face rippled, and the anticipation and curiosity in her peach blossom eyes were replaced by shyness and anger. Furious, she exclaimed, Chen Ping, are you crazy? Without giving Chen Ping a chance to respond, she directly hung up the video call. She was truly furious. If you wanted to see me, just say so. I'm not a stingy person. After ending the passionate video call with Lu Yi, Chen Ping scrolled down and found messages from Yang Tianjin. Throughout the day, from morning till night, there were more than 10 messages, some text, some voice. Like a clingy little wife, she reported her trivial matters of the day to Chen Ping. The last message, however, mentioned that a talent scout had approached her, inviting her to participate in a training camp called Youth 101, claiming she could debut as a trainee. She sought Chen Ping's opinion on whether she should join. Chen Ping pondered for a while, typed for a long time, and ultimately decided to call her directly. Instantly picked up. On the other end of the line was Yang Tianjin's excited voice, timidly calling out, Chen Ping, go. Tianjin, what is this Youth 101 you mentioned? The talent scout explained it as quite complex. First, a preliminary selection picking out 101 contestants, followed by multiple rounds of competition to ultimately select 11 members to form a girl group for debut. The program involves singing, dancing, and rapping. I can't do any of those. I don't even know how I got noticed. Brother Chen, do you think this is a scam? It's all quite vague. Isn't it just a talent show? Old wine in a new bottle, finding a way to earn ratings. Chen Ping mused for a moment and said, how could you be discovered by a talent scout if it wasn't for your face? Yang Tianjin felt shy, annoyed. It's not a proper compliment to just say someone is beautiful. As for whether it's a scam, I'll have Lu Yi check it out for you. She's well informed, and if it's a scam, it probably won't escape her keen eye. Yang Tianjin replied with an The two chatted about various topics. Chen Ping glanced at the time. It was nearly bedtime, and he was about to bid farewell to Yang Tianjin when she suddenly asked, Chen Ping, has Jia contacted you these days? Yes. She keeps sending me photos of black stockings, making me feel uneasy. A delicate exclamation came from the other end of the call. Jia actually sent you those kinds of photos. She said to me that she hadn't contacted you for several days. The naive Yang Tianjin was once again misled. Chen Ping realized he had misspoken, laughed awkwardly, and said, I'm going to sleep now, before hanging up the call. WeChat pinged with a notification. Yang Tianjin sent a photo of her nightgown. Chen Ping, this is my new nightgown. Can you see if it is pilled? Another spaghetti strap nightgown, her delicate collarbones as exquisite as jade, her long legs crossed, truly eye-catching. I couldn't find any pilling, the only part resembling a ball might be. Hey, that basketball is big and round. You are simply too beautiful. Those close to the red become red, and those close to the black become black. Yang Tianjin, this little sheep, has been led astray by Lu Yi. The next day, under Lu Yi's investigation, it was discovered that the program Youth 101 was not a scam, but rather a talent show launched by the largest video platform in the country, Penguin Video. It should also be the variety show that Penguin Video hopes for the most this year. After becoming the #1 in user count domestically, Penguin Video is no longer content to be just a distribution platform. Finally, they have taken the plunge into producing their own variety shows, which makes Mango Video, the largest variety content provider in the country, feel a sense of crisis. After hearing Lu Yi's response, Chen Ping directly asked Lu Yi to take Yang Tianjin to participate in the competition. Chen Ping believed that if Youth 101 became a hit, Penguin Video would definitely capitalize on the momentum. By then, not only variety shows, but also dramas and movies, Penguin Video would come in to take a share. With Penguin Video stirring the pot, the long quiet entertainment industry in Longhua seems poised to stir up a storm. But that's a story for later. Given Chen Ping's current influence, even if Penguin Video turned the Longhua entertainment industry upside down, he wouldn't gain anything from it. Seizing the moment is what matters most. The filming of Detonator is proceeding smoothly. As part of the crew, Chen Ping often comes to the set to check things out when he doesn't have scenes. Through the introduction of Zhou Xiaolong, he gradually became familiar with a group of veteran actors from Xinjiang. Observing from the sidelines, Chen Ping found that Zhao Zidong left a somewhat unfavorable first impression. But when it comes to filming, he is truly dedicated. As the lead actor and martial arts director of Detonator, Zhao Zidong has done all the action scenes without using a stunt double, tackling even the most dangerous moves himself. There were no major injuries, but he had sustained minor ones without fail. However, Zhao Zidong expressed no complaints. Even when Yue, worried about Zhao Zidong getting hurt, suggested using a stunt double, Zhao Zidong refused, insisting on authenticity. He is just like the old Long Gu. With this level of dedication, it's no wonder that he is popular. Moreover, as the martial arts director of Detonator, Zhao Zidong has discarded the flashy elements of past Xinjiang action films in pursuit of realism. The martial arts scenes are primarily based on MMA, mixed martial arts blending Muay Thai, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, wrestling, judo, and modern combat, paving the way for a new era in Xinjiang action films. It's no wonder Yue proclaimed that Detonator is a transformative work in Xinjiang action films, expected to become another milestone. Whether it can become a milestone is uncertain, but the martial arts scenes in Detonator are indeed visceral and intense, pursuing the aesthetics of violence to the extreme. Not only the audience, but even Chen Ping's adrenaline was surging on set. Feng Yuxiu's martial arts zeal was bubbling over, itching to step in and fight Zhao Zidong personally. During the days when Chen Ping was filming, director Yin Zhenghua of Jiao2 was also busy, even busier than Chen Ping, eager to edit the footage around the clock. Now it is September, and the National Day holiday is approaching. In such a competitive environment for blockbuster films during the National Day holiday, Yin Zhenghua naturally did not want to be a cannon fodder. He was aiming for the Mid-Autumn Festival slot after the National Day. By then, the hype around the National Day blockbusters would have faded, allowing his low-budget film to find its place. If it performs well, theaters would increase the number of screenings. Yin Zhenghua also knew the limitations of his film. A big hit was unrealistic, but a modest success could be expected. After all, there was that man. While editing, Yin Zhenghua found himself increasingly fond of the white-haired character on screen. If it weren't for the time constraints, he wouldn't want to cut even a single scene. In a rush, Yin Zhenghua finally completed the editing and submitted it for review. The final review passed smoothly, and the film was confirmed for theatrical release. Yin Zhenghua immediately notified the production company to help arrange the Mid-Autumn Festival schedule. He also began to organize publicity efforts, buying news articles, trending topics, and cinema advertisements. This comprehensive approach significantly increased the promotional costs. Detonator crew during lunch break. Zhou Xiaolong called. Chen Ping took out his phone and said mysteriously, Ping, come here, I have something good to show you. Hearing this, Chen Ping's eyes lit up, rubbing his hands together with a sly smile. Zhou, good, did you discover some treasure, teacher? Just to be clear, I don't know anyone like teacher Jiza, teacher Xingu, or teacher Yomei. What are you thinking? This is something serious. Zhou Xiaolong scolded with a laugh. Once Chen Ping heard that, he immediately lost interest. Who would want to watch something serious? Zhou Xiaolong then opened a video. After an exciting and dynamic BGM, the screen opened to reveal a white-haired thug striding forward with an air of defiance, waving cash and threatening the parking attendant, "Take care of the car or he'll break your legs." Chen Ping perked up. "This is the promotional video for Jiao Tutu. Zhengwa sent it to me." "What? Brother Yin sent it to you? Why didn't he send it to me? Does he not love me anymore?" Chen Ping looked aggrieved. Zhou Xiaolong shrugged. "Just look at your phone." Chen Ping pulled out his phone, and it was black-screened. Apparently, he had turned it off for filming. When he turned it on, there were several missed calls from Yin Zhenghua and the promotional video that had been sent earlier, along with a dozen voice messages. Zhou Xiaolong rolled his eyes at him. "Zhenghua asked me to tell you to buy a phone that can make calls." Chen Ping smiled awkwardly. "Isn't this just professionalism?" This was, after all, the truth. If the scene he was filming was interrupted by a phone ringing, he would probably smash his phone and stomp it into pieces. The promotional video wasn't long, about 2 minutes. Conservatively estimating, Chen Ping's white-haired character took up 40 seconds, the two main leads occupied a minute, and the remaining 20 seconds were just some explosive highlights. Just watching the promotional video, one would think the white-haired character was the main lead. Even Chen Ping felt Yin Zhenghua was being excessive. "I know you appreciate me, brother Zhenghua, but you can't be this biased, can you? With more screen time than the two main leads, it was hard for me to maintain my composure. Next time, just edit a promotional video for me alone. There's no need to include others who are dispensable, they're just a burden." Zhou Xiaolong, however, was not too concerned about Chen Ping having more screen time in the promotional video. The purpose of the promotional video was to capture the highlights of the entire film. Chen Ping performed well, and the white-haired character left a deep impression. That's the treatment he deserves. Zhou Gu, does this mean Jiao 2 is about to be released? It should be released during the Mid-Autumn Festival. They have already started promotional activities. Zhou Xiaolong casually forwarded Yin Zhengguo's post on August 15th. During the Mid-Autumn Festival, the king will rise again, don't miss it. Under the operation of the promotional team, information about Jiao Tutu began to spread on social media. In just half a day, a topic titled "The Most Handsome Villain in History" successfully trended on social media. Yin Zhengguo's Weibo followers are less than 100,000, and among them some are inactive accounts. On ordinary days, his posts receive fewer than 100 likes and fewer than 10 comments. This time, the promotional video for Jiao Tutu posted by Yin Zhengguo on Weibo was rapidly shared by the cast, including Zhou Xiaolong and Wang Xian, to amplify its influence. However, the actors in the Jiao 2 crew do not hold significant status, and the most popular among them, Zhou Xiaolong, has only about 1 million fans. Given their influence in a Weibo landscape filled with countless new gossip every day, they barely made a splash. After the cast shared the posts, Yin Zhengguo's Weibo data only showed over 1,000 shares and a little over 100 comments. At this level of popularity, it would be remarkable if the film didn't flop. As a result, Yin Zhenghua did not hesitate to swallow his pride and called several stars he had previously worked with to ask for their help in sharing and interacting to boost some popularity. However, due to his past criticisms of popular stars, Yin Zhengguo's relationship with the most influential celebrity on Weibo, who has the greatest following, is quite frosty. Without their support, relying solely on the veteran actors Yin Zhenghua has befriended, each one has a fan base not much larger than his, with some not even active on Weibo. After reaching out to this circle, the data remained dismal. Just as Yin Zhenghua was despairingly refreshing his Weibo, he suddenly noticed a change in his account's data. Initially, there were only a few sporadic shares and comments, but within 2 minutes it escalated to dozens. Later, every time Yin Zhenghua refreshed, his unread messages showed 99. Eventually, his Weibo account completely crashed, and he couldn't even log in. Faced with such a bizarre situation, Yin Zhenghua immediately thought of the publicity team. However, this publicity team seemed exceptionally capable, and it was unclear which powerful figure they had enlisted to generate this level of hype, surpassing the heat of all his previous films combined. Yin Zhenghua was just about to call Manager Li from the publicity team to inquire about the situation when Manager Li called him. As soon as the call connected, Manager Li's excited and incredulous voice came through. "Mr. Yin, which divine being did you invite to promote our video? The speed at which this Weibo hype has skyrocketed is the first I've seen in my years of film promotion. Within 3 hours, it surpassed 100,000 shares. My goodness. Amazing." Yin Zhenghua was bewildered and replied, "Oh, wasn't this hype generated by your publicity team? Mr. Yin, you really overestimate our capabilities. If our publicity team had such power, there wouldn't be any flops in the Dragon Kingdom." Only then did Manager Li realize something was off and exclaimed, "Mr. Yin, are you saying you didn't enlist anyone to boost your hype?" "I did, but it was useless. Just now, for some reason, the hype just took off," Yin Zhenghua replied, equally perplexed. The two of them pondered together, still unable to figure out where this terrifying traffic was coming from. "Director Yin, wait. Let me track the data." Half an hour later, Manager Li called Yin Zhengguo's phone. "Mr. Yin, I just consulted the Weibo backend. Your traffic didn't actually come from a single major account's shares. Then where did it come from? You could say you're all major accounts. Yourself, Zhou Xiaolong, Wang Xian, and the first batch of stars who shared your Weibo. At first, your Weibo data was indeed low, but the click-to-share ratio was astonishingly high, reaching 3:1. This means for every 3 people who clicked the video, 1 shared it. However, this level of hype requires time to spread. As more and more people shared it, the traffic grew exponentially, and ultimately this Weibo account exploded." Manager Li excitedly rattled off a long explanation. Despite the headache from his duck-like voice, Yin Zhenghua managed to grasp the gist of it. It turned out that the high quality of this promotional video attracted frequent shares from netizens. Simply put, it was organic growth. Before Yin Zhenghua could speak, manager Li, while watching the promotional video, excitedly said, "Mr. Yin, is that white-haired guy one of the leads? In the top 100 comments, 90 are about him. This video can blow up, and it's undoubtedly because of him. Wow, this white-haired guy walks with such swagger." Without needing manager Li to say more, Yin Zhenghua could guess that this was definitely due to Chen Ping. "I always said whether Jiao Tu could be a hit depended on whether this white-haired character could become popular." As the heat of Yin Zhenghua's promotional video continued to rise, the first trending topic related to Jiao Tu finally emerged: the most handsome villain in history. Under Yin Zhenghua's Weibo, the most popular comment was, "As long as the villain is handsome, the values follow the looks." The second was, "He is so good and bad, I like him so much." The third was, "Walks with his head held high, bows without bending, brother white hair." All three of these top comments received as many as 100,000 likes. Additionally, countless young fans followed up with comments. No one expected that a supporting villain character in a low-budget film would overshadow all characters from other films released at the same time, regardless of whether they were heroes or villains. Even the Dragon Kingdom's top search engine, Qiandu, created an entry for the character white hair overnight. However, all the information was official and the images and videos were all taken from Yin Zhenghua's promotional video. As for the actor of white hair, the entry was pitifully sparse. Just 2 words: Chen Ping. No additional information was available. White hair became a sensation on Weibo while his actor Chen Ping remained blissfully unaware in Hong Kong. Yin Zhenghua kept receiving congratulatory calls until his phone battery died. Zhou Xiaolong thought Yin Zhenghua would share this good news with Chen Ping and decided not to overshadow him. Meanwhile, Lu Yi and Yang Tianjin were busy with the auditions for Youth 101 so much so that they hadn't even eaten until an Hong Kong fan also heard his manager mention a villain character, white hair, who had exploded in popularity on Weibo today. Upon watching the video, she recognized that face, one she would never forget: strikingly handsome. "Hong Jie, the mysterious white hair actor you mentioned, seems to be staying next door to me." "What? Really? I have to hang up now. Oh, I need to ask him." With that, Fan hung up and knocked on Chen Ping's door. When the door opened, Fan was greeted by a handsome man in a bathrobe, towel in hand, drying his hair. His well-defined muscles were subtly visible as Chen Ping rubbed his hair. It was hard for Fan to look away. Noticing Fan's unabashed gaze, Chen Ping tightened his bathrobe and suspiciously said, "Fan, you're not telling me you came over at this hour just to see a handsome man coming out of the bath, are you?" "Oh no, I've turned into the girl who stalks men." A blush crept onto her cheeks, and not daring to answer Chen Ping's question, she pulled out her phone and held it up in front of him, pressing the play button. "Chen Ping, look." Chen Ping glanced at the video with a nonchalant expression and said, "Brother Zhou just showed it to me this morning. I'm not boasting, but the high visuals of the Jiao Tu crew are largely thanks to me." Fan Yi rolled his eyes dramatically. "If you weren't bragging, would you die?" Chen Ping looked at the retweets, comments, and likes on this Weibo post. "Do you realize you're famous now?" Hearing Fan Yi mention the data, Chen Ping finally focused, and his eyes widened. "Wow, it's almost 1 million. Fan Yi initially thought Chen Ping would be so excited to see the Weibo data that he would be speechless. To his surprise, Chen Ping merely smiled slightly and calmly replied, "I didn't know before, but now I do." Fan Yi, still in disbelief, shook his phone in front of Chen Ping and exclaimed, "Chen Ping, what does it mean when the retweets are close to 1 million? That's considered a trending hit. Even I have never had a Weibo post with over 1 million retweets. Even reaching 100,000 is quite rare." In contrast to Fan Yi's excitement, Chen Ping's expression remained calm as still water. This video reaching over 1 million isn't surprising. Why not? "Because of me." Chen Ping's words nearly choked Fan Yi. Did he think he would die if he didn't show off? While joking around, there are limits. Seeing Fan Yi on the verge of going crazy, Chen Ping, the king of arrogance, remained unabashed, sincerely saying, "You must think I'm boasting. But this is my heartfelt truth. Even if the character by Mao doesn't take off, the character Tony that I'm playing right now will." As Chen Ping continued to boast, Fan Yi felt compelled to challenge him, exclaiming, "Why will only the characters you play do you think it's so easy to become famous in the entertainment industry? It's not that only the characters I play will succeed, it's that I will perform the characters I portray in a way that leads to their success. In reality, I don't like overnight fame. The higher you rise, the harder you fall. The lesson from the parking lot girl is still fresh in my memory. I will perform my characters towards success." Fan Yi repeatedly mulled over Chen Ping's words, seeming to gain some insight, yet he couldn't grasp the logic. It felt like the moon in the water, visible but intangible. In some way, Fan Yi felt that the key to breaking through the second-tier star barrier lay in Chen Ping's hands. He grasped Chen Ping's hand and pleaded, "Chen Ping, teach me how to act." "What? You're a second-tier star asking a mere extra to teach you how to act? Fan Yi, have you lost your mind?" Chen Ping looked at Fan Yi with a disdainful expression, as if he thought Fan Yi was somewhat mentally ill. "But Mo Yiming is also a second-tier star. With his acting skills, he was easily overshadowed by you." Fan Yi pouted, defending Chen Ping. "All right, stop flattering me. I don't fall for that. It's getting late. You should hurry back to sleep. If anyone sees us here like this, I won't be able to clear my name, even if I jumped into the Yellow River. If the cheating fails, it will only bring trouble. I might as well lose my pants." Saying this, he pushed Fan Yi towards Fan Yi refused to leave, clinging to Chen Ping's arm and acting stubbornly. "Then what do you want to eat? Tell me, maybe you'll be in the mood." Chen Ping raised an eyebrow, and let his gaze wander over Fan, yes, graceful figure. With a wicked smile, he said, Miss Fan, it's not that I have a taste for that. It's whether you are willing to accept it. His wicked grin made Fan Yi truly believe Chen Ping intended to make a move on her. Startled, she jumped back, tightly covering her chest, her beautiful face suddenly paling. However, just as Fan Yi released Chen Ping's arm, the once lecherous Chen Ping instantly regained clarity and swiftly closed the door. Anyone unaware would think it was Fan Yi trying to take advantage of Chen Ping. This left Fan Yi utterly confused. Was this man playing hard to get, or was he truly uninterested in her? The next day, Chen Ping arrived at the set and noticed that many crew members looked at him with a strange glint in their eyes. Yue ran up to Chen Ping, punched him lightly in the chest, and laughed. Chen Ping, that by Mao's performance was quite good. He was so arrogant that I wanted to kick him a few times. Director Yi, are you praising me or mocking me? Chen Ping said with a mix of laughter and tears. Yue jokingly scolded, don't play coy with me. I'm going to make things harder for you with the character Tony. You need to portray him as a bad guy. As he spoke, Yue laughed heartily. Naturally, the biggest beneficiary of Chen Ping's rising fame was Yin Zhenghua. However, Yue also considered himself to have picked up a massive bargain. When the trigger is released, he can leverage Chen Ping's popularity to gain a wave of traffic. Remember, he only spent 4,000 when signing Chen Ping. If handled well, Chen Ping could bring him returns that might reach tenfold, 4 million, or even 100-fold, 40 million. In any case, he would only have the difference between small profits and big profits. He would never incur a loss. Yue chatted with Chen Ping for a few more moments before leaving to focus on today's shoot. Chen Ping also headed to the makeup room, and on the way, crew members who had previously been indifferent began to actively greet. Today's scene is an action drama. The filming location is an indoor golf course. Zhouage, Ahu, and Huaxing are enjoying themselves at the golf course when Chen Guochen, the biggest drug dealer in Xiangjiang, storms in with a group of lackeys filled with fury. He is here for a shipment worth 80 million. Brother Shan, who already has a bad feeling, confronts Zhouage and questions him. I told you to deliver the goods to the south. Didn't you say that when the wind blows it rains? You've been shipping for 2 months, brother. Do you think it's a trip to the moon? Zhouage, played by Zhou Xiaolong, leans on his golf club, showing no guilt on his face, but instead retorts, it's by boat. Storms are common. I haven't said anything about you yet. It's your fault that the ship sank. At this point, he's no longer with the ship sunk. What do we have left? Brother Shan's anger flares up as he points at Zhouage, saying fiercely, this shipment is worth 80 million. You owe me that, and we'll call it even. Otherwise, I won't let this go. Zhouage looks at the furious Brother Shan with disdain, completely disregarding his threat. Brother Shan is also wary of Zhouage's notorious reputation. Moreover, it wasn't Zhouage he was negotiating with back then, but the second-in-command of the Yunnan gang, Tony. From Tony's demeanor, he seems much easier to deal with. Thus, he stops tangling with Zhouage and calls out, where's Tony? Get Tony out here to see me. Tony slowly walks in from the back of the golf course. However, today Tony is dressed in all black, completely shedding the refined image of a businessman he had in the bar. The friendly smile that once adorned his face has vanished, replaced by a fierce and ruthless expression. In contrast to the arrogant Zhouage, Tony at this moment reminds Brother Shan of a saying, a barking dog doesn't bite, but a biting dog doesn't bark. No wonder there are rumors that the second-in-command of the Yunnan gang is the most ruthless among the 3 brothers. He used to think it was just gossip. Seeing Tony approach silently, Brother Shan realizes he might have underestimated him. Director Yue watches the screen, his expression indifferent as Chen Ping strides in, and he can't help but get goosebumps. He recalls how he told Chen Ping to play it bad this morning, clearly underestimating him. Just from this killer's entrance, even if it were real life, he would have to bow to him while passing by. No wonder Zhou Xiaolong had advised Chen Ping to tone it down while acting with Mo Yiming, clearly worried that he might scare the delicate Mo Yiming. Yue was still considering whether to remind Chen Ping that this role of Tony isn't that malevolent. He should tone down his killing intent a bit. However, Chen Ping on the screen suddenly accelerates as he approaches the crowd. He leaps up and delivers a kick that knocks down one of Brother Shan's lackeys in his way. Immediately following, he delivers 2 precise punches that take down the 2 closest henchmen. At this moment, the group of Brother Shan's lackeys finally snaps back to reality. However, usually the bravest among them, they now look around hesitantly. Damn, this man is too ruthless. Brothers, you go first or I'll cover you. If you're not going, then I will. Chen Ping turns back, his eyes filled with a brutal look as if he were ready to devour someone. He accelerates again like a fierce tiger charging into a flock of sheep. Brother Shan's group of lackeys resembles a herd of lambs, easily taken down one after another, leaving the ground littered with bodies. The rampaging Tony doesn't even break a sweat, a cruel smile appearing on his lips as he looks at Brother Shan. Tony. Before Brother Shan can plead for mercy, Tony grabs his head and slams it violently onto a nearby metal stool. With a bleeding head, Brother Shan clutches his head, wailing, Tony, you don't follow the rules of the underworld. Tony steps on Brother Shan's head, slowly lowering his body, a cruel and ruthless expression on his face as he says word by word, we always do things this way. If you're not satisfied, you can take it up with me later. With that, he kicks Brother Shan away. Cut. Perfect. This scene marks a reversal of Tony's character, highlighting that the true core of the Yunnan gang is this seemingly harmless second-in-command Tony. He is the one who goes out to negotiate business. He's the one who plays the dirtiest and strikes the hardest. Zhouage is just the front man, Ahu is the muscle, while Tony is the backbone. Just when everyone thought this scene was over, Yi Wei suddenly called for the crew to reset the scene, shouting, "Let's do another take." Now the extras were unhappy. To ensure realism, the fight scenes in the fuse are real fights. Although Chen Ping had held back, he couldn't help but strike at the human body's weak points. Though the extras weren't injured, they each had their share of bruises. Especially this fierce god, it's unknown how many lives he holds in his hands. Just his intimidating gaze and expression are enough to terrify them, fearing that if he gets into the mood, he might not hold back and could take a life here. With extras earning only $100 a day, what am I risking my life for? They began to shout that they wouldn't work anymore. Yi Wei was also helpless. He had just reviewed the playback and found that Chen Ping's speed was too fast for the cameraman to keep up. It was like Zhu Beiji eating a ginseng fruit. They hadn't caught any exciting shots before the fight concluded. He was so angry that he almost wanted to grab the camera and jump in. Seeing the extras riled up, the situation of a strike was escalating. Yi Wei had no choice but to utter the magic words. "Increase the pay. I'll double your pay." "How much more?" "Double it." At this, the extras fell silent, quietly returning to their positions. "As long as you're willing to pay more, what's a life worth?" After calming the extras, Yi Wei called Chen Ping over. Chen Ping was puzzled. He thought his performance had been flawless, so why the need for another take? Until Yi Wei whispered to him, "Chen Ping, slow down a bit. When you throw punches, you're hitting too fast, and the cameraman can't keep up." This reason left Chen Ping somewhat amused. "Is it my fault?" As Yi Wei shouted action, another slaughter began. Not far away, Zhao Zidane and Fan, you were also watching the filming of this scene. Seeing Zhao Zidane nodding frequently, Fan, Yi quietly asked, "Brother Zidane, why do I feel like Chen Ping really knows martial arts? Even if it weren't acting, those 10 or so thugs wouldn't stand a chance against Chen Ping, right?" Zhao Zidane nodded affirmatively. Chen Ping's martial arts aren't just flashy, they are practical skills combined with ancient Chinese martial arts, making them quite powerful. If it weren't for filming, if Chen Ping truly went all out, not a single one of those 10 or so could escape alive. Hiss. This man is that strong. Zhao Zidane seemed to be speaking to himself. It's just that Chen Ping's martial skills and agility are already at an advanced level, even capable of establishing his own school, but his strength is lacking. His techniques for generating power are excellent, yet his physical strength doesn't match that of a martial artist. Moreover, his skin is remarkably smooth without even a callus on his hands. How on earth did he train to achieve this skill? It's truly puzzling. The more Zhao Zidane thought about it, the more confused he became, wondering if the teachings in martial arts novels could be real. Chen Ping was fighting fiercely on the set of The Trigger. Meanwhile, Yan Zhenghua was in his villa enjoying the air conditioning, eating watermelon, and attending a video conference. Only 3 people attended the meeting: director Yan Zhenghua, producer Huang Yong, and the representative of the investors, producer Zhang Wenhui. The meeting was held in a hurry to the extent that the 3 of them were not together and could only video call. This was mainly because the popularity of Yan Zhenghua's promotional video had exceeded everyone's expectations. Not only did director Yan Zhenghua find himself caught off guard, but the production and investment parties behind the film were also taken by surprise. Producer Huang Yong cleared his throat, took the lead, and opened the meeting. "Hello, Director Yan." "Hello, Sister Zhang. The first wave of promotional results in the form of a PPT has been sent to you. I believe you should have seen it by now." Yan Zhenghua and Zhang Wenhui nodded, remaining silent and waiting for Huang Yong to continue. The promotional effects have far exceeded expectations. Director Yan's promotional video has now surpassed 1 million shares with view counts exceeding 10 million. 3 of our crew's news articles made it into the top 50 trending topics. Other movies, including Duya Films and Mingmao Films, have also reported a high anticipation index for our film Jiaodo exceeding 1 million. Huang Yong first acknowledged the current achievements before swiftly changing the subject. However, as time passes, the heat surrounding Jiaodo is gradually declining. Although the imitation shows of the white-haired villain have gained renewed popularity on the Douyin short video platform, it can be anticipated that the heat on Douyin will also wane with time. The official release date for Jiaodo is during the Mid-Autumn Festival in mid-October, which is over a month away. By then, I worry that the film's popularity will have completely faded. Therefore, I propose we move the release date of Jiaodo forward to September 15th. There are hardly any new films scheduled around that time, and the impact of the National Day releases is still half a month away. If Jiaodo performs while capturing the film market for that half month and additionally harvesting some traffic from the National Day releases, Tomato Pictures estimates that Jiaodo could achieve a final box office of around 700,000, 800 million. When Huang Yong mentioned the 700,000, 800 million box office, both Yan Zhenghua and Zhang Wenhui were taken aback. They had initially budgeted for Jiaodo to barely reach 300 million. Now it had more than doubled. If what Huang Yong said was true, they were in for a substantial profit. Investor Zhang Wenhui patted her chest, calming herself, and asked manager Huang, "Are you serious about your last statement?" Huang Yong nodded, saying, "We must trust the staff at Tomato Pictures. But this estimate is based on an optimistic perspective. The final box office will ultimately depend on the quality of the film. It needs to attract audiences to the theaters, just like the promotional video did." Zhang Wenhui grew increasingly excited. She only focused on profits as an investor regardless of the film's quality. She nodded in agreement with Huang Yong's proposal to release the film early. Only Yan Zhenghua furrowed his brow, expressing concern. "Manager Huang, there's less than a week left until September 15th. The premiere hasn't been arranged and the promotional efforts have only just begun. Isn't the timing too rushed?" Huang Yong shook his head, saying 5 days is more than enough. If we wait any longer, the heat will have completely dissipated. The premiere will be held in Xinjiang. I've already invited the media and film critics 2 days later. The main actors of the film will also be in Xinjiang, so please make arrangements. Most importantly, Chen Ping, who plays the white-haired character, must be present. Zhou Xiaolong and Wang Xian's absence would be acceptable, but Chen Ping must come. In a movie, the producer is the biggest boss behind the scenes. Even in Hollywood, directors do not have final cut rights. The power of life and death over a movie lies entirely with the producer. Yan Zhenghua was already granted the authority to select actors and edit the film. Seeing that Huang Yong had already secured the media and critics for the premiere, Yan Zhenghua understood that the early release of the film was inevitable. Furthermore, when it comes to market control, producer Huang Yong was far more perceptive than he was. He nodded in agreement. The next day, the official account of Jiaodo announced the early release. September 15th, I'll see you there. Yan Zhenghua also arrived at the set of The Trigger. Yi Wei and Yan Zhenghua were somewhat acquainted, though Yi Wei focused on action films, while Yan Zhenghua leaned more towards films about gangsters and the underworld. When Yi Wei saw Yan Zhenghua, he rushed over to give him a hug. What a rare guest. Yan Zhenghua smiled and said, if I weren't busy editing at home this month, I would have come to see you much earlier. What a load of rubbish. You wouldn't come to see me even if you were just watching beautiful women at the traffic lights in Simshasui. Hey, you old man, why are you always so honest? Yi Wei invited Yan Zhenghua to sit down and brewed him a pot of tea. Yan Zhenghua then revealed the true purpose of his visit. He wanted to borrow Zhou Xiaolong and Chen Ping for a few days to promote Jiaodo. Yi Wei deliberately put on a stern face and said, I knew you wouldn't come without a purpose. Now that you've asked, what else can I do? I owe you this favor. Next time, let's go to the Crown Club and he'll treat you to English lessons. Spending so much. Just let Lei Lama teach me, can't I just hire 2 English teachers? Yi Wei held up 2 fingers and tried to bargain. Yan Zhenghua rolled his eyes, saying, with your old bones, can you even handle? Yi Wei replied, how will you know if you don't try? Zhou Xiaolong and Chen Ping never expected that an English tutoring session would lead to Yi Wei selling them out. After saying goodbye to Yi Wei, Yan Zhenghua found Zhou Xiaolong and Chen Ping, who had just finished work. The two were quite surprised to see Yan Zhenghua. Once they reached the restaurant and had a few drinks, Yan Zhenghua informed them about the early release of Jiaodo and the premiere scheduled for 7 p.m. tomorrow night in Xinjiang. Is it really that urgent? Zhou Xiaolong shared the same concerns as Yan Zhenghua. Chen Ping nodded in agreement, stating, indeed, the movie's popularity is high now. If it releases on September 15th, we can maximize the current heat. Moreover, many blockbusters are clustered around the National Day release, and several large productions are also scheduled for the Mid-Autumn Festival. By releasing Jiaodo early, we can avoid the timeline clash with those big films. That's truly a brilliant move. Hey, Chen Ping, are you secretly working part-time at Tomato Pictures? Your words sound just... The next afternoon at 5 o'clock, Chen Ping was preparing to leave for the premiere. Coincidentally, his phone rang, and it was a call. Hello, Chen Ping, where are you right now? I'm just about to head out for a date. Do you want to join? Chen Ping replied casually while putting on his shoes. On the other end, Fan Ye's voice was filled with disbelief. Chen Ping, the premiere is about to start. You're going out to meet... How do you know I'm attending the premiere today? On the other side, an exaggerated laugh followed as Fan Ye retorted. Xinghua Entertainment also received an invitation to the premiere of Jiao Tu Tu. Guess who is representing Xinghua Entertainment? Chen Ping replied flatly. You're just getting the first pick because you're close to the source. If there were other stars from Xinghua Entertainment in Hong Kong, it wouldn't be your turn. Chen Ping's words almost sent Fan Ye away. That was a rather hurtful truth. However, Chen Ping ignored Fan Ye and hung up the phone directly. He opened the door ready to attend the premiere. Just then he heard the door across the hall creak open as Fan Ye quickly... She greeted Chen Ping. Hi. What a coincidence, you're going to the premiere too. Let's go together. If you wanted to join me, just say so. This coincidence feels too forced. Before Chen Ping could respond, Fan Ye noticed his casual attire of a t-shirt and jeans and said incredulously, You're really going to the premiere dressed like that? Is there a problem? It was more than just a problem, it was a huge issue. Although the film premiere didn't require a red carpet walk like a ceremony, it was still a gathering of various media outlets, and one couldn't avoid a barrage of cameras. Fan Ye followed closely behind Chen Ping, cautiously reminding him, Chen Ping, as one of the leads in Jiao Tu Tu, shouldn't you pay more attention to your outfit? I've paid attention. I just cleaned my shoes before leaving. Fan Ye was speechless. Was it really just about cleaning shoes? With those sneakers, even if you clean them 1,000 times, they would still be sneakers. Fan Ye kindly advised, Chen Ping, even if it's hot now, you don't want to wear a suit and tie, but at least wear a white shirt, right? If you want, I can wait here while you change. Chen Ping, however, was indifferent, saying, no need. If others think I look shabby, that's their discomfort, not mine. As long as I'm comfortable, that's enough. He made a good point, and Fan Ye found herself unable to argue. In fact, Fan Ye knew that a sharp suit was meant to impress outsiders. How could a t-shirt and sneakers be more comfortable? Just like the evening dress she wore today to accentuate her waist, she hadn't eaten since yesterday, because girls' stomachs would protrude after a full meal. Moreover, wearing such a dress made it inconvenient to use the restroom. She even controlled her drinking. When truly thirsty, she could only sip a little water to moisten her lips. If it weren't for the camera, who would want to suffer through this? While Fan Ye was lost in thought, Chen Ping had already reached the elevator. Fan Ye hurriedly followed him into the elevator. Once outside the hotel, Fan Ye looked around. Chen Ping, where's the car to pick you up? Oh, Yengu originally said he would send someone to get me. I thought the Audi was too low-key, so I declined. If you want to ride, come with me, my driver should be here by now, Chen Ping said. Fan, yes, beautiful eyes sparkled as she thought. You rascal, you still claim you're not a hidden rich second generation. You even called a private driver. I wonder if it's a Rolls Royce or a Bentley. Fan Yi followed Chen Ping for nearly 300 meters thinking, your driver really doesn't understand the rules. Who parks the car so far away? Until they reached a bus stop, there was a screech of brakes. Just then a bus arrived at the stop. Chen Ping glanced at the route and smiled. Let's go, it's my treat. Fan Yi looked at the dusty bus, her mind going blank. Chen Ping, is this the private luxury car you mentioned? Before she could react, Chen Ping had already pulled her onto the bus. Ding dong, the crisp sound of coins being dropped echoed. The bus doors closed, and with a wheezing sound it sped towards the destination, Longhua Cinema. Once seated, Fan Yi pulled Chen Ping close, almost gritting her teeth as she said, Chen Ping, is there something wrong with your brain? With a perfectly good luxury car you chose to take the bus. She hadn't ridden a bus in years. This bus is worth at least $1 million. How can it not be considered a luxury vehicle? Fan Yi lowered her voice and said, you're just making excuses. What celebrity rides the bus to a premiere? If people in the industry find out, they'll probably laugh at me for life. Chen Ping sat by the window enjoying the passing scenery with a warm smile. Why can't celebrities take the bus? It's just that now, with many people idolizing them, it has led to the perception that celebrities should act aloof and above it all. Decades ago, you and I were just performers. It's all a lowly profession. Ordinary people wouldn't even want to sit with us. Fan Yi was instantly left speechless, stammering for a while, unable to find a way to argue back. Don't take your idol persona too seriously. You and that Mo Yiming always act like you're above others. One plays a thug, yet acts like a financial elite. The other plays a barmaid, acting as if she's a rich heiress. If you can't put aside your pride and ease up, how can you call yourself an actor? Chen Ping's words struck Fan Yi like a thunderbolt, leaving her stunned. Reflecting on the films and dramas she had starred in over the years, they all seemed rather monotonous. Whenever she acted, she would think about whether she looked beautiful in the shot, whether she was pretty, holding back her laughter and refraining from crying out loud. She feared revealing herself as foolish on camera. Originally, she thought it was about showing the best side to the audience, but now she realized that the effect was quite the opposite. Expressionless. This term was the audience's evaluation of her acting skills. She often begged Chen Ping to teach her how to act, but Chen Ping was always reluctant. She thought he was being pretentious, but now she realized that he truly looked down on her kind of expressionless actress. Fan Yi quickly grabbed Chen Ping's hand, pleading, Chen Ping, I was wrong. I want to act like you to portray any role, but I just can't. What should I do? What should you do? Observe the world, observe yourself. Look at that couple arguing on the street corner. After watching, when you act out a scene of fighting with your boyfriend, you'll have a general impression. Fan Yi followed Chen Ping's pointing direction and saw a girl punching and kicking her boyfriend, yet she was crying and hugging him, slowly kneeling down. In that moment she understood. Chen Ping, the reason you enjoy taking the bus is to see the myriad of human experiences, right? I never expected your pursuit of acting to reach such a level. You truly are a role model for us. It's not as exaggerated as you say. I take the bus purely because I'm poor. The premiere of The Gangster was held at the largest cinema in Hong Kong, Longhua Cinema. The media interview time was from 6 to 6:30 in the afternoon. From 6:30 to 7, it was the time for the audience to enter. At 7 sharp, the premiere commenced punctually. Chen Ping and Fan Yi arrived at Longhua close to 6, which left the director, Yin Zhenghua, quite anxious. The calls for help came incessantly. When Yin Zhenghua finally spotted Chen Ping, he hurriedly rushed over, disregarding his own status, and led them into the cinema. Seeing Chen Ping's casual attire, Yin Zhenghua raised his eyebrows, feeling somewhat helpless. Inside, the media had been waiting for quite a while. In the center of the cinema stood a backdrop themed around the film, densely covered with signatures. The media, who had set up their cameras, instantly became energized upon seeing the stars arrive. The flashes of the cameras went off continuously. Although Chen Ping was merely a supporting character in The Gangster, everyone knew which actor was the hottest at that moment. In fact, the film The Gangster had an early release due to the popularity of this supporting character. This was unprecedented in the history of cinema in the Dragon Kingdom. It can be said that Chen Ping made history. However, his casual outfit surprised the reporters present. Goodness, after so many years as an entertainment reporter, this was the first time I saw a star attending a premiere dressed in just a t-shirt and a pair of jeans. Chen Ping and Fan Yi, upon Yin Zhenghua's invitation, signed their names on the film's backdrop. Fan Yi was led to the VIP area by the staff. Chen Ping followed Yin Zhenghua into the main hall. Inside, the lights were bright and several tables and chairs covered with red tablecloths were set up on stage. Yin Zhenghua sat in the center with Zhou Xiaolong and Wang Xian flanking him, while Chen Ping sat closely behind Zhou Xiaolong, and the actor Li Fei, who played a Qing, sat beside Wang Xian. The hierarchy was clear, with the younger and older actors in order. Although Chen Ping was currently very popular, the leading roles in The Gangster were still Wang Xian and Zhou Xiaolong, and this respect needed to be maintained. Before the media reception began, Yin Zhenghua, following the old tradition, expressed gratitude for the efforts of the crew, praised the dedication of the actors, and acknowledged the strong support from the producers and investors. It can be said that everyone shared the benefits equally. Next came the QA session. All the reporters unanimously focused their attention solely on Chen Ping. This is an era where popularity reigns supreme. The reporters were well aware of whom to interview, what topics to discuss, and how to craft their articles to generate traffic. The first question came from the leading entertainment media in the Dragon Kingdom. the reporter from J Entertainment News. Mr. Chen Ping, what score would you give to the film The Gangster The King Rises? Chen Ping tapped the microphone on the table. Firstly, I have not seen the final cut of The King Rises. However, based on the script I received and my experiences while filming, I believe if 10 is the highest score, then The King Rises should be around 5. If director Yin has done a great job in the editing, it could earn an additional point. His words left everyone astonished. Even Yin Zhenghua and the others on stage were caught off guard. Generally, questions like these about one's own film are the easiest to answer. With higher emotional intelligence, one would typically just answer with a perfect score and then start praising the director, the crew, and the other actors. In this way, they appear humble while also giving face to others in the crew, which is indeed a win-win situation. Even with lower emotional intelligence, one could still give a score of around 8 and then find some faults, saying they need to work harder. Chen Ping's direct response, giving less than a passing score, was truly unprecedented. After a brief silence, the room erupted in an uproar. Reporters instantly realized this was a sensational moment, with some already thinking of the headline. Shocking. At the premiere of The Gangster, the white-haired villain openly confronted the director. A reporter seized the opportunity and asked, "First, Mr. Chen Ping, does your low score of 5 for The Gangster imply a doubt in director Yan's directing abilities, or a lack of recognition for the other actors' performances?" Upon hearing this question, Chen Ping frowned. "My score is directed solely at this film. Just like if you give a chef one egg and a bowl of leftover rice, even a national banquet chef could only make a fried rice, would you expect them to create a luxurious dish? I speak frankly, if it weren't for director Yan's direction and the participation of brother Zhou and brother Wang, it would only be 3 points, no more." This explanation from Chen Ping visibly eased the expressions of those on stage, but the reporters below felt somewhat disappointed. They were hoping for some conflict on stage between Chen Ping, Yan Jinghua, and Zhou Xiaolong. That would surely attract enough attention. Seeing their attempt to incite conflict fail, another reporter quickly asked, "Mr. Chen Ping, since you only gave The Gangster a score of 5, does that also mean you do not recommend viewers to watch it in theaters?" While that's a loaded question. If I say I don't recommend it, it would definitely upset the entire cast of The Gangster. If I say I recommend it, then the media would seize on that, accusing me of being insincere, promoting a bad film for profit. Zhou Xiaolong tugged at Chen Ping's sleeve, signaling him to skip this tricky question. However, Chen Ping did not shy away and candidly stated, setting aside the intended audience, to put it simply, would be misleading. The Gangster is purely a commercial film. For those seeking visual stimulation, couples on a date, or friends looking to relax after shopping, I personally highly recommend it. It is absolutely worth the ticket price. But if you are pursuing cinematic art, looking for life insights from a film, or seeking a spiritual cleanse through viewing, I personally do not recommend you watch The Gangster in theaters. First, I'm worried you might not be able to sit through it and leave midway, affecting the experience of others. Secondly, I fear you might shout RRM and demand a refund. Haha. Everyone burst into laughter at Chen Ping. Who would have thought that Chen Ping would answer this loaded question so skillfully that he could be regarded as providing the standard answer to such a deadly question? This made the reporters view him in a new light. Initially, when Chen Ping said he would only give The Gangster a score of 5, everyone thought he was a simpleton desperately trying to catch Chen Ping off guard. Unexpectedly, with the subsequent 2 questions, Chen Ping's responses were clear and well-reasoned, showcasing his mastery of language. It felt as if their questions were merely providing Chen Ping with an opportunity to demonstrate his linguistic artistry. At this point, the reporters were at a loss. "Mr. Chen Ping, may I ask?" Another reporter, not yet convinced, attempted to stir the pot further. Yin Zhenghua immediately seized the topic. "It's getting late. Let's conclude today's interview session. Please follow the staff's guidance to take your seats in the screening room. The premiere is about to start." Seeing the reporters gradually leaving, Yin Zhenghua couldn't help but wipe the sweat from his forehead. Goodness, it was close. He might have given himself a heart attack. If Chen Ping's responses had contained even a hint of error, he wouldn't have dared to face tomorrow's entertainment news. The premiere of Dragon Head The King Rises has successfully concluded. The audience attending the premiere gradually began to leave, while the media rushed back to write their reports and the critics hurried to pen their reviews. The lucky fans chosen for the event eagerly shared photos online. Under the arrangement of Yan Jinghua, the lead actors, including Chen Ping, arrived at the most renowned seafood restaurant in Hong Kong, Tianxiayan. Accompanying them was Chen Ping's little follower, Fan Yi. When Yan Zhenghua invited Chen Ping, Fan Yi was nearby. Upon hearing that Chen Ping had a dinner engagement that evening, she glanced at him, feigning a delicate demeanor, and softly said, "Then I'll take the bus back first. Don't stay out too late." Yan Zhenghua couldn't help but feel a bit impressed by Chen Ping, who seemed to attract women effortlessly wherever he went. With Liu Yi in front and Yang Tianjin behind, now in Hong Kong to shoot a film, even one of the 4 young flower actresses from the mainland, Fan Yi, had been won over. He couldn't help but reminisce about his own youth, wondering why he hadn't been blessed with such fortune. Comparing oneself to others can be infuriating. Yan Zhenghua shook his head and sighed, gradually moving away. Chen Ping, who had clearly been outmaneuvered by Fan Yi, silently turned around. The gloomy gaze from Chen Ping made Fan Yi dare not look him in the eye. She had indeed taken advantage of him. She wanted to join this dinner, but felt too shy to voice it. Using ambiguous language, she led Yan Zhenghua to misunderstand that she was Chen Ping's girlfriend, and naturally, she received an invitation. Now that her plan had succeeded, she still felt guilty about using Chen Ping. Perhaps she feared Chen Ping, afraid that this man would take some outrageous actions. There was nothing this man wouldn't dare to do. Faced with the man's relentless advances, Fan Yi retreated until her back hit the white wall, looking pitifully at Chen. What? What are you going to do? Chen Ping took a step forward, cornering Fan Yi against the wall, and gave a slap. With a crisp sound, Fan Yi felt a jolt in her rear. The pain nearly brought her to tears. Damn, he even gave it a hard put away your little tricks. If there's a next time. Fan Yi held back her tears, her small mouth pouting in grievance. What will you do if there's a next time? I won't do anything, damn it, you. The 5 short words sent a chill down Fan Yi's spine, and a blush quickly crept across her fair skin. The dinner arranged by Yin Zhengguo at Tianxiayin was primarily to introduce Chen Ping to the producers and investors of Dragon Head. Huang Yong from Tomato Film was indifferent at the banquet. Although Chen Ping had exploded in popularity overnight, Huang Yong didn't entirely recognize him given that he hadn't been tested through 2 or 3 films. On the other hand, Zhang Wenhui, with the backing of the investors, praised Chen Ping incessantly, even sitting on Chen Ping's lap while toasting him. Though Zhang Wenhui could be considered somewhat mature, yet still charming, this old cucumber, painted green, ultimately lacked substance and tasted rather bitter. Chen Ping showed no interest. He directly pulled Fan Yi over, placing her on his lap and feeding her a bite of food while her face turned crimson. Yin Zhengguo casually mentioned that Fan Yi had an ambiguous relationship with Chen Ping. With such words spoken, Zhang Wenhui couldn't openly pursue her in front of the rightful lady. After leaving contact information with Chen Ping, she began to clink glasses with others. The dinner lasted deep into the night until it finally concluded. At 8 o'clock the next morning, the 3 major movie ticketing apps in the country, Doya Movie, Meow Cat Movie, and Quick Look Film, simultaneously launched the pre-sale for Dragon Head: The King Rises. Meanwhile, the various media outlets that attended the premiere began issuing their reports. Naturally, the most eye-catching was Chen Ping's rating for the film Dragon Head. When netizens heard that Chen Ping only rated his own film a 5, they thought he had lost his mind. It wasn't until they clicked into the news details that they saw Chen Ping's reasoning for such a score. On Weibo, the character of the villain by Mao Huai was tagged as sincere, truly sincere. Due to Chen Ping's straightforward evaluation of the film, he participated in a wave of support for honest people swept through. After all, everyone was accustomed to those star-studded platitudes saying things like they had given their best performance in this film, or that this film was a significant highlight in the history of Longwa cinema. The more exaggerated the praise, the worse the film tended to be. Chen Ping's assertion that the film he starred in was merely a passable popcorn flick was not just rare, it was unprecedented. Considering that the entertainment industry rarely saw a true man who dared to speak honestly, we in the 258 group had to support him in any way we could. In Hong Kong at the Marriott Hotel in the presidential suite, Huang Yong, Zhang Wenhui, and Yin Zhengguo gathered together, fixated on the back end of the 3 major movie apps, watching the pre-sale box office for Dragon Head. Within an hour of going live, it broke 10 million, and within a day it exceeded 100 million, reaching an astonishing 180 million by 8 p.m. on September 14th. It's important to note that the filming and promotion costs for Dragon Head totaled no more than 50 million. From this 180 million box office, after deducting 3 for the film fund and 5 for taxes, and the revenue sharing with theaters ranging from 38 to 43, while including all miscellaneous costs, the 3 of them would approximately receive a third of the total box office, totaling around 55 million. Just from the pre-sale box office share, they had already covered the total cost of the film and even made a slight profit. The subsequent box office for Dragon Head would be pure profit. It was worth the 3 of them staying cooped up in the presidential suite for these past 2 days without stepping outside. At midnight, Dragon Head: The King Rises was released on time. Almost every theater that had obtained the film and screened it was packed with a bustling crowd. This scene left the staff at the theater bewildered. Hey folks, there's still half a month until National Day. Tomorrow. No, today isn't even the weekend. Are you planning to watch movies all night long? Meanwhile, various eccentric personalities on Weibo flaunted their tickets for Dragon Head. An initiative to support honest people in the entertainment industry was in full swing. Chen Ping, along with those entertainment journalists, never expected that in this day and age a single statement of honesty could wield such immense box office appeal. How could those films with promotional costs easily exceeding 100 million survive in such an environment? In the magical city, Chen Ming, a 996 programmer, hastened to the Wanli cinema after fixing his last bug at the office at 11 p.m. He had no idea what had gotten into his girlfriend Li Mei, who insisted on watching a movie at midnight, endlessly praising how handsome one of the villains was. Chen Ming was already tired of hearing it. By the time he rushed to the Wanli cinema, his girlfriend, Li Mei, had been waiting for him. She even bought a couple's package, which included 2 cups of milk tea and a large popcorn. Looking at the crowd waiting to enter the cinema, Chen Ming couldn't help but feel surprised and curiously asked, "Xiao Mei, is this movie really that popular?" "It's the hottest movie right now, of course," Li Mei replied proudly. "Fortunately, I had the foresight to buy tickets for the premiere on the first day of pre-sales. You have no idea how many people are regretting not grabbing tickets earlier. It drives them crazy to have to compete with me for the bad boy. Hey, your actual boyfriend is right here. Can you tone down your infatuation a bit?" "Oh, I'm sorry. Ming, you know him, just a master of words," Li Mei said, cutely sticking out her tongue, leaving Chen Ming, but he couldn't help feeling a bit jealous and asked, "Is the bad boy really that handsome?" As soon as Li Mei mentioned the character with white hair, she perked up, taking out her phone to show the promotional video, saying, "You can see for yourself. This is the first time I'm such a fan of a villain. He's not even the protagonist, but a villain." Chen Ming was somewhat surprised until he saw the bad boy make his entrance with perfectly chiseled features, striking silver hair, and a uniquely arrogant gait. He couldn't help but exclaim, how did he make it to adulthood? Uffed. Li Mei chuckled, covering her mouth. You think he's cool too? It's time. Hurry, let's get in. The two of them followed the crowd into the theater and found their seats. As the last light dimmed and the advertisements finished, the main feature began. What came into view was a long buried past, the rivalry between the two gang leaders from the north and south of the city. Li Mei exclaimed, this is Chang Wei, right? Chen Ming replied, yes, Zhou Xiaolong. He's quite handsome too, not much to look at when he was young, but he gets more handsome with age. One wonders what Zhou Gu would think of such a... The early plot of the movie was tightly woven together. It directly led to the iconic scene. Take care of the car, break his leg. This was the audience's first complete viewing of Chen Ping's entrance. Unlike the few seconds shown in the promotional video, the official film included a subplot where a Chow parked the car. In comparison, Chen Ping completely overshadowed a Chow in demeanor, speech, and action. A Chow, a heartless tool merely there to serve as a backdrop. With Chen Ping's appearance, the cinema buzzed with excitement. Everyone was there for him. On the big screen, Chen Ping's arrogance was vividly displayed. One could say that while there are countless well-acted villains in Dragon Country films, this was the first time audiences had seen such an arrogant villain. The innate wickedness radiating from him elevated this character to new heights. So wicked, so pure in his villainy that even when he attended a funeral bowing without lowering his head and shooting a Chow, the audience found it completely justifiable. As the screen went dark and the credits began to roll, the lights in the cinema gradually brightened. The joy of watching a movie is always so fleeting. The audience began to disperse. After leaving the cinema, Chen Ming and Li Mei walked through the safety corridor alongside. There were many girls along with some boys who had come to watch the movie with them. On the way, there were the incessant chattering of girls discussing the movie, with 90% of their conversation revolving around Chen Ping, whether it was how handsome he was or how bad he was. Discussions about the movie's plot, however, were extremely rare, almost non-existent. Chen Ming also tried to recall the movie's plot, but his final conclusion was that although the movie was tightly paced and had no dull moments, the plot was nearly non-existent. Or perhaps it was too cliché. The entire film relied on the performances of the main actors to hold it together. The memorable scenes that stayed with the audience were almost entirely from Chen Ping's storyline. The film Dragon Head has just finished screening and reviews are flooding various film apps. One of the most heated reviews states, this is the success of the character Whitehair, yet the failure of the entire film Dragon Head. It first recounts the plot, which is indeed cliched as predictable as a fart. The audience immediately knows whether the scriptwriter intends to go for something profound or trivial. The only commendable aspect is the performances of the lead actors. However, the most surprising element is still Whitehair. The review mentions that Chen Ping's portrayal of Whitehair has to a certain extent filled the void of villainous characters in domestic films. In most movies, villains often have a tragic background with painful pasts that shape their twisted psychology. Typically, by the end of the film, the villain experiences an epiphany leading to a forced redemption. Such twists should ideally catch the audience off guard, but due to the overuse in domestic films, it has come to be that not redeeming the villain at the end astonishes the audience. Whitehair is precisely such an unexpected villain who throughout the film commits numerous wrongdoings with an arrogance that could be deemed unparalleled in all of Longwo cinema. When all viewers expected the director to redeem Whitehair in the film, he was instead brutally stabbed to death by Wang Xian's henchmen on a rainy night. From Whitehair's brazen entrance to his dismal conclusion, he is forever frozen in that rainy night. One must admit this seemingly conventional ending is in fact the most perfect fate for Whitehair. He died as he should. Initially, audiences may have liked Whitehair because of actor Chen Ping's handsomeness and his overwhelming arrogance. However, after watching the entire film, audiences might arrive at two extreme perspectives regarding Whitehair. One perspective is that he is utterly inhumane, cruel, and tyrannical. The other is a pure admiration for his villainy with a love that runs deep. The final reviewer concluded with the title as the summation of their review, rating the film Dragon Head 5 points. This lengthy review was first published on the Douya Film app and was quickly shared across various platforms, receiving countless affirmations from viewers. The basic viewing experience echoes the sentiments about this film. Dragon Head is watchable, but hardly remarkable. In no time, reviews for Dragon Head surged onto the trending lists of various platforms. All reviews revolve around one character, Whitehair. Far away in Xiangjiang, Yan Zhengguo reads the reviews, unsure whether to feel joy or concern. Now, Dragon Head's box office has far surpassed his expectations. The tickets for the first 3 days have long been sold out. However, compared to the scarcity of tickets in the first 3 days, the box office pre-sales for the following days are disappointing. Yan Zhengguo knows that the initial success of Dragon Head is purely reliant on Chen Ping as a selling point. Yet, even the most popular stars in the domestic scene cannot uphold an entire film on the strength of a single person's appeal. Ultimately, it is the film's reputation that determines its box office ceiling. However, it appears that the reputation of Dragon Head across various film apps isn't particularly favorable. Due to Chen Ping's influence, about 80% of audiences have rated the film a mere 5 points. Within the films that have already been released, it has solidified the lowest rating. Truly, success can be attributed to Chen Ping, and failure can also be laid at his feet. Yet as the hottest star on Weibo tonight, Chen Ping remains blissfully unaware. He is boxing in his hotel room while wearing Bluetooth earbuds. He is genuinely boxing. Ever since his life simulation with Feng Yuxiu, Chen Ping has developed a habit of boxing daily. Feng Yuxiu, a martial arts enthusiast, has boxed for more than 1,000,000 rounds, but Chen Ping is not as obsessed. Boxing is merely for strengthening his body. Yet clearly Feng Yuxiu's boxing technique has some merit. It promotes blood circulation and flexibility, but the most noticeable benefit for Chen Ping is the enhancement of specific functions. Regardless, his bicep muscles are exceptionally developed owing to a significant increase in his training duration. While boxing, Chen Ping is on a call with Yang Tianjin and Lu Yi. Both are currently in Modu participating in the recording of the idol training show Youth 101. Yang Tianjin has already undergone 2 evaluations and ultimately ranked at the bottom of the F class. Yang Tianjin finds it somewhat difficult to speak about this. However, Chen Ping offers his affirmation considering that Yang Tianjin is a pure newcomer and lacks skills in singing, dancing, rapping, or basketball. Unlike himself, who possesses a golden finger, merely making it into the 101 contestants is already a testament to her extraordinary effort. Next, there are selections from 101 to 55, 55 to 36, and 36 to 22, ultimately choosing 11 contestants to debut in the C positions from the final 22. With numerous candidates competing for a single spot, each selection is a matter of life and death. After Yang Tianjin reported her results to Chen Ping, she handed the phone to Lu Yi. Lu Yi is chomping on a popsicle, and the slurping sound distracts Chen Ping, who is boxing. He whispers, "Woman, you are playing with fire." Lu Yi feigns ignorance, saying, "Chen Ping, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Is it too hot to allow someone to eat popsicles? I'm even wearing black stockings while eating. It's refreshing." Snap. A photo of a black stocking popsicle. What man could resist such teasing? Chen Ping directly shouted into the phone, "Yang Tianjin, tell me your room number. I might come over to visit you." Yang Tianjin, the silly white rabbit, without a second thought replied, "Chen Ping gu, we're staying at Junwang Hotel 130. Lu Yi quickly covered Yang Tianjin's mouth, knowing that with Chen Ping's personality, he might just fly over and pin her down tonight. Online she strikes hard, but in reality she is meek. That is Lu Yi. After a round of pleading, Lu Yi put it on speakerphone, and together with Yang Tianjin, they lay on the bed congratulating Dragon Head for surpassing 180 million in pre-sales. It was the first time Chen Ping heard this news selling so well. Lu Yi was utterly amazed. "Chen Ping, don't you usually browse Weibo? I've heard of it, but never logged in, or it seems like it's all about selling films." Lu Yi and Yang Tianjin exchanged glances, astonished. "You haven't even created a Weibo account, have you?" "No. I usually just log in as a guest browsing incognito." His mind was filled with frivolous thoughts. Lu Yi looked at him with disappointment. "Chen Ping, you have no idea how many people on Weibo are asking for your account information. I thought you were Loki, but it turns out you don't even go on Weibo. You need to quickly register an account and get verified." "What's the point of registering? I won't be using it anyway." "Do as you wish, but I heard that an account with 1,000 followers can start getting advertisements. If you have 1,000,000 followers, one advertisement could net you tens of thousands." Before Lu Yi could finish her sentence, Chen Ping's attitude shifted dramatically, and he said seriously, "Whether it's advertisements or not is irrelevant, but I feel I need to bridge the gap between myself and my fans." Under the careful guidance of Lu Yi, Chen Ping set up his Weibo account, although the real name verification had yet to pass the review. The next day, after the cross-verification by Yan Jinghua, Zhou Xiaolong, and others, Chen Ping's Weibo account was officially marked with a golden V certification. "I am Chen Ping, an actor and the one who portrays the character with white hair in the movie Dragon Head." As soon as the certification was complete, Yan Jinghua and Zhou Xiaolong tagged Chen Ping, welcoming him to Weibo. Chen Ping also posted his first Weibo. "Hello everyone, I am Chen Ping. If you like me, please follow me. I want 100,000 followers." Everyone had been searching for Chen Ping's online account, and now that they finally found it, following him was a given. Countless views surged in. In the blink of an eye, the comments and shares on Chen Ping's single Weibo post exceeded 10. "Just say a number, as long as you dare to say it, we will dare to follow. Bad boy, you're so bad. I really like it. I declare Chen Ping is my new boyfriend. Come if you don't believe it. Protecting the best brother Chen Ping in the world. Love you, moi." Chen Ping's 100,000 followers filled up in less than an hour, and the number of fans skyrocketed visibly. Even the news about Chen Ping opening a Weibo account trended on social media. Saying that Chen Ping is the current top celebrity would not be an exaggeration. After posting on Weibo, Chen Ping turned off his phone and entered the filming crew of The Fuse to begin shooting. Before filming, the crew members all came forward to congratulate him. Even Zhao Zidane, who had rarely interacted with him, came to offer his congratulations. The entertainment industry is a world of fame and fortune. With Chen Ping currently on fire, Zhao Zidane had no reason to antagonize him over a martial artist. He took the initiative to lower his stance and befriend Chen Ping, as they might have opportunities to collaborate in the future. After filming these days, Zhao Zidane recognized Chen Ping's skills and acting abilities quite well. Today they were filming the scene where brother Sean was seriously injured by Ahu, and several big shots were willing to become whistleblowers, prompting the police to launch a capture operation against the Yunnan gang's 3 brothers. Tonight was also the day for brother Jia to celebrate his mother's 80th birthday. They had set up over 100 tables, but as mealtime approached, not a single person had arrived. Tony immediately sensed that something was amiss and reminded brother Jia that something might be wrong. Without hesitation, Brother Jia decided to take their mother to escape, while Tony took Ah Hu and Hua Sheng to the villa to get money, with the five of them meeting at the dock. In the end, Brother Jia was arrested by the police after being forced to stop his vehicle on the overpass because he was worried about his mother getting carsick. Tony exposed Hua Sheng's identity as an undercover agent, pushed him out of the car, and fled, with Ah Hu vowing to return and save their older brother. In prison, according to Yi Wei's design, Zhao Xiaolong's character Brother Jia loudly cursed inside to express his dissatisfaction, threatening the guards by saying he would kill their whole family to showcase Brother Jia's brutality. However, after filming, Yi Wei felt that something was missing. Though it was intense, Brother Jia's reaction seemed a bit too ordinary. He shot the short scene 3 or 4 times and still felt unsatisfied. This prompted Zhao Xiaolong to approach Yi Wei and ask if he had done something wrong in his performance. "Xiaolong, your acting is definitely not the issue. Let's take a break. I need to sort out my thoughts." Zhao Xiaolong did not understand what Yi Wei was hinting at, but went to rep. The whole crew was speculating about what Director Yi meant, but only Chen Ping went to find Yi Wei. He immediately said, "Director Yi, I think there's a problem with the scene we just shot." Upon hearing this, Yi Wei's eyes lit up with a hint of anticipation as he quickly nodded in agreement, saying, "You noticed the It's not so much that I noticed a problem. I just feel that the character design for Brother Jia has some issues." What a kindred spirit. Yi Wei's eyes sparkled as he eagerly said, "Please tell me more." Brother Jia's character, from the beginning with the beer bottle cracking skulls to threatening to harm others' wives and children to force opponents to submit, is meant to showcase his cold-bloodedness and brutality. But from celebrating his mother's birthday to being stopped by the police due to fear of his mother getting carsick, the script also seems to want to show that Brother Jia is not without his merits, showing filial piety. This aims to indicate the multifaceted nature of the antagonist's character, which is commendable. However, in the scene at the detention center, Brother Jia's loud cursing might be intended to deepen his arrogance. But this is quite contradictory. No matter how it's performed, it will only give the audience the impression that Brother Jia is a mindless brute filled with impotent rage. This character overlaps with Ah Hu. Thus, not only does Brother Jia's image crumble, but the overlapping character design means that even Ah Hu will fail to leave a deep impression on the audience. Digging deeper, the character design of the three brothers would collapse entirely. If the antagonist character collapses, then the protagonist Ma Jun's 3 fight scenes to capture the three brothers will not give the audience a sense of satisfaction. The entire film will be ruined because of this single shot. A heart-wrenching lament. Where can one find a kindred spirit in this wide world? Yi Wei was almost brought to tears as every word Chen Ping said resonated with his thoughts. Excitedly, he asked Chen Ping, "Where did you learn directing? From the Magic City Academy of Drama or the Long Kingdom Film Academy? Or from an overseas film school?" Chen Ping laughed helplessly, saying, "Director, you think too highly of me. I was just rambling, you can just listen to it." "How can you call this rambling?" This is not just Yi Wei praising Chen Ping. Just based on this few casual remarks, he surpasses half of the directors in Long Kingdom. This young man is not only handsome, but also incredibly humble. He is a promising talent. Chen Ping's image rapidly rose in Yi Wei's mind. Then Yi Wei sincerely asked, "According to your opinion, how should this scene be changed?" "If it were up to me, Brother Jia should remain completely silent. Just a play of light and shadow in the empty detention center with Brother Jia dancing alone." Yi Wei envisioned the scene Chen Ping described in his mind. Dim lighting, Brother Jia dancing immersed and composed. Adding the label of elegance and gentlemanly demeanor on top of Brother Jia's arrogance, cruelty, and filial piety would completely encapsulate the complexity of his character. Elegance, never out of style. Just conceptualizing this scene made Yi Wei so excited that his body trembled uncontrollably. He stood up, walked in front of Chen Ping, and bowed deeply. "Thank you, sir, for teaching me." Faced with such a grand gesture from Yi Wei, even Chen Ping's seasoned demeanor was somewhat taken aback. Ah Wei was a genuine person, bowing deeply to him as he taught him the art. After receiving guidance from Chen Ping, Yi Wei immediately called for Zhou Xiaolong to begin filming. There was no script, they improvised on the spot. Although this was not a common practice, Zhou Xiaolong had decades of experience, so he had enough confidence. After hearing Yi Wei explain a few times, he grasped the essence of it. They completed a shot that had taken 2 hours in less than half an hour. Once finished, Zhou Xiaolong looked genuinely impressed and gave Yi Wei a thumbs up, saying, "Director, I respect this modification. I feel that the character of Jia Ge has become much more well-rounded, and I'm starting to like this Jia Ge." Yi Wei laughed heartily, saying, "Don't admire me. If you want to admire someone, admire Chen Ping. This modification was his doing." "Oh, so it was Chen Ping. Then there's nothing to worry about." Seeing Zhou Xiaolong's nonchalant expression, Yi Wei asked curiously, "So when you worked with Lao Yan, did Chen Ping also make changes to the script?" "When working with Lao Yan, he would change the script without even notifying him. It was all done on site. You should have seen Lao Yan's frantic expression in front of the screen. Hey." After finishing, guess what? Lao Yan had a look of relief, as if he felt Chen Ping was a worm in his belly. His relief was just a facade. He couldn't find a reason to criticize Chen Ping because the changes were good. He simply said that Chen Ping's thoughts aligned perfectly with his own. People in the crew changed their attitudes quickly. Zhou Xiaolong did not hold back in his criticism of Yin Jingguo going all out. This made Yi Wei burst into laughter as he imagined Yin Jingguo's transformation from initially being furious to ultimately feeling deeply satisfied. After all, there are times when a director's ideas cannot be fully conveyed to the actors. An actor like Chen Ping, who not only comprehends the director's vision, but can also portray it perfectly, is truly a treasure. The The two of them shared a laugh at Yin Zhenghua before the session ended. After filming, Chen Ping returned to the hotel. Just after finishing his shower, he heard a knock on the door. With a discerning eye, he already knew who it was. Opening the door, it was indeed Fan Yi. He knew this woman must be crazy. The last time he almost pushed her to the ground, yet she still dared to come over. Liu Yi knew her limits and acted accordingly. Why did Fan Yi have the audacity to be so bold? Did she really think that Chen Ping would not be interested? Seeing Fan Yi holding a cake with the number 180 million on it, she sweetly smiled and said, "Chen Ping, congratulations. Your first film has made a big box office success." The sudden warmth made Chen Ping feel a bit touched. After letting Fan Yi in, he muttered, "What exactly are you up to?" Fan Yi, however, did not answer and waved at Chen Ping, saying, "Come blow out the candles. After blowing them out, I guarantee you'll be popular all year long." After blowing out the candles, Fan Yi was eager to have Chen Ping share the cake, wanting to bask in his good fortune. Watching Fan Yi nibble on the cream, Chen Ping said seriously, "Fan Yi, tell me honestly, are you lusting after my body?" Cough, cough, cough. That line nearly After finally catching her breath, Fan Yi blushed and said, "Who's lusting after your body? How shameless. Then why did you? Don't be so reserved, be bolder. Maybe I'll end up being taken advantage of by you. Go die. I wouldn't even take advantage of a dog, let alone you." Fan Yi, feeling embarrassed, pushed Chen Ping away before getting to the main topic. "I heard from director Yi that the solo dance scene by Zhao Long was modified by you." "Pretty much." Fan Yi leaned closer, looking eager. "Then could you help me make some modifications too? You're just a vase. Is there really a need for modifications?" Fan Yi was almost on the verge of tears, pouting in grievance. "It's precisely because I'm just a vase that I want you to help me salvage it." This role was a hard-earned opportunity for her. Chen Ping, while eating cake, bluntly said, "To be honest, you'd be better off as the second female lead in any other major film than as the female lead in Detonation. Did you even read the script when you took the role?" "I did, but I thought my acting skills would be enough for the role." Chen Ping raised an eyebrow and teased, "Miss Fan, don't you know your own worth?" This guy's words were quite hurtful. Fan Yi crossed her arms and huffed slightly, clearly wanting Chen Ping to comfort her. Chen Ping focused on the creamy cake in front of him and casually said the female lead in Detonation would be just a vase played by any female star. Upon hearing this, Fan Yi immediately moved her chair closer to Chen Ping, acting like a student seeking guidance from a top scholar, and asked cautiously, "Then can you modify the script and turn something rotten into something magical? Unless the entire script is rewritten with your relationship with Hua Sheng as the main line, otherwise no matter how you modify this character, it will remain a vase. Is there really no way to salvage it?" Fan Yi's face fell. Chen Ping comforted her, saying, "Do you think being a vase in a movie, based on the few scenes you've shot, you haven't even played the role of a vase well?" Hearing Chen Ping's blunt evaluation, Fan Yi bit her lip and nearly burst into tears. But she also knew that while Chen Ping's words were harsh, they were not unfounded. In fact, Fan Yi felt that apart from Yi Wei, Chen Ping understood the art of acting the best in the entire Detonation crew. Without waiting for Fan Yi to speak, Chen Ping reached out and touched her wavy hair, his fingers smeared with cream brushing against the tips of her hair. This made Fan Yi's heart race, and she felt a bit taken advantage of. However, being someone who loved cleanliness and had a bit of a cleanliness obsession, she did not reject Chen Ping's cream-covered hand and silently thought, "Just touch my hair. With your looks and figure, you wouldn't need to act. Just standing there, you wouldn't be a vase, but a fine piece of porcelain from Jingda." Fan Yi thought Chen Ping was just trying to take advantage of her, but to her surprise, he was genuinely starting to explain acting technique. However, the makeup artist in the crew designed this wavy hairstyle for you, paired with that ridiculously low-end denim outfit, which completely wasted your greatest advantages. Your face has an ancient charm with eyebrows like distant mountains and eyes holding autumn waves. That kind of nightclub character does not suit your style at all. You are more suited for historical dramas like the legendary Empress Wu Zetian or characters like Dongfang Bubi. As Chen Ping spoke passionately, he looked around and pulled out disposable chopsticks that had been discarded from yesterday's takeout from the trash can. He took Fan Yi to the full-length mirror. Using wooden chopsticks to replace hairpins, he gathered her 3,000 strands of hair. In the mirror, Fan Yi was stunning and exuded an aristocratic aura. Who says women are inferior to dragons? A single remark awakened the dreamer. At that moment, Fan Yi realized why she had struggled in the second tier for so many. It was because she had acted too much and too diversely, wanting everything and wanting to play everything. Little did she know that too much is as bad as too little. In the entertainment industry, quality far outweighs quantity. Chen Ping supported Fan Yi, genuinely stunned by her beauty. She bit her lip and furrowed her brows, revealing her difficulty. "Chen Ping, I have one more unreasonable request." "Since you say it's an unreasonable request, why even ask?" Why does this man always play by his own rules?" Fan Yi grabbed Chen Ping, who was about to turn away, and pleaded, "Please, Chen Ping, help me try out the scene." "Which scene?" "It's for the scene we are filming tomorrow." "The one tomorrow?" Isn't that the passionate scene between you and Mo?" Fan Yi shyly said, This is my first time filming an intimate scene, and I have no experience. I'm afraid I'll be nervous tomorrow. You're familiar with this, so please help me out." Chen Ping looked confused, questioning, "Where did you get the idea that I'm familiar with it? When have I filmed such scenes?" Fan Yi whispered, "You haven't filmed it, but you have plenty of practical experience. I told you not to slander me. What practical experience is this? I'm as innocent as a blank sheet of paper. Please help me." Fan Yi grabbed Chen Ping's arm, shaking it side to side, acting cute. Who could resist that? Cough, cough. Chen Ping coughed a few times, straightening his face, and said, "Give me the script, I'll give it a try." "Okay." Fan Yi sweetly smiled and handed over the script. This scene is very simple. It's about the undercover Wei Sheng's birthday. Among all his ambiguous female acquaintances, only Fan Yi's character Qiu Di remembers his birthday and goes to his home to celebrate. That night, naturally and seamlessly, the two ended up in bed together. According to the script, this scene lasts for a full 5 minutes and is considered the highlight between the two characters. It is also the only steamy scene in the film The Detonator. It's like a small dessert in a grand feast, giving the audience a moment to catch their breath. Chen Ping read through the script, carefully contemplating Wei Sheng's character. Beside him, Fan Yi watched Chen Ping smile, frown, show sadness, and then relief, as if he had truly lived through an entire lifetime with the changes in his expressions. Fan Yi was left speechless. Is this Chen Ping's acting ability? Soon after, Chen Ping ordered a dozen beers from the hotel front desk to be sent to the room. Fan Yi asked in surprise, "Chen Ping, it's just a rehearsal, you don't really need to drink, right?" Chen Ping opened a beer and gulped it down, frowning. "In your eyes, can a rehearsal be done half-heartedly?" "That's not what I meant," Fan Yi quickly explained. "Life is like acting. Once you take on this role, you should immerse yourself in the character's life journey. The so-called acting skills are just genuine emotions expressed." Chen Ping's words were concise, yet profound. "You should go change into the outfit for tomorrow." Chen Ping waved his hand at Fan Yi and continued drinking beer. When Fan Yi returned after changing her clothes, the room was filled with the smell of alcohol, and Chen Ping lay back on the sofa surrounded by 7 or 8 empty bottles. With a vacant gaze fixed on the chandelier, he appeared lonely and desolate. Fan Yi felt a pang of heartache, wanting to pull Chen Ping into her arms and comfort him with her warm embrace. "Are you here?" Chen Ping's voice was hoarse and dry, entirely different from his usual tone, startling Fan Yi. After a moment, she realized that since she stepped into this room, she was no longer Fan Yi, but Qiu Di from The Detonator. The quality of an actor's performance depends on their talent and experience, but it is also closely related to the actor they are performing alongside. In the Long Kingdom's entertainment industry, those popular stars are often criticized for their acting skills. One popular star acting is an eyesore, while a group of them together can be described as a disaster. However, when popular stars perform with seasoned veterans, their acting skills often shine. Even if they may still not meet the passing mark, it can feel like they are entirely different from their usual selves. This is all thanks to the dramatic charisma of the seasoned actors, which unconsciously draws the other actors into the moment, allowing them to immerse themselves in their characters. Fan Yi now finds herself in such a situation. Unconsciously, she has stepped into the role of Qiu Di. At this moment, she is Wei Sheng's girlfriend. Squatting down like a wife, she tidied up the scattered bottles at her husband's feet, stacking them in the corner. Looking at him with concern, she complained, "Did I not tell you to drink less? Why did you drink so much again?" Chen Ping's hazy eyes looked at Fan Yi, and his lonely gaze sparked with warmth, his melancholic expression gradually shifting to a warm smile. With a hint of grievance, he said, "When you're not here, no one cares about me." This statement from Wei Sheng not only pertains to Qiu Di, but also reflects his own struggles as an undercover agent. To avoid exposure, he has minimized contact with Ma Jun, and after doing so many bad things with the Moon South gang, Wei Sheng himself even doubts if he is still worthy of being a police officer. Qiu Di, however, is unaware of Wei Sheng's undercover identity and thinks her boyfriend is just acting spoiled. With a playful nature, she tugged at Chen Ping's ear, lifting it up and pretending to be fierce, saying, "Knowing I'm here, you still drank so much. You might as well drink yourself to death." Chen Ping winced in pain, but the smile on his face grew brighter. Only with Qiu Di's presence does this quiet room feel alive. He hugged Qiu Di, standing in front of him, tightly pressing his cheek against her flat abdomen. It was as if a helpless child was seeking the last refuge. Fan Yi felt an extreme heartache, her hands gently caressing Chen Ping's head, like soothing a frightened, puffed-up kitten, tenderly patting his head, until Chen Ping gradually calmed down, the panic on his face turning into tranquility. Throughout the entire scene, Fan Yi surprisingly did not feel the slightest awkwardness. She patted Chen Ping's head and said shyly, "I'm going to take a shower first. I'll head back by myself later." After saying that, she turned and walked towards the bathroom. After taking just a few steps, her right hand was tightly grasped by Chen Ping. Fan Yi turned around to see him looking a bit aggrieved, pleading, "Can you not leave tonight?" Fan Yi felt her hair stand on end. Her character Qiu Di already liked Wei Sheng, but because of his undercover identity, he kept his distance, making Qiu Di think that he only viewed her as a one-night stand, which led to her earlier comment. Now, with Wei Sheng's simple plea of "don't leave tonight," Qiu Di's defenses crumbled and tears filled her eyes unbidden. Fan Yi hurriedly covered her mouth, tears sliding down silently. Nodding, she dashed into the bathroom, fearing that if she stayed any longer, she would burst into tears. Today is Wei Sheng's birthday, though she must not be unhappy. Fan Yi quickly stripped off her clothes, turned on the shower, letting the hot water wash away her tears. Halfway through, she suddenly jolted awake. She came here to rehearse, not to take a shower. It's all Chen Ping's fault for drawing her so deeply into the role. Oh, just now in the shower, she was still thinking about how Chen Ping would study. Ugh, Fan Yi, you are utterly shameless. The shower continued to run, and the more she washed, the more flustered she became. She hadn't even brought a change of clothes. How was she supposed to go out? She couldn't possibly wear the same outfit she had on earlier, could she? Creak. The bathroom door opened. Fan Yi was drying her wet hair with a towel, her face flushed, not knowing if it was due to the hot shower or some other reason. Chen Ping looked at Fan Yi, momentarily lost in thought. If he wasn't mistaken, the bathrobe Fan Yi was wearing should be the one he had just worn. Fan Yi, while drying her hair, did not dare to look at Chen Ping and quietly said, "Give me the script, I've forgotten what happened." It seems there are no lines left, just actions after this. After you finish your shower, you just. This plot Fan Yi knew well enough. The earlier claim of wanting to see the script was merely an excuse. He truly had no experience in acting. Then, I will come out again, and you just follow the script. Just as the two were about to proceed according to the plot, a series of light footsteps and knocking sounds came from outside the door. A middle-aged woman asked outside, "Xiao Fan, are you in there?" Chen Ping was puzzled about who this person was, but Fan Yi was scared out of his wits. That's Hengdian's voice. How could Hengdian come here? Who is Hengdian? Chen Ping asked in confusion. Hengdian is my agent Wu Hongyan. She is clearly in the mainland. How could she come here late at night? I'm finished. The contract I signed with my artist prohibits dating. If Hengdian catches me, I will have to pay a hefty compensation. Fan Yi became increasingly frightened, unconsciously shivering. Outside, Hengdian's originally calm tone grew more intense. "Xiao Fan, I know you are inside. Open the door for me. Don't force me to go to the main station to get a master key. It will get ugly for everyone." Chen Ping opened the door leisurely. A middle-aged woman immediately squeezed and followed closely by a man. It turned out to be Mo Yiming. As Wu Hongyan entered, her gaze swiftly scanned the entire room. Fan Yi timidly called out Hengdian. Wu Hongyan's eyes were dark and deep, as if she wanted to peel Fan Yi's skin off. She questioned, "What are you doing in this man's room at such a late hour?" Just as Fan Yi was about to respond, Chen Ping interjected, smiling, "Xiao Fan is here to practice lines with me." "Practice lines? What lines?" Wu Hongyan pressed on. Chen Ping glanced at Fan Yi behind him, who was blushing. Mo Yiming, seeing Fan Yi's bashful demeanor, felt a sense of foreboding and darkly stated, "You two aren't rehearsing for the scene I'm filming tomorrow, are you?" "Hey, you're quite clever." Chen Ping gave Mo Yiming a big thumbs up. Mo Yiming felt an indescribable rage, as if a Tauren was running across the green pastures. Although he and Fan Yi were merely colleagues, one couldn't help but feel attracted to such a stunning beauty. No man could resist having improper thoughts about her. By taking on the film The Fuse, Mo Yiming aimed to break into the Hong Kong market, and he was particularly excited about this passionate scene. If there were a kissing scene, it would be Fan Yi's first on-screen kiss. For this reason, Mo Yiming fought tooth and nail for this role, carving a bloody path through countless competitors. Now, before he could even start filming, Chen Ping had already stolen the spotlight. That feeling was worse than swallowing a live fly that just flew out of a latrine. "Chow, thief, traitor, vile scoundrel." Seeing Mo Yiming's expression as if he had eaten something foul, Wu Hongyan could roughly guess what kind of scene Fan Yi and this man were rehearsing. But unlike Mo Yiming, who was filled with indignation, Wu Hongyan remained calm, asking in a steady tone, "Did you?" "So straightforward." Fan Yi pouted and said shyly, "Jia, what are you talking about?" "I'm just practicing lines with Chen Ping. We didn't do anything else." Fan Yi's voice grew weaker, clearly feeling guilty. Wu Hongyan cast her a stern glare. "But as long as nothing happened, everything could be discussed. It's getting late. Xiao Fan, you've practiced enough, right?" Fan Yi nodded. "Then go back to your room. I have something to discuss with you." After saying that, Wu Hongyan stood up first and left Chen Ping's room. Fan Yi followed closely behind Wu Hongyan, but as she passed Chen Ping, she gently pinched his waist and shyly said, "Bad person, it's all your fault." Inside Fan Yi's room, Wu Hongyan sat on the sofa while Fan Yi and Mo Yiming did not dare to take a seat and stood before her. Hengdian could be considered the top agent at Xinghua Entertainment. The two main pillars of Xinghua Entertainment, the film Emperor Su Wenbin and the song Queen Lu Riyun, were both under her management. Originally given the status of Mo Yiming and Fan Yi as second-tier stars, it wouldn't typically warrant Hengdian's personal attention. However, she believed both had great potential and specifically requested them from the president of Xinghua. This time, the roles of Hua Sheng and Qiu Di in The Fuse were the first resources Hengdian provided them. Fan Yi and Mo Yiming listened like elementary students receiving a lesson. After a long while, Wu Hongyan spoke. "Fan Yi, Mo Yiming suggested that you two stir up a CP couple pairing. Since you are playing lovers in The Fuse, if you could have some paparazzi take a few photos, it would generate some true and false rumors. This would not only promote The Fuse, but also boost your popularity. What do you think?" Fan Yi glanced disdainfully at Mo Yiming and bluntly replied, "I refuse." "Give a reason." "The traffic gained from stirring up rumors is a facade and can easily provide fodder for trolls, making it not worth the trouble. Moreover, pairing up with Mo Yiming would severely damage my fan base." Wu Hongyan nodded in agreement, indicating her approval. "Indeed, most of your fans are of the opposite sex. Your image as a single person is well established. Hastily promoting a romantic relationship could cause a mass unfollowing. After all, your reputations aren't viewed favorably by each other's fans." Wu Hongyan's words effectively crushed Mo Yiming's little schemes in the cradle. Afterwards, Wu Hongyan sent Mo in the room. Only she and Fan Yi were left. Wu Hongyan tapped her fingers on the sofa and said in a nonchalant tone, "Fan Yi, let's talk about that man outside the door." Wu Hongyan looked at the beautiful Fan Yi, who was more radiant than peach blossoms, and patted the sofa, signaling her to sit beside her. Wu Hongyan gently combed through Fan Yi's slightly messy hair with her fingers and asked softly, "Little Fan, tell me honestly, do you truly like him from the bottom of your heart, or is it just a moment of impulse due to loneliness?" Fan Yi squinted her eyes, thoroughly enjoying the warmth of the moment. Facing Wu Hongyan's question, she first shook her head, and then cautiously replied, maybe I have a little bit of affection for him. Sister Hong, I don't even know what I truly feel. I clearly disliked him at first, but then, oh. Wu Hongyan sighed softly. As a woman, how could she not understand the complexities of another woman's heart? The more she claimed to dislike him, the more she actually liked him. Oh, you're finished, you've fallen in love. Wu Hongyan embraced the shy Fan Yi beside her curious little fan. There are quite a few people pursuing you. Those in the industry, those outside, the wealthy, the powerful. Why did you happen to fall for this poor guy? Fan Yi nestled into Sister Hong's embrace and whispered, I don't know either. He's a bad guy. He was fierce with me on the first day and even spanked me. I was scared of him. But the more I was afraid of him, the more I wanted to tease him. Sister Hong, actually, when I went to act opposite him, I already thought he wouldn't be able to resist. But unexpectedly he held back, and I couldn't resist, and instead I ended up enticing him. Wu Hongyan was stunned. So you little vixen were the one who set the fire first. Truly a rare sight to behold. Is he a newcomer? It seems like there's no one by that name in the domestic industry. Fan Yi shook her head. This is only his second film. The first was the currently popular Dragon Head, where he played the villain with the... So it's him. Wu Hongyan showed a look of surprise. No wonder she felt that man looked somewhat familiar. With a change of hair color and wearing a bathrobe, she couldn't recognize him for a moment. If it's him, it makes sense. That kind of roguish man is like a walking aphrodisiac for a woman like Fan Yi who has never... Once a woman develops curiosity about a man, it's the beginning of her downfall. Fan Yi wore the look of a girl in love, complaining to Wu Hongyan about Chen Ping. He ignored me during our first meeting, but later, he acted so pretentiously in front of me, the ultimate show-off Chen Ping. Eventually, he even laid his hands on me right in the cinema with people walking by, and that shameless Chen Ping directly spanked me. Wu Hongyan found it both funny and helpless. This wasn't just a complaint about Chen Ping, it was clearly a way of feeding herself. But hearing Fan Yi go on like this, it was only natural that she would fall for Chen Ping. If she were 20 years younger and in Fan Yi's position, she would probably throw herself at this man. Now, however, asking Fan Yi to change her mind was impossible. Wu Hongyan pondered for a while before speaking. Little Fan, have you decided to be with Chen Ping? What do you mean be together? That's not happening. Fan Yi exclaimed, then quietly added, Chen Ping isn't lacking for women around. He's quite fierce with me. Her tone was filled with grievance, making Wu Hongyan feel affection for her. How could there be a man who wouldn't like little Fan? Chen Ping just doesn't like me. Fan Yi pouted, huffing. You silly child. Wu Hongyan patted Fan. Yes, little head, that's because you make Chen Ping feel inferior. Inferior? Chen Ping would feel inferior. Sister Hong, you have no idea how arrogant he is. Fan Yi nearly... Wu Hongyan shook her head. You don't understand how strong a man's pride can be. You are already a second-tier star while Chen Ping is still a newcomer in the entertainment industry. If he were to date you now, people would definitely say he's living off you. Do you think Chen Ping would accept such an evaluation from the outside world? To say Chen Ping is living off someone would be worse than killing him. He's very much a traditional male. Wu Hongyan nodded. Exactly. The reason Chen Ping hasn't broken through this barrier is that your statuses are too different right now. He must want to achieve success first, at least to stand on equal footing with you before confessing. Fan Yi pursed her lips and pondered for a while before continuing. So are you suggesting I withdraw from the entertainment circle to relieve Chen Ping of such pressure? Wu Hongyan nearly had a heart attack. What on earth are you thinking, Fan Yi? Everyone else is thinking about how to encourage their men to strive for success and achieve great things. Why are you doing the opposite, suggesting that Chen Ping shouldn't work hard to climb up, but instead you should desperately try to sink down? Girl, can you give a little more? Little Fan, do you have so little faith in Chen Ping? Do you think he's destined to never rise in the entertainment industry? Of course not, Fan Yi exclaimed. He's incredible. Just one villain role has elevated Dragon Head to heights it didn't deserve. In the Fuse, he has even overshadowed Zhao Long, and I even think his acting skills are better than Zidane. Then why do you want to withdraw from the entertainment industry? This way it would be quicker. Fan Yi replied shyly. Indeed, women in love are often far removed from logic. There was no other choice. Oh, Wu Hongyan had to pull out her trump card. Little Fan, think about the contract you signed, which still has 2 years left. If you choose to withdraw now, you will face a hefty penalty. Fan Yi suddenly remembered the artist contract she signed, and her face turned pale. Wu Hongyan reminded her, and if it gets out that you're leaving the entertainment circle because of Chen Ping, you know how temperamental and cunning Xingzong is. Once he issues a blacklist, there will be no place for Chen Ping in the entire entertainment circle of Longhua. Seeing Fan Yi's lost expression, Wu Hongyan's eyes flashed with a hint of cunning. She gave Fan Yi a good talking to, and then treated her to a date. Little Fan listened to Sister Hong. If love is meant to be long-lasting, then it shouldn't depend on the daily presence. Keep a certain distance from Chen Ping for now, so Xingzong doesn't notice. In no more than 2 years, you will be free from the contract. And during these 2 years, with Chen Ping's abilities, I believe he will attain a significant position in Longhua's entertainment industry. Then when the time is right for you both to be together, it will be a perfect match, a match made in heaven. Fan Yi was silent for a long time, considering everything before finally, nodding gloomily. Sister Hong, I'll listen to you. Wu Hongyan patted Fan Yi's head and smiled. Now you're being good. During these 2 years, you must not stagnate. Strive to push towards first tier or even super first tier. Only by rising up can you provide more resources for your Chen Ping. Yes, she must resolutely avoid being a stumbling block on Chen Ping's path to success, and instead strive to be his capable support. Seeing the spark of determination in Fan Yi's eyes, Wu Hongyan smiled slightly and leaned back. She had a little cunning, but not too much. Director Yi, why did you cut my scenes with Fan Yi? Mo Yiming stormed into the director's room, holding the edited script. Yue shrugged indifferently. You should ask your agent Hongjia. She told me to cut this scene down without any revealing shots, just enough for the audience to know it exists. Upon hearing that it was Hengji's intention, Mo Yiming immediately wilted like a frostbitten eggplant, accepting the fact that the passionate scenes had been cut with tears unshed. In fact, 3 people had come to see Yue that morning, all requesting the scene to be cut. The first was Wu Hongyan, who said it would negatively impact her 2 actors. Then there was Fan Yi, who straightforwardly stated that he found Mo Yiming unlikable and impossible to work with. Finally, Chen Ping mentioned that the scene was too abrupt and advised Yue to reconsider. This left Yue utterly bewildered. Coupled with his already unfavorable view of Mo Yiming filled with disdain, he decided to comply with the 3 requests, slashing the 5-minute scene down to 30 seconds. In the new script, let alone any passion, Mo Yiming didn't even get to hold Fan Ye's hand, which led to his earlier TSK, acting like a desperate lecher thinking about taking advantage of girls, even during filming. I look down on scum like you. Yue scoffed at Mo Yiming's retreating figure. Yet even with just a 30-second short scene, Mo Yiming, with his remarkable acting skills, took an hour without ever watching Mo Yiming's exaggeratedly sorrowful pose on screen made Yue feel so disgusted that he nearly smashed the screen with a punch. He directly called over the assistant director. You shoot this scene, as long as it's passable, it's fine. Then what are you going to do, Director Yeo? What am I going to do? I'm going to wash my eyes. Today the main focus was on the plot between Mo Yiming and Fan Yi. Wu Hongyan had come to Hong Kong this time to check on the progress, as Mo Yiming and Fan Yi had already delayed for quite a while. After a whole day of hustle, both were utterly exhausted. During this time, Fan Yi attempted several times to get closer to Chen Ping, but with Wu Hongyan present, he never succeeded. By the time they finished work in the evening, Fan Yi hadn't found an opportunity to exchange even a word with Chen Ping, so he could only send a frantic emoji over WeChat. After returning to the hotel, Wu Hongyan handled some work and then said to Fan Yi, Xiao Fan, I just spoke with Director Yi. You don't have many scenes left. If he hurries, we can wrap it up in about 3 days. These few days might be quite intense, so hang in there. Fan Yi nodded, showing no signs of complaint. For famous artists in the entertainment industry, working overtime to catch up is commonplace. The more famous the star, After all, maintaining high exposure requires either a constant stream of work or a frantic rush of engagements. Ultimately, stars are also reliant on their youth. Just thinking about leaving the Detonator crew in 3 days without seeing Chen Ping again made Fan Yi feel extremely reluctant. He had heard from Zhao Zi that Chen Ping's skills were exceptional, and he wondered if Chen Ping had any thoughts about pursuing a career as a bodyguard, being a 24-hour personal bodyguard, staying close and protecting only her for a lifetime contract. Xiao Fan still needed to work hard to earn money. Then he could support Chen Ping. Fortunately, Wu Hongyan did not have mind-reading abilities, otherwise knowing Fan Ye's current thoughts would definitely infuriate her. After we finish filming Detonator, let's go to Yanqing. I got you a skincare endorsement there. We need to visit the factory, coordinate with the client to write a few promotional articles and shoot a 30-second advertisement. The endorsement fee is 3 million a year. As usual, after deducting all costs, you take 30. Fan Yi replied that for ads like this, he could handle a dozen, fearing Chen Ping would have a bigger appetite than he could satisfy. After discussing the advertisement, Wu Hongyan took out 2 scripts and handed them to Fan Yi. I have 2 resources. Both are historical dramas. One is called Ming Taizu Zhu Yuanzhang, and the female lead, Empress Ma, is not yet decided. The other is called The Legend of Wu Zetian, and the role of Wu Zetian is still available. Ming Taizu Zhu Yuanzhang is a historical drama with nearly 100 million in investment and has official backing, so it's almost guaranteed to air on the Central Channel. The Legend of Wu Zetian has a total investment of 20 million, with Mango TV leading the investment, and it will definitely premiere on Mango TV. It should later be available on major streaming platforms. Take a look at the scripts and then tell me your thoughts. As soon as Wu Hongyan finished speaking, Fan Yi decisively said, Hongjia, I choose The Legend of Wu Zetian. So hasty. Wu Hongyan frowned. The resources for these 2 dramas were not low even in her hands. She brought them out because she truly saw potential in Fan Yi. Additionally, it was also a test for Fan Yi. If he failed to perform well, her position in Xinhui would plummet. At that point, it wouldn't just be a matter of advancing, but even maintaining her current status would be difficult. Wu Hongyan put the open book back on her desk as she had initially planned to brew a cup of coffee and read while waiting for Fan Yi's response. Now it seemed unnecessary. Xiao Fan, since you were so confident in choosing The Legend of Wu Zetian, you must have your own insights. So tell me your thoughts clearly. Fan Yi, being the earnest person he was, replied seriously. As a major male lead drama, Ming Taizu Zhu Yuanzhang will inevitably focus on Zhu Yuanzhang. The role of Empress Ma is akin to the character I am currently portraying, Qiu Di. On the surface, she seems to be the first female lead, but she is merely a vase and the director will not focus on her much. Moreover, you mentioned that Zhu Yuanzhang has official backing and is a historical drama, so the rural legends about Empress Ma will certainly not appear in the show. Thus, Empress Ma's scenes will be even fewer. Fan Yi paused for a moment and continued, but The Legend of Wu Zetian is different. Just from the title, one can tell it's a pure female lead drama centered around Wu Zetian, with other supporting characters merely serving her. So I choose the role of Wu Zetian. After listening to Fan Yi's explanation, Wu Hongyan couldn't help but nod her eyes, revealing a hint of approval. Her tone softened considerably as she reminded Fan Yi from another angle. But Xiao Fan, have you considered that Zhu Yuanzhang is going to air on the Central Channel, whereas Wu Zetian will at most air on the provincial Mango TV? Although Mango TV has been doing quite well in recent years, it cannot be compared to the Central Channel in terms of reputation or audience base. Moreover, dramas adapted by Mango TV have a history of mixed reviews. Simply put, they are known to attract criticism. This may affect your popularity among the audience. Have you considered this factor? Indeed, as Wu Hongyan mentioned, if we solely discuss reputation, the Central Channel-backed Zhu Yuanzhang would not fare poor. However, Wu Zetian is more uncertain. Mango TV's popularity has surged rapidly in recent years, but so has the number of haters, while rival channels are watching intently. If Wu Zetian were to flop, it would lead to a frenzy online, and any rival channel would be more than happy to take a jab at. Wu Hongyan laid out the pros and cons, but Fan Yes gaze remained resolute. Hongjie, what you said, I just considered. As the old saying goes, it's better to be a chicken's head than a phoenix's tail. Rather than being a vase of a queen in Zhu Yuanzhang, I would rather take on the role of Wu Zetian, facing criticism from all sides. Moreover what? Wu Hongyan pressed for clarification. Fan Yes' cheeks flushed slightly as he spoke softly. Moreover, Chen Ping said, I have a heroic demeanor and a charming appearance, making me suitable for roles like Wu Zetian. That damn Chen Ping was indeed spot on. In fact, Wu Hongyan was also inclined towards Fan Yi starring in The Legend of Wu Zetian simply for the reasons Chen Ping had mentioned. Meanwhile, just 2 doors away, Chen Ping sat on the bed, and the long-lost system prompt echoed in his mind. The pre-sale box office of Dragon Head reached 180 million, mainly concentrated in the first 3 days. Tonight marks the second day of Dragon Head's release, and surpassing the billion mark is entirely reasonable. Chen Ping has finally unlocked the system's lottery interface. Upon opening it, he discovered that the lottery is not drawn from a 1 billion box office, but starts at 1 billion. In addition to the 1 billion box office option, there are also 10 billion and 100 billion options. It's clear that the more box office revenue used for the lottery, the more generous the rewards. Accumulating to 100 billion box office would naturally maximize benefits through delayed gratification. But at this moment, Chen Ping could hardly contain himself. Just like last night's last-minute effort, if he weren't pursuing atmosphere, he could have quickly defeated the female thief. Today this award is mine for the taking, not even Jesus can stop me. With a thought, the treasure chest on the lottery interface gleamed with golden light radiating brilliance. Chen Ping had no idea how significant the reward was, but it certainly had an impressive flair. Congratulations to the host for drawing Attractiveness 1. As this is the host's first lottery, the reward is doubled. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Attractiveness 2. This time the system's notification sound even added the background music Good Luck Comes to celebrate Chen Ping. At this moment, Chen Ping wished he could take a knife and go toe-to-toe with the system. Given that he possesses an unparalleled handsome appearance like the esteemed readers present, what difference does it make if he receives 2 points of attractiveness? It's like my weapon, magnificent and unrivaled. What do I care for a mere inch or 2 in length? System, come out. I want to challenge you on. What about my hard-earned money? Chen Ping looked up and saw his increasingly handsome face in the mirror, growing angrier with each glance. Being this good-looking, what's the use? Can it be eaten? A series of notification sounds followed, indicating that he received a transfer of 5,200 yuan from Lu Yi, congratulating him on his box office success exceeding 1 billion. He also received a transfer of 520 from Fan Yi. A 520 represents a single word. Chen Ping, I don't want you. Even to send a comma, they transfer a whole 520. Truly, the wealthy have no humanity. Chen Ping directly refunded these transfers. When asked, he simply stated, real men don't spend women's money. The system replied, you're so pure, you're amazing. A few minutes later, Chen Ping learned from the system about the distribution of prizes in different prize pools. In the 1 billion prize pool, there are cash rewards or physical rewards like sports cars or houses, and the most valuable prize in this pool is actually related to human body modification that Chen Ping drew. Not only does it include attractiveness, but it also enhances physical fitness, and even 1 or 2 inches is not out of the question. The 10 billion prize pool is much more high-end. Prizes can include skills such as mastering calligraphy or achieving master-level singing, and even ice and fire duality. Items can also be drawn like bad luck talismans or good fortune charms. If you're really impressive, even soul-reviving pills can be drawn. As for the 100 billion prize pool, those are top tier, and further inquiries yield no answers. How did I allow myself to get? Chen Ping wore a face of frustration. Fortunately, Dragon Head had just begun to gain momentum, and the box office was rising impressively. Due to Dragon Head's exceptionally high occupancy rate, various cinema chains reduced the showtimes of other films to some cinema chains that initially looked down on Dragon Head and didn't schedule it at all now found their theaters nearly empty while others were packed. They turned around and begged the distributors to send over the master copy, even willing to give up part of their box office share. Yet Huang Yong, representing tomato film industry, did not relent immediately. In the past you ignored me, now you cannot afford to associate with me. Huang Yong felt like the protagonist of a feel-good novel, slapping himself in the face. Of course, as a businessman, what Huang Yong valued most was still profit. He would not easily give up the box office, and his reluctance was merely to seize greater benefits. He could not only reprimand those cinema chains that looked down on tomato film industry, but also maximize the amount of box office revenue that should belong to them. Even if it's just 1%, a 1 billion box office earns 1 million and a 10 billion box office earns 10 million. Before the release, Huang Yong believed that under the most optimistic circumstances 7 to 8 billion box office revenue would be the ceiling for Dragon Head. But now with a pre-sale box office of 180 million, the evening's occupancy rate was over 70. All signs indicated that Dragon Head could be the biggest dark horse this year. Huang Yong is now envisioning the scene of the box office breaking 10 billion. Unfortunately, the release date of Dragon Head is too close to the National Day holiday. When the major films are released during the National Day holiday, the box office of Dragon Head will surely be diverted. As for the films released alongside Dragon Head, Huang Yong could bluntly say, "I'm not targeting individual films, I'm saying that all of you present are rubbish." But what Huang Yong regretted the most wasn't the hasty release of Dragon Head, but the attitude he displayed towards the young man playing the character with white hair after the premiere dinner. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, do not bully the youth for being poor. Ado truly does not deceive me. Huang Yong, after reading so many online novels and seeing so many protagonists making comebacks, did you learn nothing from it? One day, I must visit Hong Kong and personally apologize to Chen Ping. 3 days later, Fan Yi officially wrapped up his scenes in The Fuse. Director Yi Wei held a wrap party for Fan Yi, but it was not a feast for the entire crew, just a small dinner with a few key actors. With cups clinking and laughter filling the air, Chen Ping returned to his room, well past midnight, unable even to wash off the smell of alcohol. Just then he heard a series of knocks on the door. Chen Ping opened the door slightly, and Fan Yi slipped in like a fish, closing the door behind her with a swift. Fan Yi, entering the room, straightened her long hair, which cascaded like a waterfall, stunningly beautiful, especially her pair of enchanting eyes that seemed to whisper one word: captivating. The woman remained silent, leaning against the door with one foot as support, her almond-shaped eyes half closed, and her cherry lips slightly parted. She playfully stuck out her tongue. The scene mirrored their earlier audition. Chen Ping did not hesitate for a moment. He stepped forward, seizing Fan Yi's hands and pinning her against the door. "You are the most domineering one." He didn't know how long they kissed. A sudden ringtone jolted the already dizzy Fan Yi back to reality. Chen Ping shot a resentful glance at Fan Yi's phone, wishing he could smash it right then and there. Fan Yi smiled shyly, taking hold of Chen Ping's mischievous hand. She turned off the alarm. Chen Ping wanted to continue, but Fan Yi mischievously smiled and said, "Hongjia only gave me 10 minutes. I'm keeping track of time. With only 30 seconds left, is that enough time?" 30 seconds. I could conquer a battlefield in that time. Fan Yi playfully bit Chen Ping's finger. With a cheeky smile, she said, "Chen Ping, wait for me." "Wait for you to do what?" "To come back and support you." After saying this, Fan Yi covered her blushing face and dashed out the door. Inside the room, a lingering fragrance filled the air. The next day, Wu Hongyan hurriedly took Fan Yi to Yangqing. Yi Wei also began to push for progress, hoping The Fuse could be ready for this year's New Year's release. In terms of filmmaking efficiency, if Hong Kong directors say they're second, no one dares to claim first in the domestic scene. At the end of the last century, the small Hong Kong produced a third of the world's films. Filming a movie in a week while simultaneously writing the script was a common practice during that time. However, the Hong Kong film market became increasingly regulated, coupled with the impact of Hollywood films, leading audiences to shift from simply watching movies to pursuing stars and big casts. Consequently, the filming speed of Hong Kong movies slowed down as they began to learn the Hollywood model and move towards blockbuster films. This shift marked the beginning of Hong Kong cinema's decline from its pedestal. As the sun set, the rivers flowed downward. Although there are still occasional good films emerging from Hong Kong cinema, everyone in the industry knows that its golden era has passed. Now it is dominated by the mainland. As for why Yi Wei suddenly wanted to expedite production, it was partly because the filming speed had indeed been slow recently, and also due to the impact of Yan Zhengguo's film Dragon Head. Both individuals, regardless of fame or status, stood on equal footing in the Hong Kong director circle. Now, with Yan Zhengguo's Dragon Head becoming a hit, it would be disingenuous for Yi Wei to claim he wasn't envious. In fact, Yi Wei viewed his own film The Fuse as the representative work of Hong Kong cinema this year rather than Yan Zhengguo. As time passed day by day, it quickly arrived at the climax of The Fuse. In the final showdown, police officers Ma Jun and Hua Sheng faced off against the leader of the Moon South Gang, Brother Jia, and his second-in-command Tony. This was also the film's greatest climax. For this scene, the tyrannical director, Yi Wei, even granted the entire crew a day off, allowing everyone to rest properly. To welcome this final chapter in the best possible state. First was the confrontation between Hua Sheng and Brother Jia. Their encounter took place in a barren wilderness. Hua Sheng attempted to run over Brother Jia with his car, but Brother Jia dodged, and Hua Sheng stopped the car, choosing to engage in hand-to-hand combat with him. In The Fuse, Hua Sheng does not have many action scenes. This could be considered his first serious action sequence. The film's action director and martial arts choreographers were all present to ensure the safety of this action scene. With their makeup done, Mo Yiming and Zhou Xiaolong took their positions. Yi Wei shouted action. The two charged at each other, shouting. Zhou Xiaolong dodged a straight punch from Mo Yiming as designed by the action director, then launched a rising dragon kick, landing a punch in Mo Yiming's stomach. Before Zhou Xiaolong could execute his next move, Yi Wei's cut rang out. It left Zhou Xiaolong bewildered. He had just thrown one punch. Why was it cut? Had he broken his own record for the fastest cut? Zhou Xiaolong looked bewilderedly at Yi Wei, who was running over, and before he could ask, he was interrupted by a sudden sound of retching. Looking to the side, he saw Mo Yiming clutching his stomach in pain, retching bile. Yi Wei hurried over to them, glanced at Mo Yiming's miserable state, and turned to Zhou Xiaolong. Xiaolong, didn't I tell you that Mo Yiming hasn't practiced? I told you to hold back. Honestly, I had already considered that Mo Yiming was not a trained fighter, that punch was just for show, and I had at least held back 70%. Zhou Xiaolong immediately protested, how did I not hold back? That punch was enough to take down a mosquito. Then how did he end up like this? Yi Wei pointed at Mo Yiming, who was on his knees retching bile. Zhou Xiaolong replied impatiently, how would I know, maybe he's pregnant. My punch caused him to have a miscarriage. Yi Wei usually didn't laugh unless he couldn't help it. Zhou Xiaolong, your mouth is really sharp. After punching Zhou Xiaolong, he laughed lightly, he's delicate, you just be Zhou Xiaolong grumbled in agreement. Seeing that Mo Yiming had almost finished retching, Yi Wei quickly called for the staff to tidy up the scene, touch up the actor's makeup, and prepare to continue filming. Mo Yiming looked pale and said, Director Yim, like this, can you give me some time to recover? Yi Wei tossed him a bottle of mineral water coldly, saying, rinse your mouth and continue. Mo Yiming almost cried on the spot. Yi Wei, you're simply inhuman. Yi Wei shouted action for the second time. The same moves as before, but this time Zhou Xiaolong held back again. Only then could Mo Yiming barely keep up. After back and forth, the two had exchanged over 10 moves. Yi Wei, watching from the screen, felt increasingly discontent. Now Mo Yiming was no longer retching, he seemed quite familiar with the action scenes, and while the moves weren't particularly clean, they were somewhat fluid. However, when Mo Yiming was taking hits, his relaxed expression showed no signs of pain. As long as the audience wasn't blind, they would know that Zhou Xiaolong's punches had no power. If such a blunder was captured on film, Yi Wei would be ridiculed for a lifetime within the director's circle of Dragon Country. He called cut again, rushing to Mo Yiming. This time, Yi Wei had none of his earlier patience. With a stern face, he said to Mo Yiming, show me a pained expression. Mo Yiming didn't understand, but still complied with Yi Wei's request, making a pained expression. He grimaced, furrowed his brows, and made gasping sounds. Mo Yiming felt that his acting demonstration was worthy of being included in a film school textbook. However, the only response he received from Yi Wei was, is that it? Yi Wei couldn't fathom how Mo Yiming, who had looks and some acting chops, could rise to fame in the mainland. Was the mainland audience really that undemanding? Mo Yiming's acting was beyond saving, the only remedy was. Yi Wei turned to Zhou Xiaolong, patted him on the shoulder, and simply said 3 words, put in some effort. Beside him, Mo Yiming was utterly bewildered. Wait, Director, Yi, what do you mean by put in some effort? Just now both Xiaolong and I gave it our all. You gave it your all, but Zhou Xiaolong hasn't even warmed up yet. Since you can't deliver the effect I want, you'll have to show genuine. All departments, positions, please. Returning to their starting points, Mo Yiming looked at Zhou Xiaolong not far away, only to see him revealing a sinister smile. Action. Zhou Xiaolong's first punch almost knocked Mo Yiming out on the spot, his eyes nearly popping out. Filming this scene was genuinely challenging. Yi Wei was almost ready to take off his director's hat and join the fray. After much effort, they finally wrapped up the fight scene between Mo Yiming and Zhou Xiaolong. Yi Wei felt utterly drained. As for Mo Yiming, after filming, he was completely exhausted and had to be sent to the hospital for an drip. Due to Mo Yiming's delay, this scene took a full day to shoot. Chen Ping and Zhao Zidane could only film their scene the next day. The following day, the entire crew of the Fuse returned to this island. Except for Mo Yiming. Yi Wei didn't ask, but his assistant mentioned Director Mo Yiming is still in the hospital in a special care ward. If you want us to cover his medical expenses, they'll cover his expenses if you believe it. When you have time, bring a fruit basket to the hospital. I have 200 yuan here as a wrap gift for him. With 200 yuan to placate Mo Yiming, Chen Ping and Zhao Zidane had already warmed up. This scene was their It was also the pinnacle of martial prowess in the Fuse. The two exchanged glances, confirming that they were the right match. To be honest, Zhao Zidane's first impression of Chen Ping was quite terrible. He had taken the role of one of his subordinates and even sent one of them to the hospital. However, during the subsequent filming process, Zhao Zidane realized that Chen Ping was truly exceptional. The character Tony seemed to have stepped right out of a movie. Whether it was Tony's cunning or his ruthlessness, Chen Ping portrayed them both to perfection. Sometimes Zhao Zidane felt nervous for the actors acting opposite Chen Ping. When an actor's presence is overwhelmingly strong, it naturally overshadows any actor performing alongside them, reducing them to mere background characters. When Zhao Zidane was alone with Yi Wei, they discussed Chen Ping the most. Initially, they joked about Chen Ping's fierce portrayal of the villain, which seemed so natural, almost innate. Later, as they reviewed the footage of Chen Ping, they began to dissect each of his shots, purely a masterclass in villainy. Yi Wei even jokingly suggested to Zhao Zidane to learn from Chen Ping about how to portray a villain. Although Zhao Zidane had never voiced it, he admired Chen Ping's acting skills deeply. He even felt fortunate that Chen Ping had secured the role of Tony, otherwise the Fuse would have lost much of its appeal. Zhao Zidane knew full well the limitations of the actors under him. They couldn't even reach 1/10 of Chen Ping's charm. However, today's climax was an action scene, and it was Zhao Zidane's signature skill that earned him great fame in the entertainment industry. In this scene, you were just a supporting role, Zhao Zidane silently reminded himself. The clapperboard snapped shut at that. Just a slight change in expression made the entire crew tense up. This dramatic intensity was truly remarkable. In the midst of the grass, the two chased and fled. Chen Ping was ahead, while Zhao Zidane followed closely behind. A dilapidated hut stood not far away. This was the childhood home of the 3 brothers of the Moon South gang. Their lives began here and would end here as well. Chen Ping dashed into the hut searching around until he finally found a magazine to reload his gun. Before he could chamber around, Zhao Zidane, who was in hot pursuit, landed a beautiful spinning kick, sending the gun flying from Chen Ping's grasp. Chen Ping furrowed his brow, a fierce expression taking over his face. Empty-handed. No matter how, I can still take you down. This scene blending various martial arts techniques, including traditional Chinese martial arts, judo, kickboxing, Thai boxing, Brazilian jiu-jitsu, and WWE locks commenced here. After the fuse aired, some critics even claimed this action scene was the most exhilarating and blood-pumping action sequence in Dragon Country cinema in the past 20 years. Not one to spare. After Zhao Zidane kicked Tony's gun away, with one foot, Tony's face revealed a fierce expression as he struck a Muay Thai stance, closing in on him. Fists rained down, forcing Zhao Zidane to use his elbows as shields, passively defending himself. Seizing a moment of weakness from Tony, he landed a powerful punch to his waist. Having succeeded with his attack, Zhao Zidane immediately shifted from defense to offense. The two fought from inside the house to the rooftop. Yi Wei timely shouted cut, and instructed the makeup artist to touch up both actors. Having fought for so long without sustaining any injuries felt too unrealistic. After Yi Wei set up the camera positions on the roof, he shouted action. After Zhao Zidane and Chen Ping loosened their limbs, they continued to fight. Every action was choreographed, including the concrete barriers on the rooftop, which were props. However, these concrete props were not made of foam. They were significantly harder than wooden boards. This was all for realism. Otherwise, if the two exchanged blows, one would shatter the concrete wall, while the other stomped through the concrete slab. They might as well be filming a martial arts movie. Even though Yi Wei had reinforced the props, these concrete barriers were still easily destroyed by Chen Ping, as if they were made. The destructive power was astonishing. Yi Wei couldn't help but wipe his cold sweat. He suspected that even real concrete would feel like a wooden board under Chen Ping's iron legs. Zhao Zidane's iron elbows were equally formidable. The combat prowess of both fighters left even Yi Wei and the martial arts instructors beside them in awe. Was this even human? Their fight could be considered a modern combat encyclopedia, showcasing fighting techniques from various countries. One must mention Zhao Zidane, who as the lead fight choreographer for The Trigger was ahead of his time in pursuing the aesthetic of impactful strikes. He knew what modern audiences wanted to see: authenticity. However, Chen Ping's fighting style was primarily Muay Thai, while Zhao Zidane's movements incorporated more elements of WWE wrestling. Seizing an opening, Zhao Zidane leaped into the air, locking Chen Ping's neck in a cross chokehold, which sent Tony crashing. In an instant, Tony's face turned a deep purple. Zhao Zidane had truly applied the cross choke on Chen Ping. Any slight mistake could lead to serious injury. Yi Wei was about to shout cut when he saw Chen Ping fiercely lift Zhao Zidane and slam him against the barrier. From this point, their fight had already deviated from the choreographed movements. Each punch connected. Through the high-definition camera, Yi Wei could even see the muscles of both men compressing and shaking as their fists collided. No matter how real the acting was, it could never match the authentic feeling of a genuine no-holds-barred brawl. Yi Wei knew he should call cut to protect the actors, but the exhilarating melee left him unable to utter the word. The sound of their muscles crashing against each other was irreplaceable by any sound effect, sending shivers down Yi Wei's spine. As he pondered this, the two fighters tumbled off the roof. Thud! The sound of bodies hitting the ground, accompanied by muffled grunts, raised a cloud of dust. This two-story building was neither too high nor too low, especially considering they had fallen while grappling. Frightened, Yi Wei quickly shouted for a stop. He ran over to the two, who were covered in dust, bruises on their faces, and Zhao Zidane had a gash on his brow, blood flowing freely. "Are you trying to kill yourselves?" Yi Wei shouted angrily. Yet the first thing the two said to him was, "Did you capture that fall? If not, we'll do it again." Both of them had gone mad. Even the former dragon brother wouldn't risk his life like this. Once Yi Wei confirmed, they exchanged a determined glance, reading each other's resolve. "If we're filming, we'll do it for real," they declared in unison. Yi Wei nearly knelt before them, pleading, "Please, you two, take a break and tend to your wounds. I'm filming an action movie, not a life-or-death fight. Set the camera," was their unchanged response. Chen Ping chuckled, "Director, Yi, feel free to film. Zhao Zidane won't be able to kill me." Zhao Zidane also laughed. "Old Yi, set the camera properly. I've waited 10 years for this scene. Finally, someone is willing to fight me for real. In the next 10 years, I don't know if we'll find an actor like this again." With the camera positioned, the two clashed once more, each punch resonating like a cannon. Yi Wei watched in fear and trepidation. With fists the size of sandbags, just one punch, and they'd be begging him. Their battle had completely departed from the choreographed actions. Chen Ping's iron fists rained down like a storm, forcing Zhao Zidane to retreat step by step. The sound of their fists meeting flesh had everyone around fearing that Chen Ping might actually kill Zhao Zidane. But in the end, Zhao Zidane gained the upper hand with a rear naked choke, securing Chen Ping. With a sudden effort, Chen Ping's face turned to dark purple, veins bulging on his forehead and neck. In the next moment, his eyes filled with blood and rapidly formed tiny clots. At the same time, Zhao Zidane erupted in a thunderous roar. Yi Wei nearly wet himself in fear, wondering if these two were really playing for keeps. Fortunately, Yi Wei's worries were unfounded. Zhao Zidane released Chen Ping while roaring. Chen Ping clutched his neck, gasping for breath. Yi Wei hurried over to check on the situation. As Chen Ping gasped, he coughed and laughed. "Director, you should be more concerned." Seeing Zhao Zidane slumped on the ground, Yi Wei was confused. He looked worse for wear than Chen Ping, right? "Hey!" Zhao Zidane's voice rang out. Call an ambulance for me. I think my rib is broken. Damn, they were really risking. What about you, Chen Ping? Yi Wei asked while dialing emergency services. I'm fine. Just give me some band-aids. Even the body may be soft, but the spirit remains unyielding. A scene has sent the two leading actors to the hospital, marking a first in Yi Wei's directing career and can be counted on one hand in the entire history of Hong Kong cinema. In the end, they both ended up in the hospital with Zhao Zidane having 3 ribs broken. Someone who boasted that just applying 2 band-aids would suffice ended up with a fractured left arm. I still won this round. Zidane. Chen Ping, with his arm in a cast, looked coldly at Zhao Zidane, who was lying in a hospital gown, only leaving behind a single remark. Zhao Zidane snorted and silently turned away. Yi Wei, who was nearby, felt a chill run down his spine. How can you two be so dramatic? The filming of The Trigger has come to a conclusion. Zhao Zidane stayed in the hospital to recuperate. As for Chen Ping, 3 days later, he boarded a flight to the Magic City, with Zhou Xiaolong carrying his casted arm. He attended the celebration for The Dragon Head, reaching $1 billion at the box office. The Dragon Head has been out for nearly 20 days, and during the first half of this month, it crushed competing films to dust before the National Day holiday. It was truly a sight to behold. It wasn't until the National Day holiday began with numerous blockbuster releases that The Dragon Head was pulled down from its throne as the daily box office champion after half a month. In fact, The Dragon Head had already crossed $1 billion before the National Day holiday. The reason for the delay in holding the celebration banquet was entirely due to Chen Ping finishing the filming of The Trigger. This time, Chen Ping and Zhou Xiaolong flew directly to the Magic City. They were greeted at the airport by Yin Zhenghua and Huang Yong from Tomato Pictures. As soon as Huang Yong saw Chen Ping, he stepped forward to shake hands, expressing concern about Chen Ping's injury, appearing very warm. He was a completely different person compared to the Huang Yong at the premiere banquet. The entertainment industry is just this realistic. As long as you can draw in box office revenue and withstand traffic, even the financial backers have to flatter you. Yin Zhenghua looked at Chen Ping's suspended arm somewhat surprised, saying, I thought Yi Wei was just joking with me. Did Zhao Zidane really break your arm? Chen Ping grinned. I broke 3 of his ribs. This time it's not a loss. What a forced not losing scenario. Yin Zhenghua said, laughing and scolding. What kind of feud do you have with Zhao Zidane? You can even get into a fight while filming a scene. Chen Ping replied with excitement. What feud? I just wanted it to be more realistic. Zhao Zidane discussed it with me the night before we really went for it in that scene. I wanted to see his skills too. So I agreed. Hey, this guy is like a screen door for wiping the backside. He left me a gap. His freestyle fighting skills are quite strong. The two were deep in conversation, and Zhou Xiaolong joined in, nodding. Chen Ping, you're now considered popular in the Hong Kong Kung Fu circle. You should know that Zhao Zidane is recognized for his strong practical skills in the circle. Being able to fight him to a standstill means you should be among the top 5 in terms of practical combat ability in the Hong Kong Kung Fu circle. Yin Zhenghuo's expression turned astonished upon hearing this. Xiaolong, are you saying that Chen Ping's skills are even above yours? Zhou Xiaolong helplessly shrugged, not just above mine. I watched that fight from start to finish. If I'm not mistaken, Chen Ping, your skills should be lethal techniques. Zhou Xiaolong's expression was unusually serious when he said this. After all, coming from an action star background, Zhou Xiaolong's insight cannot be underestimated. Chen Ping learned all his skills from Feng Yuxiu. What else could it be if not lethal techniques? Facing Zhou Xiaolong's speculation, Chen Ping simply laughed it off. Yin Zhenghua and Zhou Xiaolong exchanged glances, reading a sense of unease in each other's eyes. Performing a villain so vividly with a skill set entirely composed of lethal techniques, and the most crucial aspect is that they know nothing about Chen Ping's past. All these conditions combined inevitably lead them to some thoughts. Yin Zhenghua cautiously asked, Chen Ping, be honest with me, how many lives have you taken? Chen Ping chuckled in disbelief, scolding, Old Yin, have you been blinded by greed? If I were a fugitive criminal, do you think I would become an actor making movies? With such a huge exposure, how many lives do you think I could afford to waste? Chen Ping's words instantly dispelled the doubts in Yin Zhenghua and Zhou Xiaolong's minds. They say that bystanders see clearly while the involved are confused. How could such a simple truth escape them? This time Huang Yong made sure to give Chen Ping enough face. Not only was the car that picked up Chen Ping and Zhou Xiaolong a Rolls Royce, but even the hotel they stayed at was 7-star. After welcoming the two, the creative team of The Dragon Head also headed to the Magic City Grand Theater, where the celebration for the $1 billion box office was held. Compared to the premiere of The Dragon Head, this celebration ceremony seemed much more grand. Over 100 media outlets showed up, and the financial backers, main actors, and director of The Dragon Head also invited their friends from the industry. Tonight's red carpet was nothing short of dazzling. A silver-gray Rolls-Royce Phantom stopped directly at the entrance of the Magic City Grand Theater. A group of bodyguards immediately formed 2 lines. From the car emerged Huang Yong, Yin Zhenghua, and Zhou Xiaolong. The flashbulbs of the cameras began to pop. However, the doors of the Rolls-Royce remained open. Huang Yong went back inside the car and helped someone out. It was none other than Chen Ping. The moment Chen Ping stepped out, the flashes illuminated the night like it was daytime. Among the crowd, some of Chen Ping's young female fans began to hold up light boards, shouting "Bad boy." This bustling scene was something Chen Ping had never experienced before. However, he showed no signs of retreat. He waved his right hand to the surrounding fans. At that moment, everyone could see that Chen Ping's left arm was in a cast, and the bruises on his face had not faded. Recalling how Chen Ping attended the premiere in a t-shirt and jeans, today's outfit was even more striking. The media's flashbulbs kept going off. Many reporters wanted to come over to interview Chen Ping, asking about how he got injured. However, all were stopped by security. Finally, under the puzzled gazes of the crowd, Chen Ping walked the entire red carpet. All the creative team members arrived on stage. They started pouring the champagne tower. The red cloth was lifted. 10000000000. The number, made of ice, emitted a chill surrounded by dry ice, with white smoke rising. Yanjinghua Huangyong Zhou Zhaolong Wang Xian and Chen Ping raised their hammers. With a resounding gong, the five struck down. Hey Race to the Dragon had successfully surpassing 1 billion at the box office. After the hammering, it was just a standard press conference, also known as a bragging session, where reporters ask trivial questions and directors and actors engage in mutual flattery, thanking their financial backers and benefactors. I hope all journalist friends understand the rules. But with Chen Ping around, has there ever been peace? The first reporter jumped in eagerly and asked, "Hello, Mr. Chen Ping, what happened to your face and arm? Can you elaborate?" The people on stage knew that the first question from the reporter would definitely concern Chen Ping's injuries, as they were too conspicuous. Chen Ping honestly replied, "I got injured while filming." Before he could finish, the questioning reporter immediately pressed on, "Mr. Chen Ping, you really are dedicated. However, I haven't seen any reports of injuries among the crew lately. Logically, if Mr. Chen Ping sustained such serious injuries, the crew should have come forward to express their condolences and check on him." Upon hearing this, the people on stage frowned. Which media outlet is this? They said it was due to filming. Can't they understand human language? Coming here with such sarcasm, do they not understand the concept of human emotions? Huang Yong was about to grab the microphone to address this, but unexpectedly Chen Ping let out a cold laugh and spoke first. "According to this brother's logic, how should I have sustained my injuries to make it reasonable?" Chen Ping spoke too quickly, leaving Zhou Zhaolong and Yan Zhenghua unable to cover their mouths in time. Immature and young Chen Ping fell into the trap laid by that reporter. They are just a bunch of leeches clinging to the flow of traffic, and cherry-picking is always their forte. What the star means is one thing, but in their writings it becomes something entirely different. Thus, stars have learned to be wise. They repeat themselves, making it seem like they've said a lot when in fact they've said nothing of substance. Someone as sincere as Chen Ping is indeed rare in the current entertainment industry. Sure enough, when the reporter heard Chen Ping's response, his eyes lit up. Though he was ecstatic inside, his face wore a facade of restraint, as if to say, "You made me say this, not me forcing it out." The moral high ground was firmly established. He awkwardly revealed, "A few days ago, I saw a piece of surveillance footage where two groups of people were drinking and got into a bit of a scuffle. One of them bore a striking resemblance to Mr. Chen. Moreover, his left arm was struck by a chair." The reporter's words abruptly ceased, and the scene fell into a deep silence. What does this mean? Are you trying to smear Chen Ping? Where did this little black sheep come from? Security, get him out of here. Zhou Zhaolong's face twisted in anger. Others might not be clear on how Chen Ping got injured, but he had witnessed the entire incident unfold firsthand. An actor risks his safety for the sake of a more authentic film scene. You journalists, instead of praising Chen Ping's dedication, wantonly speculate that he was injured in a fight. For the sake of traffic, you really have no shame. Zhou Zhaolong's anger surged, and he was about to pound the table and reprimand, but Chen Ping raised his hand to stop him. Facing Zhou Zhaolong's puzzled gaze, Chen Ping smiled slightly, signaling him to remain calm. Then he took the microphone, his smile unchanged, and said, "Are you referring to a large roadside eatery? Did this happen around midnight?" The reporter's face lit up with joy as he nodded frantically, "Yes. Yes. A roadside stall is indeed a large eatery." As for the timing, the surveillance showed it was around 10 o'clock in the evening. Rounding off, it coincided with Chen Ping's mention of midnight. It was indisputable. The one involved in the scuffle is you, Chen Ping. No wonder your acting in Dragon Head is so smooth, like a reincarnation of a white-haired character. It turns out you were originally a thug. The reporter's mind was already churning with drafts, planning to investigate Chen Ping's background. If he couldn't find anything, he would just fabricate a story based on what his friends said, claiming that Chen Ping was once a local tyrant, later discovered by a talent scout due to his looks, and cast in the role of the white-haired character. He would embellish it further, and given Chen Ping's current popularity, a mini-hit with 100,000 reads would be inevitable. If luck was on his side, 1,000,000 reads could also be anticipated. It was unstoppable, like a dam bursting with water flowing endlessly. Seeing the questioning reporter only nodding dumbly, Chen Ping kindly added, "When you write your article, just polish it a bit, and say I fought off 3 or even 5 opponents single-handedly. Combine it with my character in the show, the white-haired one. I've even thought up a title for you, diving too deep into character. White-haired actor performs real fight and is hospitalized." Brilliant. The reporter clapped in admiration. Such writing talent wasted not becoming an entertainment writer. Where does your brother work now? Would you be interested in joining our company? The reporter then realized Chen Ping was mocking him, feeling awkward as he replied, "Mr. Chen Ping, you've misunderstood. As a journalist, I always adhere to journalistic ethics and will certainly write truthfully." This statement made not only the main creators of Dragon Head on stage laugh, but even the fellow journalists present couldn't hold back. We are entertainment journalists. If we don't sensationalize, cherry-pick, and take things out of context, how do we make a living? If you had ethics, you wouldn't deliberately lead Chen Ping towards that fight video. Chen Ping wrapped his fingers on the red cloth-covered table, expressing disdain. Don't act both as a saint and a sinner at the same time. Aren't you just trying to pin the video incident on me? They'll accept that you can write whatever you want. Upon hearing this, everyone on stage looked shocked. Chen Ping, how could you admit to such a thing? Even if you were indeed injured in a fight, you should insist it was from filming. You just handed them a knife to stab you. You're hurting yourself. The reporters in the audience turned red-faced, completely unprepared for Chen Ping to so bluntly reveal the industry's hidden rules. Just wait and see how I will write you to shreds. Chen Ping continued, no matter how I respond, you all can twist it in your writings. If I say I got injured filming, you will write that I'm a bully on set feuding with the crew and getting into real fights. If I say I was injured while acting heroically, you will definitely write that I came from a rough background and couldn't change my bad habits, getting beaten up by passersby for being arrogant. The pen is in your hands, you can write whatever you want. My explanation is right there in the first sentence. Chen Ping's words rendered the venue silent. The entire hall fell into a deathly silence. Is what Chen Ping saying the truth? Yes. But can he say it like that? No. You've spoken everything we wanted to write. How can we put pen to paper? You've truly smashed our rice bowls. Seeing the atmosphere grow increasingly awkward, Yin Zhenghua on stage hurriedly intervened. He took the microphone and asked, are there any more questions from the reporters? If there are none, this QA session will conclude here. At this point, the reporters in the audience finally started to ask a few trivial questions. This time, no one dared to question Chen Ping anymore. This person is truly formidable. He leaves no room for journalists. After several bland questions, this somewhat awkward press QA hastily came to an end. The host of the banquet, Huang Yong, arranged for the media friends to attend the dinner. As for the creative team and guests of Dragon Head, they were led to another private room. On the way to the private room, Chen Ping, Zhou Xiaolong, and Yin Zhenghua walked arm in arm, casually smoking cigarettes, exuding confidence. The remaining creators followed behind, resembling minions. Zhou Xiaolong exhaled a puff of smoke and gave Chen Ping a thumbs up, saying, Chen Ping, you are truly impressive. I've seen many stars who can leave journalists speechless, but you are the first one I've seen who can silence the entire room of reporters. Chen Ping spread his hands, his expression seemingly helpless, yet exuding arrogance. No matter what I say, it's wrong. What do you want me to do? I can't just go around in circles. I can only speak a few heartfelt words. My son is growing up and his self-esteem is strong, so I can only say this much. Huh? Zhou Xiaolong and Yin Zhenghua burst into laughter. Chen Ping, you are truly something. After the laughter, Yin Zhenghua revealed a hint of concern, but Chen Ping, you confronted that group of reporters today. They must be boiling with anger inside. Who knows how they will fabricate stories about you. I suggest you avoid tomorrow's entertainment news. Given your temper, I'm afraid you'll set fire to those newspapers. Chen Ping exaggeratedly exclaimed, hey, Zhenghua, don't dump that on me. I'm a law-abiding citizen. The two exchanged a look that seemed to say, do you believe what you just said? Chen Ping continued, let them slander me as they wish. I can't control their pens, and they can't control my mouth. They use me to gain traffic, and I treat them as entertainment. Chen Ping, I'm just worried that if the slander gets out of hand, those bystanders will take those black articles as facts. It will affect your reputation. Chen Ping waved his hand, saying, ultimately actors rely on their works to speak for them. As long as the quality of the work is solid, even if you are slandered, the audience will still support you. Otherwise, no matter how good your persona is, it's just a castle in the air. Some stars in this circle have personas that resemble deities above the mundane world. Little do they know, the higher they are propped up, the harder they fall. The more brainless the fans, the more extreme the haters. Even when they just want to take a smoke, they would almost declare a death sentence for him. I am flawed in every way and unworthy of the title deity, brother. It's better to let the fans see my ugly side. I, Chen Ping, am just a reckless person. If you can't stand me, please blacklist me directly. Good dogs stay out of the way, and good donkeys don't bray. Chen Ping's words came like thunder, leaving Yin Zhenghua and Zhou Xiaolong stunned for a moment. Then they shook their heads and smiled bitterly. They never expected that these two old men, nearly 100 years combined, would find Chen Ping, a 20-something young man, so insightful. Life has truly become like that of a dog. No wonder Confucius said, among three people, there must be my teacher. It seems that every time they are with Chen Ping, it is always them who learn something. Banquets like this, aside from celebrating achievements, mainly serve to introduce people within the same small circle to expand their networks. The entertainment industry is essentially a business, and doing business is inseparable from networking. Within their small circle, everyone helps each other out. If you know me, and I have a role missing in my crew, naturally, I will recommend you, and vice versa. The entertainment circles of Longhua can be broadly divided into the Jing Circle, the Magic City Circle, and the Hong Kong Circle, which are in a three-way standoff. In recent years, the Hong Kong Circle has been gradually declining, with an undercurrent of competition brewing between the Jing Circle and the Magic City Circle. And beneath these three major circles, there are countless small circles, each forming factions. The guests present this time were mostly from the Hong Kong Circle. Huang Yong and Zhang Wenhui brought along some investors. Though not many, and their reputation is modest, their influence is indeed significant. Some are responsible for sponsorships, some for publicity, others for approvals, and some for theater scheduling. It can be said that Yin Zhenghua is the director on screen, but whether a movie can be made, released, and become popular truly relies on these behind-the-scenes big shots. At the banquet, Huang Yong took the lead in toasting Chen Ping, this time lowering his stance as an apology for his previous coldness towards Chen Ping. He was also signaling to everyone that he wants to support Chen Ping, hoping that they would think of this young man when suitable resources are. Huang Yong, being a shrewd businessman, can see Chen Ping's potential with the naked eye, but just one dragon head is not enough to catch the attention of someone like Huang Yong. Yet Huang Yong managed to be humble, amplifying the potential Chen Ping has shown by 10 or even 100 times. The ancestral saying of the businessman Lu Bui goes, rare goods can be valuable. Investing in people yields greater returns than investing in anything else. Glasses clinked and cups were exchanged. By the time the banquet ended, Chen Ping was helping to support both Yin Zhenghua and Zhou Xiaolong, who were both drunk. One was shouting to learn English while the other was shouting to learn Russian. I didn't expect you, Zhou Xiaolong, with your thick eyebrows and big eyes, to also be studying. Before they even reached the hotel, the doorman had already taken over the two drunken men that Chen Ping was dragging like dead dogs. Upon entering the hotel, the front desk had already been informed via intercom. Just as they entered, they saw a row of young women in maid outfits lined up. Good evening, esteemed guests. This setup feels a bit familiar. Did I walk into the wrong place? Did I end up in a business venue instead of the hotel? The head maid bowed to the three and smiled. You three esteemed guests must have had quite a bit to drink, right? Here are some hangover remedies and herbal teas that you can use later. After all, this is a 7-star establishment, and the service is quite attentive. Immediately after, the head maid bowed again and said, if you esteemed guests need anything, our hotel also provides intimate services at night. The service hours extend until noon the next day. Each individual costs 8,888. Chen Ping quietly asked, what does this intimate service entail? The head maid was slightly taken aback and replied, it involves serving tea and water to guests. If guests are hungry, our hotel has a 24-hour restaurant, and the staff can also assist with purchasing food. If guests have difficulty moving, the staff can also assist with personal hygiene. As she finished, the head maid's voice grew soft. Serving tea and buying food, and you charge me 8,888. Are you even human? Buying food or assisting with purchasing, does that mean 8,888 doesn't even include the meal? You are treating me like a big fool. How do you think I would let you take advantage of me? I promptly called over 2 staff members and arranged for Zhenghua and Xiaolong to go upstairs. I urged the head maid repeatedly, reminding her to remember their room cards, keeping them separate, and to never charge it to my account for what I ordered. The head maid repeatedly acknowledged. In the end, she whispered, esteemed guest, are you sure you don't need any intimate services? Chen Ping replied arrogantly, I'm just worried they'll suddenly die in bed from drinking too much. I'm still sober. Your sharp knife can't reach my head. Hey, not spending is earning. Him quite pleased. Chen Ping hummed a tune as he took the elevator, merrily walking towards his room. Once inside the room, Chen Ping took a cold shower to refresh himself. Then he opened the system. Although tonight was the celebration banquet for the 10 billion box office of Dragon Head, the actual box office of Dragon Head had already surpassed 1.5 billion by today. It was delayed for several days due to his injury while filming. What does a 1.5 billion box office represent? It means Chen Ping can splurge again. The last time I spent 1 billion without clarity, and the additional 2 points in appearance were purely a waste. This time I'm aiming for 10 billion, and I hope the system understands. Congratulations, host, you have drawn the skill mouth skills. There are skilled mouth performers in Jing. Would you like to purchase the skill enhancement package for an additional 400 million box office? Since you have calculated my balance this clearly, if I don't buy it, wouldn't that be disrespectful to you? Congratulations, host, you have obtained the top songs on NetEase Cloud Music 10. I find myself weary of the usual popular songs and narratives that flood the internet. However, the phrase there are skilled ventriloquists in the capital leaves me puzzled. Is it the ventriloquism I'm thinking of? System literally yes. I see. A sense of overwhelming loneliness, as if I'm the only one left in the world, surged within Chen Ping. I had thought that my weapons were unrivaled, and now my techniques are also supreme. I wonder who among the beautiful women in the world could match me. I accepted the system's lottery reward. Chen Ping opened the rating package for his role as Tony, the antagonist in The Trigger. This time, Tony's character received a score of 80 points, and the system offered a choice for a deep-level life simulation. One option is to experience the life of Arthur, the war god of the Shelby family, in Peaky Blinders for a duration. The other is to simulate the character of Away, played by Jia Hui, in Drug War for 1 year, specifically during the first year of serving under the Buddha of 8 Faces. Chen Ping did not immediately choose to enter the life simulation as he still bore an injury and lacked the energy. Rushing into a deep-level simulation would not be wise. After dealing with the system's rewards, Chen Ping felt a bit fatigued. He took off his bathrobe and was about to sleep when the sound of a video call rang out from his phone. His eyes fell upon Lu Yi, the 1,000-year-old fox demon. A little white rabbit clung to her. At this moment, Chen Ping, having removed his bathrobe, was left bare-chested, causing Lu Yi's face to flush. Unable to contain her playful scolding, she exclaimed, there are outsiders here. Can't you be a little more discreet? Meanwhile, Yang Tianjin foolishly asked Sister Yi, is there a guest with Chen Ping? I don't see anyone. Chen Ping sighed. Lu Yi, you should keep your schemes to yourself. With Yang Tianjin's intelligence, which can barely last 3 episodes in a palace drama, expecting her to pick up on your subtleties is a bit much. Lu Yi chuckled, finding Yang Tianjin's naive demeanor amusing, giving her a sense of futility, like hitting. Chen Ping, are you in Mo City now? Yes. I just attended a celebration banquet, took a shower, and was getting ready to sleep. Lu Yi nodded, then suddenly furrowed her brow, and said you took a shower? Yes. I just washed my lower body. Oh, I didn't get my upper body wet. Let me see your left hand, the one in the cat. I want. Still arguing, Lu Yi's brows furrowed. Didn't I tell you? You can't get it wet, especially your left hand in the cat. Lu Yi's nagging resembled that of a mother. Eventually unable to shake off her concern for Chen Ping, she grabbed her recently shed light jacket and headed towards the door. What's your room number? I'm coming over now to make you some bone soup for breakfast. Healing from a fracture takes 100 days. If you don't take care of yourself, what if you end up with complications? Are you serious, Lu Yi? It's the dead of night, and I really can't ask you to run back and forth. Besides, I've just broken an arm, not become bedridden. I don't need someone to wait on me. He promptly refused, saying, just take care of yourself. I'm not that delicate. It's late, I'm going to sleep, and I have to get up early. With that, he hung up the phone. To avoid further disturbances from Lu Yi, he turned off his phone. Half an hour later, the hotel phone beside his bed rang. Hello. Good evening, Mr. Chen. I apologize for disturbing you at this hour. The front desk has a Miss Lu who wishes to see you. Do you know her? Oh no. She's still haunting me. Chen Ping wrapped a bathrobe around himself and hurried down the stairs. Upon reaching the first floor, he saw the alluring figure of the top-tier enchantress. She wore a form-fitting skirt, black stockings, and stiletto heels. Lu Yi, are you serious about your service tonight? As soon as they met, Chen Ping scolded Lu Yi, have you lost your mind? After being reprimanded by Chen Ping, Lu Yi showed no signs of anger, but rather smiled and said, yes. I missed you so much I think I've gone mad. Chen Ping was at a loss for words and lowered his voice to ask, how did you find out what hotel and room number I was in? Did you plant a tracker on me? Didn't you say you were attending the celebration banquet with Director Yin? I figured you'd be staying at the same hotel, so I just called Director Yin. What? That old man is still awake. No, he seems to have drunk too much and is a bit slurred, but he's still quite alert. So that old man was just pretending to be drunk. Chen Ping pulled out the room card and let Lu Yi into the room. Lu Yi looked around at the lavish decor and exclaimed, this is indeed a 7-star hotel. The standard is exceptionally high. However, Lu Yi's face soon turned crimson. The hotel room was spacious, but there was only one bed. In her impulsiveness, she had rushed over without considering this aspect. An ambiguous atmosphere filled the air. Following Lu Yi's gaze, Chen Ping also noticed the awkwardness of the situation. We can manage for one night. It's not like we haven't slept together before. That was different. There was still Xiao Tian around. Lu Yi huffed playfully. Then you can sleep on the floor. Ungrateful. I traveled a long way to see you, and you want me to sleep on the floor. Then sleep in the bed. No, you'll definitely. Then sleep on the floor. No, you're heartless. This won't do, that won't do. How about this? You sleep on the bed, and I'll sleep. Chen Ping, tired of indulging her temper, hoisted her up and carried her back to the bed amidst her squeals. She immediately settled down obediently. Women. Seeing Lu Yi had buried herself into the quilt like a quail, Chen Ping took off his bathrobe and was about to get ding ding ding. The phone at the bedside rang. Is this ever going to end? Hello, Mr. Chen, I apologize for disturbing you again. The front desk has a Miss Yang who claims to be your friend. You. Chen Ping didn't even wait for the caller to finish and hurried down the stairs. Upon seeing Lu Yi and Yang Tianjin, the female manager finally understood why Chen Ping didn't require any attentive service. Not because he found it too expensive, but because he simply wasn't interested. Most importantly, he had 2 heavenly beauties spending the night with him. One could only feel sorry for the cleaning lady assigned to tidy the room tomorrow. Inside the room, the 3 of them stared at each other bewildered. After an awkward silence, Chen Ping lay back on the bed and pointed to his less functional left hand. How about you? The next day, Chen Ping received a call from Yin Zhenghua inviting him for breakfast. Chen Ping replied that he was already in the dining hall. Before long, Yin Zhenghua and Zhou Xiaolong appeared before him. The 2 looked refreshed and full of vigor. Chen Ping, my brother, I heard you didn't want to spend that 8,888 last night. Did you have a lonely night? Indeed, I didn't sleep well last night. What about you too? Chen Ping, I must say you're mistaken. Riding a bicycle to a bar. Some things are worth saving while others should be enjoyed. Don't deprive yourself too much. Yin Zhenghua patted Chen Ping's shoulder with a lewd grin. Turning to call a waiter for breakfast. Chen Ping, first drink this bone soup. I specially made it for you. Hiss. Lu Yi, Yang Tianjin, what are you doing here? Yin Zhenghua and Zhou Xiaolong exclaimed in surprise. The 2 women, seeing them, turned pale. We just arrived this. They spent the night in my room, Chen Ping said, casually sipping the bone soup. Yin Zhenghua and Zhou Xiaolong received calls from Lu Yi and Yang Tianjin last night. At that time, they thought the 2 women were concerned about Chen Ping and would come over the next day, but unexpectedly they arrived that very night. Once again, the 2 of them faced Chen Ping's reprimand. Yin Zhenghua and Zhou Xiaolong were almost brought to tears. Chen Ping could easily guess what these 2 elder brothers were concocting and coldly said, stop overthinking. We haven't done. Chen Ping, are you trying to treat us like 3-year-olds? Looking at the 2 men's resentful expressions, Chen Ping helplessly raised his injured left arm. With a long sigh, he exclaimed, I have the heart to kill the thief, but no power to turn back the tide. This statement made the faces of the 2 women flush red. Bah! Yesterday the 3 of them squeezed onto one bed, and the shameless Chen Ping insisted on performing a new skill he learned, ventriloquism. What a lunatic. Do you call this a skill? Until Chen Ping demonstrated a live performance mimicking the sounds of more than 10 kinds of animals. Only then did Lu Yi and Yang Tianjin realize that the ventriloquism he mentioned was indeed ventriloquism. Upon discovering Chen Ping's extraordinary skill, the 2 women playfully urged him to perform for half the night, nearly exhausting him to the point of cramping his mouth. Today they seemed somewhat lacking in spirit. After preparing their respective breakfasts, Lu Yi and Yang Tianjin sat on either side of Chen Ping, while Yin Zhenghua and Zhou Xiaolong sat across from him. The five of them were eating breakfast and chatting. Chen Ping asked Yang Tianjin, "How is your audition going?" Upon hearing that Yang Tianjin was still participating in the audition program, Yin Zhenghua and Zhou Xiaolong immediately became interested. Yang Tianjin shyly replied, "I've made it to the top 22, advancing to the top 11. If I can get past this round, I can debut with the other 10 trainees to form a girl group." "Of course you will. I've seen that show, The Trainees, and it don't even match half of your looks. The championship is yours, I assure you," Chen Ping proclaimed, patting his chest. Hearing that Chen Ping was actually paying attention to her program made Yang Tianjin's heart flutter with joy, but she had no confidence in his statement about her winning the championship. "I'm not as good as you say, Chen Ping. Besides, looks don't play a big role on stage. It's mainly about singing, dancing, and rap. I haven't learned any of those three before, and every time I'm on stage, I feel like a clown. You're being too hard on yourself. From the few episodes I've watched, I want comment on the performances of the other trainees you were with. As for the judges on the panel, I can rap better than that," Chen Ping said, while sipping the bone soup, trying to act impressive. Yin Zhenghua and Zhou Xiaolong listened to Chen Ping's complaints and became interested as well. Zhou Xiaolong curiously asked Yang Tianjin, "Who is the mentor for your program? Do we know him? If we do, I can help you speak a few good words." Facing Zhou Xiaolong's goodwill, Yang Tianjin first expressed her thanks, and then shook her head stubbornly and earnestly, saying, "Thank you, Brother Zhou and Director Yi, for your kindness. However, every trainee in the training camp trains very hard. If I were to ask you for a favor, it would be unfair to the other sisters in the training camp." This statement made Zhou Xiaolong feel quite awkward. Chen Ping shook his head, repeatedly recalling what a lawyer he admired once said: "The law is merely the lowest moral standard for a person. Similarly, rules are only followed by honest people. The ones who ultimately benefit are often those who trample on the rules. Or you could be the one who sets the rules." Of course, Chen Ping didn't have the heart to burst Yang Tianjin's beautiful innocence. Being a sweet and naive girl isn't a bad thing. Quite endearing, quite cute, and easy to deceive. "When does your competition to advance to the top 11 start? If I have time, I'll go to the scene to cheer you on," Chen Ping said with, "Really? Chen Ping, are you really going to the scene?" Yang Tianjin's eyes sparkled as she excitedly grabbed Chen Ping's arm. Beside them, Lu Yi smiled, saying, "Chen Ping, you said it, a gentleman's word is hard to retract. Tonight is Xiaoshan's competition day." It really was like Ah Qiao's mother opening the door for her. It was just perfect timing. However, after participating in the celebration banquet, and with the fuse already wrapped up, Chen Ping currently belonged to the ranks of the unemployed. He wasn't stingy about going to the scene to support Yang Tianjin. "Can I enter the venue?" Chen Ping asked. Lu Yi nodded. Each contestant can bring 2 family members into the venue. But Lu Yi looked awkwardly at Yin Zhenghua and Zhou Xiaolong across from her. One contestant can bring 2 family members, with Lu Yi and Chen Ping as one pair. Yin Zhenghua and Zhou Xiaolong might not be able to fit in. Neither Yin nor Zhou made it hard for Lu Yi, laughing, "We won't take up this spot. If we want to go, we'll figure it out ourselves." But Chen Ping grimaced, saying, "If you go, you must cheer for Xiaodian. If you just sit there like a lord and don't budge for half the time, then don't come, it would annoy me to watch." Only Chen Ping would dare to be so unrestrained. If any other trainee were to invite Yin Zhenghua and Zhou Xiaolong, 2 revered figures, to support them, they would probably be so happy they'd faint on the spot. The competition was scheduled to start promptly at 7 o'clock in the evening. In the afternoon, it was Yang Tianjin's final rehearsal time. Her performance piece was a sweet love song titled Curly Eyelashes. This song was one of the representative works of the once popular sweet song master. The song and dance were not very difficult, and its style focused on cuteness and sweetness, which matched Yang Tianjin's persona perfectly. Chen Ping and Lu Yi watched Yang Tianjin sing and dance in the room. Although she was panting and sweating profusely, the youthful smile on her face was radiant. She truly enjoyed expressing herself on stage. Moreover, Yang Tianjin's voice was not bad. She was the kind of person blessed by heaven. However, without systematic training, her voice was a bit thin. Halfway through the practice, someone opened the door and entered. The newcomer was a young man with dyed blonde hair, standing at 1.8 meters tall and looking quite handsome. Upon seeing the newcomer, Yang Tianjin immediately bowed respectfully. "Hello, teacher Wang Tao." This person was Wang Tao, the chief mentor of Youth 101 and the initiator of the girl group. He had debuted as a trainee abroad and had a certain fan base in the country. Later, he returned to Longwo, released a few singles, and though he wasn't particularly popular on music platforms, his fans on Weibo exploded in number. Through several variety shows, he became a massive hit. If only considering the fan count and not the works, he deserved the title of a top-tier domestic singer. Due to Wang Tao's background of debuting as a trainee along with his fan count, Penguin Video invited him to be the chief mentor for Youth 101. As the popularity of Youth 101 surged online, Wang Tao's fan count also rose sharply, hinting at a trend of challenging the status of domestic first-tier singers. What Chen Ping meant by "I can do it too" referred to this person. He truly couldn't understand how a singer could ascend to top-tier status without relying on their own music. Wang Tao watched Yang Tianjin's rehearsal, applauded, and expressed his approval of her performance. He then said, "Yang Tianjin, you know that tonight there is a segment where each trainee can invite a guest to help garner votes, right?" "Yes, I know. I've confirmed it with the sisters in the group. No one is inviting guests. Whether we advance depends entirely on our own strength. Yang Tianjin, your name really fits. Should I say you are innocent and naive, or should I say you are foolishly cute?" A hint of a smirk flashed across Wang Tao's eyes. Since that's the case, he would wait until Yang Tianjin was eliminated before discussing joining his studio with her. There was no need to rush, she would eventually be his. At 7 in the evening, Youth 101 began broadcasting on time. The ace host Wu Miao Miao, who had previously hosted the Golden Horse Awards and the Golden Melody Awards, was the first to appear. After the opening remarks, she read a series of sponsorship advertisements. The number of people in the live stream room skyrocketed like a rocket. The bullet screen began to fill up. Thank you, host, for letting me blacklist these brands. The louder the ads, the worse the sales. Thanks to the big sponsors for supporting this program. Although I will express my gratitude. Honestly, the bullet comments from the netizens were more entertaining than the show. Just like how readers' comments on this book are far more exciting than the novel itself. After reading the advertisements, she went through the usual pleasantries. Host Wu Miao Miao began to introduce the 4 main mentors of the show, led by the famous variety show contestant, renowned girl group mentor, influential social media figure, and lesser-known singer Wang Tao. Each mentor had a long list of qualifications that must have been challenging for Wu Miao Miao to hold back her laughter while introducing them. After introducing the mentors and guests, it was time for the emotional segment. The large screen displayed behind-the-scenes footage of the trainees in the practice camp, a compilation of various trainees crying after elimination rounds, and quick edits of the trainees' motivational speeches. Finally, the founder of the girl group, teacher Wang Tao, delivered a concluding speech. With slightly red eyes, holding a wrinkled tissue to wipe away invisible tears, he choked up as he spoke about the hardships of each trainee, ultimately wishing everyone to perform with style, individuality, and reach new heights. Live stream bullet screen. I feel sorry for Brother Tao. I feel sorry for Brother Tao 1. I hope the girls understand gratitude. It was Brother Tao who led them to a new world. Hey there, why don't you mention that your Brother Tao raised them like a baby? There's a hater here, quick kick him out. Protect the best Tao brother. Tao brother, could you dye your hair pink, then I can call you. In no time, the supporters and haters were fiercely battling it out in the live stream. The moderation team was overwhelmed as the haters were simply too talented. The comments made them want to laugh, and some comments were so ambiguous, it was hard to tell if they were from fans or haters. There was a certain feeling of confusion, like the male rabbit's foot was uncertain, and the female rabbit's eyes were dazed, leaving one unable to distinguish between fans and haters. After a lengthy and tedious opening, Youth 101 finally kicked off the elimination round from 22 to 11. The show was about to get exciting. Competition rules: 22 trainees would randomly draw lots to determine the performance order, and the audience would vote for the trainees. The one with the most votes would advance. Youth 101 claimed to put the fate of the trainees entirely in the audience's hands. However, there was one unexpected twist: the founder of the girl group, Wang Tao. He held a veto vote in his hands. As long as he cast a veto, no matter how many votes a trainee received, they would be direct. This was also to prevent any trainee from cheating by pouring a lot of money into boosting their votes from outside the stage. However, since the start of Youth 101, Wang Tao had never used this veto. The trainees' fates had always been determined by audience votes. The first to take the stage was Han Xuan, who ranked 7th last episode. She had a rather sultry figure, but her looks were slightly ordinary, and she excelled in hot dancing. As the lights flickered, Han Xianxian walked out from the center of the stage. The prelude began, playing a recent rock song called Fiery that was trending on the charts. Han Xuangshuan's voice was thick and low, making her effortless in performing this rock song. After singing the opening 4 lines, the music abruptly stopped, and the stage lights faded. When the music started again, the stage lights illuminated once more. A deep, husky male voice resonated. Han Xianxian had actually invited the original singer of Fiery to join her. This was her guest performer. Han Xianxian sang and danced energetically, often leaning against the middle-aged rock star, making suggestive gestures. This is truly eye-watering, ruining the song Fiery. No way. I think Xianxian is amazing at both singing and dancing. Xianxian is the best. Live your truth, don't care about others' opinions. After one song, it was over. The original singer of Fiery was still on stage promoting Han Xianxian. Below the stage, Yang Tianjin was completely dumbfounded. Sister Xuan, weren't we supposed to not invite guests? One by one, the contestants took the stage, and without exception, they all had guest performers. We were just joking, but you took it. Everyone was throwing smoke bombs, afraid of revealing which guests they had invited. Only Yang Tianjin naively thought that this elimination competition was purely about strength. Little sister, the entertainment industry is both a battlefield and a realm of human relationships. On stage, the trainees of Youth 101 were like the 8 immortals crossing the sea, each displaying their talents. They invited the biggest names they could get. The most impressive was Bu Yinyun, who had ranked 1st last episode, directly inviting her former teammate, Zhao Mingfei, who had been in a group with Wang Tao abroad. Though his status was slightly lower than Wang Tao's, with some effort, he could barely be considered a top singer in Dragon Country. The two sang a love song, and their affectionate demeanor almost made one think Zhao Mingfei was about to announce their relationship on Youth 101. During the final voting phase, Zhao Mingfei smiled and explained to everyone that Bu Yinyun was his junior sister and hoped his fans would support her. With Zhao Mingfei's appearance, the online viewing figures of Youth 101 had already exceeded 1 million. If the bullet screen were turned off, the comments would have covered the stage so much that one couldn't see the performers' faces. Countless fans of Zhao Mingfei were still on their way. Director Shin Li, although still serious in expression, was already overjoyed inside. It's obvious that her directed show Youth 101 would become the flagship of self-produced variety shows on Penguin Video. Especially with Bu Yinyun, who had managed to invite Zhao Mingfei. The production team had long since decided she would be the champion. Following Bu Yinyun to the stage was the caught-off guard Yang Tianjin. Seeing everyone else bringing guests, she was the only one coming on stage alone. Like a marionette, she stumbled onto the stage and awkwardly introduced herself. In the bullet screen, a wave of support for Tianjin came and was quickly overshadowed by Zhao Mingfei's fans. After all, having only appeared in a few variety shows, Yang Tianjin's fan base couldn't compare to Zhao Mingfei's. Looking at the empty stage, Yang Tianjin's already anxious mood gradually began to crumble. On the mentor panel, Wang Tao looked at the dazed Yang Tianjin in the center of the stage, a hint of a sneer appearing on his face. I told you to prepare guest performers, now you realize you've been fooled by your so-called good sister. This might be for the best. After such a setback, Yang Tianjin would be easier to negotiate with when signing contracts later and when it came time to sign. Wang Tao couldn't help but wear a smug smile. The prelude of curly eyelashes began to play softly. However, Yang Tianjin's mind went blank from nerves, and she forgot the first line of lyrics. At that moment, she felt like a solitary boat on the waves, helpless and lost. She only had one thought in her mind: to run back to the backstage and into that man's embrace for a hug. Just as Yang Tianjin hesitated, a man's enthusiastic encouragement echoed through the microphone. Yang Tianjin, go for it. You are the best. Besides you, everyone else is trash. This sudden shout stunned the entire venue and the live stream. Wu Miao looked at the man in front of her who was enthusiastically cheering for Yang Tianjin with a microphone, then glanced at her empty right hand. Wait, didn't you say you were staff responsible for handling emergencies? You are the emergency now. Are you going to handle yourself? Indeed, the more handsome the man, the better at deceiving. Before anyone could react, Chen Ping turned to the audience and said fiercely, Yan Zhenghua Zhou Xiaolong. I know you're here. I saw your faces when the spotlight swept across the audience just now. Come out and cheer for Tianjin, or you won't have good results when you return. Yan Zhenghua Zhou Xiaolong. These two are a director known for making martial arts films and a professional antagonist, both not to be trifled with in the entertainment industry. Hearing this man's voice, he seemed to be only in his 20s, yet he spoke as if he commanded these two masters like they were his subordinates. The bullet screen was filled with confused black faces. However, the next scene directly shattered their perceptions. In the front row of the audience, in the two prime spots at the center, two people stood up. They then climbed onto their chairs and held up their fluorescent boards. Each one had 4 characters. They read, Tianjin, going crazy for you. Then these two old men, whose ages combined nearly exceeded 100, raised their voices and shouted, Tianjin, going crazy for you. Little Tian, you're the sweetest. I can't believe it. It really is Yan Zhenghua and Zhou Xiaolong, these two deities. The previously bustling bullet screen fell silent for the next 15 seconds. Everyone was stunned by the scene before them. Immediately after, an even greater flood of bullet comments surged back. Chang Wei, what are you doing? Director Yi, your image in my heart has collapsed. You were supposed to be a professional antagonist, is this it? You were supposed to be a big shot in martial arts films, and yet you're a die-hard fan of Yang Tianjin. This world is too crazy. Goose sister, what the heck? Seeing Yan Zhenghua and Zhou Xiaolong leaping up and twisting their bodies, crazily cheering for her, like two little fans, Yang Tianjin could no longer hold back and burst into laughter. But what truly sweetened her heart was that man. Yang Tianjin unconsciously glanced back, her eyes filled with affection. In the barrage, netizens were charmed by the contrasting cuteness of Yan Zhenghua and Zhou Xiaolong, strongly demanding that they form a CP. However, one particular comment made them ponder deeply. I'm quite curious about the man who was the first to cheer for Yang Tianjin, or it seems like Director Yin and Chang Wei are completely under his influence. Indeed, Yan Zhenghua and Zhou Xiaolong had not intended to cheer for Yang Tianjin at all. It was more like they were forced to perform. Even the glow board that read cheer for Yang Tianjin was initially turned off by them. This indicates that they were not die-hard fans of Yang Tianjin. The only reason they held the glow board was that they were uncertain whether that man would ask them to cheer for her. It was like summer homework. The teacher might not check it, but you still had to do it. What if one lucky student was randomly selected to check the homework? This is what it means to be prepared for unforeseen circumstances. In an instant, the identity of that man sparked enthusiastic discussions among netizens until a comment floated by. Don't you think that man's voice sounds a lot like the white-haired guy? White-haired? Which white-haired? The boss, no shrimp. The white-haired one. What the hell, why can your comment send voice messages? The more everyone pondered, the more it seemed to resemble him. They even pulled out Douyin software to listen to the classic quotes of the white-haired guy. Confirmed. White-haired guy, don't hide, there are audiences outside. I thought the white-haired was acting, but it turns out it was based on reality. Just looking at Yan Zhenghua and Zhou Xiaolong's hard work, I can't imagine how much they are bullied by the white-haired guy in daily life. Let me interject, who is the white-haired guy you were talking about? It's the white-haired guy from Longtou, the one who said to take care of your car, or he would break your legs. At that time in the cinema, I wanted to slap him twice across the big screen. His acting was really good. My wife even told me to dye my hair white too, but I'd rather not. White-haired guy YYDS. Sisterly, the online viewership has exceeded 200,000. In the director's room, Shun Li was so pleased by her subordinate's report that she couldn't stop smiling. Chen Ping's sudden cheer earlier had startled her. This was a serious live broadcast accident. Shenli hadn't thought of a way to remedy the situation when unexpectedly that man called out, Yin Zhenghua and Zhou Xiaolong again. I say, you two big men, why did you suddenly ask me for 2 tickets to the live event? It turns out you were forced into it. The huge contrast turned a live broadcast accident into a climax of the show. It truly confirms an old saying, fortune hides within misfortune and misfortune leans on fortune. The spotlight shone intensely on Yin Zhenghua and Zhou Xiaolong. Meanwhile, Yang Tianjin overcame her internal nervousness and slowly began to sing along with the musical accompaniment. My heart is pounding, my soul is about to leave my body, this feeling is so good. The song was sweet, and with that sweet dance my old heart melted. Today Yang Tianjin was dressed in a full Lolita outfit. While it was cute, there was just too much fabric. Not a hint of benefit was given. Bad review, thank you. In the audience, Zhou Xiaolong said, Brother Zhenghua, I think we've cheered enough. Yin Zhenghua replied, let's shout a bit more. After all, we've already lost face, so we don't mind losing another minute or two. All right, I'll follow your lead. If reporters ask about today's events, I'll say, I was forced by you. Yin Zhenghua retorted, how could such words come from your mouth? Who are you being forced by? Zhou Xiaolong replied, I'm pushing the blame onto Chen Ping. I'm afraid he'll get angry. You're easier to bully. Yin Zhenghua. Zhou Xiaolong, do you still consider yourself human? At the side of the stage, the host Wu Miao Miao looked at the fierce-looking Chen Ping, swallowed hard, and cautiously said, hello. Sir, could you please return the microphone to me? Chen Ping shot her a dark glance, nearly scaring Wu Miao Miao into a shit. You don't abide by the rules, relying on theft and deceit. You took someone else's microphone and won't return it. Although Wu Miao Miao has hosted countless shows, even major award ceremonies in Longhua, every star she shared the stage with was polite and courteous, never encountering someone like Chen Ping, who was a brute without any sense of reason. She felt wronged and nearly cried out. You bully people. Yes, I'm bullying you, so what? Why was it that even though he was the one bullying, he could still be so self-righteous? Wu Miao Miao felt her brain was malfunctioning, standing there in a daze, unable to form a complete sentence after stammering. At this moment, Chen Ping slowly spoke. Do you want the microphone? Yes, yes, yes. Wu Miao Miao nodded furiously like a chick pecking at rice. If you want it, you must agree to one condition of mine. What condition? Wu Miao Miao immediately asked, falling into the verbal trap Chen Ping had set for her. This is known as the window theory. When you feel that a room is too dark and want to open a window, others will definitely disagree. But if you say you want to remove the entire roof for light to come in, they will come to negotiate and agree to open the window. If the microphone were returned easily, Wu Miao Miao would definitely hesitate at Chen Ping's subsequent request. However, by agreeing to this request, she would be more likely to accept the return of the microphone and even feel that Chen Ping was reasonable with his request, not being excessive. Chen Ping leaned close to Wu Miao Miao's ear and said, you help me. After hearing Chen Ping's condition, Wu Miao Miao exclaimed, is that possible? It's quite feasible. Wu Miao Miao immediately contacted the director's room through her earpiece. Hello, Sister Li, there's been an unexpected situation. A friend of the student Yang Tianjin wants to. After listening to Wu Miao Miao's description, Shun Li did not respond immediately, but smiled and said, Miao Miao, that friend of Yang Tianjin is Chen Ping, right? Is he with you now? So his name is Chen Ping. That name seems a bit ordinary. Haha, you don't know Chen Ping. Wu Miao Miao racked her brain, but declared failure. He's the white-haired guy in Long 2. Oh, now I understand. He's the one who walks around looking quite impressive, and he doesn't seem like a good person. Wu Miao Miao timidly glanced at Chen Ping, forcibly swallowing the words she had on the tip of her tongue. That's right, it's him. He's really something. Shen Li burst into laughter, and then concluded, you tell him that I agree to his conditions, and I'll arrange everything so he can rest assured. However, since it's a live broadcast, I hope he doesn't pull any tricks, or I'll cut his feed immediately. After receiving Shun Li's affirmative response, Wu Miao Miao cheerfully approached Chen Ping to take credit, finally reclaiming her microphone. She didn't forget to thank Chen Ping. On stage, as the song ended, the barrage of comments flooded in unison, love it, love it. Tianjin going crazy for you. Little Tion, so sweet with you. Some people relying solely on their looks attracted countless fans, just asking if you're jealous. Of course, the completion level of Yang Tianjin's song was quite high. The subsequent mentor feedback session also acknowledged Yang Tianjin's performance. Next, the initiator of the girl group, Wang Tao, posed the final question. Yang Tianjin, do you have a guest to support you? Everyone in front had guests appear, and everyone assumed Yang Tianjin had invited her special guest. Only Wang Tao knew that she had a special guest. This question was like rubbing salt in a wound. Sure enough, Yang Tianjin's expression turned awkward, speechless. Just as she was about to answer, someone walked up from the side of the stage, poised and graceful, with a sweet smile, saying, now let's welcome the guest supporting student Yang Tianjin. The entire venue erupted with applause. Only Yang Tianjin stood there completely baffled. When did I invite a guest? Under the personal direction of Shun Li, the lights of the venue dimmed, and then 2 spotlights shone simultaneously on the back of the stage. There sat a person in a chair with a microphone stand in front of them. Aside from that, there was nothing else. What's going on here? Before everyone could react, a melodious, ancient zither tune resonated throughout the venue, but within 15 seconds the sound of the guzheng abruptly ceased. A deep, resonant sound of the Dragon Kingdom's big drum echoed like a large vat. Following the big drum, various other musical instruments swept through. It wasn't until the final sound of the eru entered. The guzheng was soft, the big drum was vigorous, and the eru was mournful. This segment of the prelude lasted over a minute, a rarity since the rise of popular music in the Dragon Kingdom. Today, Dragon Kingdom music emphasizes a fast pace so much so that it seems to completely eliminate the prelude and directly launch into the lyrics. Moreover, in recent years, rap culture has flourished, even beginning to abandon the essence of lyrical content. Cars, girls, money, and leaves. The rap songs on the popular charts essentially revolve around these four old themes. In the eyes of new generation rappers, traditional instruments like the guzheng, big drum, and eru from this one-minute prelude are seen as antiques. Electronic music is the true path. Wang Tao couldn't help but scoff, isn't this just Yang Tianjin pulling someone from some amateur troupe to fill in? Come on, what era is this? Everyone is a rapper now, and the store only plays electronic music. My grandparents don't even listen to opera anymore. However, in contrast to Wang Tao's derision, the other three mentors wore serious expressions. Among them, the vocal mentor, Gu Yu, had the most solemn expression. Upon hearing Wang Tao's sarcasm, she couldn't help but turn her head, frowning deeply, and said bluntly, "Could you please keep it down?" In the bullet comments, many began typing inquiries. This prelude sounds quite nice. Why doesn't the instrument he played appear in other songs? Now it's all electronic synthesized sounds. Those are traditional instruments. The first segment is the guzheng, the second is the big drum, and the last one is the eru, with several segments in between that I can't recognize due to my limited ability. I can hear it all. Master, I'm not a master. I used to learn traditional instruments, but later switched to Western instruments. My mom said there's no future in traditional music. Just a mention of no future instantly triggered a backlash in the comments. People wanted to refute, but didn't know how. At some point, the sound of the eru abruptly stopped. Meanwhile, a male voice, falling flowers, fluttering, scattering, confusing my eyes, waves of smoke, by the riverbank, fishing boats tonight, in the dim light. A standard baritone, his voice flowed like a gentle stream, exuding a crisp clarity. The three mentors seated behind the screen all lit up with astonished expressions as soon as the man began to sing, their faces glowing with undeniable awe. After the first small segment, having sung 4 lines, the male voice paused. The audience had just exhaled a sigh of relief when a brilliant female voice began. Do you not see I dance gracefully? Do you not see I play the zither tenderly? Do you not see my enchanting smile intoxicates? Do you not see I wither and fade? Do you not see I weep tears like rain? Do you not see a strand of black silk sighs for a lifetime? The 6 consecutive do you not see moments propelled the entire song to its climax. What kind of singing style is this? Countless comments scrolled across the screen. On the mentor side, vocal mentor, Gu Yu looked dazed, muttering to herself, "De Qingyi, it's actually the De Qingyi opera style." A leading actress in the opera can be referred to as De Qingyi. In ancient times, a De Qingyi was considered a top-notch performer. In the comments, some began explaining that this singing style is called opera vocalization. Opera vocalization? You mean the kind used in opera? Is it really that beautiful? Do you think the taste of the past dignitaries and famous scholars were all fake? Let me tell you, they had discerning ears. If it weren't pleasant to hear, would the emperors and empresses in the palace be thinking about opera every day? Do you think they had nothing better to do? Just idle? Mom asked me why I kneel to listen to music. Mom asked me why I kneel to listen to music. 10,086. My ears are pregnant. It's your seed. Hurry and remove the screen. I want to rush at her. Thanks to whoever stops me, you'll get angry with them. Is the male voice also rushing? What do you mean? Big brother, let me remind you, men can also sing as the leading female character, and some men's voices are even more stunning than certain female leads. What the heck are you saying? That female voice was sung by a man? One person playing 2 roles. Isn't that a voice transformer? It's even cooler than a voice transformer. Didn't you notice there's only one person behind that screen, not a single instrument? Are you talking about this, bro? Dare to say your guess. Wait, did that prelude all come from this person's mouth? Once this was said, the whole place erupted. Male and female voice changes were within the audience's understanding, but if even the prelude was sung with the mouth, it could only be described as a divine skill. The song concluded. The lights in the venue went out once more. A silhouette could be vaguely seen trying to leave the stage as the staff removed the screen. In front of the screen, the comments surged like a tidal wave. Quick, catch him, don't let him escape. Who is this person? No matter what, as long as she appears, even the men will rush. I mean it, not even Jesus could stop us. As the stage lights turned on again. At the back of the stage, Wu Miao Miao tightly held onto a man's arm, even oblivious to her own heaving chest. The man, seeing he couldn't escape, could only turn around, helplessly looking at Wu Miao Miao and sighing, why go through all this for? Wu Miao Miao playfully stuck out her tongue and mouthed, I'm delighted. Then pulling Chen Ping's right arm, she dragged him to the center of the stage, slightly excited. I'm sure everyone is very interested in the mysterious guest behind the screen. This guest I won't elaborate too much on is none other than the actor who plays the character with white hair in the current movie Dragon Head. Actor Chen Ping. What the heck, it's actually Chen Ping. White hair, besides catching shrimp and cutting people, you have this talent, as well, simply remarkable. Oh, my white hair is no longer pretending to be cool, but instead singing. Mom asked me why I kneel to listen to music, and even bowed 3 times to the singer. I said I'm afraid this guy with a knife will see me unfavorably and break my legs. Wu Miao Miao exclaimed excitedly, Chen Ping, I'm asking, on behalf of the live audience and all our online viewers, a question they're dying to know. What's the title of the song you just performed? Chen Ping smiled. Are you sure that's not the question you're most eager to ask? Wu Miao Miao shot him a flirtatious, exasperated glance. You may know it, but why say it so bluntly? It's terribly embarrassing. Chen Ping didn't tease her further and answered directly. The song is called Qingxi Black Tresses. After hearing it, Wu Miao Miao silently repeated the title twice, then turned toward the camera and said, "Did everyone in the live stream catch that? Song title Qingxi. I strongly recommend downloading it on your music platforms right now, because if you wait too long, Chen Ping might start charging for it." Chen Ping shrugged. "I haven't uploaded it anywhere. So where exactly do you expect them to download it from, and what?" Wu Miao Miao froze. "This song is your original." "Hardly an original. I just stepped in to sing a verse with Xiao Tian when he looked awkward without a guest. It was nothing serious, just a casual performance. Don't take it too seriously. And please don't go searching for it. Data plans are expensive. Why not spend that bandwidth on study materials instead, and you call that masterpiece a casual duet?" Wu Miao Miao's voice instantly rose, her face flushed with disbelief. In realizing her outburst, she quickly laughed it off, embarrassed. "Sorry, I got carried away." Comments flooded the screen, and Miao Miao, "No blame here. I'd slap him twice if I were there. He's really something." I searched everywhere. No trace on any major music platform. Not even the lyrics show up. So Bai Mao isn't bluffing. Or at least he's only half bluffing. I'm stunned. Could this truly be an impromptu composition? And believe it or not, I believe it. And convinced or not, I'm convinced. And alright, you've got the title, and I've done my bit of posturing. Time to go. If you'd like to connect, add me on WeChat first to claim your spot. Chen Ping waved farewell to Wu Miao Miao and began descending the stage. Wu Miao Miao had long heard of Chen Ping's unrestrained candor, but today she witnessed it firsthand. Comments erupted in ROFL. "This is legendary." In Wu Miao Miao, registration successful. You're 251 in line for a scolding. Bai Mao, the man who risks his life for swagger. And see that? That's professionalism. Future movie villains take notes on how to truly posture. Just as Chen Ping was about to leave, someone called out in Chen Ping. "Master Chen Ping, please wait." At the sound, Wu Miao Miao instinctively gripped his arm. "Hey, miss, your two friends look fierce. Careful, or I'll punch them." And the speaker was Gu Yue, vocal coach. Born into a distinguished musical family and the youngest doctoral graduate of Beijing Conservatory of Music, she possessed extraordinary talent. Her compositions leaned heavily on classical aesthetics, making her a rare, refreshing presence amid today's hip-hop-dominated landscape. Trapped by Wu Miao Miao's grip, Chen Ping reluctantly turned to Gu Yu and replied, slightly impatient. "What is it?" And Gu Yu, visibly nervous, said, "Master Chen Ping, your song Qingxi was utterly breathtaking. Its melody lingers in the mind for days. Would you consider selling its copyright?" "No." Chen Ping's refusal came as no surprise to Gu Yu. Had she composed such an unparalleled piece, she would never part. Alas, her own abilities fell short. She doubted she could ever produce even a tenth of Qingxi's brilliance, no matter how long she lived. A quiet sigh escaped her. Yet rather than anger, admiration shone in her eyes as she bowed her head humbly. "Master Chen Ping, I apologize for my presumption. One more question. How did you conceive blending operatic vocal techniques with contemporary pop, a fusion previously unseen? To my knowledge, no mainstream pop song before Qingxi has ever employed traditional opera-style singing." At Gu Yu's question, Chen Ping's usual irreverent grin vanished. For once his expression turned solemn. "What is authentically Chinese? That is supreme." Her breath caught. Over the years, market trends had steered her work toward electronic beats and jazz inflections. Commercially successful, yes, yet somehow hollow inside. Now those 5 words pierced through her haze like lightning. She saw it clearly. She had lost her original intent. In "What is authentically Chinese? That is supreme." She must not dilute her art merely because rap and EDM dominate the charts. Such compromise yields only a grotesque hybrid. A true artist believes in their vision, not the other way around. They shape the market, not chase it. Wasn't today's rap wave itself ignited by a handful of overseas trained trainees returning home to pioneer a new current? And Gu Yu clenched her jaw, resolve hardening. Her gaze locked onto Chen Ping, steadfast, unwavering. "Master Chen Ping, one final question. That opening prelude wasn't played on instruments, was it? You produced it entirely with..." "I lied. I actually concealed a guzheng, a large drum, and an eru inside my trousers. Pulled them out to play, then tucked them back in after." Before Chen Ping could reply, Wang Tao, a little-known singer standing nearby, blurted out, sneering, "Teacher Gu Yue, that sounds wildly exaggerated. No human can possibly replicate so many instruments solely with their mouth." That intro was surely pre-recorded and cued by the broadcast team. And perhaps the whole song was lip-synced. After all, the screen blocks our view. How can we verify whether he sang live? And how dare you slander his integrity? Wu Miao Miao bristled, indignantly ready to vouch for Chen Ping. She'd watched his entire performance. But Chen Ping beat her to it, nodding earnestly. "Exactly. You're absolutely right." Wang Tao wore the smug grin of a self-proclaimed genius. Palms slapping outward, chest puffed, scanning the room, as if awaiting applause for his uncanny foresight. Then he turned to Gu Yue. "See, Teacher Gu Yu, I told you. It's a recording." And Wu Miao Miao couldn't stomach Wang Tao's gloating smirk and snapped, frustrated, "Chen Ping, why lie? You sang live the whole time, so why claim it was playback?" And Chen Ping didn't address her grievance directly. Instead, his tone softened, calm and measured. "Let me tell you a story. I'm asking for an explanation, not a parable." Yet the next second, Wu Miao Miao froze in utter disbelief. Chen Ping's lips moved, but the voice that emerged was unmistakably Wang Tao's. "On the mountain behind my hometown lives a master over 100 years old. One day, I asked him the secret to his line. He said, I never argue with fools. And I replied, Master, I disagree with you. And instantly he nodded eagerly, yes, yes, you're absolutely right. After listening to Chen Ping's little story, Wu Miao Miao couldn't help but echo, yes, 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 you're absolutely right. Truly deserving of the title of gold medal, host Wu Miao Miao instantly grasped that Chen Ping was subtly mocking Wang Tao. Especially the last sentence, which can be considered the finishing touch, resonated harmoniously with the preceding one. One word, absolute. Moreover, it was clearly Chen Ping speaking, yet the voice that emerged was Wang Tao's. I always knew that Chen Ping was not someone to be trifled with. Though he claimed not to want to argue over money, his actions delivered a resounding slap to Wang Tao's face. Aren't you the one who said him, just a recording? Then is this segment of vocal mimicry also recorded? This person really has no reason to complain while still trying to gain an advantage. He strikes faces when hitting and insults mothers when berating. This describes Chen Ping perfectly. In the barrage of comments, there was a flurry of laugh cry emojis. Everyone chimed in, yes, yes, yes. That was as if Wang Tao's face was slapped to the ground and ground to pieces. From this point on, everyone finally confirmed that Chen Ping's vocal mimicry was indeed exceptional, deserving of the title of divine skill. In the capital, there are skilled vocal mimics. Please recite the entire text. When it comes to showing off in front of the white-haired brother, no one in the entire Long Kingdom entertainment circle can compete. He's so bad. I really like him. Screaming from the fangirls, bad girl reporting, and just got news from Weibo that there's a white-haired person nearby. I feel like I missed something. Bad girl 1, I'm a dream fan. Can I join your bad girl group? He's exactly my type. Not welcome, thank you. One bad boy is enough for me. Draw your sword. I won't stop until I've pulled all your hair out. Protecting the world's worst white-haired brother. Wang Tao was so enraged by Chen Ping's antics that his face turned red, wishing he could just dig a hole and hide. Suddenly, he slammed the table and stood up angrily, saying, Chen Ping, if you have something to say it to my face. What's this nonsense? All right. Chen Ping smiled radiantly. You said it, I've never heard such a despicable request in my life. Mimicking Wang Tao's voice, he grinned and said, I'm a stinky sandbag. As he spoke, he looked at the furious Wang Tao, adding fuel to the fire. I'm insulting myself. Oh, why are you getting angry? Do you have feelings for me? That brazen attitude caused Wang Tao to break down immediately. I want you to shut up. Before anyone had a chance to comment, the live streaming screen went black, and half a minute later a sponsor's advertisement was forcibly inserted. Clearly the director Shun Li had stepped in. On stage, Wang Tao, who had never endured such humiliation, stormed off cursing as he sought out Chen Ping. Just as he grabbed a corner of Chen Ping's clothing, he hadn't even had a chance to exert force before Chen Ping executed a shoulder throw, slamming him to the ground. If it weren't for Wu Miao Miao and Yang Tianjin pulling quickly, Chen Ping's kick would have smashed Wang Tao's head. I just learned a grappling technique. How could I endure this humiliation? At that moment, Shun Li arrived late and was left dumbfounded upon witnessing this farce on stage. Goodness, she had just been so proud of the live stream's online viewership surpassing 3 million, thinking she had crafted a masterpiece. Little did she expect Chen Ping would repay her with such a grand gesture. If it weren't for her swift cut of the live signal, she wouldn't even be able to keep her director position. Shun Li exchanged glances with Wu Miao Miao, who understood, and together with Yang Tianjin, they forcibly dragged Chen Ping back to the lounge. Meanwhile, Shun Li was left to deal with the ensuing mess. Fortunately, she had cut the signal in advance, and all the audience members had their phones confiscated and signed non-disclosure agreements. Otherwise there was no way to wrap up this farce. After checking Wang Tao's injuries, it was fortunate that he only had a scrape on his forehead and was otherwise fine. Shun Li couldn't help but complain, Wang Tao, why did you get physical with Chen Ping? Wang Tao had also been filled with anger, feeling a surge of resentment. Throughout his life, he had never suffered such a great grievance and momentarily acted impulsively. But Chen Ping couldn't just slam me with a shoulder throw. He immediately poured out his grievances to Shun Li, saying, Sisterly, I was just joking with him. I didn't expect him to actually hit me. Shun Li sighed inwardly, looking at Wang Tao. This young man had been spoiled all his life. Coming from a good family, he had always been the golden boy of others. Later he debuted as a star, and his father paved the way for him. After achieving great fame, he thought of himself as a genius, believing he could succeed at anything. Little did he know the reason he could live a carefree life is all due to the money in his father's hands. In this world, only your parents can spoil you without limits. Others may flatter you, but isn't it all for your money? Today he learned a lesson from Chen Ping, didn't he? Serves him right. Shun Li held deep disdain for Wang Tao's childish behavior, yet she had to soothe him like a mother. After all, an advertisement lasts only a few minutes. They would definitely have to cut back to the main stage. Moreover, with the current high popularity of the live stream, Youth 101 might just break out, and Shun Li, who crafted this show, would also rise in status. Next time she negotiates with Penguin Video for a new variety show, she would have more bargaining chips. After calming Wang Tao, Shun Li gestured for the director team to switch the signal source and bring the live stream back to the main stage. By the time the audience saw the show again, Chen Ping was no longer present. Host Wu Miao Miao led Chen Ping backstage and quickly returned to the stage to introduce the upcoming student performance. Where's Chen Ping? Production team, where did you hide my white-haired brother? 110000 blood letter requesting white-haired brother to return. I can't stand a day without hearing my white-haired brother show off. I finally downloaded Penguin Video, just to see my bad boy for a moment, and you tell me he's gone. Uninstalling on the spot. In the barrage, audiences demanded Chen Ping's return, completely ignoring what the students on stage were singing. Listening to the girl sing was nowhere near as interesting as watching the white-haired brother show off. R&M, bring back Chen Ping. At this moment, Chen Ping was resting in the lounge. Dressed in a Lolita outfit, Yang Tianjin was simply the embodiment of cuteness. After Wu Miao Miao left, she dove straight into Chen Ping's embrace, saying, "Chen Ping, thank you." Chen Ping, holding this little bear, laughed and said, "What for? Are you planning to repay me with your body for such great kindness?" Yang Tianjin's little face flushed, but she didn't shy away from the question, and instead she bit her pink lip and stammered, "Is Chen Ping thinking about getting married? I have my ID with me. Wow, I just dropped the single and you threw the ace at me, or what does that mean?" One by one, the contestants took the stage, singing and dancing with great effort, yet the popularity in the live broadcast room plummeted instead of rising. Soon the online viewer count slipped from 3 million to just around 2 million. Even the duet performance by Wang Tao and Zhao Mingfei, originally arranged by Shun Li, failed to revive the dwindling popularity reminiscent of their explosive moments during their time with an overseas team. Without even looking at the barrage of comments on the screen, Shun Li knew that the only one who could save the live broadcast's popularity was that man. As the program approached its conclusion and ads played, Shun Li contemplated whether to shamelessly invite Chen Ping back on stage to sing Qingxi again. A staff member approached her and whispered, "Director Shen, there's a message from Wang Tao. He insists that we must not let Yang Tianjin advance." Regarding the issue of advancement, Shun Li was also quite troubled. The 11 advancement spots had already been predetermined, with newcomers having signed contracts with Penguin Video early on, as well as wealthy sponsors who spent lavishly just to make a beautiful woman smile. Additionally, the 3 major circles in the entertainment industry specifically requested to support several newcomers, and Wang Tao's participation in the program came with the condition of securing 2 debut spots. Contestants like Yang Tianjin, with no background, managed to break into the top 22 solely through votes from the... Originally, Yang Tianjin was destined to exit in disappointment tonight, and Shun Li didn't pay much attention when she saw that Yang Tianjin had not submitted any guest nomination. Unexpectedly, a wild card emerged as the big shots from the Hong Kong entertainment circle, Yin Zhenghua and Zhou Xiaolong, disregarded their own dignity and personally took the stage waving glow sticks to cheer for Yang Tianjin. Subsequently, the white-haired Chen Ping stunned everyone with a performance of Qingxi, instantly pushing the live viewer count past 3 million and reaching the peak ratings for Youth 101. Emotionally, the 2 big shots from the Hong Kong circle, Yin Zhenghua and Zhou Xiaolong, went all out to support Yang Tianjin, and out of respect for their own dignity, they had to give Yang Tianjin a spot to advance. Logically, with Chen Ping's endorsement through Qingxi, Yang Tianjin's performance skyrocketed like a small cow on a rocket. If it weren't for her constant suppression of the data, Yang Tianjin's like count would have already left others in the dust. Now Yang Tianjin's like count hovered around the 10th position, which left Shun Li with room to maneuver. Her decision on whether or not Yang Tianjin would advance was entirely in her hands. Now that Wang Tao had sent a message, he clearly stated his position. As the chief mentor of Youth 101, even Shun Li, the director, had to take Wang Tao's opinion into serious consideration. Fortunately, she hadn't asked Chen Ping to save the day earlier. If Chen Ping had truly taken the stage, and she had eliminated Yang Tianjin in return, she would have nowhere to hide her face. With only 11 spots available, there was no room for 12 people. Wang Tao's words sparked Shun Li's curiosity about who this villain was. If she manipulated the data, there was no doubt she would be accused of foul play by netizens. If she kept Yang Tianjin's data at around 5th or 6th place, and Wang Tao exercised his veto power to eliminate Yang Tianjin, the anger of the netizens would surely focus on Wang Tao, allowing her to maintain a good reputation. However, by doing so, she would have made an enemy of Wang Tao. Let alone that Youth 101 was still in production. Even if it finished, who knew if there would be a second season? By then, would it be the chief mentor who was replaced, or her as the director? Shun Li found herself in a dilemma, feeling rather indecisive. At that moment, she called an emergency meeting with several high-ranking members of the production team to discuss strategies. After the meeting commenced, it indeed led to a resolution. The program's chief planner Wang Ying stated, "Sister Li, based on Wang Tao's fan base, it wouldn't be wise for us to make an enemy of him now. So your suggestion is that our production team should take the blame." Wang Ying replied, "Yang Tianjin definitely won't be advanced, but we still need to select 5 main members from the 11-member girl group. We also need to determine the final center position. This is where we can work things out. Just like in esports competitions with a loser's bracket, I suggest we introduce a revival match, allowing previously eliminated contestants with good performances to compete again. We can invite Yang Tianjin along with Chen Ping to participate. Let Yang Tianjin become the champion of the eliminated group, and then we can legitimately expand the 11-member girl group to 12 members. Everyone wins." Wang Ying's proposal made Shun Li's eyes sparkle with excitement. She exclaimed, "Wonderful," 3 times and promptly affirmed, "Wang Ying, recommending you as the chief planner for the program is the wisest decision I have ever made in my life." "Oh, Sister Li, you flatter me." Finally, all 22 trainees had taken the stage. Wu Miao Miao reappeared, thanking the wealthy sponsors Penguin Video, the mentors, the production team, and the trainees. Lastly, let us invite our 22 trainees and their guest performers back onto the stage with the warmest applause. The audience erupted in thunderous applause. Is the white-haired brother finally coming out? I endured 2 hours of big white legs just to see the white-haired brother show off. White-haired brother, do you know how I got through these 2 hours? Probably endured it right. Young people, calm down, you don't know. When you get older. What an eye-opener. How did our naughty girls end up with those losers upstairs? Can't a guy just appreciate the unparalleled beauty of the naughty one? Can't guys like the white-haired brother? This is how guys chase stars. If you have the ability, come find me in person and we can have a good talk. On stage, Wu Miao Miao began to showcase her skills as a top-notch host, otherwise she felt guilty for the money she was earning. Amidst the laughter, she interviewed several contestants and guests, lingering longest on trainee Bu Yanyan and guest Zhao Mingfei. She certainly knew what the audience wanted to see and mischievously asked if there was any possibility of a relationship between the two. Zhao Mingfei remarked that Bu Yanyan's talent far surpassed his own, and she would undoubtedly rise as a new star in the entertainment industry, leaving open the possibility of being together in the future. In the live broadcast room, the fans were in despair. After interviewing 21 trainees, Wu Miao Miao finally approached Yang Tianjin and Chen Ping. With a mischievous smile revealing her small canine tooth, she asked Yang Tianjin, "May I ask you a personal question? What is your relationship with Chen Ping? He seems to treat you really well." Yang Tianjin blushed slightly and replied, "I've always regarded brother Chen Ping as an older brother. The first time I had a small role was opposite brother Chen Ping. Participating in Youth 101 was also encouraged by brother Chen Ping. Without his support, I wouldn't have had the opportunity to stand on this stage. Thank you, brother Chen Ping." Yang Tianjin's answer, though tinged with a hint of ambiguity, was not overly revealing. Wu Miao Miao immediately shifted her focus, asking Chen Ping, "What do you think of Yang Tianjin? Is there a possibility that you two might be together in the future?" Chen Ping took the microphone and pondered for a moment before saying, "The logic of this question is that the future is an uncontrollable variable. Under uncontrollable conditions, discussing the future becomes unpredictable. Therefore, I cannot describe what the future will hold at this moment." Huh. Wu Miao Miao appeared somewhat dazed, as if she had heard Chen Ping say a long passage without grasping his answer. "Listening to your words feels like hearing a lot of words. Founder of meaningless literature, I strongly opposed when teacher Chen Ping wanted to withdraw from the literary world back in the day." Wu Miao Miao asked several more questions in succession. Chen Ping took the art of meaningless chatter to the extreme. "You asked your questions and I answered mine." Seeing that Wu Miao Miao was persistent, Chen Ping couldn't help but feel a bit annoyed and frowned, saying, "Hey, you're such a nag." Hearing the dialect from her side, Wu Miao Miao couldn't help but blush. This phrase is generally something girls say to boys. Moreover, it is usually said with a tone of coyness. It's not that she was genuinely being coy, it seems that the girls from her region have that word ingrained in their genes. But when Chen Ping said it, his voice was deep and booming, as if he were about to lift her onto his shoulder and throw a grand. Wu Miao Miao genuinely couldn't handle Chen Ping, feeling that he was like a calamity sent from the heavens, a powerful force on earth capable of throwing Wang Tao down with a shoulder throw on stage, making it seem entirely reasonable for him to act out of line. At that moment, she weakly stepped back a step, maintaining a safe distance from Chen Ping. After the 4 mentors provided targeted feedback, the next stage was the most tense and brutal elimination round. On stage, 22 light rings lit up, corresponding to the numbers of the 22 trainees. The trainees stood in the light rings with their guests. The LED screen behind began to announce the votes. 22nd place, trainee number 7, Wang Meina, 738315 votes. The stage lights focused on number 7A, and Wang Meina's eyes brimmed with tears. Immediately, the number 7 light ring closed. 21st place, trainee number 18, Li Anqi, 751245 votes. The number 18 light ring closed. 20th place. As one light ring closed, the votes had already reached the 13th place. 12th place. The hearts of the 12 trainees still lit up on stage tightened in unison. As long as their names were not called this time, it meant they would enter the final list of 11 girls. Although their financial backers or companies assured them several times that they would definitely be on the list of 11, they still couldn't help but feel nervous when it came to the final elimination stage. Before such a large-scale event, it was indeed useful not to drink water, otherwise they might get so nervous they'd be unable to hold it in. Yang Tianjin was also gripping Chen Ping's arm tightly, her eyes fixed on the big screen, anxiously waiting. Until the big screen displayed, trainee number 14, Yang Tianjin, 102688741 votes. On the mentor's bench, Wang Tao looked pleased while the other 2 mentors shook their heads in dismay. Only Gu Yu was seething with anger, glaring at Wang Tao. In the directing room, Shun Li said, "Activate the highest standard of bullet screen review mechanism. Better to mistakenly ban a million than to let one through." "Yes, sisterly." Then the originally crowded bullet screen was instantly cleared. Those who were unaware might think Shun Li had turned off the bullet screen entirely. Shun Li knew there would certainly be viewers cursing, but she never imagined that millions in the live broadcast room would be cursing. Yet by raising the review standards, not a single bullet comment could be approved. A beam of light fell from above light ring number 14, illuminating a man and a woman within the ring. Yang Tianjin clutched the hem of her dress tightly, biting her lips so hard that they turned pale. Her starry eyes were filled with tears. Her entire face seemed to be frozen tense and rigid. The scene was eerily silent, until a large hand slowly reached over Yang Tianjin's head. It gently patted her little head. "Walk." Yang Tianjin instantly broke down, crying aloud. She was like a little girl who had her most beloved toy snatched away by a bad person, crying uncontrollably, completely losing her composure. Her body shook and quivered. Choking back tears, she said, "Sorry, Chen Ping. Brother, I didn't want to embarrass you, but I couldn't help it." Yang Tianjin had not moved an inch the entire time, even though Chen Ping was just a step away from her. She knew she must look very ugly right now. Even if it meant showing her ugly side to the entire nation, she didn't want Chen Ping to see her crying. This was Yang Tianjin's last bit of stubbornness. Chen Ping remained silent. His large hand stretched out, fingers weaving into Yang Tianjin's hair, pulling her into his embrace. He let Yang Tianjin lean against his chest. "Let's go home." The number 14 light ring had yet to close. Chen Ping wrapped his arms around Yang Tianjin and headed off the stage. According to the usual script, even if trainees were eliminated, they were supposed to stay on stage to congratulate those who advanced. Chen Ping was the first to directly leave the stage like this in all the episodes of Youth 101. Wu Miaomiao saw this and quickly chased after them. Although it was indeed cruel to make those eliminated watch others advance and still have to congratulate them. But this was an unwritten rule of all audition shows. This way it could promote the bond between the trainees while also showcasing the eliminated trainees' grace. It was beneficial for both the advancing and eliminated trainees. If Chen Ping took Yang Tianjin off the stage now, the audience would surely think they couldn't handle the defeat, and it would offend the production team and the mentors on stage, even the biggest financial backer behind Youth 101, Penguin Video. With public opinion easily swayed, if you and Yang Tianjin wanted to develop in the Longwa entertainment industry, you absolutely couldn't walk off the stage today. In a state of emergency, Wu Miaomiao couldn't care about her sprained ankle and ran in high heels to Chen Ping and Yang Tianjin. She blocked the two, saying, "Chun." Chen Ping didn't even let Wu Miaomiao finish calling his name. A single glance was enough to leave her stunned. That look was one of murderous intent. Chen Ping's eyes twitched slightly as he struggled to control his emotions, his voice hoarse. "Don't say a word. I'm very angry right now." Wu Miaomiao could even distinctly see the veins on Chen Ping's forehead twitching. As Chen Ping stepped out of the light ring, Yin Zhenghua and Zhou Xiaolong, sitting in the front row of the audience, casually tossed their glow sticks aside and followed Chen Ping off the main stage. After a moment of silence, nearly 1,000 audience members began to exit. There wasn't a single word in the entire venue. When anger reaches its peak, all intense words cease to exist, leaving only a dead silence. Below the stage, the audience silently left. On stage, there were still 12 light rings left. 11 trainees basked in the light rings. At that moment, the lighting technician should have turned off light ring number 14, while the big screen displayed the information of the 11 finalists, and fireworks soared into the sky, bringing the atmosphere to its peak. However, the sudden incident left all the staff members stunned, looking around in confusion, waiting for further instructions from the production team leaders. At this moment, even the bullet screen review mechanism was quite idle, as the viewers in the live broadcast room had plummeted like an avalanche. With the audience gone, where would the bullet comments come from? This episode, which was supposed to be the most thrilling since Youth 101 began airing, unexpectedly turned into the biggest incident since the show's inception. In the directing room, all the behind-the-scenes staff of Youth 101 turned their gazes towards the show's main director, Shen Li. The latter's face was pale and drained of color as she sat slumped on the ground. "Cut off the signal source. Arrange for all trainees and teachers to rest. I take 100% responsibility for this." Lu Yi's small mini-car slowly carried 5 adults towards the hotel. "I should have known I was stuck in this lousy." Chen Ping sat in the back seat, holding the sobbing Yang Tianjin. Meanwhile, Yin Zhenghua and Zhou Xiaolong, 2 hefty men weighing over 300 pounds combined, were awkwardly piled into the passenger seat. Yin Zhenghua held Zhou Xiaolong, who was sitting on his lap, both of them looking quite awkward. Yin Zhenghua said, "Along, can you perhaps move a bit to the side? You're pressing on my leg." Zhou Xiaolong retorted, "I'm already crammed against the front windshield. If you ask me to scoot forward again, I might as well stick my head out." Yin Zhenghua sighed heavily, turning to Lu Yi. "Miss Lu, could you please be a bit gentler when you brake? You keep slamming on the brakes and I can't handle it." "Huh? What did you say, Director Yin?" Lu Yi was momentarily distracted by Yin Zhenghua's words, almost crashing into the guardrail, and in panic slammed the brakes again. Yin Zhenghua lurched forward. He cried out in distress. Looking back at Lu Yi, he forced a smile. "It's fine. Miss Lu, just keep driving and don't get distracted." Ding ding ding. A phone rang. Yang Tianjin pulled out her phone, took a glance, and said to Chen Ping, "It's a call from..." "Answer it." "Oh." Without a hint of hesitation, Yang Tianjin hung up the phone. Ding ding ding. "It's her." Yang Tianjin frowned. "I blocked her." "All right then." She directly blocked Shen Li's number and thought it wasn't enough, so she turned off her phone. "The number you dialed is not in service." Shen Li from the Qingchun 101 program was left puzzled by the silence. Then she scrolled through her contacts and made another call. Inside the car. Ding ding ding. After much effort, Yin Zhenghua finally pulled his phone from under Zhou Xiaolong's behind. He glanced at the caller ID and gave a bitter smile towards Chen Ping. "It's a call from Shen Li." Chen Ping frowned slightly, only letting out a non-committal Before he could speak, Yin Zhenghua's expression changed and he cursed. "Damn it, I've never liked that woman. If I see her, Zhou Xiaolong silently turned his head deadpan. He said, "Yo, Brother Zhenghua, you're quite bold today. If you don't speak, no one will take you for a mute." Yin Zhenghua lifted his buttocks with great force. Zhou Xiaolong let out a strange cry. As for Shun Li, she pondered, deeply listening to the silence on the phone. The little mini car finally swayed and returned to the hotel. The five of them got out of the car. Yin Zhenghua and Zhou Xiaolong stretched their limbs, a series of cracking sounds echoing. Who? Yin Zhenghua whistled at Zhou Xiaolong. Zhou Xiaolong looked puzzled. He heard Yin Zhenghua chuckle. I didn't expect it. Your rear shape is quite something. WTF. Zhou Xiaolong silently pulled back into a fighting stance. Zhenghua, with this punch, it's 30 years of skill. I wonder if you can take it. As they entered the hotel, Yin Zhenghua pulled Chen Ping aside, signaling him to stay. Chen Ping understood and handed Yang Tianjin over to Lu Yi, saying, "You guys go back to your room and rest for now." After sending the two women away, the three of them asked the front desk to arrange a lounge. Yin Zhenghua took a puff of smoke and then placed his phone on the table. Chen Ping, Shun Li texted me saying she needs to explain everything to you over the phone. Do you think that's necessary? Chen Ping crossed his legs, exhaled a puff of smoke, scratched his scalp with the inner side of his hand holding the cigarette, grinned widely, and said with a fake smile, "Make the call." Do. As soon as Yin Zhenghua's WeChat call was dialed, it was answered immediately on the other end. Shun Li's anxious voice came through. "Hello. Is it Brother Yin?" "Yes, it's me. Chen Ping is right here next to me. Speak your mind." On speakerphone. Shun Li on the other end organized her thoughts. "Mr. Chen, first of all, I want to apologize. This is all due to my work negligence. I did not take good care of your and Tianjin's feelings. But please understand my difficulties too. The 11 spots for advancement were actually predetermined before the show aired. Eliminating Yang Tianjin was also a helpless decision. But the elimination is only temporary. I am preparing for a revival match, and I will invite Tianjin to participate. Once the champion of the revival match is determined, I can formally expand the girl group to 12 members. Shun Li hurriedly explained all her plans, swallowing hard, her tone somewhat anxious. What do you think? This was her way of handing the decision back to Chen Ping. She was almost suggesting that he should bring Yang Tianjin to participate in the revival match, promising her a smooth debut. Chen Ping let out a scoff and asked over the phone, "Are you done talking?" Shun Li was at a loss regarding Chen Ping's thoughts, weakly replying, She didn't dare to sound too certain, implying that if Chen Ping felt the conditions weren't adequate, he could negotiate further. "You can name any price, as long as you're willing to negotiate, everything can be discussed." Unexpectedly, Chen Ping suddenly leaned forward, twisting his neck, pointing at the screen with his index finger, and arrogantly declared, "Screw you." This familiar phrase had been heard countless times by Yin Zhenghua and Zhou Xiaolong in their play, but it was Chen Ping who was the first to say it outright in real life. On the other end of the line, there was a long silence. Yin Zhenghua sighed, thinking, why provoke anyone but this calamity? Both Along and I are trembling under his tyranny, forced to work. I've given you the opportunity, it's your own incompetence. Yin Zhenghua directly hung up the phone. Yin Zhenghua pocketed his phone and glanced at Zhou Xiaolong beside him. Along, go outside for a smoke and avoid suspicion. Zhou Xiaolong wore a face of disbelief, almost screaming. You're telling me to avoid suspicion? Are you saying that to me? You're telling me to avoid suspicion? Faced with Zhou Xiaolong's barrage of soul-searching questions, Yin Zhenghua could only shrug helplessly, his expression blank. All right. Since you refuse to leave, don't blame me later. Saying this, he pulled out 3 checks from his pocket and slapped them on the table. Chen Ping, let's be straightforward. The success of Dragon Head owes you half the credit. This is a small token of appreciation from President Zhang, Wenhui President, Huang Yong, and myself. Originally, they wanted to hand it to you personally, but they are both very busy and flew to other places right after the banquet, so they asked me to pass it on to you. These 2 checks of 500 are from President Zhang and me, and this one of 1 million is from President Huang. Please accept them. Was there even a pleasant surprise? Back then, Chen Ping received only 200 yuan for playing the role of Bai Mao, which was doubled only because Yin Zhenghua could not stand it anymore. At that time, Chen Ping was not well known, and it was thanks to Yin Zhenghua's trust that he was given the role of Bai Mao. They both achieved success together. So even when Dragon Head became a huge hit with pre-sale box office exceeding 180 million and official box office surpassing 1.5 billion, Chen Ping never mentioned that 200 yuan fee. But just because Chen Ping didn't mention it didn't mean that Yin Zhenghua and the others didn't take it to heart. Long before the pre-sale box office exploded, the 3 of them had already discussed giving Chen Ping a bonus. It wasn't until the box office crossed 1 billion that they finalized the plan. In the end, it was Yin Zhenghua who handed it to Chen Ping. Xiaolong, come, let's take a photo. Zhou Xiaolong thought to himself, if I had known, I would have gone out for a smoke. I don't care about the bonus being cut from me, but now I have to take a commemorative photo for you guys. How is this any different from being treated like an animal? Chen Ping said, Brother Zhenghua, there's no need to take a photo with the check, right? It makes it look like we're identifying a crime scene. Click. Zhou Xiaolong captured the moment of their transaction. Yin Zhenghua happily saved the photo and uploaded it to the cloud, cheerfully saying, one who eats soft food is at a disadvantage, and one who takes money from others has their hands tied. Now finally the funding for the next project can be sought. After all, experience is invaluable. Yin Zhenghua, you're using my photo for investment solicitation. After handing over the checks, Yin Zhenghua initiated, shall we have some drinks? The 3 of them agreed and headed towards the hotel restaurant. While Chen Ping and the others were drinking heavily, Shin Li nervously reported today's program incident to the boss of Penguin Video, Wen Wu. When he heard that the so-called program incident was merely due to a contestant being eliminated ahead of time, Wen Wu couldn't help but laugh. Shin Li, you've been a variety show director for a long time now. Next time don't report such minor mishaps to me. Shinli pondered for a moment and said, but the audience in the audience also left the venue. Wenwu was taken aback, but remained unconcerned. After all, your vote manipulation was too obvious, so it's normal for the audience to be dissatisfied. Fortunately, you cut the live signal quickly. When uploading this episode's video tomorrow, edit in the footage of the audience applauding and congratulating at the beginning. Be careful not to show any flaws in the video, and also cut out the footage of the contestant leaving the stage. The internet's memory only lasts 7 seconds. There will definitely be a storm on the internet in the coming days. Make sure your colleagues in the PR department are aware. Delete posts where necessary and smear rumors on competitors where appropriate. Get the momentum going on other trending topics. This matter can be brushed over like this. No wonder Wenwu is the head of Penguin Video. With just a few words he rescued Shinli from her predicament and even provided a feasible plan. Shinli finally felt her uneasy heart calm down a bit. She immediately arranged for staff to carry out the tasks according to Wenwu's instructions, striving to minimize the impact of the Youth 101 scandal. Looking at the subordinates around her who were already prepared to work overnight combined with Wenwu's plan that was both offensive and defensive, it seemed foolproof. Even if the reputation of Youth 101 slightly declined, it was within Shinli's acceptable range. Yet Shinli still felt uneasy, especially with Chen Ping's words, "You deserve to be shamed," echoing in her ears. Was someone who played by their own rules like a chaotic demon really something conventional methods could handle? Did she truly think that by eliminating Yang Tianjin through vote manipulation the other party would just take it lying down? Sitting in her office chair, Shinli anxiously searched online for all information related to Chen Ping. Ironically, even now she didn't know how old that man was, where he lived, or what other works he had starred in before. But unfortunately, these pieces of information were not only unknown to Shinli, but were also filled with rumors online, with not a single word being true. Until Shinli came across a news article that had just been released this morning. It was an interview with Chen Ping by a reporter from Hailang Entertainment News at the celebration banquet for Dragon Head's 1 billion box office. The title was Authentic Performance: The Villain Career of by Mao actor Chen Ping. The article opened by quoting a friend of Chen Ping, saying that he was born in a small county in the northwest, had a fiery temper in school, and dropped out of high school. Back then he was disliked by people and spent his days sulking around town. Later he went to Hengdian to play minor roles and thus found his fortune. In between, the reporter visited Hengdian and found a friend who had acted alongside Chen Ping. According to him, Chen Ping specializes in playing villains, has a bad personality, hardly any friends, and his only hobby is getting massages in hair salons. Finally, the reporter dropped a bombshell. A video of a recent fight along with a few stills from surveillance footage highlighted a figure that bore a striking resemblance to Chen Ping. Then they edited the beginning and end featuring a short clip from Chen Ping at the press conference admitting to it. They didn't explicitly state that Chen Ping was the one in the video, but after reading the entire article, who else could it have been if... After reading the article, Shinli's eyes suddenly lit up. Just as she was dozing off, someone had handed her a pillow. She immediately shared the article in the work group, asking her PR department colleagues to work their magic and push this article to become a viral hit. Phew. Shinli let out a long sigh of relief, feeling refreshed, dispelling the gloom that had just clouded her. Chen Ping, the entertainment industry in Longhua is very deep. If you can't navigate it, it's better for your aunt to send you back to your small county in the northwest and let you go back to being a street loafer. A night without a word. The next day, Yin Zhenghua and Zhou Xiaolong bid farewell to Chen Ping and returned to Shangjiang. Meanwhile, Chen Ping and his companions set out on their journey back to Hengdian. Along the way, both parties chatted and laughed. Little did they know a video was spreading across Weibo at an astonishing speed. The video was clearly recorded with what could only be described as AV quality, and the sound quality was equally poor. Moreover, the video was nearly 7 minutes long, which made it seem like an ancient relic compared to the short and quick videos currently trending. Yet it was precisely this poor quality video that gained popularity on Weibo. The video was titled Qing Si. Since last night, various versions of Qing Si flooded Weibo with countless people tagging the music influencer with 15 million followers to offer a review. Coincidentally, that day the music influencer had a few drinks and was about to look for a soothing song. Then he saw the most frequently tagged video, Qing Si. To be honest, when the music influencer first saw the shoddy recording quality and poor sound, he immediately thought about close. Fortunately, he had been drinking and his reflexes were slow, so he didn't click it away immediately. When the first note of the guzheng sounded, he paused, his eyes slightly dazed. It wasn't until the final Eru solo began that the influencer's whole body trembled and he shivered. In this world, there are indeed geniuses who possess extraordinary skills, as if they have undergone genetic mutations. For instance, this influencer was a music critic with absolute pitch. Upon hearing the first note of the guzheng, his ears automatically filtered out the noise from the video, capturing the purest sound of the guzheng. Under the influence of absolute pitch, in just a second the influencer realized that this was not the real sound of a guzheng, but rather vocal mimicry. However, this vocal mimicry of the guzheng could only be recognized by someone like him who had absolute pitch and had studied. Ordinary people would need to listen to it 100 or 80 times and still only recognize 2 phrases. What the hell? And incredible. As the influencer experienced this artist's remarkable mimicry, the Eru solo left him in awe. This was no longer mere imitation. If the influencer hadn't known from the start that it was a vocal mimic, even he possessing absolute pitch would have been unable to distinguish this Eru solo. Ultimately, absolute pitch was defeated. After over a minute of prelude, the influencer found himself in the same state as the netizens, wondering why he was kneeling to listen to the song. The first line of lyrics began, "Falling flowers fluttering, dispersing, confusing my eyes." It was pleasant, but compared to the previously remarkable prelude, this part could only be described as mediocre. Just as the influencer was about to stand up, a breathtakingly exquisite operatic voice rang out. "Have you not seen?" With that, the influencer, who had just raised himself halfway, knelt down again. After listening to the entire song, the influencer replayed it again, then again, continuing to listen. Until his knees were numb from kneeling, he finally remembered he needed to give a review of this song. He shared it immediately. Usually the influencer's music reviews were at least 100 words, and sometimes 300 or 400 with no upper limit, depending on Weibo's character restrictions. However, tonight, the influencer's repost of the Qingxi video contained only 4 short words, 2 phrases, and "what the hell?" Incredible. As the saying goes, the fewer the words, the greater the matter. The netizens were accustomed to the influencer's extensive erudite critiques of songs. When had they ever seen the influencer repost a song with only 4 words in his review? What kind of song could leave him at a... Was it so bad that he was at a loss for words, or was it so stunning that he was at a loss for words? They all clicked on the influencer's reposted video to play it. After just 7 minutes. What the hell? Incredible. Thus, the song Qingxi soared to the top of Weibo's trending searches, propelled by the influences of the Youth 101 fans, Chen Ping's mischievous boys and girls, and the music influencer. It surged forward with the force of a tornado, dominating the Weibo trending list like a ruler destroying a parking lot. At this moment, Chen Ping had already returned to his cozy nook, confidently taking 2 dishes and a soup from Lu Yi's restaurant, downing an entire bottle of beer in one go, and with a roar of satisfaction, he felt that life was treating him well. Ding ding ding. Hello. On the other end of the line, Fan Yes' excited voice came through, as if he were still dancing. Chen Ping, you should check Weibo. Your song Qingxi is trending first. Oh, why are you so calm? It's trending first on Weibo. How am I the same as the trending topic? Equally precious. Fan Yi replied playfully, you're annoying. If you want to go, you go die. Damn. Chen Ping, the show-off, managed to one-up him again, speaking with double entendre. After hanging up on Fan Yi, Lu Yi, Yang Tianjin, Yanjinghua, and Zhou Xiaolong sent congratulatory messages to Chen Ping through various means. It's just trending, no need for such a grand display. Barring any accidents, everyone should be able to make it. Chen Ping's words turned out to be prophetic. Sure enough, as the popularity of Qingxi continued to rise, the story behind it was also uncovered. Yes, everything you said is right, causing Wang Tao and Wu Miao Miao to simultaneously trend. The scene of the 2 big shots from the Xiangjiang entertainment industry fanatically chasing stars left Yan Zhenghua and Zhou Xiaolong with no face left on Weibo. Youth 101 beauty standard Yang Tianjin and her stunning entourage, including Lu Yi, were also dug up by everyone. You have this talent by Mao. Especially when it was revealed that the prelude was purely performed by Chen Ping through vocal mimicry, it exceeded the netizens' imagination. Finally, there was the scandal of vote manipulation by the Youth 101 production team. However, this trending topic fluctuated on the charts, sometimes appearing, sometimes disappearing. It was obvious to sharp-eyed observers that there was a team manipulating the heat behind the scenes. The production team of Youth 101. Shen Li's subordinate reported that the song Qingxi had surged to the top of Weibo's trending list, then cautiously added, should we reinstate Chen Ping's performance of Qingxi in the replay of this week's top 22 to top 11 episode? The song is now extremely popular, and since our show is its original source, reinstating it would significantly boost. Shen Li waved dismissively. Cut all footage of Chen Ping, no exceptions. Not a single frame. As for Yang Tianjin, minimize her screen time as much as possible. Once editing is complete, have the content editor review it and upload directly to the platform. Her subordinate hesitated, mouth half open, but cowed by Shen Li's long-standing authority on set, swallowed his words, nodded obediently, and withdrew. Alone in her office, Shen Li stood with arms crossed, gazing into the distance, her posture eerily reminiscent of a corporate influencer's profile photo. She murmured softly, let the information circulate a little longer. Then, Highlang Entertainment Press. Reporter Hu Yong sat across from his editor-in-chief sipping Starbucks. Starbucks still reigns supreme. That new domestic chain, lucky dear, unpalatable. Only pretentious office workers drink it. As he spoke, Hu Yong opened his personal account, and upon seeing the explosive metrics for his article, Authentic Portrayal, the Villainous Career of by Mao actor Chen Ping, his face lit up with ecstatic triumph. He grabbed his editor-in-chief and exclaimed, boss, this piece is going viral. The editor-in-chief Su Han had reviewed and even polished the article himself. By its merit alone, it might have garnered modest traction, perhaps over 1,000 views, but never this staggering million-plus readership without external intervention. Su Han immediately pulled up the analytics. When he saw that every share originated from marketing accounts, he knew Chen Ping had provoked someone untouchable. This volume of coordinated sharing made one thing unmistakably clear. The orchestrator intended to bury Chen Ping completely. Su Han then opened the Water Army group chats and confirmed that every major troll network had received explicit instructions to share and comment on Hu Yong's article. Task 1. Share the article with sensationalist commentary to amplify its reach. Task 2. Once shares reached 1,000, begin posting comments. First stage centered on righteous outrage demanding justice for the victim. Second stage adopts the guise of rational moderation, urging calm consumption of the melons. Third stage pose as Chen Ping's fan. Must follow his Weibo account and post extreme emotionally charged remarks. Example: how could such an adorable bad brother ever strike anyone? Even if bad brother did strike someone, the victim must have deserved it. All bad girls unite. Support bad brother, starting with me. Task 3: launch a coordinated campaign calling for Chen Ping's blacklisting to purify the entertainment industry. Task 4. And Suhan knew well who funded these troll networks. Chen Ping, you've just kicked a steel plate. You've truly sealed your own fate. Staring at the screen, Suhan began analyzing why Tencent's Greater Entertainment Division had targeted Chen Ping. Then he saw it. The volatile trending topic in protest against vote triggering in Youth 101. Chen Ping walked out in fury alongside contestant Yang Tianjin. Clarity struck instantly. Meanwhile, Hu Yong watched his metrics skyrocket like a rocket and licked his lips repeatedly in exhilaration. Yet beside him, editor-in-chief, Su Han frowned deeply. Highline Press had clearly been weaponized, used as a proxy. Though Tencent styled itself Pizza Hut, a moniker implying invincibility, it was notorious online for operating beyond legal boundaries. Aligning Highline Press so publicly with them was perilously unwise. We may even be betrayed, and cheerfully count the money they hand us. Suhan turned sharply to Hu Yong, delete the article. Immediately. Still intoxicated by his sudden breakthrough hit, Hu Yong blinked in bewilderment. Why delete it? Views are nearing. The waters here run too deep. We cannot navigate them. And how many rhetorical liberties did you take in this report? You know full well. If Chen Ping pursues legal action seriously, none of us will escape unscathed. Seeing Hu Yong's stubborn resistance, Suhan's tone sharpened further. Delete it now? This instant. Hu Yong looked wounded, but dared not defy his editor-in-chief and reluctantly complied. Yet the delete button had grayed out. Boss, the article. I can't delete it. At Hu Yong's panicked cry, Suhan went pale, slammed his forehead, and groaned. It's over. An article locked on Weibo meant only one thing: it had already broken into the trending list. Its impact so vast that Weibo automatically froze edits to prevent manipulation. Given the sheer volume of sensationalist posts flooding the platform, Weibo instituted this safeguard to deter authors from constant revisions, deletions, or distortions after virality. You may remain silent, but every word you publish on the trending list becomes irrevocable evidence in the court of public opinion. And this article, newly ascended, was surging at astonishing speed. Its ascent rivaled that of Qingxi, which had topped the chart through organic grassroots momentum. But this expose, its most powerful backers were now gathered around Shunli. Shunli handed out star-shaped candies to her PR team with a sweet smile. Thank you, gentlemen, for your hard work. Truly, a cucumber painted green, performing youth far beyond her years. The moment the article trended, the comment section erupted. Exactly as instructed in the troll chat groups, rational moderates and self-proclaimed bad girls flooded in, posting relentlessly. The moderates stirred the pot. The bad girls spewed absurdities to provoke bystanders. Most passers-by merely wanted to watch the spectacle, yet one fanatic outweighs 10 critics. Repulsed by the trolls masquerading as fans, ordinary viewers turned their disgust toward Chen Ping himself, converting neutrality into outright hostility. Shunli, what devious cunning. In moments, Chen Ping's Weibo feed was overrun by a tidal wave of strangers, some demanding apologies, others calling for his expulsion from the industry, and a few even clamoring for his death as penance. All manner of grotesque voices emerged. Before long, the top 2 spots on Weibo's trending chart were monopolized by a single person, one positive, one negative. First, Qingxi, hailed universally as a masterpiece. Second, the smear piece, where comments unanimously demanded Chen Ping, the rotten grain, be expelled from the entertainment world. And the protagonist of both trends, Chen Ping, personally shared the defamatory article to his own Weibo feed. He added a comment: little black hands. You've finally shown your true claws. Hu Yong saw Chen Ping's retweet and comments, feeling completely baffled. Shouldn't a typical celebrity have their management team urgently engage in public relations to clear their name at this moment? At the very least, they should choose silence and avoid the storm. Anyone with any common sense would not choose to speak out at this. Moreover, there was not a hint of remorse in his words. Instead, he provocatively challenged him further. Chen Ping, I have tolerated you for a long time. In that moment, Hu Yong typed back, what have I blackened about? Am I not stating the facts? Suhan, hearing the clattering of Hu Yong's keyboard, furrowed his brow and asked Hu Yong what. Hu Yong turned around looking indignant and said, Chen Ping said I was blackening him. I merely employed a bit of literary. At the bottom of the article, it was noted in smaller font, citing accounts from several of Chen Ping's friends. The authenticity remains to be verified. I chose my words carefully, and yet he indiscriminately accused me of blackening him. That's such an unjust accusation. What the hell? Suhan was amused despite his anger. Grabbing the computer upon seeing the back and forth between Chen Ping and Hu Yong, he slapped his thigh and lamented, Hu Yong, you're being foolish. As Suhan slapped his thigh, Hu Yong's Weibo interface refreshed. It delivered Chen Ping's latest reply. When the upper lip touches the lower lip and the keyboard is struck, it becomes a fact. Then I'm your father, and that's a fact. Wasn't the saying to not hit faces when fighting and not insult mothers when cursing? This isn't just insulting my mother. It sounds like you want to take that national essence into action. Hu Yong grabbed his notebook, wanting to retaliate, but the words he typed were deleted and retyped again. Ultimately, he turned to Suhan with a bewildered expression and said, boss, even I, a mere reporter, know to leave the other party some face on such a public platform. How can a currently popular star be so unbridled? Does he truly not care about his image at all? Suhan, equally puzzled, had been in the entertainment media industry for many years and had interacted with most stars in the Long Kingdom's entertainment circle, but he had never encountered a star like Chen Ping. Those with high emotional intelligence would call it bravery. Those with low emotional intelligence would say this must be a fool. Hu Yong, who was on the receiving end of Chen Ping's verbal barrage, looked dejected like a defeated rooster. Meanwhile, the chief director of Youth 101, Shun Li, was closely monitoring the grand drama she had directed. Even after a sleepless night, she was unusually excited at this moment. Initially, she merely intended to use this piece of negative press to suppress the heat surrounding the dark secrets of her show. Once the storm passed, Chen Ping would walk his own path, and she would walk hers. Unexpectedly, not only did Chen Ping refuse to back down, but he also dared to speak out online, even dragging the reporter's mother into it. Chen Ping, oh Chen Ping, you are like an old turtle consuming arsenic, fed up with life. This knife was handed to me by you. Don't blame me for being unkind. Immediately arranged for hired commenters to pose as Chen Ping's ex-girlfriend, former classmates, desk mates, and colleagues to spread rumors online about Chen Ping's past misdeeds. Portray Chen Ping as a bully and a scoundrel with photoshopped images to enhance the authenticity of the claims. At that moment, a frenzy of negative commentary towards Chen Ping erupted on Weibo. Countless old friends of Chen Ping rushed to accuse him of his numerous past misdeeds, ranging from petty thefts to violent altercations. Afterwards, according to incomplete statistics, before becoming an actor, Chen Ping had been in 301 fights, caused 85 pregnancies, stole 38 chickens, and even pilfered 7 lighters from a convenience store. Yet at that moment, the netizens, under the influence of hired commenters, had completely lost their rationality. In their eyes, Chen Ping was nothing but scum. No wonder he performed so well in his role as the white-haired character. It turned out to be a true portrayal. Under the overwhelming bombardment of negative news online, Chen Ping's personal Weibo had already collapsed, until a celebrity appeared, pushing this frenzy of negative commentary to a climax. I suggest the Long Kingdom entertainment industry unite to banish this scourge, restoring clarity to our entertainment realm. This Weibo post was made by Wang Tao, the esteemed chief mentor of Youth 101, with tens of millions of followers. Wang Tao's post sent shockwaves through the industry. In no time, it topped the trending searches. Even Wang Tao's previous detractors were commenting under his post. Didn't expect you could still talk like a human. A rare pearl from a dog's mouth. Just for this sentence, I won't criticize you for 3 days. The black fans truly lived up to their name. Their compliments sounded like insults. Wang Tao's intentions were clear: to thoroughly tarnish Chen Ping's reputation. It would be best if he could be driven out of the entertainment industry. After this storm, even if you Chen Ping still have the face to remain in the entertainment circle, I want to see which capital would hire an actor with such a notorious past. Just play your minor role and eat your boxed rice. Damn, that shoulder throw really hurt. Wang Tao's entrance completely pushed Chen Ping to the forefront of the storm. The netizens' criticisms made it impossible for Chen Ping to remain in the industry. However, Shun Li, hidden behind the scenes, directly scolded Wang Tao in front of her subordinates, calling him a fool. I worked hard to find a media outlet to act as a scapegoat. Even the account blackening Chen Ping didn't dare to use their real name, fearing what? Isn't it fearing being associated with the Youth 101 production team that is currently stirring the pot regarding Chen Ping? Wang Tao, you're bold enough to show your hand, and you doubled down. If you don't take Chen Ping down today, just think about how to clean up this mess later, Wang Tao. Shun Li cursed Wang Tao's ancestors in her office, wishing she could open his skull and see if it was just a pile of straw. But now there was no choice but to instruct the hired commenters to smear Chen Ping with mud extensively. Ding ding ding, a phone rang. Shun Li picked up the phone, and it was Yin Zhenghua calling. Taking a deep breath, she answered the call. Hello, Director Yin. What brings you to call today? Yin Zhenghua didn't let Shun Li finish her pleasantries and coldly said, Shun Li, are you going to make this so ruthless? Shun Li awkwardly smiled and stammered, Brother Yin, what do you mean by ruthless? I don't understand what you're saying. You will understand soon. Chen Ping is also considered half a part of our Xiangjiang circle. By splattering mud on him like this, Yin Zhenghua will not agree to it. The scum that you don't want in your mainland entertainment we want. Shun Li had never seen Yin Zhenghua so furious. She felt a surge of panic and was about to explain when the other end went silent. When she tried to call back, it was already out of service area. She didn't expect that Yin Zhenghua would tear his face off for a mere Chen Ping and elevate this matter to such a level. Shun Li immediately felt a bit flustered. Just as she was feeling uneasy and at a loss, news emerged that 2 big shots from Xiangjiang had retweeted her piece of negative press about Chen Ping. However, they were not the ones closest to Chen Ping, Yin Zhenghua, and Zhou Xiaolong. Instead, they were Yi Wei, the top action film director in Xiangjiang, and Zhao Zidane, the newly popular martial arts superstar. Yi Wei retweeted with a comment, Isn't Chen Ping's arm injured while filming my detonator? How did it turn into a broken arm from fighting in your mouth? This is simply absurd. Zhao Zidane, Chen Ping's left arm fracture is entirely my fault for pursuing the realism of action scenes too much. During the filming of the final fight scene, I insisted on a real fight with Chen Ping. Here I once again thank Chen Ping for his support and admire his spirit as an actor. I hope the media does not distort the facts and smear him unjustly. Please retract the report promptly and formally apologize to Chen Ping. When the statement from Yi Wei and Zhao Zidane was first released, it was far less sensational than Wang Tao's declaration to ban the entertainment industry's harmful element Chen Ping. Although their statement had unveiled the truth of the matter and offered hope to Chen Ping's fans who had been criticized for a day, it also encouraged them to actively share and comment. However, the netizens who had been stirred up by marketing accounts were utterly indifferent to whether Chen Ping had eaten one bowl of noodles or two. Driven by anger, they had lost their rationality and were still fervently demanding Chen Ping to withdraw from the industry. They even questioned Yi Wei and Zhao Zidane under their Weibo posts, asking how much they had received from Chen Ping to clear his name. If Chen Ping was truly injured while filming, why wouldn't you take the opportunity to promote it? You should know that nowadays, even if a star just scrapes a finger, they would have to release a statement. Such a great marketing angle, would you not sell your life to promote it? Are we idiots? Yes. When my idol had a fever of 52°C, he still rehearsed for a full day, 25 hours. Chen Ping broke his arm during a fight scene. Wouldn't you promote it heavily for 10 days and nights? The movie you acted in is called The Detonator, right? Not even a dog would watch it. Whoever watches it must be a dog. When it's released, I'll create 100 or 80 accounts to give it bad reviews. Facing the seemingly irrational netizens, Yi Wei replied, please wait a moment. Zhao Zidane said actors earn such high salaries and have such great fame. Isn't it normal for filming conditions to be a bit harsh and the risks a bit greater? Since when has being injured while filming become worthy of promotion? If you saw the footage of Long Gu and Jia Gu filming, you would probably say the director is a murderer. During my filming of The Detonator, I had 3 ribs broken by Chen Ping. Last time I was filming, I was thrown and ended up with a dislocated vertebra in the 3rd section, almost leaving me paralyzed. Netizens looked at Zhao Zidane's reply and his photos recovering in the hospital. In an instant, both Chen Ping's supporters and detractors fell into deep silence. Zhao Zidane's words were plain and simple, but each word struck like a thunderclap in the hearts of the netizens. Indeed, actors earn such high salaries and enjoy various benefits that come with being a star. Even if they just scrape a finger, fans have to praise them. I've never seen such a comfortable profession. No wonder kids nowadays often want to become stars or internet celebrities. A trivial matter trends on social media with statements proclaiming how hard and exhausting it is to be a star. Look at Zhao Zidane, look at Chen Ping, and then look at you so-called youthful idols. Are you not embarrassed? I'm sorry, brother Zidane, I was naive. It hurts so much it makes me want to cry. Thank you, you make me feel there's hope in the Long Kingdom's entertainment industry. Follow me. You serious actors shouldn't keep at it alone. Promote more, release statements, trend on social media. That way we can praise you. We have nowhere to praise you. In this regard, you Hong Kong actors really need to learn from the domestic entertainment industry. Every day social media is filled with news about those effeminate stars. Even having breakfast, they have to take 100 or 80 photos. I really want to beat them to death. Following Zhao Zidane, I remind the netizens not to move. I'm going to buy some oranges. I'm going to bring up a film Yi Wei is online. He also brought to the netizens the most classic fight scene of Chen Ping and Zhao Zidane in The Detonator. Although it was only a brief 30 seconds at the start, there wasn't a single unnecessary shot. The punches landed solidly, each move was bloody, especially when the two were entangled and fell from the rooftop. Just seeing their bodies' reactions upon landing left everyone utterly stunned. This building must be 3 or 4 meters high, right? You just fell down like that. Director Yi, are you filming or committing murder? Yi Wei felt wronged. I wanted to implement safety measures, but do these 2 lunatics give me any room to do so? The netizen who said whoever watches The Detonator is a dog was rather straightforward. Woof woof woof. They really were being honest. Woof woof woof. And also order a copy for my wife. Solid evidence. Unquestionable. The attitude of the netizens made a complete 180 turn. Meanwhile, the official Weibo directly merged the replies from Yi Wei and Zhao Zidane into one message and put it on the trending list. This was not because they had gained popularity, but because this grand farce had already caught the attention of the Weibo officials. This matter had too many twists and turns, leaving both the netizens and the officials confused about the truth. It was only after the appearance of Yi Wei and Zhao Zidane that the entire sequence of events was somewhat clarified. To put an end to this farce, the Weibo officials deliberately gave Yi Wei and Zhao Zidane's Weibo a trending boost, making it easier for more netizens to understand the truth. They even stamped the watermark "This article may contain false information" in the blank space of that defamatory article. At this moment, the water army controlled by Shun Li and some netizens still wanted to make a final struggle. They were still doing their best to viciously slander Chen Ping. Ultimately, a notice completely ended this uproar. A blue background with white text. For large words in the Center Police Situation Report. This report explained that the video of the mob fight mentioned in Hu Yong's article was from a month ago, and 7 criminal suspects were captured on the spot, with none escaping. The content of the article contained a large amount of false information. The police would investigate thoroughly. Meanwhile, they called upon netizens to not believe rumors and not spread rumors. This gossip, which everyone had consumed for a day, had twists and turns. Who would have thought it would eventually lead to an official? Indeed, Hu Yong's article had gained too much attention. How could Chen Ping, who was involved in a fight, still roam free? Who exactly is Hu Yong mocking? Who is he alluding to? Investigate, thoroughly investigate. Upon investigation, the video turned out to be from a case that was broken a month ago. Goodness, today's journalists care so little about basic facts for the sake of traffic. They cut off the beginning and end, and even engaged in misdirection. It was simply lawless. Just take you as a typical example. This article by Hu Yong, which he could not delete, even if he wanted to, was taken down within 3 seconds of the report being released, and the original document was directly uploaded to the officials as evidence. Meanwhile, the Hailing newspaper also received a call from the police. The newspaper was shut down for rectification, and the reporter was detained. Weibo also swiftly began to rectify all the false reports regarding Chen Ping. Accounts banned. Articles deleted. Seeing the situation tipping overwhelmingly, Shen Li and Wang Tao were trembling with fear. I felt an inexplicable urge to slap myself. What nonsense have I been doing? The darker the actions of the black sheep back, then the greater the backlash they face now. As the Twitter account gradually began to reveal the banned list, netizens realized just how many internet trolls were involved in steering the narrative against Chen Ping, almost draining the Pacific Ocean dry. A mere reporter from the Hailing newspaper surely doesn't have such power. There must be someone pulling the strings behind the scenes. The first on the chopping block is undoubtedly Wang Tao's Twitter. The more they flaunted their antics, the quicker they would face repercussions. Over here, Shen Li had already sensed trouble and called Wang Tao to delete the Twitter post about banning Chen Ping. Wang Tao, with a disgruntled expression, cried out, "Director Shen, did you really have to remind me? I realized something was wrong the moment the official announcement came out, and I deleted the post." But the pack of rabid fans under Chen Ping's command were like wolves. They were relentlessly attacking me, slandering me under my Twitter post. I can't even access my own account now. Damn, sighed Shen Li. The netizens had already found Wang Tao's Twitter. How far could her own scandal be from exposure? Truly, one does not fear a godlike opponent, but rather a pig-like teammate. At this moment, Shen Li's subordinate rushed in, reporting anxiously, "Director Shen, our show is being bombarded with low ratings. Netizens are commenting, asking why we deleted Chen Ping's performance of Qing Si. Are we the ones attacking him online? What should we do now?" Shen Li rubbed her temples, feeling her head was about to explode. She had criticized Wang Tao's foolishness, yet here she was demonstrating her own idiocy by deleting Chen Ping's segment. Now they had handed the netizens a weapon against them. It was akin to confessing guilt. In a feeble and powerless tone, she ordered control the comments, delete all the suspicious remarks. "Everyone stay late tonight, we have to work overtime." "Not again," Shen Li's subordinate muttered dejectedly. This instantly ignited Shen Li's temper, almost making her jump up as she coldly asked, "What? You have objections?" The subordinate, looking fearful, hurriedly denied any dissent, though inwardly they were cursing Shen Li's father. "Damn it. It's all your fault, you old hag, creating such a mess. You were the one who pressured for the ban, the one who deleted the footage, and the one who slandered Chen Ping. In the end, the whole production team has to clean up after you. I wish your father would just explode." As the subordinate closed the door to Shen Li's office, they made a fierce forward motion. Shen Li thought that silencing the netizens would allow this storm to pass without incident. She was even prepared for the worst-case scenario, to personally apologize to Chen Ping and restore his performance of Qing. Little did she know this was merely the beginning. Chen Ping declared, "Let the bullets fly for a while longer." The next day, Chen Ping arrived at the hospital as if nothing had happened. Today was his checkup day, and if all was well, the cast accompanying him were Lu Yi and Yang Tianjin. It was his fault for choosing to ask Lu Yi to drive him to the hospital when all three of them were together. Lu Yi was naturally cheerful and readily agreed. Yang Tianjin, having overheard their conversation, racked her brain for an excuse to help Yi check the turn signal, shamelessly joining in. This excuse was so reasonable that neither could bear to refuse. Thus the three of them arrived at the Hengdian hospital. The doctor who would conduct Chen Ping's checkup had 40 years of medical experience. After carefully examining the X-ray, the elderly doctor with silver hair and glasses adjusted her spectacles and said while preparing the tools to remove the cast, "Young man, your recovery looks quite good. You can have the cast removed today, but recovery will take some time. For the next few months, avoid heavy work with that arm." Hearing that the cast could be removed, Chen Ping was quite excited. His left arm hadn't been exercised for days, and the muscles were nearly atrophied. He looked at Lu Yi happily and said, "Perhaps it's the bone broth she made that's having an effect." Upon hearing this, Lu Yi blushed, thinking it's embarrassing to discuss such things and should be reserved for later. If certain people heard, they would definitely get jealous. Ahem. Isn't that right, Tian? I didn't want to make it, but who asked Chen Ping to like it? Yang Tianjin pouted, looking. Meanwhile, the elderly doctor who had begun removing Chen Ping's cast glanced at Lu Yi and said sternly, "The speed of recovery from fractures is related to one's bone density. What does drinking bone broth have to do with it? You could drink a barrel of it, and it wouldn't be as effective as a single calcium tablet. You're all young, you should believe in science." This female doctor was quite blunt in her words. Combined with her tortoiseshell glasses and serious expression, she resembled the shrimp-selling lady from Dragon Head. She exuded a vibe of a behind-the-scenes boss. Lu Yi's proud expression instantly turned into one of embarrassment, or just moments ago, she had been gleefully gazing at Yang Tianjin. Now she didn't even dare to meet Yang Tianjin's gaze. One must pay their dues in the world. After the cast was removed, Chen Ping moved his arm and found he was indeed fine. Ding ding ding, the phone rang. Chen Ping pulled out his phone, glancing at the caller ID. With one hand on his hip and head held high, he answered the call with an air of arrogance. "Hello. Old man, what made you think of calling me today? Are you missing me so much that you're secretly wiping tears in your blanket?" Lu Yi and Yang Tianjin looked at Chen Ping's arrogant demeanor with confusion, unsure of whom he was speaking to, as there was a hint of warmth and humor in his arrogance. Before they could ponder further, the next second, The originally boastful Chen Ping became flustered and nearly dropped. He instantly bent down, his expression turning respectful and humble as he exclaimed, "Mom, why are you using Dad's— What? How could I dare call my dad an old man? You must have misheard." "Mom, no, I didn't mean your hard of hearing. It was just a slip of the tongue. Is that so bad?" "What? The cornfield at home is ripe, and you want me to come back to harvest the corn?" "No, Mom, hear me out. I'm doing business worth millions outside, and you want me to come back to harvest corn. Isn't that a bit of a waste of talent?" "Mom, no, don't always wrong me. I admit that I might have bragged a little in that last statement, but I absolutely don't mean to disregard— Oh, okay, I'm coming back now." Chen Ping completed the call while hunched over. This left the two girls dumbfounded. Is there really someone who can put Chen Ping in his place? Faintly, they heard the last sentence from the other end of the line. "I don't care. You must bring a girl back with you this time. If you don't bring her back, I'll make your dad go on a hunger strike tomorrow. Are you feeling guilty yet?" "Oh, Mother, you threaten your son, using your husband to threaten him." Chen Ping hung up the phone and walked towards the two girls with a sigh. Lu Yi and Yang Tianshan's hearts raced nervously. Was he really going to bring someone back to meet his parents so soon? They weren't even prepared yet. The two girls fidgeted their toes, almost gouging holes in the floor. As Chen Ping he simply said a filler word, The two girls eagerly stood up and spoke in unison, "I'm willing." Lu Yi said, "I'll cook at home after we return." Yang Tianjin added, "Chen Ping, I'm great at picking corn." Chen Ping looked at the two girls in bewilderment, then extended his newly freed left arm to the elderly doctor and said, "Doctor, could you do me a favor? Can you put this cast back on for me?" The doctor gazed at Chen Ping with an expression of indifference and numbness. "Are you kidding me?" Chen Ping's hometown is in the central plains of Zhongzhou province, known for its description as the heart of the 9 provinces and a crossroads of 10 provinces, and it is also a major agricultural province of the Dragon Kingdom. It is over 1,000 kilometers away from Hengdian. The three of them drove a Mini, making their way slowly, arriving at Chen Ping's hometown in the afternoon of the second day. What met their eyes was a spacious cement road with a small village nestled beside mountains and waters, offering a picturesque view. On both sides of the cement road lay vast fields planted with various crops and green vegetables. The village had only a few households, and occasionally wisps of smoke could be seen rising from the chimneys. Chen Ping was driving the Mini with one hand, heading toward his home. "Look, can you see it? The first household is my home." Lu Yi and Yang Tianjin glanced over and saw a courtyard resembling a traditional Sihiyuan from the capital. A middle-aged couple was standing at the entrance. Yang Tianjin, who was sitting in the back seat, poked her head out from between the driver and passenger's seats, beads of sweat forming on her nose, and asked, "What should we do?" "I'm so nervous." Chen Ping laughed and said, "What are you nervous about? My parents won't eat you." Lu Yi comforted, "Don't be afraid, Xiao Tian, let's spread our efforts and follow the plan." Upon hearing this, Yang Tianjin immediately calmed down a lot, nodding firmly. However, Chen Ping, who was beside them, was left utterly confused, wondering what these two girls were up to. "Are they planning to fight at my house?" With a screech, Chen Ping parked the Mini in front of his home and got out of the car with the two girls following closely behind. At the very first glance of Chen Ping's parents, they instantly understood how Chen Ping had inherited such extraordinary good looks. It was purely genetic. After getting out of the car, Chen Ping shouted to the couple, who looked to be in their 40s, "Dad, Mom." However, Chen Ping's parents merely nodded in response, their attention fully focused on Lu Yi and Yang Tianjin behind him, revealing a hint of suspicion. What was meant to happen would always happen. Yang Tianjin took a deep breath, sticking to the agreement with Yi, where she would call the woman auntie and Yi would call the man uncle. Both of them targeted their respective goals, effectively reducing the difficulty by half. As she stepped forward, she approached Chen Ping's mother, blushing, and managed to utter a single word. Meanwhile, Lu Yi almost simultaneously stood up. Sticking close to Chen Ping, their arms almost touching, both bowed slightly to Chen Ping's father and called out sweetly, "Dad." "What?" With that one word, all four of them were left speechless, especially Yang Tianjin, who was the most shocked. "Yi, we agreed that you would call him uncle, and I would call her auntie." "What do you mean by calling uncle Dad?" After the initial shock, Yang Tianjin quickly reacted forcefully, suppressing the word aunt that had almost escaped. With her legs together, she slapped her hands against her thighs and bowed at a 90-degree angle, loudly saying, "Mom." Chen Ping had a face full of confusion. "Are you trying to kill me?" Just as he was about to scold, "Lu Yi, Yang Tianjin, you too." He was silenced by a fierce glare from his mother. "I think they sound quite nice. Chen Ping, do you have any objections?" Chen Ping's father also nodded solemnly and added, "I second that." Chen Ping immediately switched from a tyrant to a gentle and obedient golden retriever, smiling flatteringly. "Mom, look at what you're saying. I'm quite pleased with that too." While Chen Ping's parents were chatting with him, Lu Yi had already taken 2 bottles of Maodai from the trunk and handed them to Chen Ping's father, saying, "Dad, I don't know if you like drinking." If it's a gift from his daughter-in-law, he would have to drink these 2 bottles of Maodai without leaving a single drop, even if he ended up alcohol poisoned. Yang Tianjin also took out a set of commemorative makeup boxes from the Forbidden City from the trunk and presented it with both hands, saying, "Mom, I don't know what you like, so I just randomly picked something. I don't know if you would like it." I asked Chen Ping, but he didn't say anything. Chen Ping's mother accepted the makeup box, smiling brightly. "I like it, or whatever you give Mom likes. Let's go, we should head inside." Chen Ping's mother handed the makeup box to Chen Ping's father, and taking one girl by each hand, cheerfully led Lu Yi and Yang Tianjin into the house. Chen Ping's house is only 1 story tall, made of blue bricks, gray tiles, and wooden beams. It is not large, but is kept impeccably clean. Upon entering the living room, there was a set of mahogany tables and chairs plain in design, but simple and elegant. Lu Yi and Yang Tianjin couldn't discern the style, but felt it was more beautiful than any tables and chairs they had seen before. Chen Ping's mother invited the two girls to sit on the mahogany sofa, where 4 small dishes of snacks were placed on the table. They consisted of sunflower seeds, peanuts, mountain walnuts, and almonds. Then she brought in a large plate of sugar oranges, smiling. It seems you Jiangnan folks really enjoy these small oranges. I just secretly ate a few, and they are indeed quite sweet and to my liking. Meanwhile, Chen Ping's father brought in a pot of tea, pouring a cup for Lu Yi, first followed by Yang Tianjin, then Chen Ping's mother himself, and finally Chen Ping. After all that, Dad had struck a chord in his heart. After thanking them, the two girls fell into an awkward silence. It was Chen Ping's mother who broke the ice. Casting a glance at Chen Ping, she said lightly, "Chen Ping, aren't you going to introduce them?" Hidden dangers lurked. Chen Ping wiped his cold sweat from his forehead and introduced, "This is Lu Yi, and this is Yang Tianjin, both my friends." Chen Ping's mother nodded. "Oh my, I asked you to bring back a girlfriend, and you brought back 2. Are you here to show off?" Seeing that it was almost mealtime, Chen Ping's mother said, "I'll go cook first. We can chat while eating at the dinner table." Chen Ping's father quickly raised his hand and responded, "I'll go start the fire." The two elders stood up and walked toward the kitchen, while Lu Yi hurriedly stood up following Chen Ping's mother, saying, "Auntie, I'll lend you a hand." That one, Dad had already used up all of Lu Yi's courage, and there was no way she could call Mom again. Seeing Lu Yi seize the opportunity again, Yang Tianjin calculated that she wouldn't be able to cook either. She quickly rushed behind Chen Ping's father and rolled up her sleeves. "Uncle, I'll help you chop firewood." Yang Tianjin is truly sincere. With firewood comes real chopping. Chen Ba observes her brisk movements with the axe, noting this is not the first time. Yang Tianjin stands on the chopping block, one hand wielding the axe, and the other wiping the sweat from her forehead, grinning foolishly as she says, "I have been helping my family with farm work since I was little. Uncle, you don't need to work in the fields tomorrow, I can husk corn like a pro." Chen Ba feels a surge of emotion. This daughter-in-law is considerate and knows how to empathize with her father-in-law, unlike Chen Ping, who has always been aware of how to exploit his father. The 4 of them busily worked in the kitchen, while Chen Ping lounged like a lord watching television outside. All the snacks prepared for Lu Yi and Yang Tianjin ended up in his stomach. About an hour later, the dishes were served. 3 meat dishes, 2 vegetable dishes, and a soup. According to Chen Mu, it was enough for everyone as they were all family and didn't want to waste. Chen Mu chose rice as the staple food instead of the noodles commonly eaten in the Central Plains, mainly to accommodate the eating habits of the two girls. At the dining table, Chen Ba sat at the main seat facing south with Chen Mu beside him, while Yang Tianjin sat next to Chen Ba and Lu Yi next to Chen Mu. As for Chen Ping, he was sandwiched between the two girls. Chen Mu glanced at Chen Ping, who was continuously playing on his phone, and frowned slightly. "Now that we are at the table, why not put your phone away?" Chen Ping turned off his phone and explained, "A little black guy was apologizing to me on Weibo, and I told him to get lost." Someone is sincerely apologizing to you. How can you be so rude? He started it by blackening me first, and even threatened to ban me. Chen Mu picked up some vegetables for Lu Yi, without looking up, and said, "Did you not drag his ancestors from the underworld to whip them?" Chen Ping pouted, "I can't curse him. The posts are all public. I'll just insult him next time I see him face to face. That should be enough to curse him for 18 generations. Yang Tianjin and Lu Yi exchanged glances, trying hard to suppress their laughter. The Chen family's moral compass truly is noble and friendly. In the Magic City, over 1,000 kilometers away from the Central Plains, Wang Tao held his nose, and with a heart heavy as he paid respects, sent out an apology statement from his studio. He thought he had shown the utmost goodwill. If Chen Ping had even a bit of emotional intelligence, he would understand the principle that enemies should be resolved, not worsened, making a big issue small and a small issue negligible. Unexpectedly, all he received in return was a simple 2-word reply from Chen Ping, "Get lost." He didn't even add an exclamation mark to emphasize it. Such gentle words. Wang Tao smashed his phone into pieces in anger, grabbing his assistant and furiously saying, "What do you think Chen Ping meant by these 2 words? What does he really mean?" The assistant looked terrified and timidly replied, Probably just the literal meaning." "Damn it." Wang Tao slapped the assistant across the face in frustration. "Has your brain been eaten by Chen Ping? Just the literal meaning? Do I need you to explain that?" "Then what do you mean?" The assistant covered his face, looking aggrieved. "Damn." Wang Tao kicked him again. "What kind of people do I have under my command?" At the dining table, Chen Ping chatted with his family. When they ran out of topics, Chen Ba and Chen Mu pulled Chen Ping out to share embarrassing stories from his childhood with the 2 girls. When he was in elementary school, out of curiosity about Chen Mu's bra, he put it on and couldn't take it off, wearing it all day in class. In the end, it was Chen Mu who took it off for him. Goose, goose, goose. The 2 girls laughed uncontrollably. Who would have thought that Chen Ping, with his thick eyebrows and big eyes, would have such a story? Lu Yi was almost breathless from laughing. Dinner was nearing its end. The dishes on the table were mostly eaten, with only a couple of bites left. The final cleanup was mostly Chen Ba's responsibility. Chen Mu lightly coughed. Ahem. Chen Ba understood immediately, putting down his wine glass and slurring, "Ping Ping, why don't you say something?" "What should I say?" "Say what's to be said. Get to the point. Don't beat around the bush with your parents. It's a blessing, not a curse. It's a calamity that cannot be avoided." Chen Ping closed his eyes, steeling his heart, and said directly, One is my recognized sister, and the other is my recognized younger sister. Is it too much to call you both mom and dad? Is that so? Chen Ba looked at Lu Yi and Yang Tianjin both with lovely faces, with such expressions if his son hadn't had some stories with them, even old ghosts wouldn't believe it. Chen Ping muttered, then what does dad mean by that? Chen Ba grinned, extending his fingers to gesture indicating he was in. Only children do multiple choice questions, adults naturally. Old Chen, you've had too much to drink, let me help you with a bowl of rice. Chen Mu interrupted Chen Ba words. The conversation abruptly stopped. After dinner, everyone sat on the sofa watching TV, continuing to chat about mundane family matters. It was only until midnight that everyone returned to their rooms to sleep. In the master bedroom, Chen Ping's parents spoke sweet words in bed. Chen Mu said, honey, what do you think Ping Ping is thinking? If he brings one, it's fine. If he brings two, it's even better. Is he asking us to choose? Chen Ba hugged his wife and laughed. I see that these two girls treat Ping Ping quite well. He probably doesn't even know which one he likes himself. There's no need for us to choose. If he truly likes someone, I fully support it. Then why did you just say something about adults and children? Aren't you leading Ping Ping astray? I've calculated for Ping Ping, he has a fate with peach blossoms. I told him that if he wants to date, he should do so openly, and not just test the waters on the sidelines. Dating isn't disgraceful. If it's suitable, get married. If it's not, then don't waste each other's time. Alright. Ping Ping, you are as charming as ever. Do you have a peach blossom calamity too? Tell me, how many calamities did you go through before me? Me? Out of the vast river, I only take one scoop. If I must cross, I will only cross one calamity for you in a lifetime. What about the next life? In the last life, you asked me the same question. Chen Ping's family slept soundly while Shun Li and the Penguin Video operations manager Wen Wu were consumed by worry, their hair turning gray. After several days, this turmoil showed no signs of calming down, but instead seemed to escalate. The backlash from netizens had already spread from the web variety show Youth 101 to Penguin Video, and from there it permeated the entire Penguin group. In short, the world has long suffered under Qin. Wen Wu couldn't understand how such a good hand could be ruined by Shun Li. Even if you started with 2 kings and 4 twos, you shouldn't end up in a situation where you lose everything and are left in your own. Just as Wen Wu was at his wits' end, a call from his superior, the president of Penguin Entertainment, became the last straw that broke the camel's back. The opening words were a cosmic singularity explosion. Pony is very angry, and the consequences are severe. Pony is none other than the helmsman of the Penguin Group, the boss of Wen Wu's boss. He is considered the pinnacle of the business world in the Dragon Kingdom. Originally a mere Penguin Video, regardless of how many users it lost in these few days, or how many points its application store rating dropped, Pony wouldn't even bother to inquire. Yet this was precisely when the most profitable game under Penguin Group, Honor of Kings, was celebrating its 3rd anniversary with a total of 18 new skins launched during the event. What should have been an event that filled Penguin's coffers with gold and silver instead led to the official demand for Honor of Kings to suspend services for a day due to countless netizen reports. Is this a server suspension? This is Pony's lifeline. Investigate thoroughly. In the end, Pony's desk received such a work report. The cause turned out to be an election vote manipulation. Had just a web variety show that he couldn't even name led to the most profitable golden goose under his command being forced to stop laying eggs for a day. He hadn't even met the head of that web show. He only remembered that the person in charge of Penguin Video was Wen Wu. Those were characters only worthy of a brief encounter at the annual meeting. Such a small incident managed to create such a huge mess. Are you the president of Penguin Entertainment? Li Qingxin eating shit. He cursed Li Qingxin over the phone mercilessly. This led to Li Qingxin calling Wen Wu. Li Qingxin's brief statement made Wen Wu tremble, his face pale, nearly causing him to collapse on the floor. Seeing her boss expression, Shin Li, unaware of the severity of the situation, hurriedly supported the wavering Wen Wu and asked with concern, Mr. Wen, what happened? Mr. Wen, until a man's voice came from the other end of the phone. Wen Wu, don't worry about Penguin Video anymore. Pony's directive is to send you to Penguin Farm to raise penguins and play Bubble Trouble. Good grief, Penguin Farm, Penguin Pets, and Penguin Bubble Trouble, all 3 subsections that had already been announced for service. At that moment, even Shin Li realized that her support was no longer reliable. Not long ago, she and Wen Wu were still fantasizing about using Youth 101 to launch the first shot in web variety shows, pushing Penguin Video to new heights and becoming the backbone of Penguin Entertainment. Yet now she saw him building a tall tower hosting guests, and then watched as it collapsed. It was utterly surreal. All I did was manipulate a few votes. Other talent shows were doing it. Why was I the one to get hit with such a heavy hammer? That night, Li Qingxin, the president of Penguin Entertainment, issued an urgent announcement. First, he announced the dismissal of Wen Wu from his position as the operations manager of Penguin Video. Second, he announced that Shun Li, the chief director of Youth 101, had abused her power and maliciously manipulated votes, terminating all her positions and permanently banning her from employment. He also apologized to contestant Yang Tianjin and guest Chen Ping while announcing the indefinite suspension of Youth. Third, he announced that Penguin Video would be directly overseen by the president of Penguin Entertainment, who would introduce more entertainment content and explore new forms of entertainment. Everyone should stay tuned. This announcement was tantamount to an industry earthquake. Shun Li and Wen Wu had completely become the laughingstock of the industry. Just like a Western nursery rhyme, a nail fell breaking a horseshoe. Breaking a horseshoe led to the destruction of a warhorse. The destruction of a warhorse caused a battle to be lost, losing a battle led to the downfall of a kingdom. As for that nail, Chen Ping boarded a plane to Sichuan province on the afternoon of the third day after returning home. On the plane, Chen Ping flipped through parts of the script sent by Fan Yi. The play is titled The Legend of Sword and Fairy 3. It is adapted from a game. Though it is called The Legend of Sword and Fairy 3, it is actually the second installment. It's just that there is no The Legend of Sword and Fairy 2, which would drive a perfectionist crazy. The story is set 50 years before The Legend of Sword and Fairy 1, featuring the male lead Jing Tian and the female lead Tang Xuejian, who due to the collapse of the Demon Suppression Tower fight monsters and level up, ultimately gathering the 5 Spirit Pearls to defeat the final big villain, the Evil Sword Immortal. However, the role recommended by Fan Yi to Chen Ping is not the final big villain, the Evil Sword Immortal, but one of the morally ambiguous characters, the Demon Lord Zhong Lu. The opening line introduces him as the only one in the 6 realms seeking only for defeat, instantly elevating the prestige. Isn't this tailor-made for me, Chen Ping? In the world of arrogance, I, Chen Ping, alone occupy the majority. This role wasn't something Fan Yi got from her manager Wu Hongyan. Mainly because she wanted it, but Wu Hongyan refused, scolding her for using her family's money to support her own man. Saying, this shouldn't I pamper my own man instead of letting those fox spirits outside do it? Seeing that she couldn't squeeze any benefit from Wu Hongyan, Fan Yi turned her attention to her best friend Wang Yuyan, who is now one of the 4 major flower actresses in the Dragon Kingdom. The two debuted one after the other, but Wang Yuyan's resources were indeed explosive. Upon debut, she starred in 2 dramas, one a martial arts epic and the other a family saga, both of which became the ratings champions of the year. Having played the female lead in both dramas, Wang Yuyan became a household name and a first-tier star. Her remarkable start left her unmatched in the entire Dragon Kingdom entertainment industry. The subsequent drama, Xian Yi, also became a major hit, propelling her firmly into the ranks of the 4 flower actresses. Thus, Wang Yuyan reached the peak of her acting career. However, in the following years, Wang Yuyan transitioned from a television star to a film star. Originally female actors in the Dragon Kingdom followed this path, first shooting television dramas to build popularity, and when they reached a certain level of fame, they transitioned to the big screen to elevate their value, then went to the beautiful country of Hollywood to gain some recognition. There, even without becoming a superstar, if they could play a supporting role in a few major productions, it would count as a successful gilding. Upon returning to the country, their market value would be beyond what ordinary directors could afford. But at that time, Wang Yuyan's status in television dramas was comparable to Chen Ping's status in the realm of pretense, basically without rivals. However, after establishing her own studio and shifting to film, Wang Yuyan faced a dismal downfall, making a loss with every film she made. She fell from being the fairy sister to the audience's expressionless acting. Her popularity cannot be said to have plummeted, but it can be likened to the saying that Wang Shower celebrates the new year each year worse than the last. Now, among the 4 major flower actresses, she ranks at the bottom, and even the younger generation, the 4 little flower actresses, are quickly riding on her head, flaunting their power. As Chen Ping boarded the plane, 2 beautiful flight attendants approached him for a photo and an autograph. Wouldn't it be a scene of crowds and waving red flags when he disembarked later? Those female fans came rushing at him, cheerfully showering him with kisses. Oh, it seems that I'll need to wear sunglasses from now on, otherwise with such enthusiastic fans I might become shy. However, after getting off the plane, only a middle-aged man wearing sunglasses was holding a pickup sign to meet Chen Ping. The scene he had imagined of a throng of female fans waiting for him was ultimately just a fantasy. The man introduced himself as Su Ming, the bodyguard of Wang Yuyan. With a name like that, you must be quite brave. Su Ming took the luggage from Chen Ping, and they headed to the underground parking lot. Su Ming opened the car door and respectfully invited Chen Ping to get in, saying, "Mr. Chen, please get in. Miss Wang has already arranged accommodation for you." After all, being a big star means having a professional bodyguard, and I'm sure he earns at least 10,000 a month. The ride was silent, and Su Ming's service was exceptionally attentive, almost as if he were delivering a Buddha to the West. Not only did he drop Chen Ping off at the hotel, but he also led him upstairs and personally opened the door to his room. Chen Ping genuinely worried that this guy would follow him into the room, strip off his clothes to reveal his muscular build, and in a deep voice say that he was also a service arranged by Wang Yuyan for him. Fortunately, after Su Ming opened the door for Chen Ping, he did not follow him in. Instead, he thoughtfully closed the door behind him. As Chen Ping walked through the foyer, he kicked off his shoes while taking off his clothes. He hadn't even set down his luggage and his pants were already half off. Just as he was about to unbuckle his belt, a sharp voice suddenly rang out. "What are you doing?" Damn it, Miss Wang really knows how to make a statement, not cutting corners at all. Everything was arranged perfectly. Chen Ping felt a wave of emotion and really wanted to video call those 2 old folks in Xiangjiang to show them how guests are treated in the mainland entertainment industry. "Next time I go to Xiangjiang, you should learn a thing or 2. Hearing the woman's sharp voice, Chen Ping chuckled and made a gesture. "Should I take a shower first?" "Miss is your service, charged by the hour or per night. Besides the basic maintenance, are there any other services?" "Don't be shy, I can handle it. Just launch an all-out attack on my kidney response zone." The woman sitting on the hotel chair showed an expression of disbelief, her mind momentarily crashing, until she saw that Chen Ping had his pants unbuckled halfway. Suddenly, she took off her sunglasses and angrily shouted, "Chen Ping, open your eyes and see who I am." The woman was stunningly beautiful and exuded an extraordinary aura. Chen Ping tilted his head and examined her carefully, revealing a look of surprise. "Miss Wang, Is your approach to hospitality to personally go into battle? I'm impressed. Chen Ping gave a thumbs up, marveling in the Dragon Country's entertainment industry. You, Miss Wang, are the #1 in hospitality. That's what I, Chen Ping, say. Wang Yin almost fainted on the spot. Fan Yi, I can't believe I fell for your tricks. Gentle and courteous, what do those 5 words have to do with Chen Ping at all? Wang Yin was also fooled by Fan Yi. After all, on the phone, Fan Yi had portrayed Chen Ping as if he were a celestial being descended to Earth. As for the online reviews, Fan Yi insisted with unwavering conviction that they were all black material, merely jealous remarks from little haters envious of Chen Ping's talent. Wang Yin, in a state of desperation, thought that Fan Yi wouldn't let her down. Gritting her teeth, she placed her bet on this so-called celestial being. She even specially lowered her status and waited at the hotel for Chen Ping's arrival. Unexpectedly, upon meeting, he presented her with such a grand greeting. Fan Yi, is this the so-called extraordinary man you spoke of, unparalleled between heaven and earth? Wang Yin slammed the table angrily and shouted, Chen Ping, put your pants back on. It's over. I've miscalculated. I thought I was on the expressway, but it turns out they were just pulling over with their hazard lights on for a... Chen Ping awkwardly buckled his belt. Put your clothes back on. Wang Yin said helplessly. Alright, it seems Miss Wang really isn't planning to feed the tiger with her own body. Chen Ping got dressed. The two fell into an awkward silence. It was Chen Ping who broke the ice first, saying, Miss Wang, did you wait for me specifically at the hotel? Wang Yin nodded. Without waiting for Chen Ping to speak again, she got straight to the point. Chen Ping, I hope you can secure the role of... Is that all? Chen Ping raised an eyebrow. You, a top actress in the Dragon Country, waited for me in the room for half a day just to cheer me on. Just cheering and not supporting. Hearing Chen Ping's somewhat flippant response, Wang Yin frowned again, dissatisfied. Do you think securing the role of Chong Lu is that simple? 3 of the 4 major entertainment companies in the country send actors to audition, all of whom are popular young stars. They have popularity, and in terms of acting skills, well, their looks are not inferior to yours. Are you sure? Wang Yin glanced at Chen Ping, her tone somewhat evasive. Alright, I concede a bit to you. Just a bit. Faced with Chen Ping's continuous questioning, Wang Yin was on the verge of losing her mind. Heaven, why is there such a shameless person in this world? Chen Ping, don't be too confident. Securing a role isn't just about looks, you need strength and background. So, why did you choose me, someone completely unrelated to you, to audition for the role of Chong Lu? Wang Yin looked at Chen Ping, who was sitting at the foot of the bed with his fingers interlocked in confusion, as if she were seeing the villain Lu Jian from a movie sitting in front of her. What was that air of dominance, looking down on everything? In terms of status, she was one of the 4 major actresses in the Dragon Country, while Chen Ping was merely a newcomer who had just starred in a movie, not even the lead. In terms of resources, the opportunity to audition for the role of Chong Lu was given to him by Wang Yin. How dare he speak to her in such a condescending manner? Without waiting for Wang Yin to respond, Chen Ping continued. The director of Xianjian 3, Li Wenghua, is a top-tier figure. The male lead Lin Tianyue is a pillar of Tianming, and the female lead Yang Ten'er is an actress highly favored by Xinghui. The actor for the second male lead Su Changqing is from Xinghui. The actress for the third female role Long Kuei is from Tianming. And your own Tang Dynasty studio, apart from you playing the second female role, Zi Xian, hasn't secured a single main actor. If nothing goes wrong, the other 3 actors auditioning tomorrow will also be from these 3 companies, right? To be honest, if it weren't for the Xianjian IP being in your hands, Wang Yin, the other 3 companies wouldn't even consider your Tang Dynasty studio. You chose me to audition for the role of Chong Lu, the third male lead, simply to increase your say in the Xianjian 3 production. Don't make it seem like you've given me a tremendous favor. Trying to make me, Chen Ping, feel grateful with such trivial kindness won't move me. Even if I truly secure the role of Chong Lu, it would merely be mutual achievement. Nobody owes anyone anything. How does this guy know everything? Wang Yin was left speechless by Chen Ping's rebuttal, her teeth clenched, revealing a hint of grievance. According to your statement, if I introduce you to roles, does that make it my fault? Chen Ping supported himself on his thighs. I appreciate the opportunity you give me, but I am not pleased with your arrogant attitude. I, Chen Ping, never grovel for scraps. Give me the role, and I will do my best. If you don't, then let's part ways. To put it bluntly, the production team chooses roles, and I will choose scripts. The role of Chong Lu doesn't attract me much. I came here because Fan Yi pleaded with me to come, and because people online say I lack social skills, but I actually understand. I won't hesitate to respond to others' goodwill. Upon hearing Chen Ping say the role of Chong Lu doesn't attract him much, Wang Yin was immediately dissatisfied. Chen Ping, you may not understand the value of the Xianjian IP. It is one of the top 2 major IPs in the domestic fantasy genre. Don't underestimate Chong Lu, who is just the 3rd male lead. The role has attracted representatives from the 3 major entertainment companies to audition, and the actors coming are not insignificant. Then you should realize the weight of this role. If you can truly perform it, it will be a huge boost to your career. But just because it's a major IP doesn't mean it's a good work. Take Xianjian for example. Why did they skip directly from Xianyi to Xiansan instead of releasing Xianer? Isn't it because the plot of Xianyi collapsed and Xianer couldn't follow the storyline, so they had to film the plot of Xiansan from... But judging from the Xiansan script I received, its plot has also collapsed. Who is Chong Lu? He is the essence of Qi Yu's blood. He reigns supreme across the 6 realms, seeking only a defeat. In the original story, the so-called strongest boss, the evil sword immortal, was easily defeated by Chong Lu with just a glance. Yet in the script, he is captured and humiliated by such a useless character. There is no prestige left. Don't say Xian'er can't be filmed, even Xianwu is in jeopardy. A perfectly good fantasy drama is being turned into a romance. This is purely ruining the Hengdian IP. Wang Yuyan, flushed from Chen Ping's words, knew the issues he raised, but in order to please the audience, sacrificing some narrative coherence was inevitable. She could only stubbornly insist there's nothing I can do. Today's audience only likes sweet dramas. Not just Hengdian, other fantasy dramas, time travel dramas, and supernatural dramas are the same. Chen Ping scoffed. Don't blame everything on the market as if capital is some kind of white lotus. Oh, the audience just likes romance dramas. We have no choice. I see that it's actually the audience being coerced by capital forced to sift through the muck for gold. In recent years, there have been many successful low-cost web dramas, and there are very few that focus on romantic love. Mystery dramas can be popular, tomb raiding dramas can be popular, and time travel dramas can also be popular. Why can't pure fantasy dramas be successful? Even now, the pinnacle of fantasy dramas remains Su Leigui Shushan, filmed 20 years ago. I feel embarrassed. Wang Yuyan was left speechless, torn between wanting to rebut and finding no place to start. In the end, Chen Ping made a decisive statement. Now, do you still think the role of Chong Lu is that important to me? Wang Yuyan pondered for a moment and cautiously replied, given everything we've discussed, it seems that taking on this role is quite a sacrifice for you. Exactly, Chen Ping affirmed. Should I say thank you to you? Wang Yuyan felt something was off, but couldn't pinpoint what. Chen Ping waved his hand grandly, saying, why be so polite with me? You are a close friend of Fan Yi, which makes you my friend too. It's my duty to support a friend. Tomorrow during the audition, I will give it my all to secure the role of Chong Lu. Wang Yuyan left Chen Ping's room in a day. It wasn't until she got into the car with Su Ming that Wang Yuyan suddenly realized. Shouldn't Chen Ping owe her a favor? Yet here, she was thanking him. When she learned from Fan Yi that Chen Ping had not yet signed with an agency, Wang Yuyan began to plan. She had heard some news about the recent online uproar, whether it was Chen Ping's portrayal of the white-haired character or his performance of Qingxi on Youth 101, it had made Wang Yuyan recognize Chen Ping's potential. Her studio, aside from her being the mainstay, was practically empty. She couldn't make use of so many resources alone, and giving them to others in the company would be wasteful. So she wanted to bring this promising talent Chen Ping under her wing. The plan was clear. A first, appeal to his emotions. This role of Chong Lu is a gift from me, Wang Yuyan, then persuade him, with reason, promising future resources from Tang Dynasty Studio, would lean towards Chen Ping. While she couldn't say she had 100% confidence in securing Chen Ping, she at least felt 80% sure. Little did she expect to encounter someone like Chen Ping, who played completely by his own rules. The first image of their meeting shattered Wang Yuyan's defenses. This arrogant man actually thought he was there to serve others. What a complete misunderstanding. Then, as she tried to make Chen Ping acknowledge her kindness, his words disrupted the rhythm. Throughout the entire conversation, she was merely following Chen Ping's pace. In the end, not only did she fail to gain a favor, but she found herself thanking Chen Ping for giving her the chance to audition for the role of Chong Lu. There was no way to rationalize that. It truly echoed that old saying, better to believe in ghosts than to trust a man's words. Chen Ping, how can you be so full of hot air? The next day at 10 in the morning, at the Xiansan production team. This time the Tang Dynasty Dingxing Xinghui and Tianming Powers were all vying for the role of Chong Lu. Dingxing brought along the popular young actor Zhao Hansheng, who rose to fame for his role as the 8th prince in Palace Intrigue. Tianming sent the veteran actor Chu, he who was making a comeback. Xinghui sent their old friend Mo Yiming. The three gathered together, chatting and laughing, appearing to be in good spirits. Zhao Hansheng exclaimed, what time is it? Why hasn't the person Tang Dynasty selected arrived yet? Chu replied, everyone knows that at Tang Dynasty Studio, aside from Wang Yi and the rest, are all second-rate. I don't think there's a need to wait. Let's start with just the three of us. Mo Yiming. Before he could say anything, Wang Yuyan's chauffeur-driven car stopped at the production site. A person stepped out and slowly walked towards the three. The way they walked was quite familiar. Mo Yiming squinted and scrutinized. Hiss. He suddenly gasped in shock. Forget it, I won't audition for this role. Zhao and Chu looked at each other in confusion. Mo Yiming cursed, how can I compete for the role with someone who looks better than me? Chen Ping walked with a vigorous stride, exuding confidence and power. Wang Yuyan watched somewhat bewildered, wondering if he always walked so arrogantly. As Chen Ping approached, he patted Mo Yiming on the shoulder and smiled brightly in the sunlight. Oh, brother Yiming is here too. Though he called him brother, his expression resembled that of a father caring for his son. Judging from appearances, Mo Yiming was indeed a few years younger than him. He was caught off guard by Chen Ping's sudden brotherly address. Scratching his head awkwardly, he smiled with embarrassment. Others looked over, wondering when Mo Yiming had become so docile. Even when he was being openly mocked, he still looked blissfully naive. In truth, Mo Yiming had his own troubles. He certainly couldn't fight back. He was no match for Chen Ping's scorn either. It was better to play dumb and ride on Chen Ping's coattails. Just a few days prior, Chen Ping had been the center of attention with a series of dramatic twists. After Zhao Zidan and Yi Wei personally testified for Chen Ping, claiming he was injured while filming, the buzz around Chen Ping and the movie Detonator soared to new heights. After the dust settled, Mo Yiming immediately posted a photo of himself receiving in the hospital on his social media, tagging Yi Wei and showing off a thank you red envelope from him. Without making a fuss, he also shared the news that he had a role in Detonator. The image of him in the hospital spoke. He made netizens believe he had ended up in the hospital due to filming. A flood of comments expressing sympathy for brother Yiming poured in, and even his former haters remarked that he wasn't as effeminate as they had imagined. In just 3 days, Mo Yiming's follower count surged by 100,000 and his reputation greatly improved. Even Wu Hong Yin called him to compliment his marketing skills, dubbing it the best of the year. What more could he ask for by associating with Chen Ping? Gaining 100,000 followers in 3 days was impressive. What was wrong with being Chen Ping's sidekick? If only Chen Ping could keep bringing him to the trending lists. He would even be willing to bring small props to Chen Ping's house to apologize as long as Chen Ge was pleased. Unfortunately, Chen Ping was too bythebook, showing none of the madness he had when playing the villain. It's worth mentioning that Fan Yi lacked any sense of initiative and didn't even think to spread some rumors with Chen Ping. With Chen Ping's current popularity, why not capitalize on it? Mo Yiming felt a pang of regret, wishing he could transform into Fan Yi. With a shameless smile, he said, "If I had known you were also going for this role, I wouldn't have had to work so hard to come here. Such a waste of time." Chen Ping chuckled heartily, putting an arm around Mo Yiming's shoulder, and said, "Brother Yiming, your flattery seems a bit forced." Mo Yiming wiped the sweat from his forehead and earnestly replied, "Words from the heart, words from the heart." Everyone felt a wave of awkwardness. Mo Yiming truly had no shame at all. With everyone gathered, there was no reason to delay. The auditions for the 4 were overseen by director Li Wenguo along with the leads Lin Tianyu and Yang Tianair, as well as the actress playing Zixian Wang Yuyan. The 4 major investors in the Xiansan production were all present. Director Li Wenguo glanced at the 4 auditioning and cut straight to the point. "The script for Zhong Lu was given to all of you a few days ago, so I believe you have your own understanding of the character. I won't impose any strict requirements. You can each choose a scene that you think best expresses the character of Zhong Lu. We will officially begin in 10 minutes, and the audition order will be Mo Yiming, Zhaohan Shengchu, he, and Chen Ping." 10 minutes later, the first to audition was Mo Yiming. Although he said Chen Ping's presence made it unnecessary for him to try out for the role, his body was still honest. After all, what if something went wrong? He chose the scene where the demon lord Zhong Lu makes his first appearance, facing off against the main character Jing Tian in a battle reminiscent of the past. With his hands behind his back, he introduced himself with the line, "The unrivaled one across the 6 realms, I only seek a defeat," drawing muffled chuckles from the audience. They couldn't embody the grandeur of the unrivaled one across the 6 realms, couldn't he choose a romantic scene with Zixian instead? Next up was the recent rising star, Zhaohan Sheng. He had a well-built physique, quite suitable for historical dramas. He opted for an emotional scene with Zixian in the woods. Zhaohan Sheng clutched his chest and exclaimed, "Why can't I feel any heartache?" To which Wang Yuyan, his scene partner, replied, "Because your heart is with me. Your heart is with me. You stole my heart." Zhaohan Sheng furrowed his brows, showing that he was aware of his weaknesses, yet this scene still turned out quite commendable. His expression while clutching his chest was quite acceptable. The third to audition was the actor Chu He, who was making a comeback. He chose a monologue of Zhong Lu while drinking with Jing Tian. This was also a form of confession to Zixian from afar. Lin Tianyue, playing Jing Tian, personally engaged with Chu He in the scene. The two sat across from each other at a long table, mimicking drinking gestures. Chu He, appearing tipsy, murmured, "You know, to truly love someone one must let go. Not meeting is better than meeting, having feelings is worse than having none. I just want to know she is safe." In terms of acting skills, Chu He was undoubtedly the best among the 3 who had auditioned. His command of the lines was solid, and with just a few phrases he conveyed the lonely melancholy of the lovesick demon lord. Li Wenguo nodded repeatedly, realizing that a star who could make a comeback must possess real talent. Finally, it was time for Chen Ping, who was personally recommended by Wang Yuyan, to take the stage. He stepped up without hesitation. "I want to audition for the scene where Zixian forcefully kisses Zhong Lu." Everyone was taken aback. They immediately felt a wave of disdain. "Huh, Chen Ping, do you want to act, or are you just lusting after Wang Yuyan's body? How shameless." Everyone in attendance knew how significant this kissing scene was. It could be said to be the core plot of Zhong Luo's character, as well as the moment of pain in the tragic love story of Zixian and Su Chongqing. This one scene breathed life into 3 crucial characters. To deem it the most important scene in Xiansan would not be an exaggeration. Yet despite everyone knowing this, why didn't they want to act it out? It was all about preserving face. If you want to perform this scene, would the actress playing Zixian Wang Yuyan even agree to act alongside you? Would this kiss scene happen or not? No matter how you put it, this particular plot was unsuitable for an audition. By brazenly suggesting to try out this scene, Chen Ping was clearly showing a lack of shame. Everyone's gaze turned toward Wang Yuyan, who was to act alongside Chen Ping. Wang Yuyan's expression darkened with anger, her phoenix eyes fixed intently on Chen Ping. "I kindly invited you to audition, and this is how you repay me." She flatly refused, saying, "This scene is not suitable for an audition. Chen Ping, please choose another scene." Everyone laughed derisively, looking at Chen Ping as if he were a clown. Secretly pleased, Mo Yiming was grateful he had the self-awareness not to choose this scene. If it had been him, being outright rejected by the actress during an audition would have made him want to dig a hole and hide. Chen Ping, who was rejected on the spot, maintained his usual expression. "As long as I am not embarrassed, it is you who should feel awkward." He continued, "Then I will change to another scene. Let's go with the fight scene from The Evil Sword Immortal." Li Wenguo nodded and took out his phone to call the actor Lu Jiahui, who played the Evil Sword Immortal. "Hello, Teacher Lu, are you on set? I want to find you to try out with the audition actor." "No problem. Him at the hotel, just arrived not long ago. So who is the audition actor? Do I know him? Sorry to trouble you, Teacher Liu. The actor is called Chen Ping. There was a noticeable silence on the other end of the line. Are you talking about the Chen Ping from the Fuse? Has he acted before? I don't really know the details, but I do know he played the role of the white-haired character in Dragon Head. That's him. He's quite famous among the martial arts performers in Xiangjiang. Back when he was filming The Fuse, he sent Zhao Zidan's underling Ma Li to the hospital for half a month for the role of Tony. He wasn't satisfied even after that, and broke 3 of Zhao Zidan's ribs while filming. If it weren't for director Yi Wei stopping him, Zhao Zidan might have been beaten to death. People in the industry say this guy is a killer. I've seen tough guys, but I've never seen someone this tough. Director Li, my stomach hurts, I can't audition for this scene. Hello. Teacher Liu. Li Wenguo listened to the silence on the phone, looking a bit dazed. Wang Yuyan and the others asked what was going on. Li Wenguo scratched the back of his head, still a bit confused. From what Teacher Liu said, it seems Chen Ping is quite skilled, and he seems a bit intimidated. Li Wenguo's explanation left Wang Yuyan and the others puzzled. So what if he's strong? It's just an audition, could he really kill Teacher Liu? This. Li Wenguo said awkwardly. Chen Ping, Teacher Liu is unwell and can't come. How about you change to another scene? Chen Ping was also speechless. Not able to perform the kiss scene or the fight scene, am I really just left with embarrassing roles? What about it's better not to meet than to meet? Love seems to be without love. Just then the male lead Lin Tianyue and Wang Yuyan stood up simultaneously. Lin Tianyue said, "I'll play the evil sword immortal and perform with you." Wang Yuyan stopped Lin Tianyue. "After all, you haven't seen the script of the evil sword immortal and you don't know where to start." Saying this, Wang Yuyan slowly. Everyone looked at Wang Yuyan in confusion, not understanding what it meant for her to refuse and then accept. Wang Yuyan walked up to Chen Ping, bit her lip, and said softly, "I don't want to put you in too awkward a position by changing 3 scenes. This favor counts as you owe me. This woman, why does she always want me to owe her a favor?" Director Li Wang was signaled for a horizontal couch to be brought out, indicating the two could start their performance. Chen Ping sat on the horizontal couch, his gaze suddenly sharp, and his demeanor changed drastically. Zhao Hansheng portrayed the emotions of Chong Lu, while Chu He portrayed the infatuation of Chong Lu. Only Chen Ping portrayed the pride of Chong Lu. As for Mo Yiming, he was nothing at all. Once Chen Ping settled, Wang Yuyan playing Zixian made her entrance. Chen Ping's eyes turned cold as he glanced at Wang Yuyan, sharply saying, "Who?" Wang Yuyan smiled and said, "The wounds on the heart can heal, but how do we mend the emptiness within?" Chen Ping raised an eyebrow in annoyance. "I just finished an exciting fight, and I'm not interested in fighting you again." As Wang Yuyan walked towards Chen Ping, she said, "The best fight has already ended. So what should we do next? Is there anything more fun than fighting in this world?" Chen Ping was slightly taken aback, his gaze filled with a hint of shock as he looked at the woman so close to him. After Wang Yuyan finished speaking, she closed her eyes and leaned in for a kiss. Just as she was about to kiss Chen Ping's lips, she was stopped by a wall of flesh. Opening her eyes, she found that it was Chen Ping's palm blocking her red lips. "What's wrong with you? Don't you just want to try this kiss scene? If I actually kissed you and you stop me, are you toying with me, Wang Yuyan?" Wang Yuyan furrowed her brows, and before she could speak, Chen Ping looked at her with disdain. "Miss Wang, could you please put a little more heart into the performance? Where's the tenderness? Where's the charm? I am the unrivaled demon lord Chong Lu of the 6 realms, seeking only defeat. My pride should be at its peak. If you kiss me without any emotion, it doesn't matter if you are a descendant of Nuwa. Even if Nuwa herself came, I wouldn't hold back. Is this a rehearsal for you, or for me?" Wang Yuyan was amused by his anger. Chen Ping replied with a straight face, "Even if it's a rehearsal, you still have to get into character first. You play the demon lord, and I will play Zixian. Let me show you how to seduce you. You want me to help you rehearse, and then you turn around and teach me how to act." All right. Wang Yuyan suppressed her anger and sat on the wooden couch. Everyone else looked at each other in confusion, wondering why they were now switching roles instead of performing the kiss scene they had planned. "You guys should kiss. Why are you playing role reversal?" "Who?" Wang Yuyan portraying Chong Lu shouted coldly. Chen Ping as Zixian walked into the room with a hand over the beaded curtain. With a smile, she said, "The wounds on the heart can heal, but how do we mend the emptiness within?" Wang Yuyan as Chong Lu replied in a deep voice, "I just finished fighting, and I'm not interested in fighting you again." Zixian stepped lightly, her figure swaying like a willow. "Is there anything more fun than fighting in this world?" Before the words faded, before Chong Lu could react, Zixian had already leaned in for a kiss. Chong Lu was clearly startled, and then Zixian gently touched her shoulder. As soon as Chong Lu got into character and was about to speak, Chen Ping playing Zixian stood up first and wiped his. "Did you see that? You need to make good use of your beauty to catch Chong Lu's attention with your enchanting charm. Then use the fact that there are things more fun than fighting in this world to pique Chong Lu's curiosity. Finally, before Chong Lu could react, you just lean in and kiss him. He's just a proud brat saying no with his mouth, but enjoy." Chen Ping's earnest teaching made Wang Yuyan angry. "Why did you wipe your mouth? Are you disgusted with me?" "No. Woman, the blind spot you discovered is really bizarre. I asked you to focus on how to seduce Chong Lu. What does it matter to me whether I wipe my mouth or not? I really want to smack you." The two stared at each other, ready to fight. Director Li Wenguo's voice rang out. "Okay. Let's end this scene here." Chen Ping had nothing to say and returned to his position. "Thank you to the 4 teachers for coming. The The 4 teachers could go back to the hotel to rest for a while we discuss and give you all a reply. Li Wangwa joined his hands and politely thanked everyone. Chen Ping and the others had nothing to say. They left the room. Just before going out, Chen Ping called to Wang Yuyin in the room. Miss Wang, could you ask Mingzi to give me a ride? The 4 auditioning actors were sent away. Li Wangwa and the others sat together. Li Wangwa said, let's discuss our preferred candidates. After a moment of silence, Wang Yuyin spoke, first saying I vote for Chen Ping. Her response was anticipated by everyone. Li Wangwa asked Xiaoyu, can you explain why you chose Chen Ping? Wang Yuyin organized her thoughts and said, although Chen Ping may seem a bit unserious among the 4, he is the only one who can portray the demon lord's imposing presence. I believe the actor for Chonglu should not be confined to trivial emotions. Choosing Chen Ping might offer a new interpretation for the demon lord. Li Wangwa nodded, indicating for the other 2 to continue. Yang Tian'er and Lin Tianyue voted for Mo Yiming and Chu He respectively. As for their reasons, they did not elaborate. They understood without saying it, everyone was working for the company. With 3 differing choices, the final decision still rested with Li Wangwa. After all, he was the director and Dingsheng was the largest investor. If Li Wangwa insisted on selecting Zhao Hansheng from Dingsheng, there was nothing they could do. Li Wangwa pondered for a moment before slowly stating, I believe we should give Chen Ping a chance. You're choosing Chen Ping? Wang Yuyin asked, somewhat surprised. Li Wangwa nodded. Although Zhao Hansheng is from Dingsheng, his temperament is vastly different from that of Chonglu. Having him play Chonglu would be a lose-lose situation for both the crew and himself. Lin Tianyue and Yang Tian'er also nodded in agreement. In fact, when Chen Ping and his group first walked in, they already had a sense of who would be the right fit. In terms of appearance, Mo Yiming and the other 2, due to the current aesthetic trends in the entertainment market, had relatively slender physiques fitting the white and thin type. Chen Ping, on the other hand, truly embodied the phrase sharp eyebrows and starry eyes. He possessed a kind of masculine energy that was rare in the current entertainment circle of Longhua. Although Chen Ping might not be suitable for mainstream youth idol dramas, when it came to playing Chonglu among the people they knew, none were more fitting than him. Then it settled. Li Wangwa concluded decisively. Xiaoyu arranged for Chen Ping to sign the contract. Get him on board as soon as possible. The filming of Xianjian Shishezhuan 3 has started in the Taohua film city of Chuangue province. Here mainly outdoor scenes were filmed. Some indoor scenes needed to be shot at the more standardized Hengdian film city. The filming process went relatively smoothly. However, it was tough on Chen Ping, who played Chonglu, while Li Xiaoyao and Su Changqing either wore Daoist robes or coarse linen clothing. They could quickly change in and out of costumes. At most, they would add a headpiece. But for him, just the armor and the 2 daggers on his arms weighed 40 pounds. Not to mention the styling. To replicate the authentic appearance of the demon lord from Xinjiang, Chen Ping had holy fire marked on his forehead, smoky eye makeup, and wild red hair styled like a unique aristocratic look, complete with 2 black horns. While Li Xiaoyao was flying on wires with 4 people helping him, he soared through the air effortlessly. For him, it took 8 people straining with all their might just to flip over. Add more money. Wang Yuyin, you jerk. Wang Yuyin replied, Chen Ping, why don't you take off your makeup? You seem to wear that armor everywhere, even back to the hotel, right? Aren't you tired? Chen Ping replied, I'm just adapting to the discomfort this armor brings to my body. Have you seen Dragon Ball? Sun Wukong trained this way with weights. At first it was difficult to move, but over time I got used to it. If I don't familiarize myself with how it feels to wear this armor, once I put it on, my body will appear stiff and heavy. This kind of discrepancy might not be obvious, but the audience will notice if my posture seems off. I won't allow myself to be the reason this drama receives poor reviews. So I'm working hard to adapt to it. In the future, when I wear it to eat, drink, and walk, just like you, it won't break the immersion. He actually works this hard and moved to tears. Wang Yuyin was completely astonished by Chen Ping's dedication. It's rare to see an actor consider the audience's visual experience, willing to wear 40 pounds of armor daily to eat, walk, and sleep, sacrificing oneself for the benefit of the audience. No wonder Chen Ping is becoming famous. Chen Ping's actions spread throughout the entire Xiansen crew through Wang Yuyin. Even Li Wangwa remarked the level of dedication Chen Ping has can only be compared to a handful of veteran actors in Longhua. I truly did not misjudge him from the start. Let's add another brother to help Chen Ping with the wires. Since Chen Ping is striving for perfection, I can't lag behind. Let him perform difficult actions smoothly. Whatever it takes. In no time, the entire Xiansen crew was swept up in a trend of not leaving their costumes behind. Chen Ping saw this and thought, you guys are crazy. It takes me 4 hours to put on and take off makeup. With just 6 hours a day, I want to steal 4 hours of rest. You guys who take 10 to 20 minutes at most, why are you making a fuss? With you all pushing yourselves so hard, I can't even dare to take off my armor to go to the restroom. I'm afraid of being ridiculed for being a role model. Wang Yuyin, you big mouth, I was just joking, and you made it sound like a heroic deed. You're morally blackmailing me. Moral blackmail. Damn. Chen Ping had been filming with the crew of Xian San at the Peach Blossom film base for nearly a month. During this time, his biggest takeaway was the difference between mainland drama crews and Hong Kong film crews. The Hong Kong film crew prioritizes efficiency, where the director often acts as a tyrant on set, his word carrying absolute authority. Besides a few big names in the crew, others are quick to argue and even yell at each other, including the lead actors when tensions rise. In contrast, the mainland drama crew has a less stringent approach. The director interacts with the lead actors with laughter, and some scenes can just pass with a wink. Moreover, the young leads in the Xian crew are quite spirited and playful, bringing a lot of joy to the entire team. For instance, Chen Ping's smoky makeup was done by Yang Tianer. Additionally, when Jing Tian's pants had a tear, it was his sister Long Kuei who stitched them up. Overall, the pace in the Xian crew is not as tight as that of the Hong Kong film crew. They know when to shoot and when to relax. Of course, this is only true for the Xian crew. Chen Ping has not been in other mainland drama crews, so he cannot As time passed, the plot of Xian gradually progressed until it finally came time to shoot the kissing scene that Chen Ping had initially auditioned for. It was unclear whether Wang Yuyan had too little experience with kissing scenes or if there were too many onlookers. When it officially started filming, she seemed even less in the zone than during the audition. Chen Ping couldn't help but suspect that she was deliberately making things difficult for him. A kissing scene with so many NGs that her lips were chapped. My distinctive purple-black lip gloss has been completely worn away by you. Hey, are you even capable? Chen Ping said impatiently. Wang Yuyan replied somewhat embarrassed, I'm sorry, but your purple-black lips are really quite funny. It's like strawberry flavor. Damn. Miss Wang, could you please respect my profession? In the unrivaled demon lord of the six realms, not some strawberry tart in your mouth. Chen Ping rolled his eyes and shouted, bring Su Chongqing over here. Su Chongqing, who looked fair and delicate like a block of tofu, appeared confused. What does it have to do with me that you're filming a kissing scene with my fiancé? I just need to jump in and interrupt you two to create misunderstandings and then cut the scene for the audience. Wang Yuyan was equally perplexed by Chen Ping's actions. Why are you calling Su Chongqing out while we are filming a kissing scene? Chen Ping pointed at Su Chongqing and said, you go lock eyes with your husband for half a minute. Get into character and then come back to film with me. What kind of trick is Chen Ping playing? Wang Yuyan couldn't keep up with his thoughts, staring wide-eyed at him, waiting for an explanation. Only director Li Wenguo guessed Chen Ping's intentions. Wang Yuyan was struggling to get into character because she hadn't immersed herself in the role of Zixian. After all, her emotional scenes had always been with Su Chongqing. It was normal for her to have difficulty transitioning to seducing Zhonglu. Chen Ping wanted Wang Yuyan to first act opposite Su Chongqing to get into the character of Zixian, making it much easier to film the scene afterwards. Hey, Chen Ping is quite clever. Director Li Wenguo then called out, shall you do as Chen Ping suggested? First act with Xiaohua, and when you feel it will go straight into this scene. Upon hearing the director's words, Wang Yuyan skeptically approached Su Chongqing. As they locked eyes, their gazes gradually softened, having spent so many days filming emotional scenes together. Li Wenguo saw that Wang Yuyan had already immersed herself in the role of Zixian. He immediately signaled for Su Chongqing to step aside, and the cameraman followed. Zixian slowly walked towards the demon lord, her waist swaying like a willow, exuding endless charm, yet her eyes betrayed a deep sense of unease and guilt. Especially feeling Su Chongqing's gaze on her back made her breath quicken. Xiaohua, who played Su Chongqing, had just entered the character, but was pulled aside and hadn't yet emerged from his role. No way. I was only responsible for catching the cheating, and now Zhonglu, you want to be the entire bull-headed person. Zixian felt anxious, but was determined to steal Zhonglau's unwavering heart to be with Su Chongqing. That struggle between body and mind was vividly portrayed by Wang Yuyan. Even Li Wenguo behind the screen couldn't help but shudder. This was undoubtedly the peak of Wang Yuyan's acting. Chen Ping, how did you come up with such a plot? Zixian cupped Zhonglau's face with both hands and kissed him directly. While kissing Zhonglu, Zixian felt as if a thorn was lodged in her back. She didn't need to look back to sense Su Chongqing's angry expression. Chongqing, don't blame me for being shameless. Only by stealing Zhonglau's unwavering heart can you and I be together in this life and the next. After the initial shock, the expression of Zhonglu, played by Chen Ping, gradually softened. Finally, he took the initiative, embracing Zixian and kissing her back. Zixian half lay in Zhonglau's arms, her legs draped over the demon lord's throne, intertwined and swaying like a snake's tail. As Zhonglau's kisses grew more fervent, Zixian's 10 toes curled tightly. All right, let Su Chongqing go. With Li Wenguo's command, Su Chongqing, who had been in full bull-headed mode, suddenly rushed in, his eyes wide with pain. Hiss. Xiaohua, when did your acting become this good? This key scene from Xian was completed in one go without a single NG. After filming, both Wang Yuyan and Xiaohua were gasping for breath, their backs completely soaked. I didn't expect the two of them to get so deep into character, fully relying on emotion to complete the entire scene. As for Chen Ping, he licked his lips. Hey, I didn't expect the effect to be this good. Wang Yuyan, you had so much of that kind of feeling that even Chen Ping felt it was a bit twisted. After filming this scene, Zhonglau's intelligence and strength began to crumble. With his unwavering heart gone, the demon clan's horns vanished, his wings disappeared, and finally his brain was gone. Chen Ping found it increasingly dull to film. Until near the end of filming, he received a call from director Yi Wei of The Trigger. Hey, Chen Ping, I have a role here. I'm not sure if you're interested. Director Yi, are you starting a new project again? No, it's for a friend of mine. I'll send you the script first. If you're interested, I'll help you connect. Chen Ping received the script sent by Yi Wei, playing the role of a warden. Sounds interesting. Chen Ping read through the entire script overnight, exhaling a sigh of relief. He exclaimed 3 times, what a guy. This warden, he has definitely nailed the role. Just thinking about it is exhilarating. A slick-back hairstyle, black leather shoes, and a 3-piece suit. Oh, this look has an inexplicably familiar feel to it. Opening life simulation. The host selects the life simulation of Arthur from the Shelby family in Peaky Blinders for 3 months, beginning now. From this moment on, the Shelby family takes over here. After one night, at the Taohua Film and Television Base during the lunch break of the Xiansan filming crew, Yang Taner and Wang Yuyin huddled together gossiping about the entertainment industry like ordinary women. After chatting for a while, Yang Taner suddenly asked Sister Yuyin, "What do you think Chen Ping took a day off for today?" "How would I know? He didn't tell me either." "He doesn't tell you?" Yang Taner was somewhat surprised. Wang Yuyin felt speechless and helpless, thinking it was actually strange for Chen Ping to report his whereabouts to her. Yang Taner seemed to realize she had misspoken, sticking out her tongue and continuing, "Sister Yin, do you think Chen Ping has—" Hearing this question, Wang Yuyin recalled how Fan had acted like a lovesick girl during their video call. She replied uncertainly, "He should. Probably has one." Yang Taner immediately perked up, asking, "Who is it?" "Is it that girl Chen Ping was with on the show last time? I watched the deleted scenes online. The head pat moment was so cute. He is so good at pampering. If I were that girl being treated like that by a domineering Chen Ping, I would give him my life." Wang Yuyin looked at Yang Taner, whose expression was just like Fan's beads of sweat forming on her forehead. She said weakly, "Xiao Tian, could you not be so infatuated? Chen Ping is just a bit handsome, but what else is good about him? Don't let his appearance blind you." Yang Taner pouted playfully, "But I am just a face lover. I really admire Chen Ping's looks." "Sister Yuyin, do you think if Chen Ping didn't have a girlfriend, would you mind having one? If he does have a girlfriend, would you mind switching? Hypothetically, if he doesn't want to switch, would you mind having an additional one?" WTF. Wang Yuyin was left speechless, wondering why Yang Tianer was so infatuated with Chen Ping's body. With the tone of a mentor, she earnestly said to Yang Tianer, "Xiao Tian, you are still young and might be blinded by a man's looks, but these are just appearances. A man's true charm lies in his inner qualities and moral values. When it comes to marriage, you should look for someone mature and stable." "Marriage? What marriage?" Yang Tianer asked, puzzled. "Sister Yuyin, nowadays no one seeks eternal love, they just want to have had the experience. I would love to date Chen Ping, but marriage is off the table. Why would I make things uncomfortable for myself? Do young people today really think this way?" Wang Yuyin was genuinely confused. Just as she was stammering, unsure how to respond, Yang Taner suddenly stood up, pointing at the door with an excited expression. "Sister Yin, isn't that Chen Ping?" Wang Yuyin followed Yang Tianer's finger. There stood a man dressed in a gray-brown suit with a gray-blue vest underneath and wearing shiny black pointed shoes. His hair was an elegant champagne gold with the sides shaved high and the rest slicked back meticulously. He walked towards the two women with a serious demeanor. As he walked, his right hand pulled a pack of cigarettes from his vest pocket. With a flick of his middle finger, he popped the box open, lowered his head, and had a cigarette already in his mouth. At the same time, the man pulled out a box of matches with his left hand, which was unlike ordinary boxed matches and resembled a piece of paper. The front side was phosphorus paper and the back was the match. He folded the paper with his thumb, pressing the match head against the phosphorus paper, rolling it to ignite. A burst of red flames surged. He lit the cigarette, took a deep drag, and exhaled a cloud of blue smoke while the match burned out completely. The entire sequence of actions was smooth and fluid, more elegant than satin. Full marks plus 5 stars. He's not afraid of being arrogant. Both women were mesmerized, their eyes wide open, afraid of missing a single detail. Wang Yuyin felt a shiver run through her body. In the past, she occasionally saw fans in the idol community crazily saying "sit down" and "ovulate genius" in their heads under her idol's posts. She found it laughable. Today, unexpectedly, it happened to herself. It turns out that as long as a man is handsome enough, these physiological reactions are real. Sitting upright in shock, the face lover turned out to be myself. With a step as indifferent as ever, but paired with that outfit, it surprisingly made the two women exclaim, "Elegant and timeless." At this moment, Chen Ping was a perfect blend of an elegant hipster gentleman and a gangster. In one word, absolute. In two words, ruthless. As Chen Ping walked up to the two women, he took the last puff from his cigarette, exhaling the final wisp of smoke from his nostril. The two women sat in their chairs, tilting their heads back and staring at the handsome, yet mischievous man before them, momentarily rendered speechless. Chen Ping grinned, his gaze playful. "Am I so striking that I've left you speechless?" The two women did not respond, and suddenly Yang Taner let out a shriek and jumped up from her chair. The entire crew was searching for Jing Tian's younger sister, Long Kuei. Sure, where are you? Come out and see this handsome guy," Yang Tianer shouted as she ran out. This left Wang Yuyin alone to bear the weight of Chen Ping's striking appearance. The overwhelming pressure made her instinctively close her legs and adjust her purple gown as if to cover something. She did not dare to meet Chen Ping's gaze, turning her head to say, "Why did you suddenly change your look?" Chen Ping lit another cigarette for himself and replied, "This is roughly the outfit I'll wear for my next audition. I just wanted to get a feel for it." "Another villain role?" Wang Yuyin raised her brow and asked, "How do you know? How could someone dressed like this play a good guy? A gentleman with the demeanor of a beast. The only redeeming quality is that he looks a bit good." Wang Yuyin turned to Chen Ping, her expression serious as she said, "Chen Ping, why do you always take on villain roles? With your looks, you would easily fit the role of a leading man in any domestic youth idol drama. I heard Fan Yi say that you only got 20,000 for playing the white-haired character, and even for Tony in the Fuse director, he only offered you 400,000. I'm not kidding. The film industry in Xinjiang has lagged behind the mainland in terms of actor salaries for an entire era. Nowadays, the leads in domestic youth idol dramas rarely earn less than 10 million. Chen Ping spread his hands and joked, "Where there's comparison, there's hurt. I'm a kind-hearted person who can't bear to see those starlets who rely solely on their looks starve. I'm sorry, but I Wang Yuyan feel offended. Are you insulting your teammates? Do you even treat me like a person? Wang Yuyan pointed at Chen Ping, both angry and amused, saying, Chen Ping, would it kill you to stop showing off? It won't kill me, but I feel uncomfortable if I don't. Showing off is like the wind, always accompanying me. Wang Yuyan rolled her eyes at Chen Ping, just as Yang Tianer's voice rang out behind them. Sure, I told you before that brother Chen Ping's looks were at least 50% sealed off by his casual outfit. Today we're seeing his complete form. Sure, who was being pulled by Yang Tianer, was not as boisterous, but upon seeing Chen Ping in a suit for the first time, she still felt a bit dizzy. She knew Chen Ping was very handsome, but she hadn't expected him to be this handsome. Sure, quickly take a photo with brother Chen Ping. I want it as my screensaver. Yang Tianer handed her phone to Sure and ran over to Chen Ping, linking arms with him. Sure thought that at this moment Yang Tianer had completely lost her composure, resembling a starry-eyed fangirl. Chen Ping stayed with the crew of Xiansan for another 3 days, working overtime to finish all of his scenes as Chong Lu. On the night of the final rap, director Li Wenghua specially hosted a rap party for Chen Ping. The gathering was small, but all the key creative staff from Xiansan were present, which was quite respectful. In the end, 1 or 2, 7 or 8 all entered upright and were helped out. I'm sorry, but I Chen Ping have to say that everyone at the drinking table were nothing but fools. After all, that was a simulation of Arthur Shelby's life. For 3 months this guy either drank or fought after drinking. He didn't even bother with women. After these 3 months of experience, Chen Ping had not had a single fully sober day. However, he couldn't say that this life simulation had yielded no benefits. At least his already decent alcohol tolerance had been further sharpened. He was now someone who could hold his own at any gathering in Chilu. The next day, in Wang Yuyan's chauffeur-driven car, Meng Zi was driving in front. Wang Yuyan sat across from Chen Ping, looking pale. This van had been modified. The back was like a small studio, though tiny. It had all the essentials. The 2 seats facing each other could be converted into a bed, and if Wang Yuyan had tight schedules, she would simply take a nap. Chen Ping pulled out a bottle of whiskey from the modified refrigerator in the armrest box. Shaking the bottle, he said to Wang Yuyan, "Want some?" Wang Yuyan, who already looked pale, immediately covered her mouth upon seeing the amber liquid. She hadn't even recovered from the drinks from last night. You Chen Ping still want to force me to drink? That's not how you treat others. Seeing Wang Yuyan shake her head repeatedly, Chen Ping didn't insist and poured himself a glass. Feeling the smoothness of the alcohol, he smiled. Why are you giving me a ride when you could be resting at the hotel? Chen Ping, they traveled a long way to drop you off. Can't you at least be polite and thank them? I've never seen someone so dense. Noticing Wang Yuyan's silence, Chen Ping probed. Is there something you want to say to me? To say Chen Ping lacked intelligence would be wrong. He seemed to know everything, just like a parasite in your belly. To say he was smart. He had no understanding of human relationships and didn't even pretend to be polite. Wang Yuyan shook her head, expressing her helplessness towards Chen Ping. Without beating around the bush, she directly took out a contract. Chen Ping, this is the highest level S-class artist contract from my studio. I formally invite you to join Tang Dynasty Entertainment. You should know the resources I can access in the Long Kingdom entertainment industry are quite decent. To be honest, apart from me, no other artists at Tang Dynasty can handle the leftover resources. One leg can't walk far. And you? Wang Yuyan gazed intently at Chen Ping, hoping to see the desire for ambition reflected on his face. As long as there is desire, there are conditions. As long as Chen Ping is willing to propose conditions, everything is negotiable. Chen Ping tilted his head and thought for a moment, saying, So you want me to be your crutch? Are you even capable of supporting me? Why should Chen Ping be a crutch when he could be my other leg? I hope you become another pillar of Tang Dynasty. Wang Yuyan said somewhat exasperated. With an S-class contract, I will channel all of Tang Dynasty's resources towards you. After deducting all operational costs, the revenue-sharing model will be 70-30, with you getting 70 and I getting 30. Wang Yuyan's fingertips tapped on the table's edge. Mr. Chen Ping, you also want to be a top-tier star, don't you? At the Chuangue airport, Wang Yuyan gazed at the airplane piercing the sky. The words of Chen Ping's rejection echoed in her ears, and she couldn't help but murmur, Chen Ping, is freedom truly that important to you? You wouldn't even sign this level artist contract after I've already made the greatest concessions for the sake of freedom. Wang Yuyan silently put away the contract that had already been printed with Chen Ping's name into the storage box. Looking at the half glass of wine Chen Ping had left behind, an inexplicable sense of sorrow washed over her. She picked up the glass and downed it in one go, her cheeks flushed. Chen Ping, you truly underestimate the entertainment industry in Longhua and the power of capital as well. Even with the resources backing me, I cannot act recklessly in the Longhua entertainment circle. Every circle has its own set of rules. If you wish to advance, you must abide by these rules. With your personality, you will inevitably suffer severe setbacks in the entertainment industry. I can only hope that by then I still have the chance to lend you a hand. At the Xiangjiang airport. Upon hearing the news of Chen Ping's arrival in Xiangjiang, Yi Wei personally came to pick him up. The moment he laid eyes on Chen Ping as he landed, Yi Wei rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Good heavens, I only gave you a script, and you've directly replicated the character prototype. Sometimes Yi Wei truly questioned whether Chen Ping possessed some superpower he was unaware of. Actors either rely on their acting skills or their emotions. But it's like you've summoned the original character to possess. He immediately called the director in charge of the lead role, Zhang Burwei. Hello, Burwei, do you need an actor? Just say the word, and I will personally deliver him to you. On the other end of the line, the voice was somewhat excited. Chen Ping has arrived. Yue didn't answer directly. Instead, he diverted the conversation. Baraway, my Japanese proficiency has seriously declined lately. I understand. Tonight at Crown it's on me. Hurry and bring Chen Ping to me. Yue's thirst for knowledge was quite astonishing. To catch up, he was willing to trade Chen Ping. Zheng Baraway was a new force director in Xiangjiang, half a generation younger than Yue and Yin Zhenghua. Taking on Xiao Palang II was a new peak in his directing career. The cast was star-studded, featuring two top-tier stars from Xiangjiang: Gu Lu, who played the behind-the-scenes boss, and Ren Dahua, who portrayed the officer. The leading male role was played by Wu Jing, a promising new generation kung fu star expected to inherit the mantle of Brother Jia. The second male lead was Tony Jia, the top kung fu star from Siam. From the cast and crew list, one could tell how complex the capital behind Xiao Palang II was. As the director, Zheng Baraway's most crucial role to decide was that of the warden Gao Jin. Zheng Baraway was extremely cautious with this role until he saw Chen Ping playing the character with white hair. At that moment, he was struck by inspiration and sought information from Yin Zhenghua. Later, he came across the behind-the-scenes footage of sparks released by Yue online. Just from the fight scene between Chen Ping and Zhao Zi, the choice for the character of Gao Jin had already become evident. Zheng Baraway specifically approached Yue, asking him to help facilitate an introduction. That's how Chen Ping ended up in Xiangjiang. After serving as a bridge for the two, Yue felt like a spent medicinal residue directly discarded to the side. What happened to the Japanese lessons we agreed upon? Zheng Baraway, don't follow Yin Jinghua's example. He still owes me 2 English lessons to this day. A week later, Zheng Baraway arrived in Siam with the Xiao Palang II crew. The filming locations for Xiao Palang II were chosen to be in both Xiangjiang and Bangkok, Siam. Since the King Gu Lu was occupied with other productions and couldn't make it, the filming in Xiangjiang was temporarily set aside. The team first traveled to Siam to shoot the later parts of the film. The individuals responsible for picking up Zheng Baraway were a man and a woman. Upon meeting, the two clasped their hands together and slightly bowed, saying, "Sawadee crap." Zheng Baraway and his group returned. Chen Ping followed suit, adopting the local customs, and said, "Sawadee crap." The male lead Wu Jing chuckled and pulled Chen Ping aside, suppressing his laughter. Chen Ping. In Siam, men should greet with "Sawadee crap." Sawadee is exclusively for women. If you say it like this, it might lead to misunderstandings. Is that so? Chen Ping felt like Lu Lao Lao entering the Grand View Garden, gaining new insights. He curiously asked, "Given my outfit, it shouldn't matter if I misspoke, right?" Wu Jing smiled mysteriously and replied, "In this place, saying the wrong words isn't a big deal. But if you go to a nightclub in Siam and greet someone with Sawadee crap, they might think you are. Well, you know the unique characteristics of Siam. Who knows, maybe a VIP will like your style and ask you to set a price." Chen Ping's face lit up with realization. "So that's it. Jinggu, it seems you've been there quite a bit." "That's just..." Wu Jing hurriedly covered his mouth, awkwardly smiling. "I've just heard. Just heard. You can explain all you want to, I'll decide whether to believe you." Zheng Baraway and Ren Dahua exchanged a few pleasantries with the two who had come to pick them up. He then brought the two to meet Chen Ping and Wu Jing, pointing to the dark, sturdy man and introducing, "This is Tony Jia." The woman next to him, dressed in traditional Siamese attire with a ruby on her forehead, was Tony Jia's boss, named Lisa, also known as the Empress of the entertainment industry in Siam. She had connections in both the legal and illegal circles. Xiao Palang II had numerous grand scenes in Siam, and it might even require official support from Siam, including borrowing a prison, all of which this Empress managed to arrange. This illustrates just how immense Lisa's influence was in Siam. Lisa hosted a welcome banquet for Zheng Baraway and his group at a traditional Siamese restaurant. It boasted to serve authentic Siamese cuisine. However, Chen Ping expressed that he simply couldn't appreciate the vibrant dishes. He found the pineapple rice quite refreshing and finished 3 servings in one go. Chen Ping and his group arrived in Siam, but the construction of the prison facility would take a few more days to complete. During these days, under the leadership of Ren Dahua, everyone enjoyed their time in Siam. They toured the local historical sites. While it wasn't breathtaking, it was refreshing. After all, having seen the landscapes of Longhua, encountering foreign lands always brings a sense of novelty. They also visited a nightclub that had Siamese characteristics. In recent years, as Longhua's economy soared, more and more people from Longhua came to visit Siam. Thus, there were quite a few elements of Longhua culture in the Siam nightclub. The nightclub they visited even featured traditional Longhua circus performances. It was essentially an invasion of Longhua culture. The most lively atmosphere was, of course, created by the Siamese performances. However, hearing is one thing, and seeing is another. Most of the men's features were not entirely concealed. The only prominent aspect was the best fake breasts. When they opened their mouths to sing, their voices were even more robust than Chen Ping's. Saipan. This truly disappointed Chen Ping. During the final segment of the show, these individuals came down from the stage and mingled among the guests, posing and flaunting. One of them approached Chen Ping, took his hand, and placed it on his chest. With a smile, he said in Chinese, "Thank you for your generosity, $200. Huh? Chen Ping raised an eyebrow. "You want to give me 200? Were they trying to force a sale on him?" The person clearly didn't understand Chinese and kept repeating, "Thank you for your generosity, $200. In Siam, performances are free, but getting Hansen definitely incurs a charge. However, the difference is that performers engage in blatant double standards with tourists from Longhua compared to others. For tourists from other countries, they ask if they want to participate and clearly state the prices. For tourists from Longwa, they simply go for it, forcing a sale. They understood that tourists from Longwa care about their image and have money, so they would not dare to make a fuss over such a silent loss. As a result, a service that costs 20 in the local currency has inflated to 10 times that amount. The person continued to chatter in Chen Ping's ear, and the initially charming face adorned with makeup gradually twisted in agitation, causing Chen Ping to frown deeper. Chen Ping suppressed his anger and said in English, "Get lost. Go away." This English phrase was clearly understood by the other party, yet instead of retreating, he became even more aggressive, shouting, $200. Intermixed with a few phrases in Thai. "Do not say that I did not warn you." Chen Ping exerted strength to break free from the grip of the man, holding him, then executed a swift move, striking the man's neck with both hands and pushing him away. The man was immediately sent flying and fell to the ground, unable to get back up. The commotion instantly attracted everyone's attention, and security from the nightclub rushed in from all directions. Chen Ping adjusted his attire, straightened his tie, and looked at the approaching security with a sneer. He slowly assumed did this Longwa man actually intend to take on so many security guards single-handedly? A brawl seemed inevitable. The nightclub manager arrived just in time, dispersing the security and immediately apologizing to Chen Ping. Then he led Chen Ping swiftly out of the nightclub through a safe passage. Outside, the group of companions was already waiting. After exchanging a few words with Tony Jia, the nightclub manager took his leave. On the way back, Rindahua was curious about Chen Ping's conflict. If it weren't for Tony Jia today, they probably wouldn't have escaped so easily. Upon hearing that Chen Ping had confronted someone over $200, the three present showed expressions of disbelief. Chen Ping lit a cigarette and slowly said, "He offered me 200 and I wouldn't even stoop to touch him. And this bunch of faces asked me for $200. Am I supposed to endure this humiliation?" Chen Ping's temper seemed a bit too straightforward. Rin Dahua chuckled helplessly and said, "Chen Ping, I suggest you handle matters that can be resolved with money, using money in the future. The audience in the entertainment industry has high moral standards for actors, and even minor flaws are magnified infinitely. We people from Xinjiang also tread carefully when going to the mainland. We say little when we can, as misinterpretations and distortions are terrifying. If what happened to you today had occurred on the mainland, they would surely label you as someone throwing a tantrum, maliciously hurting others, and exhibiting violent tendencies. You might find it hard to recover from that." Wu Jing nodded, deeply resonating with this. In the mainland, not to mention fighting, even going to a nightclub could invite public condemnation. Actually, Wu Jing initially refused to come to such places, but could not resist Tony Jia's repeated invitations. Once inside the nightclub, Wu Jing focused solely on drinking, not casting even a glance at the colorful surroundings. Staying out of trouble. Unexpectedly, trouble still found them. When Chen Ping punched a staff member at the nightclub, Wu Jing was utterly astounded when he heard the news. "Did you, Chen Ping, still want to stay in the entertainment circle?" With a look of fear, he said, "Chen Ping, promise me. You need to rein in that temper of yours. A public opinion can be terrifying." Chen Ping exhaled a puff of smoke, shook his head, and said earnestly, $200, I can afford that. But I cannot swallow this anger. No matter whether in Siam or the mainland, if they don't let me feel good, I won't let them feel happy either. As for public condemnation and the fear of public opinion, I've experienced that too. But the principle is the principle. No matter how much they smear me, I haven't made a mess of myself. Let them be malicious. If I throw something back at them, I consider it a loss. Dahua Gajingu, if I have to be a star to the point where I can't say what needs to be said and can't express my anger, then what's the point of being a big star? Chen Ping's words left the two somewhat speechless. Wu Jing awkwardly said, "There are always gains and losses. As the saying goes, earning money shouldn't be embarrassing." Chen Ping opened his mouth, but did not voice the words that were on the tip of his tongue. After spending these days together, Wu Jing gave him the impression of being a person of great loyalty, taking good care of him and the crew. Even Dahua Gu was introduced to Chen Ping by Wu Jing. After all, Wu Jing had worked hard in the Xiangjiang circle for many years, from a minor character in SBL to the lead male in SBL2. He knew how much hardship he had endured and how many trials he had faced. Seeing a younger generation entering the Xiangjiang circle, Wu Jing had high hopes for Chen Ping, helping him wherever he could and repeatedly advising him against the mistakes he had made. This is what it means to have a benefactor guide you. Chen Ping held a sense of respect for Wu Jing as an older brother in his heart. Therefore, this thought couldn't be voiced, it would be too hurtful. Ren Dahua, the most senior among them, seemed to have guessed the words Chen Ping was about to say. He smoothly took over the conversation to spare Chen Ping from embarrassment. With a sigh, he said, "Chen Ping's words remind me of the entertainment circle in Xinjiang back in the day. The entertainment industry was much more fun back then than it is now. Stars would directly curse during shows, and some would even slap each other on the spot. Relationships between men and women were also quite chaotic. But back then, stars dared to speak and speak the truth. I was just this kind of person, and the audience liked me for being this way. Who could control that? Now it's different, as stars have become more aloof. Sometimes when I watch my own interviews, I want to laugh. But that doesn't mean that it's all bad now. As Wu Jing said, earning money shouldn't be embarrassing. You can't have both fish and bear's paw. As actors, our work comes first. As long as the quality of the work is good, viewers won't mind us being a little excessive in certain aspects." 3 days later, Zheng Borwei arrived at a prison in Bangkok, Thailand with his team. Everyone would spend some enjoyable time here. The prison has dormitories, so if you don't want to travel, you can bring your luggage and check in directly. Zheng Borwei said, "What a cute little one, quite clever." To everyone's surprise, Zheng Baorui's suggestion received considerable approval from the acclaimed actor Ren Dahua immediately arranged for his assistant to fetch his luggage from the hotel, declaring that he would be staying in the prison for the foreseeable future. The others also expressed their desire to reserve a prison standard room. This left Lisa, who had come to learn from Hong Kong's advanced film experiences, utterly dumbfounded. Director Zheng, are the staff in Hong Kong this professional? Zheng Baorui waved his hand modestly, saying, not at all. Just having a standard room makes us very happy. Sometimes we even set up tents on site. This remark immediately earned Lisa's respect as she turned to Tony Jia and said in Thai, Tony, you should follow Director Zheng closely during this time. It's not terrifying that Siamese cinema is lagging, but it's concerning that they aren't making an effort. Tony Jia nodded solemnly. Don't worry, Miss Lisa. I have also brought my luggage in. During these days I have learned a lot of valuable experiences from Mr. Ren, Mr. Wu and Mr. Chen. Lisa smiled and said, I heard about that. I didn't expect the actors from Long Country to be so skilled. Tony Jia with a serious expression replied, Miss Lisa, I've seen Mr. Chen's punches through the surveillance. He merely defeated an ordinary person. Oh, it's hard to tell if he is a master yet. But I believe that in terms of lethality, Muay Thai is the world's best. As the saying goes, there is no first in literature and no second in martial arts. Those who practice martial arts generally have a strong competitive spirit, often holding a fanatical belief in their own school's techniques. Just like Wing Chun and Bajikun Xingyi and Bagua, off the field they are friendly and brotherly, but on the field with a serious face, every move is lethal. They would love to send their fellow practitioners off with a single punch. As the contemporary master of Muay Thai, Tony Jia naturally feels a responsibility to promote the art. Therefore, when he heard Lisa praise Chen Ping's skills, he couldn't help but feel competitive and argued a bit. Lisa, however, showed no interest in continuing the discussion. In the eyes of women, whether martial arts are good or the techniques are fierce, speed is not necessary to be the best, it just needs to be sufficient. Just like weapons, the longest is not necessarily the best is always the one that feels most comfortable to use. If a weapon is handy and the martial skill is sufficient, then a woman's focus shifts to appearances. As long as someone is good-looking, women can flexibly lower their standards for the first two aspects. Tony Jia didn't quite grasp this and thought the female boss was genuinely discussing martial arts with him. The actors have taken their places. The first scene today is a small climax. It involves the character Chen Jijia, played by Wu Jing, whose undercover identity is exposed and is thrown into prison for the warden Gao Jin to take care of. Zheng Baorui held the walkie-talkie. All departments, take your positions. Action. Chen Jijia, clad only in a pair of shorts, was dragged into the disinfection room by several guards like a dead dog. At this point, Chen Jijia's undercover identity had been exposed, and he had already endured torture from the criminal organization for some time. To portray Chen Jijia's current state of mental fatigue, Wu Jing had forced himself to stay awake since 2 days prior. After all, no makeup can match the naturalness of a genuine state. When he was dragged in, the already exhausted Wu Jing merely closed his eyes to imitate a state of unconsciousness, nearly falling asleep. However, the guard immediately turned on the high-pressure water gun and blasted it at Wu Jing, who lay on the ground like a dead dog. The tremendous force from the water gun sent him sliding into the corner. The icy water combined with the intense pain from the pressurized water striking his skin caused Wu Jing to jump up. Panicked, he shouted loudly, "What are you doing? What are you doing?" From the director's position, Lisa, who was observing on set, exclaimed again, "Heavens! Director Zheng, the actors from Long Country are too dedicated." According to Tony's introduction, this Mr. Wu is already a top star in Long Country. Is he really putting so much on the line for filming? Zheng Baorui laughed heartily, pressed down with his hand, remaining calm, saying it was a routine operation. The 2 previous pressures allowed him to act comfortably. "I just love watching you Siamese women who haven't seen the world before." Inside the disinfection room, Wu Jing, who was awakened by the water, received no response. The guard Achai, played by Tony Jia, directly splashed a basin of disinfectant powder on Wu Jing. Then several guards forcibly took a photo of Wu Jing by grabbing his hair. Dragging and pulling, they brought him into the nearby prison records room. Inside the records room, Chen Ping, dressed in a white shirt and a black vest, had been waiting for a long time. The nearby guard handed the freshly taken photo to Chen Ping. Chen Ping took the photo, pinched a cigarette between his fingers. Instead of swallowing it, he let the smoke drift out, then sniffed. The smoke in his mouth flowed like a waterfall, entirely inhaled through his nose. Just one shot was enough to make Zheng Baorui shout, yes, repeatedly. When it comes to showing off, Chen Ping has never disappointed a director. Plus, he can always reach new heights each time. In Dragon Head, the white-haired character is neurotically arrogant. In the Firestarter, Tony is as vicious and ruthless as a black mamba. Now in SBL 2, Chen Ping once again changes his style, perfectly merging elegance and evil, 2 seemingly unrelated traits. Charming and wild, and elegant gentleman. This is you, the warden. Chen Ping's elegance stands in stark contrast to Wu Jing, who is anxiously pacing in front of his desk. Zheng Baorui set up a camera on the side of the 2. The background presents the prison scene through the glass window, dark and dreary, framed by the green walls of the records room, with dynamic shots showcasing the distinct language and gestures of Chen Ping and Wu Jing. Chen Ping opened a file, tore off the photo on it, then applied glue to Wu Jing's photo and stuck it on. In 2004, you were arrested for hiding contraband and sentenced to life imprisonment. Chen Ping's tie was articulate. Lisa, listening from behind the screen, was amazed, saying, "Mr. Chen, have you taken Thai language classes? The pronunciation of Thai is incredibly standard, almost at the level of a news anchor. Upon hearing the words language classes Zhang Baorui's, I twitched slightly, and he did not respond to Lisa's question. On the screen, the plot continued to unfold. Wu Jing struggled frantically. Although he could not understand what Chen Ping was saying, he guessed that the other party was framing him. Chen Ping walked up to Wu Jing with the freshly printed file. Wu Jing did not recognize any of the words, but the photo on it was undoubtedly his. Chen Ping raised an eyebrow and said to the two guards controlling Wu Jing, "Get his handprint." Wu Jing shouted, "It's not me, that's not me." Chen Ping held the file in one hand and a cigarette in the other, giving a charming smile. "Now it's your turn." He shrugged his shoulders, looking relaxed and cheerful. "You messed with my business partner, I have no choice but to deal with you." This statement by Chen Ping was in Chinese, meant for Wu Jing to understand just how powerful a force he had provoked, and that he would take good care of him in prison from now on. Moreover, Chen Ping's Chinese was spoken very stiffly, almost like an electronic voice from a translation software. After all, at this moment Chen Ping was portraying a warden in Siam, and if he could speak fluent Chinese it would immediately pull the audience out of the immersion. At the time, Zhang Baorui's plan was for Chen Ping to just lip-sync, whether in Thai or Chinese. He only needed to match the lip movements and later someone would do the dubbing. Unexpectedly, Chen Ping immediately rejected his idea, expressing a desire to try it himself, saying that if Zhang Baorui thought it wasn't good enough, they could still find a voice actor later. Zhang Baorui was skeptical about this. He had no doubt about Chen Ping's acting skills, since the character's posture, movements, and expressions could all be conveyed through muscle control. However, language had nothing to do with acting. How could one act that out? Could he control the parts of his vocal cords? Chen Ping said nothing, only found a Thai language teacher to learn the correct pronunciation of the Thai lines in the script. Unexpectedly, during the first scene today, Chen Ping surprised him greatly. Whether it was the Thai lines or the Chinese lines, they were as good as, if not better than, those of professional voice actors. Though Zhang Baorui could understand that Chen Ping had learned Thai from a teacher, he could not fathom how Chen Ping had managed to adjust his Chinese pronunciation, which he had been speaking for over 20 years. This is simply astonishing. Chen Ping looked expressionless. Do I really need to tell you that I've mastered ventriloquism? In truth, Chen Ping could not speak Thai at all, at least not at a level for conversing with Siamese people. What he learned was merely how to read his lines in Thai, and then he would use ventriloquism to perform them. As for the Chinese lines, the same principle applied. He used translation software to translate them, then learned to mimic the pronunciation produced by the software. This created a warden who was a native of Siam, speaking Thai with perfect pronunciation. Because of business needs, he forced himself to learn Chinese, which gave his Chinese a hint of a translated accent. As the two guards forced Wu Jing to take his handprint, his overwhelming desire to survive made him struggle fiercely. Finally, he managed to free one hand. He directly grabbed one guard's head and slammed it hard against the table. Then he attacked the other guard. Seeing Wu Jing escape, the warden instinctively stepped back, tensing his thigh ready to kick. However, upon seeing Wu Jing attacking the other guard, he did not rush to subdue Wu Jing, but instead wanted to see the man's strength. He took another step back. The warden casually sat on the desk, propped up his legs, and leisurely took a drag of his cigarette, his eyes slightly squinting as he watched the scene. The warden could watch Wu Jing fight with such leisure akin to watching a monkey show, all due to his confidence in his own strength. He knew that even if Wu Jing took down all the guards in the prison, he would still have to face him. This left a little Easter egg for the audience, letting them know that this warden is very strong, but just how strong? Hey, I want to tell you, just keep watching. Chen Ping's warden was still puffing smoke, while Wu Jing had already taken down two guards. Just as he was about to make his escape, the guard, Ah Chai, played by Tony Jaa, finally made his move, grabbing Wu Jing. The two began to wrestle. This was the first fight scene between two kung fu giants from the Dragon Kingdom in Siam, and it was a scene Zhang Baorui. Among the action films in Hong Kong, Jet Quan's fight scenes are the most spirited, while Dragon Quan's are the most down-to-earth, and Zhao Zidan's are hard-hitting and pursue the aesthetics of violence. As for another deceased action star, he was a groundbreaking pioneer. No one has the qualifications or the guts to evaluate. As a kung fu actor from the mainland, Wu Jing's early fighting style was similar to Jet Quan's, characterized by grace. Later, as Hong Kong's martial arts films declined, Wu Jing's fighting style gradually leaned towards Zhao Zidan's, with their collaboration in SBL during a street battle hailed as a classic. Tony Jaa, as a popular kung fu superstar from Siam, possesses formidable Muay Thai skills. His style is similar to Zhao Zidan's, hard-hitting and relentless. His elbow and knee techniques stand out prominently. For this fight scene, Zhang Baorui did not impose too many restrictions, only highlighting key points and signaling both to perform openly. As the glory of Hong Kong films fades, the number of kung fu masters and martial arts directors has also dwindled. There are very few directors left who can guide Wu Jing and Tony Jaa. Unlike before, when Hong Kong action films were prominent, even Western Hollywood had to borrow martial arts directors from Hong Kong to design action scenes. The bullet time, which shocked the film industry at the time, was a famous scene created by the 8 masters and Western directors. But all of that is now history. Nowadays, there is a gap in Hong Kong's kung fu superstars. Although Wu Jing, a rising star, has emerged, he is no longer young. The emergence of Chen Ping can be said to have brought a surprise to the entire film industry in Hong Kong. One must know that Zhao Zidan is not one to easily praise others. Gaining his recognition proves that Chen Ping truly has great skills. Just thinking about it makes Zheng Barwei feel eager. He is truly looking forward to the time when the three of them battle and how much surprise Chen Ping will bring him. The fight scene between Wu Jing and Tony Jia begins. At first, both are somewhat hesitant, afraid that a single wrong move might injure the other. However, after a few exchanges, they realize they are evenly matched. They stop holding back and start using their true skills. Tony Jia's Muay Thai is powerful and dynamic, showcasing his dominance. With fierce knee strikes, Wu Jing is forced to retreat repeatedly. Over the years, he has consciously shifted towards a hard-hitting fighting style, yet his inherent grace and elegance remain undeniable. Faced with Tony Jia's aggressive Muay Thai, Wu Jing counters, each move using the force against him, managing to display a semblance of the flair he had during the filming of Tai Chi Master. Director Zheng Barwei watches the scene with great excitement. Damn, what is this inexplicable sense of adrenaline? If he didn't know his own limitations, he would have wanted to join Wu Jing and Tony Jia in the fight. This is the infectious energy essential for a classic fight scene. Lisa beside him is also surprised, staring blankly and saying, "Wow, so strong." It's the first time I've seen Tony go all out. Bang! A massive sound of shattering glass echoes. Wu Jing seizes an opening, delivering a powerful shoulder strike that pushes Tony Jia back. He then closes and grabs Tony's head and with determination slams it against the glass door. The glass shatters in response. Everyone's hearts race. It's just a film shoot. Are they really risking their lives? After pushing Tony Jia back, Wu Jing does not go for the finishing blow, but instead turns to twist the door handle. Taking advantage of this brief moment, Tony Jia regains his momentum and delivers a roundhouse kick that forces Wu Jing, who is desperately tugging at the door handle, to retreat again. Finally, with a flying knee strike, both knees crash into Wu Jing's chest, the tremendous force sending him flying. Bang! A loud sound resounds. The floor-to-ceiling window separating the archive room from the disinfection room shatters. Countless shards of glass scatter everywhere. The camera captures this moment tightly. In the end, Wu Jing falls heavily to the ground, subdued by Tony Jia's hold. This concludes the fight scene. The crew immediately checks the injuries of both actors. Those two were truly fighting for their lives. Tony Jia has a gash on his forehead, and Wu Jing is worse off, having embedded several shards of glass into his back. Blood flows freely. The crew quickly attends to both their wounds. Tony Jia apologizes to Wu Jing, saying, "I'm sorry, mister. Well, I was too rough." Hearing the crew's translation, Wu Jing smiles and replies, "It's fine, all for the movie. Didn't I just crack your head open too?" The two, aided by the crew's translation, exchange banter and compliments. Zheng Barwei reviews the footage from earlier, noting not just Wu Jing and Tony Jia, but also the performances of the extras. He exclaims, "Lisa, the extras you found are really good. They look just like real prisoners. That fierce energy is something ordinary extras cannot portray." Lisa smiles awkwardly yet politely. "I'm glad Director Zheng is satisfied." Zheng Barwei asks, "Will the payment for all these extras be charged to your company? Do I not need to settle with them daily?" "Yes, just charge it to our company. He'll arrange for someone to handle their payment." I envy you Thai directors. The extras not only act well, but are also cheap and don't insist on daily payments. Lisa smiles again, but does not engage further on that topic. In the following days, Chen Ping has no scenes to shoot. He enjoys the leisure, often dragging along Dehua, who also has no scenes to drink heavily under the pretense of discussing acting. While drinking, he watches Wu Jing being tormented in prison. The more joyful Chen Ping is, the more suffering Wu Jing endures, until a significant scene arrives. Chen Ping finally arrives at his shining moment in the film. This is a prison riot scene, the climax of the entire film. The scene is grand, with hundreds of prisoners and guards, showcasing various bloody and violent moments. It begins with Wu Jing injuring himself to attract the guards, taking advantage of their negligence to injure one and steal his phone. He prepares to call for help from Rin Dawa's character. Wu Jing escapes to the prison control room. Realizing he cannot escape on his own, he resolutely flips the main switch. The alarm blares instantly. All the cell doors open simultaneously. The prisoners, puzzled, step out of their cells, and upon seeing the surroundings, understand that someone has unauthorized access to the control room. These prisoners are inherently violent and typically restrained by the guards. Now, with a riot breaking out, their inner violence is ignited. They begin to viciously attack every guard in sight, desperate to escape the prison. As the alarms blare, Chen Ping, who was impeccably dressed, suddenly jumps from his seat. He adjusts his tie, his expression grim, and says, "Follow me to Warehouse 69 immediately." Right away. This Warehouse 69 does not hold prisoners, but rather goods used for business by the warden. This prison, while appearing to be one, is actually a transit station for an international organ trafficking organization holding missing persons abducted by criminal groups from various countries. Once a buyer is found, the goods held here are taken to the operating room for the corresponding organs to be extracted. The mastermind behind this criminal group is Hong Wangong, based in Hong Kong, with the warden as Mr. Hong's trusted aide stationed here. Chen Ping swiftly walks to Warehouse 69. At the entrance of Warehouse 69, he happens to encounter Tony Jia, who is chasing Wu Jing. Tony sees the prisoners emerging from Warehouse 69 and falls into contemplation. Oh, why are there women and children in the prison? Chen Ping approaches Tony Jia, but does not explain. He merely gives him a cold glance. This snake-like sinister gaze sends a shiver down Tony Jia's spine. The nearby guard quickly pulls Tony Jia away from Warehouse 69. As he is dragged away by his companions, Tony Jia takes one last look at Warehouse 69. He sees this devil-like man adjusting his sleeves, silently walking into the cage. Just the background alone gives it. At this moment, Tony Jaa finds it hard to distinguish whether he is in a scene or truly trapped in a pit of despair. Mr. Chen, did you have any undisclosed past before becoming an actor? Outside, the prisoners were in a frenzy. The sounds of smashing, cheering, and brutal fighting echoed throughout the prison. In contrast, Chen Ping remained unfazed, merely counting the total number of goods in cell 69. One child and one woman were still missing. These were goods that needed to be delivered in a few days, and there could be no mistakes. Chen Ping's brow furrowed slightly. All his subordinates immediately fell silent submissively, not daring to utter a word. This showed how deeply the warden had instilled fear. You all stay here and watch these goods. The rest follow me. Chen Ping took a big step forward, heading directly towards the cells. Along the way, he encountered rampaging prisoners. Not only did they attack the guards, but they also turned on their own. The guards surrounding Chen Ping, the warden, looked at the already crazed prisoners and couldn't help but gulp, nervously asking, "Boss, what should we do now?" "What to do?" Chen Ping replied with a wicked smile. At that moment, two prisoners, driven mad with rage, charged at him, howling like hungry wolves. The two leaped into the air, simultaneously raising fists the size of sandbags to strike Chen Ping. Calmly, Chen Ping adjusted his tie. With a swift upward kick, he sent both men crashing to the ground. The photographer beside them was so fast that he couldn't keep up with the shot. Frustrated, Zheng Barwei cursed over the intercom. "Such a stylish move. Ask those two background actors if they can get up and take another hit. I need to capture a shot." The staff inquired and replied over the intercom, "Director Zheng, those two background actors have knelt down and asked me to send them back to their cells. They don't need extra meat for dinner tonight." "Damn." Zheng Barwei cursed again and called over another cameraman to closely follow Chen Ping. "Make sure you capture every frame of Chen Ping's fight without missing a single detail." This prison riot was unfolding along two storylines. One featured the confrontation between Tony Jaa and Wu Jing, while the other depicted Chen Ping as the warden personally stepping in to suppress the chaos. This was the first time the warden made a move in the entire film. Designing the action took Zheng Barwei and several fight choreographers nearly half a month. It could be said that they poured their heart and soul into this scene. Wu Jing and Tony Jaa's battle occurred downstairs, with every punch landing with force. Meanwhile, Chen Ping's portrayal of the warden showcased a suave and ruthless demeanor from above. Chen Ping stepped onto the iron staircase, making his way up. On the second floor, a whole corridor was filled with restless prisoners looking at Chen Ping, rolling up their sleeves, eager to try their luck. According to Zheng Barwei's design, Chen Ping was to single-handedly clear this entire corridor on the second floor, making it clear to the audience who truly held the power in this show. The feeling was akin to battling dinosaurs. In the north and south of the city, everyone was trying to discover who the real boss was. "Ow, ow, ow." At the staff's cue, the prisoners began to gather their anger through furious roars. With a gesture from the staff, "Charge." A bald prisoner tasked with leading the charge was the first to rush forward, his fist the size of a sandbag just raised. Chen Ping tilted his body, slightly stepping forward with his left foot, his eyelids drooping as he shot a fierce glare. The cameraman in front of him, tasked with capturing a close-up of Chen Ping's face, was startled. "Brother Chen, with that look in your eyes, are you preparing to unleash a massacre, leaving no one alive?" Facing the bald prisoner charging at him with a loud roar, Chen Ping stood with his hands in his pockets, his tailored pants perfectly straight. He lifted his leg for a flying kick, his legs forming a perfect split. The pointed toe of his shoe connected directly with the prisoner's chin, sending him flying like a cannonball. This clean and swift kick instantly stunned everyone present. Even Zheng Barwei, watching from behind the camera, he knew Chen Ping could fight, but he never expected him to be this formidable. "Brother, he's just a background actor. If you keep this up, someone might get seriously hurt." Feeling uneasy, Zheng Barwei was about to call the staff to remind Chen Ping to tone it down a bit. However, the voices coming through the intercom were trembling. "Director Zheng, Chen Ping has gone crazy. He's taking on an entire defense line by himself. And this group of background actors isn't listening to us at all," charging towards Chen Ping one after another. "I feel like they've all lost their minds." Upon hearing this, Zheng Barwei immediately checked the monitor. Just as the staff had said, Chen Ping had entered the fray. In this narrow corridor, there were no less than 50 prisoners surging forth. Each one looked fierce and menacing, not resembling a good person. However, before Chen Ping, whether dragon or tiger, they had to bow down. Bajiquan Xingyi Wing Chun Bagua. Zheng Barwei could no longer see Chen Ping's fighting style. All he could see were prisoners falling one after another in the corridor. Damn, where did this powerhouse come from, single-handedly clearing out a nightmarish prison level? Zheng Barwei, who was originally worried about Chen Ping's safety, silently crossed himself and whispered a prayer for the prisoners. This was becoming an exhibition of Chen Ping's fighting prowess. His punches were quick and brutal, as precise and swift as a gun within 7 steps. As he continued, no one could withstand a single exchange with Chen Ping. Seeing another group rushing towards him, Chen Ping simply grasped the bars of a nearby cell, leaping over the heads of the crowd and landing right in the center. Watching the entire sequence, Zheng Barwei was left dumbfounded. He swore that this movement was not designed by him or the choreographers, but was purely Chen Ping's spontaneous improvisation. The fight choreographers nodded vigorously. They swore that Chen Ping's moves had nothing to do with them. How many people he hurt or incapacitated this time was also none of their concern. Once Chen Ping stepped onto the iron staircase, their design work was completely irrelevant. Chen Ping had not followed their instructions even once. Yet the results on camera exceeded their wildest expectations. Hey, this was genuinely impressive. If there were more actors like Chen Ping, all the fight choreographers in Hong Kong would starve. Once in the crowd, Chen Ping delivered a standard Shaolin long fist punch that knocked one man down. Then with an 8 extreme ultimate move, he executed Iron Mountain Press. This sent 3 men flying, taking down a large group. In the entire corridor, only a few prisoners remained standing. They were either knocked down or pushed off the stairs. Chen Ping's strength was terrifying. Only those 2 cameramen, one in front and one behind, were diligently focused, managing to capture every single frame. This was simply too impressive to behold. Seeing Chen Ping finally stop, the cameraman thought Chen Ping had run out of opponents and almost put down his camera, ready to step in himself. Come on, hit me. That brother over there must capture my fighting prowess. Perhaps this fight scene could make it into a film textbook. I'd consider it a contribution to cinematic art. Mr. Chen, please feel free to thrash me. Don't hold back just because I'm a cameraman. However, Chen Ping ignored the 2 cameramen and instead slipped into a nearby cell. According to the plot, he was just there to find his goods. The lives of the prisoners and guards were of no concern to him. If anything happened to my goods, none of you would survive. Inside the cell, a small thin boy and a disheveled woman were. Several scar-faced prisoners were reaching towards the woman. Among them, one was particularly brutal, his face a mass of flesh with a green dragon tattooed from his head down to his buttocks. At this moment, his pants were already half off, ready to pounce on the woman. But he was interrupted by Chen Ping. With an unfriendly expression, he turned his head, revealing a fierce look. Chen Ping frowned. The murderous intent from this prisoner didn't seem to be acted out. Glancing to the side, he saw 2 burly men dressed in prison uniforms lying in a pool of blood, their life or death unclear. Isn't the script supposed to go this way? Just then, Lisa led a large group of riot police into the prison. Finding Zhang Barwei, she exclaimed excitedly, "Zhang, who told you to open all the cell doors?" Zhang Barwei looked at the tense Lisa, utterly confused, and replied, "Miss Lisa, what do you mean? You know that the prisons in Siam are usually overcrowded. Other prisons can't quickly accommodate so many prisoners from this one. So there are still some serious offenders locked up in here. How would I know? How the hell would I know how many prisoners are still in here? Not too many. Just those who appeared on screen. Are you saying that all the background actors you hired were actually prisoners?" Seeing Lisa nod slowly, Zhang Barwei instantly felt a sense of dread. However, the bad news Lisa brought didn't stop there. This prison also held 3 serious offenders. Zhang Barwei suddenly shuddered. The hardened criminal Lisa mentioned was none other than the one Chen Ping encountered in the cell. He rushed to the screen to take a look. Confirming his fears, he shouted, "Quick, go to the cell." Even Lisa was startled by Zhang Barwei's sudden outburst. Without waiting for her to ask, Zhang Barwei had already dashed out. In the cell, faced with 3 fierce-looking prisoners, Chen Ping frowned slightly. The 2 nearby cameramen gasped in awe. They couldn't fathom where director Zhang had found such intimidating extras. The murderous aura was palpable. They must be professional actors. Having never spent 3 years in prison, one wouldn't be able to portray this essence. The tattooed leader scowled, signaling to his 2 subordinates. The 2 subordinates pulled out a toothbrush from their pants. It was the kind of plastic toothbrush, but its handle had been sharpened into a deadly point, extremely sharp and stained with some blood. It seemed to belong to the unfortunate souls on the ground. In an instant, the 2 death row inmates lunged at Chen Ping, toothbrushes drawn. The toothbrushes, like daggers, aimed straight at Chen Ping's throat. Seeing their ruthless moves, one could tell they had committed numerous. Chen Ping's toes barely touched the ground as he glided back like a ghost. This graceful movement astonished. Watching Chen Ping fight was truly a delight. Whoosh! The 2 toothbrushes lost their targets, leaving only the sound of slicing air. Yet the 2 death row inmates showed no hesitation and charged again. Ow! Ow! Their furious roars echoed throughout the prison. Chen Ping, however, remained unfazed, even taking a moment to adjust his tie. A man who embodied elegance to the core. Just as the 2 death row inmates were within arm's reach, Chen Ping twisted his hips, executing an old monkey strike. Using his elbow as a fist, he struck one of the death row inmates squarely in the face. Crack! A crisp sound echoed. The speed at which the inmate charged toward Chen Ping matched the distance he flew back. Then, seizing the right hand of the remaining death row inmate, holding the toothbrush, he twisted it with a swift motion, eliciting a piercing scream of agony. Before the toothbrush even hit the ground, Chen Ping's right foot followed up with a direct kick to his armpit. The immense force propelled the 170 to 180-pound inmate upward by 10 centimeters. Bang, bang, bang. Chen Ping delivered 6 consecutive kicks to the inmate's right rib. This completely rendered him incapable of fighting back. Zhang Barwei, Lisa, the crew, and a large group of riot police hurried towards the cell where Chen Ping was. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Zhang Barwei urged as he ran, while behind him Lisa gasped for breath, saying, "Director Zhang, slow down. I can't keep up." Zhang Barwei turned around, his face serious, and said, "The 3 hardened criminals you mentioned are currently with Chen Ping. If we arrive late, I'm afraid." Before he could finish, everyone had already reached Chen Ping's cell. As soon as they entered, they saw a death row inmate tattooed with a green dragon from head to toe kneeling before them with a cold-faced Chen Ping behind him. Chen Ping had both hands gripping the inmate's arms, pulling them behind his back, with one foot pressed firmly on the inmate's back. "No." Lisa covered her mouth, her face filled with terror, nearly screaming. However, Chen Ping remained unmoved. Applying a slight pressure with his foot on the inmate's back, he effortlessly broke both of the inmate's arms. The excruciating pain caused the inmate's brain to enter protection mode, and he fainted instantly. Chen Ping tossed him aside like a dead dog. Then he picked up the woman and child on the ground and handed them to his subordinate, who had followed him. Coldly, he said, "Take good care of them. If they go missing, I will take your lives." This man was still playing his role. Zhang Baowei felt he was going mad. Chen Ping finished instructing his subordinate, then pulled out a white handkerchief from his inner pocket delicately and gently wiping his hands clean. He then swept back a strand of hair that had fallen onto his forehead. Fighting was fine, cursing was fine, even messing with his stuff was fine, but if anyone touched his hair or tie sorry today, no one could stop the warden. The cameraman followed Zhang Baowei's instructions, filming the entire scene. Even though they had sensed something was off with the 3 prisoners earlier, they didn't dare stop without Zhang Baowei's command. It was simply because Chen Ping's performance was outstanding. If this fight scene couldn't be captured in one go, even they would feel it was a crime against the entire film. So even though they were so nervous they were about to wet themselves, they still squeezed their legs together, held their breath, and dared not make a sound that would distract Chen Ping. Until they had captured every fighting scene in the cell and zoomed in on Chen Ping fixing his hair. That strand of hair was simply a stroke of genius. The finishing touch in the painting. Suit, thug, elegance, gangster. Chen Ping stood there dumbfounded as the 2 cameramen knelt half down, capturing his perspective. Outside the cell, Zhang Baowei, Lisa, and a group of riot police watched Chen Ping inside, as if time had frozen. Until Zhang Baowei, still skeptical, called out, "Cut." Chen Ping and the 2 cameramen immediately began to move their limbs. Chen Ping, stretching his shoulders, walked towards Zhang Baowei, complaining, "Director Zhang, what were you thinking? If you didn't say cut, we wouldn't dare to move." Zhang Baowei had a look of mixed amusement and helplessness. What could Chen Ping possibly be afraid of? He walked up to Chen Ping and whispered, "Chen Ping, you know those 3 weren't extras I arranged, right?" Chen Ping nodded. "I knew the moment I saw them. They definitely had a history of violence. Extras can't exude that kind of I was actually wondering why you didn't say cut. I didn't expect these little punks to strike so quickly. They showed no martial ethics and went straight for the attack. I figured if I was going to fight extras, I might as well take on these scum as well. So I just went for it." As Chen Ping spoke, he twisted his neck, producing a series of cracking sounds. Zhang Baowei felt a chill run down. "You know the other side is a cold-blooded death row inmate, and you still went for it. I rushed over here fearing I'd be too late and only have the opportunity to collect your corpse. Turns out you were collecting those 3 death row inmates." The riot police beside Lisa also began to check the injuries of the prisoners in the cell. Reporting back to Lisa, the 3 hardened criminals in the cell along with the inmate they had knocked down were not in life-threatening condition. However, the 3 hardened criminals had sustained somewhat serious injuries. It was unclear how many bones were broken, but they were definitely fractured. Lisa looked at Chen Ping with a strange expression. Addressing both Chen Ping and Zhang Baowei, she said, "Director Zhang, Mr. Chen, this time it was my oversight that led to such a huge mistake. I will handle this matter well. You can continue filming." Lisa had an aura about her that made Zhang Baowei not doubt her. If she says she will handle it well, then it will definitely be without a hitch. However, he found it a bit troublesome. "Miss Lisa, what about the extras you arranged?" Lisa replied earnestly. Director Zhang, rest assured the unstable factors have been eliminated by Mr. Chen. The remaining extras can be used without worry, and those prison guards are all playing their roles authentically. On a daily basis, the extras are just assigned to manage things. Not a single extra would dare to break the rules. Since Miss Lisa has said so, I surely trust her, but about the extra fees, do you think we can? Zhang Baowei rubbed his fingers together. This gesture was universally understood. The fight scene between Wu Jing and Tony Jia is rather conventional. It lacks the explosive energy of the first fight scene, but still holds its own moments of brilliance. After all, both are seasoned actors who know how to fight, making it engaging for the audience. However, Chen Ping's storyline has truly been a headache for Zhang Baowei. It's not that Chen Ping's fighting isn't visually appealing. It's because his fighting is so incredibly impressive that every frame leaves Zhang Baowei in a dilemma. But with the limited duration of this scene, how to decide which parts to keep is genuinely stressing Zhang Baowei out. "Chen Ping, I must say, why did you make it so spectacular? You're making it difficult for me as a director." Meanwhile, Chen Ping's dedication to the scene brutally beating 3 violent offenders was also suppressed by Zhang Baowei. Aside from a few key creators who know the truth, the rest of the crew is still praising the acting skills of the extras in Siam, noting the dedication reminiscent of the Hong Kong martial artists from years past. The attack might not have been strong, but the resilience was remarkable. Even after breaking 2 arms, they remained silent. They even suggested to director Zhang Baowei to bring a fruit basket to the hospital to visit them. Zhang Baowei responded, "Do you think I have the same courage as Chen Ping? Faced with 3 death row inmates, not only do I not think of escaping, but I also retaliate with a beating." At this moment, the 4 main leads of SBL2 are drinking heavily with another big shot. The filming of SBL2 in Siam has been going on for a while, and they finally welcomed the last major figure, Gu Lu. As a perennial star in the Hong Kong entertainment scene, Gu Lu holds a very high status. In his youth, he was known for his divine looks and starred in several hit TV dramas in Hong Kong. However, like in the mainland, filming TV dramas is ultimately just a youthful endeavor. To remain relevant in the entertainment industry, one must also dive into the film circuit. To break the audience's preconceived notions of him and shed the label of a pretty boy, Gu Lu made a special effort to darken his appearance. He has truly become the ancestor of Versailles. Through hard work, Gu Le's transformation into a darker persona was remarkably successful. He later starred in several crime thrillers, and his status in the Hong Kong film industry has risen considerably. Though Gu Le's current status isn't the highest in the Hong Kong film scene, his box office appeal ensures he can at least rank among, this time as a special lead playing the behind-the-scenes big boss in SBL2. It can also be seen as repaying a favor to Zhang Baowei. The five of them are dining at a Cantonese restaurant in the Chinatown of Bangkok, Siam. After a few rounds of drinks and various dishes on the table, the conversation among the five began to flow. The entertainment industry is a realm of fame and fortune where connections and capital are equally crucial. If a big shot brings you into the fold, it means they see potential in you and want to support you. During the drinking session, if they ask you as a newcomer to sing a song, dance, or showcase your talents, it may seem like a way to show off, but it's not meant to harm you. That's the big shot signaling to their circle saying, I quite like this newcomer. Keep an eye out for suitable resources to help them. Otherwise, just sitting in silence while drinking is no different from a karaoke bar attendant. Of course, this drinking session led by Ren Dahua isn't as complex as that. It's simply five leads having a drink together. Some matters are not suitable for Zhang Baowei to handle directly, so it falls to him, the lead, to take charge. Both in and out of the scene, it's all about the nuances of human relationships. Having navigated the entertainment industry for so many years, Ren Dahua has established a solid status in the Hong Kong entertainment scene, not only due to the few Best Actor awards he holds. In this industry, everything is about background and strength. He is getting older and has reached the age where he should mentor the younger generation. Wu Jing counts as one, and now Chen Ping also fits that bill. As for Tony Jia, he's merely a placeholder. He only knows a few simple phrases in Chinese like hello, thank you, and I love you, and cannot grasp the nuances of human relationships. It's a blessing that he isn't treated as mere drinking food. Gu Lu raised his glass towards Chen Ping, smiling. Chen Ping, I've seen your performance in Dragon Head, and you did very well. You have the charm of my youth. It is well known that Gu Lu went astray in his youth, but later turned his life around, ultimately reaching the pinnacle of success. In front of Gu Lu, Chen Ping shed all past arrogance, holding his cup with both hands, gently clinking it against Gu Les, and said earnestly, brother Lu, you flatter me. It was the first time the group witnessed Chen Ping display such humility, which intrigued them. Wu Jing laughed. Chen Ping, this is the first time I've seen you so flustered. Is it the first time seeing your idol nervous? Chen Ping rubbed his forehead, slightly helpless, and said, brother Jing, you're exaggerating. It makes it seem like I don't respect you usually. Wu Jing teased, I don't seek your respect, I just hope you won't be so violent during the last fight scene. Following this lead, the group naturally began discussing Chen Ping's scene with the three violent offenders. In an instant, the atmosphere at the table brightened. In truth, Wu Jing's words were half right. Chen Ping doesn't hold any idols in his heart. If there were, it could only be himself. Chen Ping's low posture in front of Gu Lu is purely out of respect for him. In my life, I admire two types of people the most. The arrival of Gu Lu accelerated Zhang Baowei's filming process. Without giving anyone a moment to breathe, Gu Lu was brought on set the next day to perform a scene opposite Ren Dahua. The scene depicts Ren Dahua finally finding his nephew, who is also his informant, Wu Jing, in a Siamese prison. However, he had not yet figured out how to rescue Wu Jing when he himself was caught by the warden Gao Jin. He lost both his wife and his men. The attempt to steal a chicken ended with a loss of rice. The uncle and nephew were captured together. Ren Dahua was locked in a dog cage, suspended in midair. The art of ropes. With this binding, Zhang Baowei had undoubtedly studied in Neon Country to some extent. The way he played it made Chen Ping feel it was somewhat twisted. After watching so many artistic films, Zhang Baowei was left astounded that he had only hung an old man. His taste could hardly be described as novel, it was simply madness. The warden, portrayed by Chen Ping, threw a sharp blade in front of Tony Jia, pointing at Ren Dahua in the cage. Taking advantage of Tony Jia's daughter's need for a bone marrow match due to leukemia, he sought to draw Tony Jia into his scheme. From ancient times, enticing a prostitute to reform and dragging a good woman into the underworld has always been a man's wicked taste. By the warden's side, there were no reservations. Tony Jia hesitated, but his colleague and close friend Bald Brother understood his dilemma and stepped forward. He'll do it. Taking up the blade from the ground, he took a deep breath and plunged it into Ren Dahua. As he was about to pull it out for another thrust, a voice of authority rang out. If he dies, he won't be worth anything. A man with a cane emerged from the shadows. He had hair that was gray and white, slightly hunched over, and walked with a stagger. The behind-the-scenes big boss, Mr. Hong, played by Gu Lu, finally made his entrance. Next, we enter the realm of the two great actors Gu Lu and Ren Dahua. Gu Lu typically portrays righteous characters on the big screen, often as officials or undercover agents. In contrast, the most memorable roles for Ren Dahua are the various villains, particularly Le Gu, who always carries a rainflower stone and frequently invites others to fish, and Mr. Zhang, who stands out the most. Now the two exchanged roles. There was not the slightest sense of incongruity. This is the prowess of a movie star. Mr. Hong, portrayed by Gu Lu, exuded malice from his very bones. Approaching Ren Dahua, he spoke in a hoarse voice. I risk my brother's life to save my own. What does it have to do with you? Ren Dahua looked at him with disdain. Mr. Hong slowly squatted down, prodding Ren Dahua's forehead with his cane, a mix of pity and anger in his expression. Look at you, healthy and sound. How can you understand my suffering? Do you know how many elite lives the goods I sell have saved? One poor person's death could save 1, 2, or even 10 elite lives. Do you understand how profitable this business is? He pointed at the warden, his tone growing angrier. That man. Without me, he would have died in a refugee camp long ago. I saved so many people, and now I want to save my own life. Why can't you just let me go? Faced with the increasingly frantic Mr. Hong Ren-dahua, as the official showed no fear, his gaze growing more. There has never been a concept of civilian elites. No matter how many twisted arguments you make or how great your hardships are, if you break the law, my duty is to bring you to justice. Ren-dahua spat out blood, mocking. Look at you. The more you talk, the more you sound like a mad dog. Woof, woof, woof. In the end, he even mimicked a dog's bark. Clearly, in Ren-dahua's eyes, the actions of Mr. Hong portrayed by Gu Lu were no different from those of a beast. Mr. Hong smiled faintly, stating, we are not in alignment of thoughts, and there's no point in further discussion. He shook his head and struggled to stand up. When someone nearby tried to assist him, he pushed them away fiercely, his eyes like a hawk fixated on a subordinate. I Hong when I'm not so ill that I need someone to help me stand up. Mr. Hong, leaning on his cane, slowly walked up to the warden, extending his index finger to stroke the blue tie knot, praising, this tie is quite nice. Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Hong. Mr. Hong smiled slightly and began to walk slowly towards the door. Only his words remained in the room. Those two are a gift for you. This completely pronounced the death sentence for both. Chen Ping, with a stern expression, nodded slightly to the retreating figure as a sign of respect. Turning back, he looked at the uncle and nephew, his face as dark as water. The camera pulled further away, and in the dim green light of the prison cell, Chen Ping's portrayal of the warden appeared more chilling than ever. Click. Perfect. Perfect. Zheng Baruei praised repeatedly. This was the first scene in SBL2 featuring all 5 main actors, and it was the only one. The movie star truly lived up to the title, making the filming seem effortless, as if he were in water. Zheng Baruei hardly needed to prompt. Gu Lu and Ren-dahua performed as if they were in sync with his thoughts, capturing the essence Zheng Baruei desired. Then there was Chen Ping, who greatly surprised Zheng Baruei. He was the first young actor in Zheng Baruei's directorial career who could shine without being overshadowed by 2 movie stars. He even elevated the stature of the warden character just a bit more. Facing the behind-the-scenes big boss, they maintained their composure, creating a mutual brilliance. Mr. Hong's malice highlighted the warden's aloofness. Meanwhile, when the imposing warden respectfully said thank you to Mr. Hong, the audience could also feel the charm of this behind-the-scenes boss. To make the warden bow his head in submission, he must possess extraordinary means. As for Tony Jia and Wu Jing in this scene, they could only be regarded as supporting roles. Wu Jing was on screen with the movie star Ren-dahua. After all, Ren-dahua had acted his whole life, while Wu Jing was still in his youth, lacking in experience. Additionally, their roles were that of uncle and nephew, and superior and subordinate. It was understandable that he was overshadowed. As for Tony Jia, he faced off against Chen Ping's warden character. From beginning to end, he was completely dominated by the warden. To be honest, Zheng Baruei was not very satisfied with Tony Jia's reaction to the warden's threats. The body language and facial expressions were still too simplistic. He only portrayed a cringing demeanor. There was no indication in Tony Jia's eyes, expressions, or even body language of the complexity of his inner turmoil at that moment. On one side was the hope for his daughter, who was suffering from leukemia, to survive, and on the other was the betrayal of his conscience aiding the wicked. The clash between familial love and moral conscience. The price for his daughter's survival was the death of a Dragon Country official. These two emotions twisted and intertwined within Tony Jia's heart, especially when the warden handed over the bone marrow matching report. Tony Jia's emotions should have exploded at that moment. Unfortunately, it did not happen. Despite all of this, Zheng Baruei did not call for a stop to the scene. One reason was the language barrier between the two actors, which indeed posed a communication obstacle. The second reason was that after these days of filming, Tony Jia's action sequences were indeed clean and crisp, but as for his acting, it could only be said that too high of expectations could not be placed. After all, not every new actor is Chen Ping. As the days passed, the filming of Kill Wolf 2 in Siam gradually approached its conclusion. Chen Ping's scenes were primarily shot in Siam, which also indicated that he was nearing the end of his shooting schedule. However, instead of receiving news about the wrap-up of Kill Wolf 2, Chen Ping received a call from Yue. Chen Ping Detonator is about to be released. Have you finished filming your scenes for Baruei? Give me a slot. I'm planning to arrange a premiere in the Magic City. Make it a grand event. Trust me, Detonator is definitely going to be a hit. Originally, Detonator was scheduled for the New Year's release, but after the incident with Chen Ping, the footage of Detonator that could only be considered a behind-the-scenes clip sparked considerable attention on Weibo. This also gave Yue a bit of confidence to schedule it for the Spring Festival. Without a doubt, the Spring Festival is the most promising period in terms of box office potential throughout the year. Typically, the box office champion in Longwa each year is from the Spring Festival. This leads to a multitude of major films competing fiercely during this time. The film market is truly a winner-takes-all arena. For films released during the same period, if one becomes a blockbuster, all other film screening rates will be squeezed by that block. Thus, without a certain level of strength, scheduling a film for the Spring Festival can only result in being cannon fodder. Chen Ping was momentarily taken aback upon hearing that Detonator was set for the Spring Festival. Director Yi, are you sure about this gamble? Take a chance a bicycle can turn into a motorcycle. Gamble a bit, and you can trade a motorcycle for a Land Rover. Yue joked partly. I also discussed this with Zidan. He shares the same sentiment. It has been a long time since a major box office hit emerged from Xinjiang. If it remains so, quiet capital will become increasingly hesitant to invest in Xinjiang films. What Yi Wei said is indeed true. In recent years, the most impressive box office performance for Xinjiang films was from director Wang's Auto Fengyun trilogy. Although the box office was decent, the reputation of each installment declined. To quote the audience, every ticket for Auto Fengyun was a nostalgic purchase. Having exhausted this wave of nostalgia, Xinjiang films have drained all their potential. Following that, several major productions from Xinjiang yielded disappointing box office results until Yan Xingguo's Long 2 surged unexpectedly, bringing in substantial profits. Long 2 coincided with the National Day and Mid-Autumn Festival period. Although it wasn't the strongest contender in that time frame, its return on investment was undoubtedly the highest. It has been analyzed by countless film companies, concluding that Long 2's box office is akin to a speculative stock in the stock market. It truly defies logic. If one must find a reason, it would simply be luck. They cast Chen Ping to play the role of the white-haired character, and coincidentally, Chen Ping's popularity exploded online at that time. It's like those viral products. When they gain traction, everyone rushes to buy them. But once the hype fades, only chaos remains. This also led to Long 2's subsequent weakness, with the box office barely stopping at 1.7 billion. In summary, the success of Long 2 is not replicable. Its success depended on timing, location, and human factors, none of which can be overlooked. However, Yi Wei was not superstitious. His detonator was experiencing a process similar to that of Long 2 back then. What Long 2 has, I have too. I'm referring to you, Chen Ping. Therefore, Yi Wei must invite Chen Ping to the premiere. He hoped Chen Ping would surprise him once again. Yi Wei's request was not rejected by Chen Ping. Since his own filming was also wrapping up, attending the premiere wouldn't be a bad idea. It meant free food and drink, not to mention a red envelope. Don't underestimate the small gains. Since the system isn't providing me with funds, I can only rely on myself to earn. Do you think I don't want to live a life of extravagance and indulgence? My moral standards have never been up to par. Even if some unsavory influences creep in, Chen Ping would still like to endure the test of the organization. Yi Wei also made a call to Zhang Barwei. Zhang Barwei was equally decisive, beginning to arrange for Chen Ping's scenes. First, they would complete all of Chen Ping's scenes, then consider the rest. In just a few days, they arrived at Chen Ping's wrap-up scene. The location for Chen Ping's wrap-up scene is arranged in a high-end private hospital, which also belongs to Lisa. The decoration is not overly luxurious, leaning towards a minimalist style, predominantly white, with distinct layers. Lisa assured director Zhang that he could shoot as he wished, no matter how grand the scene. When the time comes, they would settle the bill, ensuring it wouldn't be exorbitant and would be based on market rates. This woman seems to be planning a renovation for the hospital. Chen Ping's wrap-up scene is also the climax of the entire production, with action from start to finish. Then came the gunfight between Wu Jing and Tony Jia along with their henchmen. After these two climactic moments, the hand-to-hand combat featuring 2 tigers and a dragon finally began. Wu Jing and Tony Jia were busy dealing with the remaining henchmen engaged in an intense battle. However, one shot focused on the second floor. A man in a perfectly tailored suit with hair meticulously styled descended slowly along the spiral staircase. His expression was stern, eyebrows slightly furrowed, his gaze emanating an aura of chilling, murderous intent. This close-up shot set the tone for the upcoming fight scene. The hospital chosen by Zhang Barwei had pristine white walls and a dark blue floor. It was identical in color to the suit shirt worn by the warden Gao Jin, played by Chen Ping. The two perfectly matched, indicating Zhang Barwei's fondness for the character of the warden. Chen Ping slowly descended the stairs. The cameraman tightly captured a close-up of Chen Ping's face. He couldn't help but wonder why, despite everyone being human, the difference in attractiveness between people was even greater than that between humans and dogs. He could imagine that with just a few steps down the stairs, Chen Ping could tighten the hearts of all the girls in the theater. The presence of such a villain in a film was indeed unfortunate for the two protagonists, Wu Jing and Tony Jia. At that moment, Wu Jing was fiercely attacking a henchman. Meanwhile, Chen Ping had reached the bottom few steps of the staircase and suddenly slapped the railing with his large hand. A close-up revealed the veins in Chen Ping's right hand bulging as he struck the railing. In an instant, he leaped into the air, performing a hook kick that sent Wu Jing flying. Fortunately, Zhang Barwei had already set up the camera positions in advance, otherwise the cameraman following Chen Ping would have faced another scolding from Zhang Barwei for failing to capture the action. Chen Ping's martial arts skills were derived from the life simulation of Feng Yuxiu in A Man's Martial World. Feng Yuxiu was a true martial arts fanatic. He practiced boxing leg techniques and joint locks, mastering the essence of 5 weapon styles within his internal practice. Feng Yuxiu honed each skill to perfection. Although the life simulation couldn't bring Feng Yuxiu's physical body into reality, Chen Ping grasped Feng Yuxiu's martial arts philosophy during his life simulation. Just after exiting Feng Yuxiu's simulation, he could, like Wang Yuyan from Yanzi Wu, see through all martial techniques, although his hand speed couldn't keep up with his mental speed. Thus, when facing the Zhao family's martial artists, he could only take risks and fight for his life. However, later Chen Ping began to learn Feng Yuxiu's internal skills, in reality, strengthening his body. His martial arts progressed at an astonishing rate. At that time, Zhao Zidong remarked that Chen Ping's skills only lacked physical prowess. By the latter part of Firestorm, Chen Ping's martial arts had reached a near parity with Zhao Zidong. Following the box office of Dragon, Head stopping at $7 billion. After drawing on his skills, Chen Ping had an additional $200 million at the box office. Unable to resist, he opened a blind box and drew a 2-point physique enhancement. It was like adding wings to a tiger. Although he was still inferior to Feng Yuxiu in the entire entertainment industry of Longhua, when it came to actual combat prowess, Chen Ping couldn't claim to be the best, but he was definitely among the top ranks. Tony Jia and Wu Jing had also seen Chen Ping's fight, scenes summarizing it in one word: crisp. His movements were executed with precision, causing maximum damage at minimal cost. Chen Ping's boxing style followed the principles of Xingyi, while his leg techniques bore the influence of the 12 roads of Tanquan. However, he did not adhere to any fixed forms, he employed whatever was practical. He had touched upon the threshold of a martial arts master. It was about seeing oneself, seeing all beings, and seeing oneself within the universe. The two privately sought advice from Chen Ping and gained invaluable insights, developing a new understanding of Longhua martial arts. Tony Jia also set aside his former dismissiveness, no longer claiming that Thai boxing was the most lethal in the world. To dare call a style derived from Guanxuan the best in the world was truly a narrow-minded view. Many martial arts originated from Shaolin, and the martial techniques of countries surrounding Longhua were largely learned from ancient Longhua martial arts, albeit modified and claimed as original later. With one hook kick, Chen Ping sent Wu Jing flying, landing gracefully. Yet before he could stabilize himself, he delivered 2 consecutive kicks to Wu Jing's chest. His leg techniques were wide and powerful, clean and neat, like tailored trousers with no unnecessary movements. He directly kicked Wu Jing into the adjacent pool. According to the action design, at this moment Wu Jing should have used the pool wall to retreat and then counterattack Chen Ping with 2 kicks. However, after taking 3 kicks from Chen Ping, Wu Jing plunged straight into the pool. The camera was set up to capture the scene, but Wu Jing did not resurface. After a long 30 seconds with Wu Jing still submerged, a sense of unease spread among the onlookers. Zheng Burui was so startled that he jumped up from his director's chair, shouting, "Quick, get Wu Jing out of the water." Everyone hurriedly assisted Wu Jing out of the pool. Upon inspection, it was found that his eyes were rolled back and he had fainted. Everyone gasped in shock. Wu Jing was known for his toughness. He had even taken a flying knee from Tony Jia, shattering an entire glass wall without losing consciousness. How could he faint after just a few ordinary kicks from Chen Ping? Had Wu Jing suffered from heat stroke in this winter? His condition was concerning. As the saying goes, outsiders watch the spectacle, while insiders see the essence. Only the action director of Killzone 2 understood just how powerful Chen Ping's kicks were. It seemed that the impact on Wu Jing's chest from those 2 kicks had caused him to momentarily lose his breath. Zheng Burui quickly arranged for medical personnel to attend to Wu Jing. Then he approached Chen Ping, wearing a bitter smile. "Chen Ping, you need to tone it down a bit." "We agreed this was acting. Why are you taking it so seriously?" Chen Ping, feeling quite awkward, replied with a slight pout, "It's not my fault. It might be because of these leather shoes. The soles are too hard." Thus he shifted the blame onto the shoes, figuring they wouldn't talk back. Fortunately, Wu Jing was not seriously hurt and woke up shortly after. As the action director said, it was merely bad luck, a case of losing his breath. Of course, the real culprit was not Chen Ping's strength, but rather the hardness of the leather shoes. Wu Jing shook her head, regaining her composure. A hint of disbelief flashed in her gaze as she looked at Chen Ping. "What kind of leg technique is this? Am I a useless piece of junk now?" Zheng Burui walked over to Wu Jing, expressing concern. After considering his tone, he asked, "Xiao Wu, are you out of sorts today? Should we just film this scene another day?" Upon hearing this, Wu Jing became displeased. "How could I not know how I am performing? Don't even talk about another day. Even if it were postponed for a year, I would still end up knocked out. Filming today means only losing face once, but postponing would mean losing face twice." Does Wu not care about his reputation? He immediately performed a backflip and then a Thomas twist. With ample energy, he come again. This momentum startled Zheng Burui. Those unaware of the situation might think you knocked Chen Ping out. With seeing Wu Jing's enthusiasm, Chen Ping felt invigorated. He immediately assumed a boxing stance with a serious expression, saying, "Good. Let's go again." This left Wu Jing's eyes twitching. Chen Ping, stand up first. To put it bluntly, everyone present is a master. Fortunately, as Zheng Burui passed by Chen Ping, he patted his shoulder and whispered, "Chen Ping, remember to hold back your strength." The camera was set. Zheng Burui called out action. The battle commenced. Chen Ping charged forward with a series of 3 rapid kicks, sending Wu Jing flying. Wu Jing felt a sharp pain in his chest, his face contorting in agony. Those shoes really are quite hard. His body lost control, crashing towards the water tank, and he pushed against the wall of the tank. He rolled in the water tank like a dragon drinking water. He countered with a series of punches directed at Chen Ping. Chen Ping responded in kind. The two exchanged blows for over 10 rounds. After forcing Chen Ping back with a punch, Wu Jing shed his wet outer garment. With a single twist of his hand, a clothing stick was now in his grasp. This technique could be considered Wu Jing's secret skill, turning a wet garment into a weapon. Without over 20 years of Taiji foundation, one could not execute it. This clothing stick was both flexible and strong, capable of offense and defense. The longer the stick, the stronger it is. Chen Ping clearly did not expect Wu Jing to have this skill, and for a moment, he was caught off guard, retreating 3 steps. After 3 attacks, Chen Ping had already understood that this wet garment technique was nothing extraordinary. With his high attack and thick defenses, he withstood Wu Jing's strike and aimed a punch directly at Wu Jing's center. 1 touch, 2 jolts, 3 breaks. This was Wing Chun's inch power. Instantly, Wu Jing flew back like a kite with a severed string. Crack, crack, crack. Zheng Burwei quickly called for a stop. The surrounding staff rushed over. Wu Jing, how are you? Are you holding up? Wu Jing felt a heaviness in his chest, stars flashing before his eyes. If not for his somewhat blurred consciousness, he would want to know which little scoundrel was rubbing salt in his wound. Try taking Chen Ping's punch yourself. Wouldn't Chen Ping kneel and beg you not to die on the spot? Meanwhile, Tony Jia had already finished filming his fight scene. Zheng Baorui's call not only showed concern for Wu Jing fainting again, but was also for setting up the next scene. Fortunately, Wu Jing shook his head indicating he was fine and continued. Zheng Baorui and several action directors approached to discuss the upcoming moves. Chen Ping, you escape. Tony Jia chases you, you escape. While he chases, then you counter with a black tiger's heart grab. The action directors gestured. The three nodded in understanding. With Zheng Baorui's action, the camera shifted to Tony Jia. Dressed in a security uniform, Tony Jia began to accelerate, his dark complexion, paired with explosively muscular arms, charging at Chen Ping like a small mountain of flesh. The first move of the scene made the action directors feel that their previous gestures were all clownish antics. We asked you to punch Tony Jia, but why are you flying kneeing someone in the face? Do you not consider us action directors at all? Faced with Tony Jia's flying knee, Chen Ping bent his knees and fell back. It was exactly like the scene in The Matrix where the protagonist dodges bullets. However, while that was special effects, Chen Ping's move, perhaps it was just a display of his skills. Zheng Burwei and the action directors were left dumbfounded. Can someone really pull off such a move? The strength in his waist and core is terrifying. Zheng Baorui's face twitched as he inexplicably remarked, which little wife can satisfy this beast? Initially baffled, the action directors soon burst into laughter typical of men. Chen Ping, doesn't this pile driver look like it was carved from the same mold as you? Tony Jia's flying knee barely grazed Chen Ping's hair as it flew past. Both turned simultaneously, throwing punches at each other. Tony Jia's Muay Thai is renowned for its elbow and knee techniques. The flying knee is a major skill of his. The elbow strike to the temple is another major skill. The elbow is like a sharp blade capable of slicing, hooking, and cutting. Just with his physique, he creates a sound of breaking air. No wonder he is a pillar of Siamese Muay Thai. Tony Jia's Muay Thai skills have reached a peak level. However, while Tony Jia's punches are fierce, Chen Ping's defense is equally remarkable. One hand dissipated the power of Tony Jia's elbow strike, making it feel like it hit cotton. With both palms bracing against Tony Jia's elbow, he used the center of the elbow to draw a circle. What is this? Tony Jia looked surprised. Mr. Chen, how do you know Wu Jing's Taiji too? Using strength against strength, Chen Ping leveraged Tony Jia's elbow strike to rotate his body halfway, releasing the force. Tony Jia found himself wide open. Then with a swift move reminiscent of the white monkey offering peaches, he slapped Tony Jia's cheeks, with both hands simultaneously channeling power straight for Tony Jia's jaw. This move was executed in the blink of an eye. The audience hadn't even fully grasped the situation when Tony Jia flew backward. Crack. Zheng Burwei called for a stop again. The staff surrounded him once more. However, last time it was Wu Jing surrounded, and this time it was Tony Jia. Wu Jing hurriedly rushed to Tony Jia's side, weaving through the crowd to ask Tony, how are you doing? Are you holding up? Tony Jia was also disoriented, unable to discern who was speaking. After resting for a moment, he would want to see which little scoundrel was rubbing salt in his wound. Meanwhile, Zheng Baoruei and several action directors reviewed the playback. Through slow-motion shots, they finally saw Chen Ping's white monkey offering peaches technique. As Chen Ping's hand struck Tony Jia's face, the muscles in Tony Jia's entire face rippled like a stone thrown into calm water, creating a circle of ripples. The quivering spread outward from the point where Chen Ping exerted force. Eventually, his entire hairstyle exploded. This was the realism that Zheng Baoruei and the three main actors were striving for. As audiences today demand higher quality films, the era where slow-motion editing and rough special effects could excite viewers is long gone. After all, audiences vote with their feet. If you can't provide the audiovisual effects I desire, I won't support you. This forces major film companies to improve the quality of their films. Moreover, with Hollywood's commercial blockbusters flooding the Dragon Country market, the audience's expectations for audiovisual effects have soared. Competing with Hollywood in special effects is certainly unfeasible. Major film companies began to take unconventional paths. For instance, Hong Kong films focused on their strengths in action scenes, striving to ignite the audience's hormones with the most realistic fight scenes. In contrast, mainland films opted for a strategy of using popular stars paired with major IPs. Both popular stars and major IPs come with their fan bases, ensuring box office success. Then before release, they would generate hype through unlimited promotional expenditures, reaping another wave of ticket sales. Finally, during the screening period, they must secure the film's reputation, silencing all negative voices. Any issues that can be solved with money should be dealt with financially, while those who aim to be high and mighty are directly served with legal notices. Even if they can't take you down, they will make you so busy that you won't have time to voice your opinions online. Ultimately, they will simply let the film slide towards failure. Everyone goes home and splits the profits. Feel free to criticize as you wish, internet users. I will still make money on my next film. Zheng Burwei took advantage of the scene setup to allow Tony Jia to recover his energy. This fight had taken quite a toll. The three positioned themselves firmly. Wu Jing and Tony Jia exchanged a glance, reading the same message in each other's eyes. It's time to strike together. With two furious roars, the two attacked, simultaneously advancing and striking from both above and below. Yet Chen Ping stood his ground against both adversaries, showing no signs of weakness, blocking left and countering right with remarkable vigor. Taking advantage of a brief opening in their defense, he managed to counter a few strikes. The most thrilling moment came when Chen Ping dodged a brutal elbow strike from Tony Jia, but his lower defense faltered. Caught by Wu Jing, his legs were swung round and hurled towards a wall pillar. If this hit, it would at least warrant a concerned shout from Wu Jing and Tony Jia, asking Chen Ping, "Can you take it? If you can't take it, just say the word, and well, ease off." Just as Chen Ping's head was about to collide with the pillar, he instinctively wrapped his arms around the back of his head. He performed a makeshift sit-up midair. Yes, it was just a sit-up. Of course, he didn't complete it fully. He merely curled his waist and lifted his head a few inches higher. His hair, styled with an entire bottle of hairspray, grazed the wall as he maneuvered. This scene left everyone present in stunned silence. The martial arts instructors who had just been complaining that Chen Ping and the others weren't following their choreographed moves now looked like a bunch of confused turtles huddled together. With a clap of hands, they exclaimed, "Wonderful. Wonderful. Apologies for being a bit loud earlier. Feel free to go all out. If you're not satisfied, we brothers will step in to warm you up." After dodging this deadly strike, Chen Ping rolled his legs, breaking free from his restraints. As he landed, he pushed off with both hands, catapulting himself and delivering a kick that sent Wu Jing flying. "Stop!" Zheng Baorui's timely call echoed. He rushed over to Chen Ping, who waved reassuringly, saying, "Director Zheng, I'm fine, don't worry." Zheng Baorui's face was filled with concern. "Of course I know you're fine, but if you keep this up, I fear you might actually take out the two main characters." He whispered, "Chen Ping, that's enough. It's time for them to take over." Chen Ping nodded in understanding. Next, the tide turned. Wu Jing executed a successful hold, restraining Chen Ping's hands. Then Tony Jia leaped into the air, delivering a solid elbow strike to Chen Ping's forehead. The hidden blood pack in his hair burst, and crimson blood began to trickle down his forehead. Most importantly, the meticulous hairstyle of the director was now ruined. With newfound determination, he flicked his sleeve, producing a pair of Amei daggers, and delivered a precise strike to Tony Jia's kidneys. After sending Tony Jia flying, Chen Ping unleashed a flurry of blows on Wu Jing. He pummeled Wu Jing until they reached the window sill, delivering kick after kick. The reinforced glass behind Wu Jing began to crack wider with each impact. Zheng Baorui rigged the three with wires and secured safety measures. Finally, Chen Ping grasped the edge of the window sill, brought his legs together, and kicked with all his might. The reinforced glass shattered in response, and Wu Jing, along with a shower of glass shards, was kicked out of the building. Meanwhile, the seemingly helpless Tony Jia found unexpected strength. It was akin to a Saint Seiya unleashing a burst of small universe power. Struggling to rise, he took a running start and executed a flying kick that sent Chen Ping hurtling out as well. Outside the window, the two were positioned one above the other. Chen Ping was above while Wu Jing was below, both in free fall. Meanwhile, Tony Jia cast off the chains that had restrained him. Originally intending to save Wu Jing, it was clear that whoever could grab the chain would be the upper Chen Ping. Sure enough, Chen Ping, seeing the chain before him, grabbed it without hesitation, wrapping it around his hand to halt his descent. He flashed a devilish smile at Wu Jing below. At that moment, both Tony Jia and Wu Jing wore expressions of. However, the night wind outside howled, disheveling the director's meticulous hairstyle and ruffling his elegant tie. Just as Tony Jia's chain fell next to Chen Ping, his tie floated into Wu Jing's view. Wu Jing grasped this last lifeline tightly, clinging on for dear life. The current predicament was that Tony Jia was hanging onto the chain, suspending Chen Ping, while Wu Jing clung desperately to Chen Ping's tie. As the tie tightened, the veins in Chen Ping's neck bulged and his face turned a deep shade of purple. "Mr. Hong's compliment of that tie looks nice," echoed in his ears. Little did he expect that this very tie would become his noose. Perfect. Zheng Baorui personally marked the end of the scene, announcing the complete wrap of Chen Ping's final shoot. Zheng Baorui shook hands with the three, expressing his gratitude for their dedicated performances. Without them, this classic moment would not have been possible. In reality, the death of the director was purely scripted. The tie's role in his demise felt somewhat forced, especially in light of Mr. Hong's earlier praise. However, given the director's skills under normal circumstances, Tony Jia and Wu Jing would indeed be no match for him. This ending can only be described as a relative height among the short, resolving the strongest antagonist while preserving the director's dignity. It was certainly better than being beaten to death by the two. At the airport in Magic City, Zhou Xiaolong felt somewhat out of place, seeing Chen Ping impeccably dressed in a suit. Next to him, Yue poked him in the side and laughed. "What's wrong? Are you trying to challenge brother Chen Ping?" Chen Ping quickly realized that this group of old-timers from Xianjiang were all disrespectful, their seniority only making them more unruly. Yue and Zhou Xiaolong helped Chen Ping into the car. Inside, Yue began discussing the premiere with Chen Ping. This time, the Flashpoint was being promoted by Yida Film Industry. Directly collaborating with Yida Film, they provided a full range of services. Yida Film Company is a newly rising film company in Long Country, backed by the wealthy Yida Group. As Yida City expanded across Long Country, Yida Cinemas also thrived. It can be considered a leading enterprise in the Long Country film industry. The promotional company for the Flashpoint is Yida Film Industry, so it's no wonder Yue wanted to get a piece of the action during the Spring Festival. The premiere of the Flashpoint was also organized by Yida Film Industry, aiming to make a grand entrance. "Let's make it a grand affair." Yue discussed whether Chen Ping had any friends in the industry to come and support the event. For those available in Xiangjiang, he had already invited Zhao Zidong and Zhou Xiaolong. As for mainland stars, they had invited all the familiar faces. Now they were just waiting to see if Chen Ping had any potential contacts left to tap into. As for Chen Ping being a newcomer in the entertainment industry, he wondered who he could invite. Director Yi, I appreciate your regard for me. Chen Ping's first call was to Fan Yi. The moment Fan Yi picked up, she immediately said, "You ghost, are you finally calling me?" In recent days, Chen Ping had been busy in Siam, and with Wu Jing and others being fond of good liquor, he hadn't been in touch much with several female friends. Chen Ping got straight to the point, inviting Fan Yi to the premiere of the Flashpoint. She asked about the location, and upon learning it was in Magic City, she pursed her red lips. She inquired about the time of the premiere. Just when Chen Ping thought Fan Yi would attend, she said she was unavailable. However, she confirmed the time and place, once again chatted with Chen Ping for a bit, and reluctantly hung up. Well, this was an inauspicious start. Chen Ping called Yang Tianjin next. Yang Tianjin had already debuted and signed a 3-year short contract with a certain entertainment company from Mango TV, currently busy recording a song for a film. Well, it seems like a Waterloo defeat. Finally, Chen Ping called Wang Yuyan. Wang Yuyan stated that even if Chen Ping didn't seek her out, she would reach out to him. As the filming of Xianjian Xixiajuan 3 had concluded, and with no issues expected in post-production, the promotional phase was about to begin. As the lead, Chen Ping should also accompany them for promotions. Wang Yuyan insisted she would definitely attend the premiere of the Flashpoint, not even giving Chen Ping a chance to refuse, and directly hung up. The next day was the premiere of the Flashpoint. It was truly star-studded with more than 20 veteran stars from Xiangjiang press. On the red carpet, Yue as the opening guest led his wife onto the carpet first, followed by Zhou Xiaolong and a host of Xiang. Click, click, click. The flashbulbs kept firing. After the Xiangjiang stars finished their walk, the one who appeared next was none other than the young master of Yida film industry, young Master Wang. Accompanied by a stunning female companion, young Master Wang, a prominent second-generation rich in Long Country, generated substantial controversy online. His admirers praised him for being straightforward, loving boldly, while detractors criticized him as merely fortunate to have been born into wealth with no other merits. Only when he distributed red envelopes during the event did everyone cheer in unison, "Thank you, Dad." Another one, Dad. Young Master Wang's entrance brought a surge of excitement to the red carpet event. It seemed the Flashpoint was Yida Film Industry's main promotional film for the Spring Festival. Behind him were a few male stars from the mainland entertainment industry who had good relations with him. Once they finished, it was time for the grand finale. The first to come on stage were the two leads of Xianjian 3, Lin Tianyue and Yang Tianer. Chen Ping had only wanted to invite Wang Yuyan to appease Yue, but unexpectedly Wang Yuyan escalated the situation and brought Lin Tianyue and Yang Tianer along. It seemed Chen Ping would have to accompany the Xianjian 3 crew for several promotional events. Following Lin Tianyue and Yang Tianer were Chen Ping and Wang Yuyan. In his previous appearances before the media, Chen Ping had always worn casual clothes, but tonight he surprisingly donned formal attire, giving the media quite a surprise. What left the media even more astonished was that Chen Ping had styled his hair with wax. They had expected him to embody the youthful charm of a young star, but instead he appeared as a matured figure with a commanding presence. Most notably, the slick-back hairstyle that seemed entirely mismatched with his age surprisingly did not feel out of place at all. Beside him, Wang Yuyan, dressed in a strapless diamond-embellished evening gown, recognized as the most beautiful among the 4 top female stars, was unexpectedly overshadowed by a man's appearance. Can you believe it? Wang Yuyan linked her arm with Chen Ping, occasionally waving to the media around them. As for Chen Ping, with his hands in his pockets, he wore a stern expression as they walked the entire length. Whether it was polite or not, I don't know, but the attitude was certainly fooling. The grand finale was of course the star of the Flashpoint, Zhao Zidong. However, there was another guest accompanying him on the red carpet, dressed in a black suit, sporting a slick-back hairstyle similar. It turned out to be King Lu. Unexpectedly, Yue and the others had even invited King Lu. Zhao Zidong and King Lu walked in from opposite ends of the red carpet and met in the middle. Both made gestures of invitation and then exchanged smiles as they ascended the red carpet together. This small film premiere rivaled an ordinary award ceremony in terms of star power. The media invited to the premiere tonight exclaimed that it was worth it. After completing the regular process, they arrived at the interview segment, which the reporters loved the most. The main actors and director of the Fuse took their seats in order with 2 extra seats added. One was for young Master Wang, who sat next to Yue. The other was for Wang Yuyan, who sat beside Chen Ping. As for Lu Tian Wang, he waved his hand to decline, indicating he wouldn't join the excitement, and went directly to the guest lounge to chat with a few old friends from Xiangjiang. Below the stage, the journalists waited for the main actors to take their seats. Once the staff signaled that questions could begin, the reporters followed the usual protocol, starting with Yue and Zhao Zidan, posing a few routine questions. They still had basic professional ethics. How could they just dive in without easing the tension first? After understanding some basic information about the film, next came the time for the reporters to freely express themselves. A reporter who secured the first question stood up and, as expected, directed the topic towards Chen Ping. To be honest, people are quite contradictory. Chen Ping had made reporters uncomfortable in several interviews, even sending a young reporter into a tight spot. Yet reporters seemed to enjoy pressing Chen Ping for questions. They were tired of the repetitive cliches from others in the entertainment industry and had grown weary of writing the same old press releases. They would rather face Chen Ping's harsh responses than listen to the empty platitudes of others. At most, they would just publish whatever he said. They wouldn't dare to misrepresent him, as Chen Ping would investigate thoroughly. A reporter asked Mr. Chen, last time you rated the lead actor's performance in Dragon Head of 5. How would you rate the fuse? This question is brilliant. Yue mentally gave a thumbs up to the reporter. Yes, keep the focus on the fuse and avoid touching on Chen Ping's private life. Young man, heed this advice from an elder. This situation is quite complex, and you might not grasp it. Chen Ping took the microphone, cleared his throat, smiled slightly, and slowly said, I believe director, yes, work. The fuse is nothing short of perfect. I would rate it a full 10. This answer left the reporters speechless. Chen Ping, why aren't you playing by the rules? Wasn't your emotional intelligence supposed to be negative? Where's the usual bluntness? Why are you suddenly learning from the senior figures in the entertainment industry? Embarrassed, the reporter continued to press Mr. Chen, feel free to speak your mind. Everyone is waiting for your honest opinion. Yue added, yes, Chen Ping, just speak frankly. Give it the score it deserves. Yue was also secretly anxious, wondering why Chen Ping wasn't being his usual provocative self. Be bold in your statements. Speak in a way that stuns everyone. I really can't believe this guy. Facing the reporter's probing, Chen Ping smiled and replied, in the past, I was young and naive. This led to significant online controversy. Now I've learned my lesson. As long as I follow the example of my seniors and speak in cliches, you little critics will never find a weakness to exploit. Chen Ping's smile faded as he became serious and stated, the film The Fuse deserves a perfect score. Firstly, I admire director, yes, outstanding directing skills. Secondly, I am amazed by Zhao Zidong's formidable martial arts prowess. And thirdly, I appreciate Zhao Long's superb acting. Hey, if you're not in a hurry, I could thank all 108 heroes right here. Poof. Wang Yuyin, sitting next to Chen Ping, couldn't hold back and let out a soft laugh. Everyone, stunned by Chen Ping, immediately turned their attention to the laughing Wang Yuyin. She felt the gaze of the entire room on her, and feeling uncomfortable, leaned into Chen Ping's microphone and softly said, I'm sorry. I usually don't laugh unless I can't help it. Chen Ping, you continue. Holding back her laughter was so torturous. While suppressing it, she occasionally let out soft chuckles. Poof, 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 like trying to hold back a fart. Wang Yuyin was forced to pinch her thigh. It's over. Her aloof fairy persona is going to collapse today. Below, faint laughter emerged from the crowd of reporters as everyone was struggling to suppress their laughter. The reporter who got the first question stammered, really having no way to handle this slippery topic. Another reporter later asked Mr. Chen Ping, you just completed filming Xian Jianqi Xiaozhuan 3 with Miss Wang. It's clear that you two have a good relationship. You are currently single. Would you consider dating the person next to you? This reporter was clearly new, as asking about personal relationships so directly was quite inappropriate. The other reporter, Chen Ping, however, didn't care at all and wore an expression that said, you are quite interesting. He chuckled and replied, the way you put it makes it sound like if I choose her, she would definitely agree. A toad that doesn't want to eat swan meat isn't a good toad. You might want to ask the swan next to you what she thinks of this. The reporter, still naive, actually tossed the question to Wang Yuyin. Miss Wang, what do you think? If Chen Ping pursued you, would you accept? Wang Yuyin, who thought she was just a bystander, never expected to find herself in the spotlight. The fork of Lin Tu pointed at her. Her face flushed, and after glancing at Chen Ping, she shyly said, I don't think any swan would refuse such a handsome toad, right? Oh ho ho. A wave of cheers erupted from the audience. This gossip was growing bigger. It's the newcomers who dare to ask and dare to speak. A sensational article is bound to emerge. Chen Ping didn't expect Wang Yuyin to truly let it all out. He gained nothing from it and ended up causing a stir. Before the reporters could continue asking, he took the opportunity to interject. He didn't respond to Wang Yuyin's comment about the handsome toad, but addressed the reporters below, saying, Dear reporters, I've found the topic for you. We can also start promoting Xianjian 3. But today seems to be the main event for the fuse. Below, the reporters exchanged puzzled glances. So according to you, Chen Ping, how should this article be written? Chen Ping's gaze turned towards Zhao Zidan, who had maintained a serious expression throughout. Zhao Zidan met Chen Ping's gaze and felt a sense of alertness, sensing that this guy was up to no good. Sure enough, Chen Ping winked and smiled. Zhao Zidan, why don't you take a little trouble? Express your affection for me so that the reporter friends can polish it up. I already have the title in mind, the two leading actors of the fuse, from hatred to love, igniting sparks together. Is this even a title that a person can come up with? Zhao Zidan was utterly baffled. Below, laughter erupted like thunder. No one expected Chen Ping to switch from arrogance to humor this time. Yue slapped his forehead in disbelief, wondering what kind of situation this was. After all this, Chen Ping had managed to create such a headline for me. The eagerly anticipated press conference concluded successfully. Next came the premiere segment. Everyone entered the screening room and took their seats. The film began to play while Chen Ping was busy playing on his phone. Wang Yuyin sat next to Chen Ping, watching as he typed rapidly. Her smile gradually turned peculiar. However, constrained by moral obligations, despite her curiosity gnawing at her, she forced herself to control the urge to peek at Chen Ping's chat screen. After a third of the film had played, she realized she hadn't remembered a single frame. Finally, taking advantage of the darkness, Chen Ping slipped out of the screening room. Now Wang Yuyin felt even more distressed, wanting to roll around. Who was he chatting with just now? Where was he going? As for Chen Ping, after exiting the screening room, he checked the address sent to him by Fan Yulong Bay in Magic City. Chen Ping hurriedly made his way to this well-known luxurious community in Magic City. Thanks to Fan Yes' prior arrangements, Chen Ping had no trouble moving through the community. He pressed the keypad to unlock the door. Inside, the light was dim and yellow, like a red candle. Passing through the entrance, his eyes immediately fell upon a gilded dragon chair. On it sat a woman clad in a dragon robe with dragon-like eyes, a phoenix neck, and eyebrows like swords that slanted into her temples. Chen Ping took a step forward, directly cornering her to one side of the dragon chair. The woman glared with her phoenix eyes standing firm, radiating an emperor's aura. Hold. You are deceiving me, Emperor. The premier of the Fuse. After the screening, Yi Wei searched the entire venue for Chen Ping, but he couldn't find him anywhere. He made a phone call, but it rang for just a second before being abruptly hung up. When he called again, it was already turned off. Seeing Yi Wei in a state of distress, Wang Yuyan couldn't bear it and said, Chen Ping probably won't show up again today. Miss Wang, do you know where he went? The banquet is waiting for him. If you manage to contact Chen Ping, please let him know. Wang Yuyan held her phone, found Fan Yes' number, but didn't dial it. Even if she heard Chen Ping's voice from Fan Yes' phone, it would only confirm her suspicions. It wouldn't do any good for either Chen Ping or Fan Yi. With that thought, Wang Yuyan exited the contact's interface, shaking her head in ignorance. The next morning, Fan Yi slowly woke up. She felt like a little kitten nestled in Chen Ping's embrace. She tilted her small head, slightly gazing at the man who was still deeply asleep. A flawless face from every angle. He was the kind of person that even if she were upset with him, she wouldn't want to argue while Fan Yi stealthily kissed Chen Ping. She tiptoed off the bed. Just as she got off the bed, a wave of pain hit her, her knees buckled, and she directly knelt on the carpet. Truly owed this troublesome man. Like a stubborn beast, he showed no mercy whatsoever. Fan Yi adjusted her body, grabbed Chen Ping's white shirt from the bed, and draped it over herself. She opened the window to let in some fresh air. After a night, the smell in the room was indeed not pleasant. When Chen Ping woke up, it was the aroma of fried dough sticks and soy milk that roused him. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Fan Yi coming into the room carrying a tea tray with soy milk, fried dough sticks, and millet porridge. She sweetly smiled when she noticed Chen Ping was awake. You're awake. Hurry and wash your face. If you don't mind using my towel and toothbrush, go ahead. There aren't any new ones at home. Chen Ping threw off the quilt and got out of bed completely naked. Fan Yes' face turned bright red. If it weren't for her hands holding the tea tray, she would have wanted to cover her face completely. You don't know to put on some clothes. Chen Ping glanced at Fan Yi, who was wearing his oversized shirt, and muttered, all my clothes are being worn by you. What do you want me to wear? Besides, you saw me last night, didn't you? Fan Yi anxiously stomped her feet. Nonsense, I clearly covered my eyes and opened my mouth. Was she just talking nonsense with her eyes wide open? After Chen Ping finished washing up and came out of the bathroom, he found that Fan Yi had already set up a small table by the window. The soy milk, fried dough sticks, and millet porridge were placed on the table. She leaned against the floor-to-ceiling window, pinching a fried dough stick between her fingers, tilting her head against the window, taking small bites of the fried dough stick, occasionally breaking into a silly smile lost in thought. A gentle breeze blew, lifting Fan Yes' long hair like a waterfall. The originally straight white shirt looked somewhat oversized on her. It formed delicate folds. The loose white shirt concealed Fan Yes' exquisite upper body, but could not hide her long, slender legs that resembled ivory chopsticks. She crossed her legs underneath the table. A ray of sunlight fell, illuminating her delicate toes, which originally crystal clear, now glimmered with a rosy hue under the sun. Chen Ping walked over to Fan Yi. He gently patted her small head. Fan Yi, like a little cat, squished her small head and comfortably closed her eyes. Chen Ping curled a strand of Fan Yes' beautiful long hair around his finger, letting it go, watching the hair twirl like a pinwheel before slipping from his fingers. He loved to play with Fan Yes' flowing hair, which was truly soft and enchanting. After finishing a greasy breakfast, I don't know if it's just girls who are like this, or if Fan Yi is especially good at being spoiled. Even a fried dough stick had to be fed to Chen Ping. Chen Ping, the kind of person who is overly sweet. Oh, so delicious. After cleaning up the dishes, Chen Ping cuddled with Fan Yi on the sofa to watch television. Chen Ping sat with his legs crossed while Fan Yi nestled in his arms, holding onto his wolf-like waist as if embracing a large bear. Chen Ping playfully teased Fan Yes' chin with 3 fingers and opened his phone to reply to last night's messages. Director Yi, I'm sorry I was having diarrhea last night and felt completely drained. Oh, Brother Zhao Long, what a coincidence. I saw a cat doing backflips on the street last night. I watched it flip for the Miss Wang Wang Yuyan. Why do I need to explain to her? Just as I was about to delete the message, Wang Yuyan's call came. This nuisance must have used a caller ID app. Hello, Miss Wang. Upon hearing the name Miss Wang, Fan Yes' little ears perked up immediately. Her fingers twirled on Chen Ping's chest. It turns out my best friend is so concerned about him. Early in the morning, even Yi Wei and Zhou Zhao Long didn't call, yet she called first. The little woman's mind had already concocted an 800-episode drama. Pregnant with an 8-month-old baby, being robbed of love by her best friend Chen Ping, treating her coldly, enduring humiliation for the sake of the child, returning as a queen, tearing apart the scumbag, and watching her betraying best friend kneel and beg for mercy. The more she thought about it, the more exhilarating it became. Girls always have some strange thoughts, and to some extent, they also have a hint of masochism. On the phone, Wang Yuyan asked, Chen Ping, where are you? Last night, Wang Yuyan was tormented by this question and couldn't sleep well all night. The curiosity of a woman truly gnaws at the heart. Seeing that Chen Ping had turned on his phone in the morning, she immediately called to confirm her suspicions. Otherwise, she probably wouldn't have slept well for the next few days. Facing Wang Yuyan's inquiry, Chen Ping smiled and said, "Guess." Wang Yuyan blurted out, "You're at Fan Ye's house. Yulong Bay. Damn you. You guessed it really damn accurately." Chen Ping fell silent for 2 seconds, then vehemently denied, "Sorry, you guessed wrong." "Is that so?" Ding ling linged. A phone rang. Fan Ye's phone ringtone went off. In a panic, Fan Ye pressed the mute button. But just from that one ring, Wang Yuyan's suspicions were confirmed. A light chuckle. She felt completely relaxed. Who would have thought she had a backup phone? Usually Wang Yuyan seems quite dim-witted, but why is she so sharp this time? Chen Ping fell into another brief silence. On the other end of the line, Wang Yuyan's smile grew increasingly bold, and she even hummed a little tune. "What are you laughing about? Next time we shoot, we should do it in front of Su Changqing." Wang Yuyan couldn't help but recall that kissing scene. Her pretty face flushed as she scolded, "You lunatic." Nestled in Chen Ping's arms, Fan Ye was confused by their conversation. Since it was already exposed, she no longer hid it, and asked, "Who is this Su Changqing? Is he Yuyan's boyfriend?" Chen Ping chuckled. Wang Yuyan quickly changed the subject. "Chen Ping, we're heading back to the film studio today. Should I come pick you up? We still need to take the promotional photos for Xian San. You guys go back first. They'll come over in a few days." "A few days, eh?" Wang Yuyan's voice rose by 8 degrees. "One night isn't enough, you need a few days." Their conversation made Fan Ye blush deeply in Chen Ping's arms. She couldn't help but touch her little belly. This guy, no matter how you look at it, seems to want to get straight to the point. A little scared, yet a lot excited. "Just wait at home for the notification. Why are you saying so much?" Chen Ping impatiently hung up the phone. Then he directly turned off his phone and tossed it aside. No matter how big the matter, it was more important to spend time watching Ultraman with Fan Ye. Yes, not to be laughed at, Fan Ye, who is quite the celebrity in the country, surprisingly loves watching animated series. As if watching cartoons wasn't enough, she also loves Ultraman. Not only that, but she knows all the transformation moves of every Ultraman by heart. After performing the transformation moves, Fan Ye nestled back into Chen Ping's arms, blushing as she said, "Chen Ping, do you think I'm childish for still watching Ultraman?" It's good that you know, but I really want to watch it. When I was little, my mom forced me to attend physical training, dance, and vocal lessons, leaving me no time to watch cartoons. So every time I finished a film and had free time at home, I would binge watch. After watching, I found that Ultraman was the best, and unlike other cartoons, it keeps coming out with new series every so often." Chen Ping kissed this adorable adult. Fan Ye's behavior is what is called childhood compensatory behavior, making up for the regrets of childhood tenfold in adulthood. There is no need to stand on a moral high ground to criticize such behavior as being frivolous or immature. Just watching it together with her is enough. After all, Ultraman is truly enjoyable. The Super Beast cried harder than Beidou after Nanshizi left. Upon hearing Chen Ping's teasing, Fan Ye's eyes lit up. "Chen Ping, you like Ace too. I also think he's so cool. He's the strongest in the entire series, and unlike some Ultramen who are foolish letting monsters go only to be defeated by them. Every time I see such plots, I get so angry." Chen Ping agreed, jokingly asking, "Isn't the nickname Man of Light? Shall we buy a set of Ultraman couple outfits?" "Really? What style should we buy?" Fan Ye clapped her hands, and just those tight leather suits. "You were the mother of Ultraman, and Il were the father of Ultraman. Let's buy the playful versions. Don't you love role-playing? Next time we..." Before Chen Ping could finish, Fan Ye had already covered his mouth. She couldn't let him continue. The images really formed in her mind. 3 days later, Wang Yuyan's phone received a message from the caller assistant. "The number you dialed, 138, is now available. 3 days, a full 3 days, Chen Ping, and you finally turned your phone on." Wang Yuyan was utterly shocked. "Chen Ping, you're even worse than livestock." Before Wang Yuyan could call, Chen Ping called her first. "Where are you?" "I'm coming over now." Wang Yuyan was still in shock. "I'll send you my location on WeChat." Chen Ping. How did you spend these 3 days?" "Eating, sleeping, and doing." Wang Yuyan abruptly hung. Chen Ping, who had been hung up on, looked perplexed. Crazy person asking questions when she doesn't listen. The crew of Xian San was currently in Hangzhou, not far from Magic City. The promotional photos that needed to be taken were almost done. It just lacked Chen Ping to take the family photo and close-ups. When Chen Ping arrived in Hangzhou and joined everyone, the group wasted no time and began to apply makeup and dress Chen Ping in costume. Among the entire Xian San, it took the longest for Chen Ping, who played Chong Lu, to get ready. Once again, Yang Taoner was the one doing Chen Ping's smoky makeup, and it had to be you who painted it. It had that unique flavor. Meanwhile, Wang Yuyan was hiding aside. Stretching out her right arm, she measured Chen Ping. "It can't be that exaggerated. No way, Fan, you must be lying to me." The conversation between the best friends could make even experienced drivers blush. After taking the family photo, Chen Ping still had to shoot close-ups with several leading actors. During the break, Wang Yuyan noticed Chen Ping looking thoughtfully at the photographer and curiously asked, "What's wrong? Have you done photography before?" Why does it feel like this woman's IQ fluctuates? When it's low, she's no different from a fool. When it's high, she can capture even the slightest expression on her face." Chen Ping awkwardly smiled and said, "I suppose I have done it." Wang Yuyan became increasingly confused. What does "I suppose I have done it" mean?" "You were also responsible for taking the promotional photos for the crew." Chen Ping scratched his scalp. He learned this skill from his first life simulation. Although Brother Crow's photography skills can't be considered professional, his sense of the lens is excellent, especially in guiding models on posing. Photography is also an art, just a little hobby, nothing grand. Chen Ping dismissed Wang Yuyan after a full day of shooting. Wang Yuyan invited Chen Ping to dinner. Originally, they planned to go to a Western restaurant, but Chen Ping said he wasn't used to Western food. In the end, they went to Lu Wai Lu in Hangzhou. At the dinner table, Wang Yuyan watched Chen Ping drink whiskey while eating Westlake vinegar fish and Longjing shrimp. You can't handle Western food, but you can drink whiskey. Wang Yuyan found it hard to keep up with Chen Ping's thought process. Little did she know drinking whiskey was a habit he picked up from simulating Peaky Blinders as the war god Arthur. However, Chen Ping declared himself incapable of accepting the food from the sun never sets empire. Wang Yuyan scooped a spoonful of silverfish soup for Chen Ping, asking Chen Ping, "What are your plans next?" "There are only a few days until New Year. I'll go home first for the New Year. Fireline will be released during the Spring Festival, and on the third day of the New Year, I have to accompany Away and the others for the roadshows. 7 days, 10 cities, 14 cinemas, it's simply inhumane." Seeing Chen Ping's gritted teeth expression, Wang Yuyan felt an inexplicable urge to laugh. "There will come a day when you, Chen Ping, admit defeat. I see the reviews for Fireline online are quite good. This movie." Chen Ping shook his head. "Director Yi is still too greedy. In fact, Fireline would have fared better in the New Year's slot than during the Spring Festival. So are you telling me you have some insight into box office performance?" Wang Yuyan asked curiously. "Why?" Facing the curious Wang Yuyan, Chen Ping rarely showed impatience and patiently explained. Yi Wei and Zhao Zi, in pursuit of the authenticity of the fight scenes, many bloody scenes were skirting the edge of censorship. This indeed elevates the audience's adrenaline, and there are almost no dull moments throughout the film, leading to a good reputation. But they didn't consider the audience demographic for the Spring Festival. Most come as families, and while these scenes will undoubtedly attract younger viewers, they are not very friendly to the elderly and children. Wang Yuyan bit her lip. "What you said does make sense. But such a blatant mismatch between the film and its audience must have been considered by director Yi and the publicity team, right?" Chen Ping nodded. "They definitely considered it. That's why I said director Yi is greedy. Fireline would have been the box office champion if released during New Year with earnings around 1 billion. Choosing the Spring Festival slot shows they are betting on the box office potential of the Spring Festival, aiming for 2 to 3 times the earnings. They want to exchange reputation for audience attendance. They might lose some single-day ticket sales in the days prior, but they are waiting for the reputation of Fireline to ferment, drawing in friends and family of the first batch of viewers to the theater to achieve a box office comeback. Right? Director Yi and their strategy is sound. I watched the premiere of Fireline. The quality of the film is absolutely solid. If asked for recommendations during the Spring Festival, I would definitely suggest my relatives and friends to watch Fireline. Thank you, young lady Wang, for your high regard. However, achieving a turnaround in reputation requires one necessary factor: the quality of other films released during the same period must be relatively poor. If any film has a quality that can match Fireline 50-50. If the competing film leans more towards family-friendly, then Fireline would likely be in trouble." Wang Yuyan pondered for a moment and hesitantly said, "It seems that the films released during this year's Spring Festival are not particularly outstanding. It feels hard to pose a threat to Fireline." The trending topic on Weibo is the variety film produced by Mango TV, Where Is Daddy Going? But the quality of this film might. Wang Yuyan still chose to be tactful, while Chen Ping bluntly stated no need to add the word might. This film might earn a little profit at the box office for Mango TV, but it will absolutely flop in terms of reputation. The only notable film during the entire Spring Festival is Tangrenji Jingan. Are you talking about the one starring Wang Baobao and directed by Chen Cheng? Yes, but it seems like it's Chen Cheng's. New directors' first films are generally not very mature, right? Chen Cheng's directing ability is unquestionable. He's definitely above average. He once directed a drama that was a big hit. But what can really draw in box office is still the lead actor Wang Baobao. Him. Wang Yuyan couldn't help but picture a silly image in her mind. He is famously known as an honest person in the industry. You can't judge a person by their looks. The sea cannot be measured by a pint. To be honest, in terms of box office ability, Wang Baobao is among the top 3 in the mainland. In Hong Kong, only Star Master can compete with him. In recent years, Long Gu and Fa Guest films have been more about personal favors and have been pretty unpopular with audiences. In the mainland, no one can match Wang Baobao. Wang Yuyan still seemed somewhat skeptical. Is Baobao really that strong? Chen Ping affirmed very strong. He added, "I just hope that the quality of Tangrenji is sufficiently poor, otherwise I can't imagine any chance for Fireline to turn things around." On the eve of the New Year, as the old year departs and the new year arrives, the festive atmosphere in Chen Ping's home is rather subdued. There are neither auspicious couplets nor decorations. Only a plum blossom is placed at the door, standing proudly against the wind and snow. Chen Ping has long grown accustomed to his parents' unique style of doing things. Tonight, no matter which tier of celebrity it is, they are all posting about the New Year's Eve on Weibo. Only Chen Ping's last post remains unchanged. The glaring 2 words, "Get lost." It goes without saying who is being cursed at. If money could make Chen Ping delete his post, Wang Tao would only hope Chen Ping would set a price. As a top-tier star, Wang Tao cannot stoop to retaliate, but Chen Ping's post is like a thorn in his eye, a splinter in his flesh. Every time he logs onto Weibo, he always checks if Chen Ping has deleted his post. Each time he checks, he smashes his phone. Knowing full well that Chen Ping won't delete it, Wang Tao can't help himself. He feels as if those two words are like two heavy slaps, leaving his head buzzing. This time Wang Tao meticulously prepared a New Year's Eve message accompanied by a carefully edited grid of photos, wanting to give back to his fans. Within half a minute of posting, he received no warm messages from fans, but rather a swarm of haters came rushing in like leeches. A unified chorus of, "Get lost." The key is that each of them imitates Chen Ping, not using exclamation marks. Those two words are almost becoming his exclusive label. Wang Tao couldn't even delete the comments fast enough. Furthermore, he can't even set up a reply filter. The interaction of those haters under his post surpasses that of his own fans. If he activated the reply filter, he wouldn't block many haters, but would end up blocking his fans instead. Currently, out of the top 10 hottest fans, 9 are haters. It's truly frustrating. He has worked so hard to participate in variety shows. Why are there still haters? Can't they see his efforts? Don't they have any conscience? Unlike Wang Tao's side, where Get Lost was the norm, Chen Ping's Weibo fans are eagerly waiting. Having seen the Buddha, but never won this serene. He hasn't posted for half a year, and were it not for the upcoming release of The Fuse tonight, his fans might think Chen Ping had passed away. All the creators of the films released during the Spring Festival are promoting their films on Weibo. Yet Chen Ping not only fails to promote, but doesn't even make a peep. As a result, not only are Chen Ping's fans grumbling, but even the director of The Fuse, Yi Wei, is quite frustrated. He has reminded Chen Ping more than once to promote on Weibo and follow him back. Wasn't that intention clear enough? He just wanted Chen Ping to promote the film a bit. How could he treat the director's words as nothing? Meanwhile, Chen Ping is currently busy chopping apples for his mother, and they must be the kind with toothpicks. Chen Ping's mother, Yi Baishuang, rests her head on Chen Ping's father, Chen Qingdi's thigh, glancing at her diligent son with an unexpected sigh. I thought this year would be livelier at home, at least adding a couple more pairs of chopsticks to the dinner table. But it seems I was overly optimistic. So be it, my fate is lacking in blessings. Mom, you seem a bit depressed lately. At that moment, he called out to his father, Dad, Mom wants another one. I hope you won't reject her. Before old Chen could speak, Yi Baishuang took the cue and nodded, saying, what you said makes sense. After all, the main account has been exhausted. I can only open a secondary account now. Chen Ping felt a shiver run down his spine as he focused intently on chopping the apples, not daring to utter a word. Throughout the entire conversation, Chen Ping's father merely smiled foolishly. It's not that having no children is as bad as his mother claims, at least the appearance is acceptable. As for a second child, forget it. Chen Ping's father fears that if another child is born, he would have to divide his attention and care for the child, unable to dote solely on Yi Baishuang. Yi Baishuang, munching on apple pieces, asked Chen Ping, isn't the movie you acted in premiering tonight? Chen Ping nodded. Yes, on New Year's Eve it premieres tonight. Then tomorrow take us to the cinema to see it. My son has become successful, he can act in movies now. Mom, I played a villain. I got beaten up badly in the film. Chen Ping complained. Yi Baishuang responded, then I must see it even more. When you were little, you were so mischievous that your father and I couldn't bear to hit you. I want to see who helped me fulfill a 20-year dream. Mom, are you sure I'm your biological child? Nonsense. You were born from a trash can. Your father pick you up while taking out the trash. Hey, Director Yi, when does the roadshow start? Can it be on the first day of the new year? I can't stay here any longer. This year's Spring Festival features a total of 7 films. Among them, the top 3 hottest are The Fuse, directed by the representative of the Hong Kong Circle, Yi Wei, and The Tangren Street Mystery, directed by the representative of the Beijing Circle, Chen Cheng. Finally, there's the variety film produced by Mango TV, Where Did Dad Go? Based on Weibo popularity, Where Did Dad Go? Ranks first as it benefits from the traffic of the variety show, plus several celebrity dads and child stars also attract a lot of fans in the show. The film Detonator ranks second in popularity. Of course, this achievement can be considered commendable compared to previous Chinese films released during the Spring Festival. The high popularity can be attributed to the behind-the-scenes film's extravagant marketing efforts, as well as the substantial traffic generated by the film Detonator itself. Starring martial arts superstar Zhao Zi and featuring the talents of the notorious villain actor Zhou Xiaolong, the film also showcases another remarkable performance by Chen Ping as the villain. Yi Wei even promoted it with the tagline of a milestone work in Hong Kong action cinema. When it comes to promotion, don't hold back, just let it flow. Considering the trailers released by Yi Wei, the action scenes are indeed clean and exhilarating, fully igniting the audience's desire to watch. Not only on social media, but also on major film platforms, Detonator is extremely popular. In comparison, the third-ranked Tang Renjia has a significantly higher promotional budget than Detonator. Although director Chen Cheng lacks a hit film to boost his box office credibility, the star power of Wang Baobao and Liu Haoran is formidable. Additionally, the trailers focus on comedy and crime-solving appeals to a broad audience. On the eve of the New Year, films for the Spring Festival have begun to premiere one after another. Wang Zhe, an advertising planner and a well-known film critic with 100,000 followers on the most professional film platform in the Dragon Country, Douya Film, is excited. This level of followers places him among the elite in Douya's film critics. Many film premieres have invited Wang Zhe, but he has never attended a single one. Wang Zhe feels that attending a film premiere always gives him the sense of being compromised. After all, to eat and drink at someone else's expense puts one in a vulnerable position. Wang Zhe cannot indulge himself while maintaining an impartial and objective attitude to review the film, so he has outright declined all invitations to premieres. After all, as an advertising planner, his salary is quite decent, allowing him to live comfortably and giving him the confidence to say no to compromises. As the biggest box office season of the year, Wang Zhe has been looking forward to the Spring Festival for a long time. On New Year's Eve, he purchased tickets for Dad, Detonator, and Tang Run. He watched 3 films in a row for a satisfying experience. In the first film, Dad, Wang Zhe spent the entire time frowning and enduring the nausea to finish it. Had it not been for the need to write a fare and just review, he certainly wouldn't have lasted half an hour with this film. In the latter half, he was forcing himself to find highlights. Unfortunately, compared to the subway elder's face in the first half, the second half of Dad became quite uncomfortable. When the film ended and the credits began to roll, Wang Zhe looked around and noticed that the once full auditorium now had only 2/3 of the audience remaining. This speaks volumes about the quality of the film. Sigh. Wang Zhe breathed out. Is this really the #1 film of this year's Spring Festival? Such quality has already left Wang Zhe feeling somewhat apprehensive about the upcoming Detonator and Tang Run. After taking a 30-minute break, the theater announced that Detonator was beginning ticket checks. Wang Zhe shook his head to clear his memories of Dad, and once again strode confidently into the auditorium. As he entered the theater, Wang Zhe observed the audience watching Detonator. Unlike the previous film Dad, where half the audience consisted of families with children, Detonator's audience is mostly young people with couples and groups of students. The proportion of females is also quite significant, with at least a 60-40 ratio. This surprised Wang Zhe. He had thought that action films mainly attracted male viewers. He didn't expect to see groups of girls. Wang Zhe perked up his ears to listen to the conversations of the girls sitting nearby. The phrases handsome and bad boy appeared with alarming frequency. It turned out they were all fans of Chen Ping. No wonder. Wang Zhe had seen Dragonhead, the dark horse of this year's box office, in the latter half, and he watched it 3 times. However, he didn't think highly of the film, but held Chen Ping in very high regard. In his reviews, the bad boy was the soul of the entire film Dragonhead. Before the bad boy's death, Dragonhead could score 7 or even 8 points, but after his death, it couldn't get more than 3. Several memorable scenes in the film are closely related to the bad boy. To portray a villain so arrogantly is indeed a testament to Chen Ping's skill. Wang Zhe was still reminiscing about Chen Ping's performance in Dragonhead. On the big screen, Detonator had already begun. The film opened with Zhao Zi portraying the officer Ma Jun in an action scene against a criminal. This established the character of Ma Jun, who is vengeful, yet has a fiery temperament. At the same time, this action scene highlighted the protagonist's combat skills. The opening of the film is handled quite conventionally. While it may not be astonishing, the hook has been set to attract the audience. After introducing the protagonist, Detonator directly cuts to a nightclub filled with neon lights and chaotic emotions. The undercover Hua Sheng and the 3 brothers of the Vietnam gang make their appearances. Especially the shots of the 3 brothers of the Vietnam gang, the flashy dancer in the club, and the 3rd brother, who punched a toilet over a phone. And then there's the 2nd brother, Tony, played by Chen Ping, which instantly caught Wang Zhe's attention. These 3 scenes introduced the foundational character setups to the audience. Yi Wei's directorial talent is indeed underestimated. However, the subsequent undercover Hua Sheng caused Wang Zhe to furrow his brow slightly. The actor Mo Yiming portraying Hua Sheng gave Wang Zhe a somewhat effeminate impression. While his looks are commendable, his body language can only be described as weak. It appears his combat skills are lacking. Could he be a strategist instead? However, despite the flaws, this nightclub scene conveys a wealth of information to the audience. The logic is clear, and the visual storytelling is straightforward, ensuring viewers don't get lost in confusion about character roles. Even though some subtle foreshadowing may not be immediately noticed by the audience, it doesn't affect the viewing experience at all. The pace of the entire film is extraordinarily fast. Action scenes come one after another, leaving little room for breath. Just after watching the fight between the protagonist Ma Jun and undercover Hua Sheng, the film simply deepened Ma Jun's character setup before immediately cutting to a golf course. The timeline has jumped forward a few months. In the nightclub, the sincere-looking Tony has successfully become the supplier for the flashy gangster Sean Gu. Now at the golf course, Sean Gu, having lost 80 million in goods, has come to confront him. The line "let you supply goods, and it's either windy or rainy" elicited a round of laughter from the audience. It's a classic line. While Wang Zhe watched the film, his hand was rapidly jotting down notes. He was recording his viewing experience. Subsequently, Chen Ping's appearance as Tony brought about the first small climax. Taking on 10 opponents single-handedly, his ruthless methods made the audience in the theater hold their breath. Wang Zhe also felt exhilarated. It had been a long time since he had seen such visceral action. The plot continued to unfold. The emotional scenes of undercover Hua Sheng, the 3 brothers of the Vietnam gang celebrating their mother's birthday, and the brutality of the 3rd brother, who nearly got beaten to death by Ma Jun. Eventually, the film reached its conclusion, which was also the greatest climax of the entire story. On the small island in the lake, Tony and Ma Jun face off in the ultimate showdown. The climax of the scene begins with a high-angle perspective. The endless wild grass stretches to the horizon. Tony, played by Chen Ping, and Ma Jun, played by Zhao Zidong, engage in a chase amidst the towering grass. 2 figures, one black and one white, race swiftly through the grass. Tony, representing the antagonist, wears a white trench coat, while Ma Jun, embodying the protagonist, dons a black leather jacket. The stark contrast of black and white enhances the visual impact of the 2 characters. They rush into the small house where Tony's 3 brothers once lived. There is no build-up, no hesitation. The two do not exchange a single word from start to finish. Life and death are taken lightly. If you don't agree, just fight. Chen Ping's Tony reveals a hint of malice as he glances at the relentless officer Ma Jun. He delivers a powerful kick aimed at Ma Jun's temple. Whoa! A gasp erupts from the audience. Is he really that reckless? Even Wang Zhe is caught off guard. This detonator truly defies conventions. At this moment the protagonist should at least exchange some fierce words, standing on a moral high ground to critique the antagonist, deepening the audience's hatred for the villain. It is often said that villains die from too much talking. However, in typical films protagonists also prattle incessantly, but we generally refer to it as the big mouth escape technique. Movies like Detonator that jump directly into action are indeed a breath of fresh air. Tony's kick is intercepted by Ma. According to the usual pattern of action films, the following fight should be a turn-based game where the villain delivers a black tiger prowl while the protagonist counters with a great sage split. In Detonator, this turn-based format is completely overturned. After one move from Ma Jun puts him at a disadvantage, he is met with Tony's relentless onslaught. With fists flying in every direction, each punch is filled with tremendous force. Ma Jun can only protect his vital areas with his elbows, fighting while retreating. The two fight from the inside of the house to the outside. Every punch Tony throws makes Ma Jun shudder, and the collision of fist and elbow echoes loudly. There are no sound effects typical in regular films like the sound of air being broken or sonic booms. Here only the authentic sounds of fists colliding can be heard. Director team, are you sure you don't want to add some special effects? This kind of fighting could kill someone. Outside on the balcony, Tony's assault shows no signs of waning. In the background of Detonator, Tony and his brothers primarily grew up in the Moon South Kingdom, so Tony's fighting style is based on Muay Thai with straight punches, elbow strikes, and high kicks, each strike aimed to be lethal. Especially those high kicks executed with precision and decisiveness. I didn't expect Chen Ping to possess such remarkable skills. Wang Zhe silently admires him. In Dragon Head, he had a deep fondness for the character Bai Mao, even believing that Chen Ping's portrayal of Bai Mao could compete for this year's best villain in the Dragon Country films. Bai Mao's neurotic, villainous arrogance is vividly portrayed by Chen Ping. Wang Zhe can say without exaggeration that Chen Ping's portrayal of Bai Mao is the pinnacle of such neurotic villains. Online, many film fans joke that Chen Ping's Bai Mao is simply him being himself. If he hasn't mingled on the streets for 10 years, he wouldn't be able to strut with such arrogance. Even I, a person with mental issues, feel that Bai Mao resembles my condition more than I do. However, when an actor becomes immensely popular due to a role, you enjoy the fame and attention that the role brings, but you are also bound by that character. For example, actress Liu Yixia has been trapped in the character Hu Yifei for nearly a decade since her debut. It is a frightening thing for the audience to equate an actor directly with the character they portray. This means that this character is your peak, making it difficult to achieve further breakthroughs. The same goes for Chen Ping's portrayal of Bai Mao. Online, he is referred to as Bai Mao Gu, and many are unwilling to learn the actual name of the actor who played Bai Mao. This is a classic case of conflating the actor with the character. Even when Wang Zhe enters the theater, he hopes to see the character Bai Mao reappear on screen in Detonator. However, what surprises this group of audience members who came specifically for Bai Mao is that Chen Ping actually portrays a villain in Detonator. Yet the personality of Tony, the villain played by Chen Ping, is a stark contrast to Bai Mao and Dragon Head. One is arrogant and erratic while the other is cruel and ruthless. Although both are villainous characters, if it weren't for a girl in the front row whispering, "Is this still the Bai Mao who's so bad?" Wang Zhe would have almost forgotten that his biggest anticipation upon entering the theater was the reappearance of Bai Mao on screen. He realized he had been shallow, leaving a stereotyped impression of the actor Chen Ping. He thought he was only suited to portray eccentric villains like Bai Mao. Unexpectedly, Chen Ping chose to challenge himself in Detonator, portraying an entirely new villainous role. On the screen at this moment, Ma Jun seizes the opportunity when Tony's kick misses, trapping Tony's thigh with his arm and executing a throw that topples Tony. This move occurs in the blink of an eye. There is hardly any time for the audience to react as the two switch roles from attacker to defender. Ma Jun locks Tony in a crossbody hold, driving his knee straight into Tony's temple. This fight is exhilarating to watch, with both the protagonist and antagonist delivering lethal blows. Every move is a life-or-death maneuver. Ma Jun as an officer strikes harder than the villain. Tony blocks over a dozen knee strikes with his arm. Ma Jun takes advantage of the moment, pressing one leg against Tony's chest and executing a sweeping move that entangles Tony's neck with his crossed legs. An MMA standard triangle choke. He even wraps his arms around Tony's head, pulling it down to further constrict his carotid artery, inducing cerebral hypoxia. A close-up shot of Tony's face. From his neck to his face, a deep crimson spreads, veins bulging on his neck, and the whites of his eyes begin to roll back. Unable to breathe, Tony can only open his mouth as wide as possible. As Ma Jun's legs tighten further, Tony's consciousness starts to fade, and saliva involuntarily drips down. A collective gasp rises from the audience. It is only at this moment that they realize that the struggle on the screen is not typical martial arts choreography. Instead, it is a raw, visceral hand-to-hand combat. Zhao Zidan's triangle choke that almost burst Chen Ping's blood vessels was not even the most thrilling action in the whole film. Chen Ping's subsequent strategy to break the deadlock left the audience breathless. With a roar, Chen Ping unleashed a force from somewhere unknown. Despite being in a triangle choke, he managed to straighten his back, slightly raising his head using the strength of his neck to drag Zhao Zidane up. Slowly shifting towards the concrete railing, he lifted Zhao Zidane and slammed him down with great force. Any slight misstep could have sent Zhao Zidane's head crashing into the protruding concrete railing. From the earlier triangle choke to this heavy blow to the head, it's hard to believe these two have no personal grudges. The authenticity of the action kept the audience from daring to breathe. The girls in the theater curled their feet up, nervously nibbling on their fingers. Yay. The shrieks of these young girls filled the air. They were a bit afraid of these two reckless fighters, yet they couldn't bear to miss such an exciting scene. A typical representation of a craving for action. In the midst of their struggle, the two fell off the rooftop in a back-first position. The close-up shots captured the panic on their faces as they lost their balance. This series of close-ups proved to the audience that neither Chen Ping nor Zhao Zidane used a stunt double. They were truly risking their lives for the film. Especially when Zhao Zidane fell onto Chen Ping's shoulder, Chen Ping's body instantly stiffened and his face distorted in pain. The sound of young girls sobbing could be heard in the theater. It hurts for Brother Tony. Goodness, before entering the theater, I was a die-hard fan of the white-haired brother. Halfway through the film, I felt sorry for my brother Tony. I must say Chen Ping's portrayal of the villain is truly remarkable. Whether it's the white-haired character or Tony, he always takes an extreme approach. In Wang Ze's view, Chen Ping's acting style is to amplify one or two specific traits of the character he plays. The madness and insanity of the white-haired character. The ruthlessness and toughness of Tony. He never overly depicts the complex humanity of the characters. The benefit of this approach is the intense visual impact it delivers to the audience. It allows the audience to remember the character vividly. Wang Ze couldn't help but marvel at how exceptionally clever Chen Ping is as an actor. He knows how to leverage his strengths while avoiding weaknesses. Many directors and actors in the country today want it all, trying to cram everything into a 2-hour film. History interspersed with fantasy filled with cultivation, and cultivation intertwined with emotions, all mixed together into a chaotic stew. It seems that only by doing so can one appear to have high aspirations and profound intentions in their film. Meanwhile, the actors' performances are like split personalities, one moment passionately in love, the next moment talking about national righteousness, and in another shot a depressed patient lamenting that life is not worth living. This results in a complete muddle for the audience on the big screen. After watching a 2-hour film, it feels like I saw a lot yet somehow saw nothing at all. In summary, it was a waste of time. I sensed something new, there was something, but couldn't discern what it truly was. At this moment, the film was nearing its conclusion. In the end, good triumphed over evil. The lights in the theater began to illuminate one by one, yet the audience remained seated. Only after the credits had finished, and the screen turned completely black with no post-credit scenes, did the audience reluctantly rise to leave. This stood in stark contrast to the earlier film Dad, where only half the audience remained. Wang Ze followed the crowd. On the way, he overheard the audience discussing the film's plot. Without exception, they were all talking about the character Tony. The most precise comment Wang Ze heard was, "Every time Tony appears, I fear the protagonist will be beaten to death by him." What a brilliant review. I'm borrowing this quote. The review for Line of Fire will end with this line. After a 15-minute break, Wang Ze entered the screening of Chinatown Mystery. On New Year's Eve, this was the third major film he had watched during the Spring Festival, and also the last. Based on the promotional trailers and the actor Wang Baobao, this film should focus on humor. It's very much in line with the theme of family joy during the Spring Festival. Light-hearted, funny, a full house of laughter. Wang Ze was quite optimistic about the box office for Chinatown. It might be the biggest box office dark horse of this year's Spring Festival films. Throughout the film, as Wang Ze expected, the comedic elements piled up significantly and laughter never ceased in the theater. The arranged jokes were not the typical crude humor, but rather fresh and effective. At least while watching the film, he couldn't stop laughing. This confirmed Wang Ze's guess that the box office for this movie would be unstoppable and would explode. What surprised Wang Ze even more was the originally intended filler plot, the investigation storyline, which he had little. Chinatown proved to be quite well made. Although it couldn't compare to classic mystery films, it at least presented a clear narrative that allowed the audience to understand the entire investigation process. Especially the final shot with the girl in the hospital bed contrasting smiles before and after. It ramped up the film's suspense elements dramatically. It was a stroke of genius. The actress appeared to be quite young. It's surprising how deep her acting skills are, considering that Chen Ping in Line of Fire is also relatively young. Wang Ze couldn't help but feel excited. Could it be that Dragon Country's film actors are ushering in a new era? With so many flashy young stars on screen, it's a bit disheartening for someone like him who loves films. Especially as a film critic, knowing a film is bad, yet still having to pay to watch it. Even when feeling physically uncomfortable, he couldn't leave early. This kind of pain made Wang Ze shudder every time he thought about it. Out of the 3 films he watched today, 2 were above average quality, and he felt it was a miracle. Usually out of 3 films, all would be bad. This is the most realistic depiction of the Dragon Country film market. After watching 3 films, it was already past midnight. Wang Ze recalled the plots of Line of Fire and Chinatown Mystery along with his own notes. It felt too forced to write a high-quality review. It was still early, not yet dawn. Time for a second viewing. After rewatching Line of Fire and Chinatown, Wang Ze chose not to sleep, but instead stayed up all night to write his film review. By 10 o'clock the next morning, Wang Ze's 3-in-1 film review was officially published in the Douya Film Review section. Wang Ze is known as the reviewer of Douya Film, the charming Wang Ze. This 3-in-1 film review garnered attention as soon as it was published. Each comment from fans showering praise on Wang Ze was like a rainbow of compliments. Wang Ze, watching films all night, sipped his espresso fighting off sleep while scrolling through fan messages. He enjoyed reading fan comments after finishing his reviews, whether they praised or criticized him, as it provided him with immense satisfaction. When his words were recognized by others, the world felt beautiful. Wang Ze's review began with Detective Chinatown. He wrote, "Detective Chinatown is the biggest surprise of this spring festival." His assessment of The Fuse was the best action film in the past 5 years from Longhua. In terms of action sequences, director Ye's statement about it being a milestone is not exaggerated. Wang Ze's reviews written during the film's release avoided excessive spoilers and were quite restrained in discussing the plot. While writing his reviews, he fully immersed himself in the perspective of an average viewer, avoiding many technical terms, instead using the simplest language to describe his viewing experience. Detective Chinatown is a popcorn film above the standard line, with director Chen Ping mastering the rhythm, brilliantly balancing tension and relaxation, finishing a bucket of popcorn amidst laughter, and before one realizes the film comes to an end. The Fuse is like a thrilling tale of decisiveness and dominance, pushing through all obstacles. Its core idea to view life and death with indifference, and if you are not satisfied, fight back. From start to finish, it kept the audience on the edge of their seats. To be frank, the dramatic elements in The Fuse were overly complex. At the end of both reviews, Wang Ze pointed out what he believed to be the soul of each film. "This is just my opinion, feel free to take it lightly." He attributed the soul of Detective Chinatown to Xiao Yang. It can be said that several of the best comedic moments in Detective Chinatown are related to him. As a singer, Xiao Yang made a striking impression on the big screen for the first time. Wang Ze has high hopes for Xiao Yang's future in film, looking forward to his second spring as a comedic actor. The soul of The Fuse was undoubtedly awarded to Chen Ping. Chen Ping, an actor both familiar and unfamiliar to the audience. His portrayal of the white-haired character recently captivated many, reportedly contributing significantly to the growth of Longwo's beauty and hairdressing industry. Just a light-hearted joke. However, Chen Ping has not left a deep impression on the audience. Aside from participating as a guest in a self-produced variety show by Penguin Video where his scenes were ruthlessly cut, Chen Ping rarely appeared in the public eye. No scandals, no endorsements, no variety shows, and no attendance at brand events. If it weren't for The Fuse being released, I might have almost forgotten this once legendary antagonist who single-handedly drove the box office. Chen Ping is a controversial figure with varying opinions. To avoid inciting disputes, I will not elaborate here. We will only discuss the character he portrayed in The Fuse, which is entirely different from his character as the white-haired figure. If making movies is a game with actors as players and acting as their attribute panel, then Chen Ping seems to have allocated all his upgrade points to the villain attribute. The villain portrayed by Chen Ping often requires just one shot or one scene to capture the audience's attention. Here is a small spoiler. In The Fuse, there is a scene where Chen Ping's villain Tony threatens 3 individuals who have previously saved his life. While devouring instant noodles in the moment when Chen Ping looked up, the fierce light in his eyes paired with a slightly restrained smile perfectly encapsulated the essence of the character Tony. Chilling. At that moment, I was stunned by this shot, fearing that this villain might toss the instant noodles in the next second and brutally eliminate the 3 influential figures. Chen Ping portrays villains in a way that fully embodies their charm. Everyone harbors a demon within, and in reality, moral standards and legal codes are shackles that seal the demons in our hearts. Chen Ping seems to be the projection of the audience's inner demon on the big screen. Though he is bad, it is also a form of pressure release. Perhaps this is the key to Chen Ping's large following. Finally, if a family wants to spend a joyful time at the cinema, Detective Chinatown is the top recommendation. If you are alone or with a few friends and want to watch a thrilling film, I recommend The Fuse, which is absolutely worth the ticket. Wang Ze, in between the reviews for Detective Chinatown and The Fuse, those 6 points are precisely it. Isn't this a dividing line? Laughing and crying. Wang Ze was left speechless and had nothing to say. Don't you dare criticize my Where Did Dad Go? You know how hard they worked to make money. They even made a movie. Wang Ze's 3-in-1 review received a recommendation on the homepage of Douya Film. The review was clear, logical, and absolutely objective, fair, and just. The box office for the premiere on New Year's Eve is also out. Where Did Dad Go? Took the crown, while The Fuse and Detective Chinatown came in second and third. However, as more and more people entered the theaters, the true reputation of the 3 films began to change. On the second day of the new year, Chen Ping had already set off for Kyoto. On the third day of the new year, there was a fan meeting for The Fuse at the Yida Cinema in Kyoto. This was the first roadshow after the release of The Fuse, and the location was in Kyoto, which the entire The Fuse team took very. The third day of the new year. In Kyoto's Yida City, almost all the main creators of the crew of the Ignition have arrived. However, Mo Yiming and Fan Yi from Xinghua Entertainment are conspicuously absent. Neither attended the premiere last year, and at that time, everyone thought they had something else to attend to. Now, with the first roadshow of the new year, their continued absence raises suspicions. After all, the 2 had significant roles in the Ignition, one as the second male lead of the Righteous Faction and the other as the film's female lead. Given that the promotional responsibilities for the Ignition are entirely handled by Yida, it can be inferred that the relationship between Yi Wei and Xinghua Entertainment has likely soured. Film roadshows are a common promotional method around the release of a movie. Generally, the locations for roadshows are large theaters in first or second-tier cities or prestigious schools. After the film screening, the crew engages in a meet-and-greet QA session with the fans. This not only increases fan engagement, but also boosts the theater's scheduling of the film. Typically, tickets for roadshow screenings do not require an extra charge, serving as a benefit from the theater. However, behind-the-scenes scalpers often collaborate with theater staff to resell tickets. As long as there is profit, such under-theatable dealings are inevitable. After the film screening, the lights in the theater come on. Yiwei, Zhao Zidong, Zhou Xiaolong, Chen Ping, and the actor playing the third brother, A, who all step onto the main stage. This is a fan meeting, and all of them are dressed casually, aiming for an approachable vibe. No red draped tables are placed on stage, just a few identity cards and some bottles of mineral water. There are only 5 folding stools, and the 5 of them walk up holding microphones. Ah! Fans erupt in a chorus of screams. A synchronized wave of voices. Tony, Tony, Tony. Am I, Zhao Zidong, just going to ignore my dignity? Although this is a fan meeting, there is a significant media presence, as well, primarily responsible for taking photos and writing press releases. The purpose of the roadshow is to promote the film, but without a press release, how can they promote it? Are we relying on these 100 or so audience members to write reviews online for us? Words may carry emotion, but the heart is all business. On stage, the manager of Yida Theater, who also serves as the host, quiets the audience's cheers and takes control of the situation. Then they enter the fan interaction segment. Fans ask questions, and the 5 on stage answer. This time, the questioning from fans is evenly distributed, unlike the premiere, where reporters exclusively sought out Chen Ping. Yiwei shared some behind-the-scenes anecdotes mentioning the last fight scene between the two, particularly how Chen Ping, despite having his arm broken, insisted that all he needed was a band-aid, trying to play it cool. This brought hearty laughter from the audience. Zhou Xiaolong mentioned that the solo dance of the scoundrel was Chen Ping's idea, and the effect was indeed quite remarkable, making it one of the iconic scenes of the ignition. Zhao Zidong remarked that Chen Ping's skills and dedication left a profound impression on him. He also revealed to the audience that the last action scene deviated from the original choreography. It was purely a matter of the two fighting until Yiwei decided to film it. Fortunately, I am the main character, otherwise Chen Ping could have really beaten me to death. It's confirmed not only do the viewers fear for the main character's life at the hands of the villain, but even the main character fears. Ahu mentioned that the most dangerous action he performed in the film was when Zhao Zidong executed a back throw on him, which nearly caused his demise. He also spoke about the shock brought by Chen Ping, a newcomer he had never encountered before. He initially thought that Xiaolong's portrayal of the villain was impressive, but was surprised to find that Chen Ping was equally remarkable. This made him, the third brother villain, appear much more gentle and amiable in the drama. No one asked Chen Ping any questions, yet every sentence revolved around him. Another fan directed a question to director Yiwei. Director Yi, can you evaluate the film Where Did Dad Go? That is being released at the same time. Where Did Dad Go? Was the box office champion on the first day of the Spring Festival, but after 3 days of release, it has fallen behind The Ignition and Detective Chinatown. Currently trailing The Ignition by 100 million in box office and Detective Chinatown by 180 million. Clearly, the reputation of Where Did Dad Go has collapsed. This question from the fan could be seen as a malicious attack. However, Yiwei is a seasoned veteran. Crossing his legs, he smiled and said, Where Did Dad Go? Is an extremely bold film that has expanded the boundaries of the Dragon Kingdom's film genre. The movie blends adventure, parent-child relationships, and education, highlighting director Xie's ambition and pursuit. I'm also familiar with director Xie, and if given the chance, I must seek his guidance. Such a statement is quite candid. No wonder they say your words are sweet like honey, director Yi. Diplomatic remarks come in a continuous flow. When it comes to being diplomatic, you must look to Yi Wei. When it comes to others, a cough from me, yet Yi Wei's words did not evoke any response from the fans. After all, they are not blind. The fan who asked the question turned back to pose the same question to Chen Ping. Chen Ping took the microphone, his expression unreadable, pondering for a moment. Instead of answering, he countered with a question. Can I curse? This caught the questioning fan off guard, who awkwardly replied, In public, maybe not. Chen Ping responded, Then I have nothing more to say. After that, he simply turned off the microphone. Oh ho ho. The atmosphere in the theater suddenly became somewhat raucous. After all, it is Chen Ping. He dared to speak the truth. Yiwei tugged at Chen Ping's sleeve, frowning, but unable to Hey, Chen Ping, how can you speak like that? Is that something you can say? Think again and answer once more. Oh. Chen Ping opened the microphone, pursing his lips. Beep 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 beep. Goodness, are you making a phone call? Chen Ping spread his hands, saying, You call me to speak, and anyway it should be harmonious, so let me be harmonious first. The first 3 beeps are easy to understand. It starts with a national essence. The next 2 beeps are a bit hard to grasp. The following 5 beeps should be the name of the movie. The last 5 beeps are completely incomprehensible. Even Morse code has a code book. At least give us a hint. The fan, still not satisfied, pressed Chen Ping again, asking, Mr. Chen Ping, if you were to rate Where Did Dad Go? Out of 10. Without waiting for the fan to finish, Chen Ping interrupted. Negative points roll out. Chapter 98, Turn-Based Game. It has been said that Chen Ping is a straightforward person. If he gives a score, it is genuine. Why do you keep tempting him to rate? Now negative points have emerged. Where should the director and the entire cast of Where Did Dad Go Save face. Yi Wei immediately began to smooth things over, saying, "Do not write this QA down. Don't spread it." Reporter understood. Director Yi is urging for more, who I will rush to publish tonight. Audience got it. Director Yi enjoys the spectacle. The video has already been uploaded online, and the review draft is ready to be released as soon as we step out. Yi Wei, hey, that's not what I meant. Please don't misunderstand me. I absolutely did not intend for you to escalate the situation. Although The Ignition is currently in theaters and our roadshow is also for the purpose of promoting the film and gaining traffic, but hey, this reporter friend, I just said not to write it down. Why are you starting to write titles right in front of me? There's not much time for a roadshow, and after Chen Ping spoke, everyone began to write prolifically, trying to embellish Chen Ping's, striving to stir up a big scene for the Spring Festival without changing a word. Before long, the fan meeting came to an end. After the group photo, audience members, reporters, and actors exited separately. As Yi Wei arrived backstage, he opened Weibo to search for keywords. Dad Chen Ping. Goodness, videos regarding Chen Ping's comments on "Where did Dad go?" had already appeared on Weibo. However, the heat had yet to begin to ferment. Oh, this Weibo post titled "Chen Ping BB Come and Expose Me" is quite elegant. The blogger is male. Chen Ping didn't expect your fan base to be so wide. "Where did Dad go?" is widely recognized as a bad film. Compared to the comments online, Chen Ping's words were quite restrained and can even be considered polite. However, after scouring the Dragon Kingdom's entertainment circle, it turns out that Chen Ping is the only one who speaks so bluntly. In recent days, nearly all the films released during the Spring Festival have been doing roadshows, and the evaluation of other films is also a topic that reporters and audiences find most enjoyable. However, the responses from those individuals are almost identical to Yi Wei's not mutual praise, but evasive answers. The entertainment industry is a place of fame and fortune. Everyone sees each other often, and there's no need to make relationships tense. Therefore, when it comes to sharp topics, these stars and directors can readily churn out 10 standard answers without thinking. Yet, even though reporters know they won't get the desired answers from these individuals, they still persist in asking. What if this flow of traffic would explode? Those who work hard will eventually be rewarded. This miracle really came to fruition for them. Indeed, the straightforward Chen Ping fell into the trap. In an instant, various reporters flocked in. Initially, only 7 or 8 media outlets were allowed to cover the roadshow of The Ignition in Kyoto's Yida City. Now, the number of media outlets covering this topic on Weibo has multiplied tenfold or more. These are traffic leeches rushing wherever there is a hot topic. At this moment, self-media and netizens are charging and recklessly creating chaos. The topic of Chen Ping angrily criticizing "Where did Dad go?" quickly topped the hot search on Weibo and Douyin. On other platforms, the discussion of this topic far exceeds others. It can be called the first major event of the new year. The 4th day of the new year. At the Marriott Cinema in Shaw City, the crew of "Where Did Dad Go?" is holding a roadshow and a fan meeting. Shaw City is the base of Mango TV. "Where Did Dad Go?" is a well-known variety show in Shaw City with a large fan base. With such a strong fan foundation, Shaw City is naturally a vital box office for the film. Thus, the crew of "Where Did Dad Go?" is taking this roadshow very seriously. The several dads are singing and dancing here as if opening a small concert. At that moment, the atmosphere in the theater reached its peak, but the following QA session would not be as pleasant. What is the hottest topic right now? Isn't it Chen Ping's angry criticism of "Where Did Dad Go?" As one of the main characters, the crew of "Where Did Dad Go?" cannot avoid this. As the QA session began, audience members below hurriedly started asking the creators on stage about their views on Chen Ping's. The people on stage exchanged glances, unwilling to speak. What else can they say? Chen Ping does not understand human relationships. Do they not understand either? Seeing this, the host could only forcefully pass to the next question. However, the next audience member's question was the same. Next. Is there not a single audience member who can empathize with our "Where Did Dad Go?" team? Are they determined to cling to this topic? As the film's director, Siekaway, he raised his hand, signaling the host not to pass anymore. "If this goes on, this fan meeting will turn into your English showcase." Siekaway took the microphone, smiled, and looked directly at the questioner, stating, "I will only answer this question once and will not elaborate further. If a dog bites a person, should the person bite back?" The entire audience fell silent. The questioner was about to speak again, but Siekaway seemed to anticipate his inquiry. He added, "My answer is directed at the person, not the matter." Implicitly, he meant to say, "Do not ask me to evaluate The Ignition. I am only addressing Chen Ping personally, with no relation to other matters." TSK. The reporters on site could not hide their excitement. Let them fight heatedly, let them fight to the death. Thanks to Chen Ping, the chaos maker, the entertainment circle finally became interesting. Release the articles, release them. With just these 2 sentences from Siekaway, it's enough for them to produce a tooth-sandward article. As the reporters stirred the pot, combined with countless netizens who love to stir up trouble, Siekaway's response quickly trended. On the 5th day of the new year, at a certain cinema, the crew of The Ignition is doing a roadshow. An audience member asks, "Chen Ping, what do you think of director Siekaway's response yesterday?" Goodness, it's a turn-based game now. When everyone, including Yi Wei, thought Chen Ping was about to tear off the mask and directly send a telegram. Chen Ping, however, wore a broad smile and said, "What do I think? I watch it on Weibo." Even at such a tense moment, Chen Ping still has the mood for jokes. The audience member momentarily didn't know how to respond, and after a long pause stammered, "No, Chen Ping, I meant to ask for your opinion on this matter. I was not asking how you watch it." Director Xie's words were quite unceremonious. He specifically said it was directed. Chen Ping remained calm and composed. The king of pressure Chen Ping still retained his flair. Let them curse. Am I only allowed to criticize others' films and not be criticized in return? Isn't that a pure double standard? Since I have begun to criticize, I have accepted the possibility of being criticized. As long as it doesn't involve family, I think it's normal for Xie Kuei to respond however he pleases. Chen Ping's words took everyone by surprise. According to their expectations, Chen Ping would definitely break down on the spot, angrily retorting, preferably even involving the families. That way they would have traffic to attract. You being so rational makes it hard for us to work, Chen. But Chen Ping changed his tone. Everyone's eyes lit up, ears perked up, just like a bunch of groundhogs standing up. Hey Dad, Chen, next time don't drag it out like that. Do you know how long we've all been waiting for your but? Feel free to vent, curse boldly, and we will help replace your words with more harmonious alternatives. We guarantee that your core idea remains unshaken, clearly and precisely conveyed to Xie Kuei. We will not give him the chance to misunderstand you. Please, this actor, start your performance. Everyone tilted their heads, eagerly awaiting, just like kindergarten kids waiting for their teacher to put red flowers on their foreheads. The few people on stage turned their heads, chuckling secretly. They couldn't help it, the scene was just too amusing. Chen Ping didn't keep everyone in suspense and continued. But even if Director Xie were to praise me to the skies, it cannot change the fact that Where Did Daddy Go is a thoroughly terrible film. It's bad, plain and simple. There's nothing to argue about. If you, Xie Kuei, can point out even a single shining point in Daddy, I, Chen Ping, will personally go to Sha City and bow to you. Oh ho ho. A strange sound arose from the audience. Exciting. Now all the pressure was on Xie Kuei. Chen Ping has already stepped on his face. Shouldn't Xie Kuei fight back? As soon as Chen Ping finished speaking, people below crazily raised their hands, wanting to ask more. Unfortunately, Director Yi Wei gave the host a look, and the latter understood, stepping onto the stage to announce that the fan meeting was over. A sigh of regret filled the screening room. The creative team of Detonator hurriedly left the stage. Chen Ping walked last, and just before he stepped down, he turned back. That action was reminiscent of the description of Sima Yi in Romance of the Three Kingdoms. A wolf's gaze and an eagle's vision. With a calm smile. Yet it sent a chill down one's spine. Chen Ping instructed, by the way, please pass a message to Director Xie for me. When you mix in this industry, you must acknowledge your mistakes and stand tall when taking hits. Golden words, directly headline it. The reporters below were completely ecstatic. Their excited expressions were gradually losing control. When it comes to the art of language, it still has to be Chen Ping. His little mouth is truly coated in honey. How come these professional writers who solely rely on their pens couldn't come up with such concise words? Fortunately, Chen Ping chose the path of an actor. If one day he feels discontent and wants to challenge the role of a writer, wouldn't they all be exposed for what they really are? No, he must remain on this path of relying on his looks. We can't let him entertain even the slightest thought of relying. After a brief rest, they still had to rush to another city for the second roadshow of the day. In the corridor, Yi Wei silently slowed his pace, falling in beside Chen Ping. He whispered, Chen Ping, you went a bit too far with those words on stage. We're all in the same industry. It's better to make things easy for each other. You need to understand this principle. Otherwise, your road in the entertainment industry will be very hard. Chen Ping shrugged indifferently and said, if he has the face to film, I don't have the face to speak. You? Sigh. Yi Wei sighed in exasperation. Before he could say anything further, Chen Ping patted him on the shoulder, smiling mockingly, and said, Director Yi, the audience member who asked the question today was arranged by you, right? Upon hearing Chen Ping's seemingly random question, Yi Wei was struck as if by lightning, even freezing momentarily mid-step. Then he immediately defended himself. No, how could I? However, Yi Wei's earlier reaction had already confirmed Chen Ping's words. He shook his head at once, stopping Yi Wei from continuing. Director Yi, you don't need to be nervous. I'm not angry. Creating topics and generating buzz is just the way of it. Not shameful. You want Detonator to have good box office, eh? I want Detonator to have good box office too. We all should. Upon hearing this, Yi Wei finally relaxed his tensed heart. It seems we are all on the same page. You, Chen Ping, are also trying to create topics and give Detonator exposure by blasting Where Did Daddy Go right. But although this can greatly enhance the exposure of Detonator, it is entirely detrimental to you, Chen Ping. Xie Kuei's backer is Mango TV, a terrifying entity controlling nearly 80% of the variety show traffic in Long Country. If you offend Mango TV, Chen Ping, it will be harder than climbing to the heavens to get on their variety shows to gain fans. As the director of Detonator, he has box office shares. It's understandable for him to engage in some underhanded tactics. But you, Chen Ping, with a salary of only 400,000, why are you risking everything? To this, Yi Wei truly couldn't comprehend. He could only voice his doubts, hoping for a reasonable explanation from Chen Ping. Why would you, Chen Ping, be willing to ruin your own future just to help Detonator at the box office? After hearing all of Yi Wei's questions, Chen Ping was a bit confused and said, Director Yi, how did you come up with this grand narrative? I criticized Where Did Daddy Go purely because I felt sorry for my 45 yuan movie ticket. You should know that I entered the theater with a sincere attitude to learn from a good film. I didn't expect to be fed a mouthful of rice field nonsense. I simply could not swallow this grievance. That day someone just happened to mention it, and I merely expressed my opinion from an audience's perspective. It's not as profound as you say, sacrificing myself for the sake of Detonator's box office. Are you joking? You give me 400,000 for one film and me accompanying you on the roadshow is already benevolence. We agreed on 20,000 for one roadshow. I don't think you can play the emotional card. I won't let you have a single cent.